Qingyun Gate, Tianyuan Kingdom, Jingwu Dimension. 1,000 followers of the top 10 schools. The power of martial arts practitioners goes against the will of the heavens. Great practitioners are able to destroy mountains. Turning to Xiao Chen's brother, the girl said that he was Qingming's disciple after all. It only took him 3 years to reach the 10th heaven realm, to enter the next realm. He could have been one of the honorable disciples. It was a pity that he was attacked and destroyed by the Meridians. All his hard work disappeared without a trace. She talked about Elder Fang stripping him of his position as an inner disciple. But no matter what, she would cheer for him. Hopefully one day he would wake up. His sister still decided to go to Elder Feng and ask him for justice. Suddenly, the guy was struck by lightning. When he came to his senses, he immediately asked if the lightning hadn't killed him. He realized that no, it was neither his body nor his soul. Had it really moved? He Xiao Qin is one of the 9 supreme masters of the heaven realm, the only one who practiced body strength. Since he couldn't handle spiritual power, he was forced to force his way into a new realm, but while doing so, he was attacked and killed in the back by the Supreme Emperor. Fortunately, his soul was able to move into this body. If he can regain his strength, he will once again destroy the void and return to the Supreme Realm. May the Supreme Lady, the Sword Prince, and the Yunfei be waiting for him. He will definitely avenge the blood spilled. He noticed that this guy's meridians were completely destroyed and there was no cultivation, but he could still practice body techniques. He felt sorry that he couldn't use spiritual energy in this life as well. He would have to resort to his previous methods. As suddenly, Xiao Qin noticed that inside the body was a source of supernatural power. He wondered, was this case really born with such power inside? This stone woke up after his attempts to use the techniques. The speed and power of his practice would become much more effective. With this, the guy would easily be able to rise above the heavens. Supernatural power and magical energy are almost the same thing. But the number of people born with the source of supernatural power is quite small. When the source is awakened, the power of the practice will double. The guy said that even in the High Kingdom, that's rare. In this life, he is simply destined to become great. He hopes that Li Yunfei will live to see them meet. He thought great he did it. In his previous life, it took a year for a guy to break through to the first heaven realm, while others needed about 6 years. He didn't expect this body to have such incredible potential. With his technique and the potential of this body, the physical strength is already comparable to a practitioner of the 10th heaven realm. Outside the door, he heard voices. Someone was congratulating him on becoming an inner disciple. He wondered if someone had come to see him. They talked about him practicing in this house in the future. The guy asked, "Isn't that Xiao Chen's brother?" He replied that he shouldn't call him that anymore. Now the guy is just an ordinary servant. The guy replied that he was right. Someone challenged Xiao Chen and defeated him. As a result, his meridians were destroyed and he lost his status as an inner disciple. Now he was just a servant. Smirking, the guy said that he didn't think this day would come. Remembering when he first joined the sect, Xiao Chen scolded him. As soon as they went inside, the guy immediately started shouting for him to get away from there. Xiao Chen replied that let them go. He would not repeat himself. One of the guys started shouting that Elder Fang had stripped him of his inner disciple position. This courtyard no longer belonged to him. A guy ran up to the guys and yelled that there was a fight. They asked who was fighting? He said it was Xiao Cheng's brother and Lu Feng's brother. They couldn't believe their ears. Was Xiao Chen really able to get out of bed? After the attack, his meridians were destroyed and he fell into a coma. Did the elders really heal him? The boy replied that it was impossible. Even the masters couldn't get him back on his feet. Could it be that some kind of elixir had helped him? Another asked, did Brother Lu Feng remember how Xiao Chen scolded him? Before, he wouldn't even dare to look him in the eye, but now, it seems that this kid has been too arrogant in the past. He doesn't have the best relationship with his comrades. After approaching Xiao Chen, the guy said that he was just trash now. Still thinks he's one of the 5 inner disciples? Someone shouted at Lu Feng not to hit him too hard, otherwise he would have to explain himself to Jiang Ming. He said that Xiao Chen was no longer an inner disciple, he wasn't worthy of Sister Jiang. Everyone has a chance. They have a complicated relationship. If he's not mistaken, 5 years ago, Xiao Chen saved Jiang Ming from the beast chasing her and brought her there. He was 13 years old then, and the girl was 10. The master told him to train harder. For the next couple years he would rarely go out. But she could take it easy, the guy would slip out to see her. The girl told him to cheer up. When the guy reaches the divine realm, she'll definitely talk the master into marrying her off to him. The guy wondered, if he could overpower him, then maybe Sister Jiang would pay attention to him. Here was his chance. He shouted for him not to be afraid. He would definitely break Xiao Chen's arm today. The guy replied that he wouldn't wait. After that, a punch followed, causing the guy to fly to the side. There were many questions in their minds. What had happened? Was Xiao Chen really able to heal himself? How could this be possible? He was trash after all. If his meridians aren't destroyed, then what realm is he in now? The guy asked if he was next. He said no, he had nothing to do with it. He didn't know anything. Lu Han asked who's out there causing trouble. What are they doing there? The guy came up to him and told him that Xiao Chen had seriously injured Lu Feng. He felt that the meridians had been destroyed and the spiritual sea had been destroyed. Even if it was possible to keep him alive, he would become weaker by several spheres. Pointing at Xiao Chen, the guy asked how dare he raise his filthy hand on him? The guys were discussing the fact that Lu Han is Lu Feng's brother. They are afraid Xiao Chen will be in big trouble. These guys have trained with each other many times in the past, their strengths were equal. But they think anger will make Lu Han's brother stronger. The guy asked how Xiao Chen dared to injure his younger brother. He replied that it was time to get down to business. Using several techniques, Lu Han lost to the guy in just a few seconds. The guys wondered what kind of technique he used. Lu Han asked, what was he planning? Xiao Chen asked him a question. He was planning to kill him, wasn't he? The guy begged for mercy. He replied that he was an inner disciple, so if he killed him, the elders wouldn't just let it go. He could also tell him about Zhang's sister. The guy only agreed to tell if Xiao Chen kept him alive. He replied that he didn't like to bargain, so let him speak quickly. He immediately shouted out what he was going to say. He began to say that important people came to Qiangming today. They want to take Sister Jiang away. Although he's afraid they've already done it. The guy didn't know all the details, but the elders and master were very polite to those people. Xiao Chen said that so be it, he would let him live this time. There seems to be something special about his sister, too. He figured the guy could take it easy, promising he wouldn't let anyone hurt her. He began to wonder what was that black smoke. Had his body already been completely cleansed of impurities? He could rely on him now. From now on they were one. Lu Han said that he can't kill him, but those people definitely can. He has incredible physical strength, but even he won't be able to resist the spiritual energy master. He's definitely finished. The Fire Lord started shouting why Duan Shiliang hadn't brought Jiang Ming yet. He asked the man to calm down a bit, the girl would be here soon. The girl interrupted the conversation and said that the Lord was as temperamental as ever. Don't worry, that girl is already there. Does he think she'll join their fiery sect? The Fire Lord started to say that it's none of her business. Even if she refused him, she would definitely not join her perverted sect where they sleep with men for cultivation in the Hue Valley. She replied that the method of pair cultivation is quite effective. It has been passed down by ancestors since ancient times. Love between a woman and a man is a law written by heaven. If he doubts, they can play a little. The man replied that she can attack. He is not afraid of her. One of the masters yelled enough. That girl hadn't arrived yet, and they had already started chewing on each other. He thinks Qingyan Taoists should be more careful about joking around, doesn't he? Duan Shiliang said that it was just two friends joking around. Lord Ge Lao said that Jiang is very important to him. He is ashamed that they are taking her against her will. But he promises them, no one will lay a finger on her, he said regarding Qin Yuming. A ball seal appeared in Duan's hand. The elder said right. He promises to fulfill one request of his without further ado, but he will take Jiang in return. Xiao Chen thought about the need to hurry. Turning to Duan Shiliang, the guy said that Jiang had come. Everyone thought it was finally here. Looking at the girl, Ge Lao thought great. Bowing, the girl said that Jiang Meng welcomed the master. Turning to the master, the girl asked why he had called her. Duan Shiliang replied that she was lucky. They will explain everything now. Looking towards the men, he said that it was Lord Ge Lao of Divine Sword Peak. They had come to see her talent and take the girl away. Seeing the girl's reaction, the Fire Lord said that it was a great honor to be their apprentice. Only she in this pavilion was so honored. Qin Rao confirmed his words. She said that together with them, the girl would achieve a lot. One should not miss such a chance. Jiang Meng asked, then could she take Brother Xiaoqin with her? The elder said that this is outrageous. He wants to take her away because of her talent, but who is this Xiaoqin? There must be nothing special about him since he hasn't heard of him. Without thinking long, the girl replied that in that case, the honored ones would have to return empty-handed. She would not leave Brother Xiaoqing behind. She asked them to take back their words. The girl had yet to meet a person more talented than Xiaoqin. She wouldn't let them talk about him like that. It was obvious from the elder's face that he was furious. Lord Golao said that it seems her master didn't teach the girl manners. She must obey him. He will kill her if she continues to behave like this. Duan told the girl that it was all for her. As for Xiaoqin, he would take care of him, so don't be stubborn. The girl replied that she would never leave her brother. Golao replied that in that case she would die. The Fire Lord asked him to stop, because he shouldn't be angry. But he didn't listen to him at all. Suddenly, at some point, the girl couldn't move at all. Duan Shilian asked if this was really a soul-sealing technique. Golao replied what exactly. Master Duan began to say that Jiang Meng was his personal disciple. How dare he lock her soul away? Doesn't he think it's too much? The soul-sealing technique can severely injure a person's body and even destroy their consciousness. He replied that he had his own ways of dealing with things. He had heard enough in their sect, so time to go. At this moment, Xiaoqin appeared in front of them. Looking at them, the guy said that now they would see who dared to leave. When she saw her brother, the girl immediately ran towards him and said that she was very glad that he had come. He finally woke up. Golao was surprised. His technique was broken with one furious shout. How could this be possible? What's special about him? A soul-sealing technique can only be broken by the one who cast it. If it is forcibly dispelled, the victim's mind will be severely affected. Hugging her brother, the girl said that she believed that one day he would wake up. The boy thought that there seemed to be something special about this girl. Duan Shiliang shouted for Xiaoqin not to be rude. The venerable spiritual masters in front of him. They are their ancestors. The guy asked, ancestors? Let them not make him laugh. What self-respecting ancestor would use a soul-sealing technique on a junior? Golao began to say that he was Qingjiamin's disciple and he was patient with him. But if he continues like this, he will die. Laughing, the guy said that the old thief, under the pretext of being patient, wants to keep him alive and learn about how the guy dispelled his technique. But is he really sure he can beat him? The man with eyes full of rage said that the guy had asked for it. He decided to break his cultivation first. He should hurry up. He would tell everything quickly under torture. Duan Shiliang asked Senior Master not to do this. Xiaoqin is only in the physical realm, he won't survive this. Golao replied that he didn't have to worry, the man wouldn't take his life. Duan Xilian was about to intervene when he was stopped by the other masters. They asked him if he wanted to fight against the old master. After doing the attack, Xiaoqin said that it was weak, very weak. Let him not hesitate to use the strongest techniques. His techniques are much more powerful than in his previous life. Golao's attacks can't even scratch the guy. Are the practitioners on this continent really that weak? Angry, the man said he was going to die. Looking at him, he thought that this guy's physical strength could rival his swords. Still, there's something special about him. Xiaoqin once again easily deflected the blow. The guy said it was still not enough, too weak. Let him try again. Turning to Elder Duan, the Fire Lord said that Qingjiamin really had a lot of talent. The guy, being in the physical stage, is able to block the old master's attacks. He pondered, the guy had only just recovered, but already many times stronger than before his injury. He's blocking the master's attacks using only brute force. This can't be a coincidence. The Qingjiamin sect might have a great future ahead of them. Increasing his attack several times, the man said let him try to stop it. Duan Xilian intervened in the proceedings. It was his spirit beast. Turning to him, Golao asked him if he had thought of betraying him. Duan replied that he would not betray him. He is just afraid. His attack would finish off Xiaoqin. It was necessary to intervene. Let him not be angry with him. Turning to Xiaoqin, the man told him to apologize to Master Galao. He can't protect him anymore. Training in a powerful sect is a chance Jiang can't pass up. The guy wondered if they were expecting an apology. Dream on. That's when his sister ran up to him. He told her not to worry, as long as the guy was there, no one would take her away. Galao shouted for them to stop. If he wanted to take someone away, no one could stop him from doing so. Calling them pathetic insects, he asked, do they really want to start a feud with his Jiang family? Let them get out of there. As suddenly, Galao turned into ashes in an instant. Qingrao asked, who did this? A guy and a girl appeared in front of them. Turning to his sister, the young man asked, is this the Shenwu realm? The spiritual energy there is very subtle, and Qingjiamin's strongest practitioners are a waste of energy. He said that the master was too cautious in sending the two of them. In one motion, he made all the students immediately start falling to the ground. The girl replied to him that he shouldn't underestimate the Shenwu kingdom. They might encounter strong opponents next. Isn't he afraid of the great emperor of Shenwu? The guy asked what was so special about him. He's in the semi-divine realm. He's still a long way from their master's level. The girl replied that his self-confidence would ruin him one day. Did she really think that there would be someone in this realm who could kill him? She replied that let him not forget, they had to limit their cultivation to enter this world. Even though Master had given them many relics, there might still be people in this world who could harm them. Qian Gate, a forbidden area? He asked. Jian family disciples invaded his Qingjiamin sect and are causing trouble? This time he sent his men to pick someone up. This matter is not about Qingmin Gate. They will leave as soon as he finishes his business. Master thought that it was unbelievable. He was already at the last stage of cultivation, but he still couldn't stand it. He knew that there was something special about Jiang Meng. Hopefully his sect wouldn't be destroyed because of her. Turning to Jiang Meng, the guy asked that it seems she is from his Jiang family? Putting her to go with him. Looking at him, Duan Shiliang said that this is strength. Can he find out where they are from? The guy said that he shouldn't do that. Master Duan Shiliang fell to the ground. They realized that this man was too strong. Holding out his hand to Jiang, he told her to go to him. But at that moment, his hand was grabbed by Xiaoqun. He asked him to get his filthy paws off. He wants to take her, but is he strong enough? The guy wondered. He's only in the physical stage. How did he get such strength? He asked him to leave since he could easily kill him on the spot. Xiaoqun replied that he must be strong enough to do so. At some point, everyone began to feel dizzy again. Turning to him, he said he still had potential. Let him go while he still could. Right now, the guy was at the peak of the divine sphere. They still couldn't handle him. He wondered if the peak of the divine sphere? And his reckless technique is only at the first stage. To deal with an opponent like this, he would need to be at least at the third stage of the crazy technique. He said that if the guy could reach the divine realm in 10 years, he would allow him to become his servant in the main Jiang house. Xiaoqun asked, becoming a servant in the house? Anything else he doesn't want? Sister asked, why is he arguing with him? Let him take the girl and it's time to leave. The guy thought so powerfully. His reckless technique needs interaction with an outside force to perfect. He gets stronger with every punch he receives. Turning to him, I asked him if that was all he was capable of. The boy shouted, does he really want to die so badly? It was a blow of incredible strength, but Xiaoqun managed to stay on his feet. The girl used the barrier to protect Jiang from the shockwave. The guy used powerful punches, but Xiaoqun continued to stand on his feet. His body was being saturated with energy. He was madly happy that the spiritual power of thunder was working. It seemed like luck was on his side today. The guy asked again, was this all he could do? The boy wondered if he was still alive. What kind of ruse was he using? His sister obviously couldn't believe it either. She thought it was impossible. He decided that in this case, he would use the thunderous path of death. It was his most powerful blow yet. He smirked, and said that this is what self-confidence can do. There goes his supernatural power. Would this guy really be able to utilize spiritual energy in this life? This way, he would easily break into a new realm. Supernatural energy is the most powerful magical force in this world. When spiritual power and physical body are combined, a warrior can move without restriction, and supernatural energy can be, more importantly, Even if the physical body of the bearer of supernatural power is destroyed, thanks to it, the body can be recreated. In the past life, the demonic emperor's sword also had supernatural power. Looking at the cloud of dust, the guy said that he didn't think he would meet such talent in this realm. He was sorry he had to kill him, very sorry. He told his sister it was okay to go. Jiang fell unconscious after what she saw. The girl said that as she sees it, they had feelings for each other. But when she returns to the manor, she will realize that there are many more gorgeous men in the world, and the one in front of her is worth nothing. Just as they turned around and were about to leave, Shao Chen asked, "Going somewhere?" His technique was so weak that it became ticklish. The guy said it's impossible. He is only in the physical stage. The girl replied that the similar master was right. This world is full of strange phenomena. Perhaps the boy in front of them is immune to lightning. He had the Lord's spear in his hand. The boy said he admits he underestimated him. He can't win with only half his strength. The Lord's spear is one of the most powerful weapons he has, so he'll see how the guy can survive. Shao Chen shouted that he would show him a technique using his supernatural energy. Now it was time for him to die. At this moment, the demon magic hand was a rank 3 technique. It should be enough. Thanks to the supernatural strength, his body had become much more powerful. The boy asked if he had really been injured in this miserable insect kingdom. Holding up her brother, the girl said there's something wrong with this guy. She's afraid his techniques are already at a high level. Don't let him hold back any longer. We need to get this over with quickly. A technique of this class is very rare, even he couldn't master it. How could an ordinary guy in the physical stage use such techniques? Turning to the guy, he asked what was his name. Shao Chen replied that he shouldn't know that. He continued, in so many decades, the guy was the only one who had been able to injure him. Therefore, decided to reward him with the right to die by his hand. This spear was flying towards him at an incredible speed. He decided to test this body once again for strength. Seeing that the guy was still standing on his feet, he thought it was impossible. A practitioner in the physical stage was able to easily throw back his spear. Not even a great emperor could do that. Holding out her brother's hand, the girl said that it looked like they would have to act together. It was time to kill him. He kept standing there thinking what an incredible body this was. The guy was only at the second stage, but the second-grade spear could only scratch him. With such an excellent body, he could safely use the strongest techniques, such as the Heavenly Fist. The fist consists of 7 techniques. Each punch is stronger than the previous one, but the physical demands are too great. In his previous life, he had to reach the 4th sphere to use the first technique. And with this body in the second stage, he would already be able to use the first strike. Looking at the brother and sister, Shao Chen thought that apparently, things weren't going to be as easy as they seemed. They shouted for the guy to go to hell. The first technique of the Heavenly Fist, it was the Earth Fist. After using it, the brother and sister immediately fell to the ground. They thought it was impossible. How did he do it? For now, he could only use half the power of the Heavenly Fist, but that should be enough against them. Turning to Shao Chen, he asked what kind of method the guy was practicing. He replied that he wasn't worthy of knowing. Calling him trash, the man yelled at him not to get cocky. The girl stopped him and said that he had some abnormal body and their cultivation was limited. She's afraid that they can't resist him now. It's better for them to retreat. Calling him a brat, the guy said they couldn't use all their power in this realm. Otherwise, he would have him. Today he became the enemy of the Jiang family. One day the guy would die in horrible agony. Turning to the side, Shao Chen saw Jiang Meng there. When he approached the girl, he realized that fortunately, she was not injured, just unconscious. Leaning in, he said that as long as she was with him, she might as well not worry. No one would take her powers away from her against her will. Linzhou Mountains. The guy was furious. He yelled that how dare that guy dishonor him like that. His sister told him he was too strong, they'd failed the mission. They'd better figure out how to explain all this to the master. Turning to his sister, he said that no, it wasn't over yet. Holding out a stone, he ordered him to find the most powerful people in this realm and order them to destroy the Qingjiamen sect and capture Jiang Meng. Jiang Meng's room. The guy was thinking about the fact that they shouldn't relax, in case the two of you came back again. Among the 9 realms, their world is the weakest. To enter this dimension, a practitioner must restrict his cultivation. Otherwise, doing so would incur the wrath of the natural order. The practitioner would be killed by the strongest lightning strike. He thought about the fact that they had retreated. He doesn't think they would dare to come back anytime soon. But they might send other insects from larger families. He must surely become stronger. As he looked at the girl, he spoke of the fact that since his rebirth, he was destined to become one with this body. Since the past owner of this body valued her, he would not let anyone harm her. He would protect her even if all the supreme masters of the heavens came. Everyone soon woke up. Duan Shilian wondered how it ended. Turning to Qin Rao, the man asked who the two were, and what realm were they on. Saying goodbye to the master, they decided to leave. He replied that of course, above the 9 kingdoms. Inside the supreme pavilion, he wondered why the feeling of uneasiness never left him. Turning to Yunfei, the girl asked what was wrong with him. He replied that he was fine, but since Xiao Chen's murder, he had a strange feeling. The guy said he doesn't have to worry, he's already dead. They should concentrate on cultivation, to reach new heights. Yunfei replied that he was right. With his help, he would definitely be able to break the thunderstorm and rise to immortality. Kinjiamen, the peak of Yahushan Mountain. With his reckless practice of the body, he can stand up to those who are at the peak of spiritual strength. Before breaking through the hardening of his body, he could only use half of the power of the Heavenly Fist's first technique. Using even half of his strength was incredibly taxing on his body. So he would have to learn other techniques to save his life in an emergency. Objects swirled around him, and suddenly, one of them lit up green. Looking at it, the guy thought it was just right. Earth Class, G-Pin, Heavenly Roar. Once, a powerful practitioner was able to destroy an entire universe in an instant with this technique. The Heavenly Roar, although an Earth-grade technique, but it can wound the soul, which will greatly weaken the power of practicing in spiritual energy. He had gotten this technique by winning in a hand-to-hand duel. He didn't like it at first, it seemed too pathetic, but now it had become one of the strongest techniques among those he had. He didn't think at all that he would be able to use the technique just by looking at it. His body and soul were many times stronger than ordinary people. Thanks to the supernatural power within himself, the guy is able to learn techniques at a glance. In this realm, the Heaven Roaring technique is one of the most powerful spells. This world will be a lot of fun. Master Duan's manner. Seeing the guy, the man asked how did he get in. And in fact, who was he really? The guy replied that the supreme reckless body, Shaoqin. The man asked, supreme? Had he really gone through a supreme reincarnation? The boy continued to sit silently. Duan Shiliang said that his predecessors had told him about a sect located in the supreme realm called Buddha. After sect members died, they had the opportunity to be reborn and start cultivating again. Shaoqin replied that not only sect members could be reborn. Although he had been to the supreme realm himself, he had never witnessed a rebirth. It seemed to him that it was only fiction. But since he was there, maybe it was true. He wondered if he would meet any others who had managed to be reborn. Turning to Duan Shiliang, Shaoqin asked if he wished to serve him. Getting down on one knee, the man said that he swears allegiance to him. He replied that fine, by following him, the man would be able to accomplish a lot. Asking him to come closer, the guy held out to him a second-rank technique, the palm of Lian's hand. Duan Shiliang thanked the elder for his generosity. Shaoqin replied that if he didn't train hard, there would be no difference between this technique and trash. It all depended on his persistence. Shaoqin asked the man to please tell him more about the Qingjiamen sect and the situation in Tanyuan. Duan Shiliang replied that of course. He began to tell that Tanyuan is one of the 49 regions in the Shenwu kingdom, their region ranked in the top 10 strongest regions. They have over 7,000 disciples in Qingjiamen, of which 100 inner disciples and 5 elite disciples. He went on to say that most of the ordinary disciples were in the physical stage, the inner ones in various stages of the spiritual stage, and the remaining 4 elite disciples were above the 5th level of the spiritual stage. There are also 18 elders in the region. 17 of them are in the advanced spirit realm, and the remaining 1 is at the peak of advanced spirit. Duan Xilian, on the other hand, is in the divine realm. Shaoqin asked the man who was the most powerful in the Tanyuan region. He replied that it was Misty Valley. There are 3 strongest sects in their region: Misty Valley, Fire Sect, and Divine Sword Peak. The old man who was burned to a crisp was from the Peak Divine Sword sect. In addition to them, the Black Mountain sect and the Beast Tamer Valley are also along with them in terms of strength. The guy thought with his cultivation technique at the second stage, he could easily crush anyone at the peak of the spiritual realm. It looks like he'll have to fix the strongest sects first, and then take over an entire region. Next, he'll take over the entire kingdom. Turning to Duan Shilian, the guy asked him to send out a message to the elders of all the strongest sections. They must understand that if they don't obey the Kinjiaman sect, they will be killed. Turning to the elder, the man said that he was certainly incredibly strong, but the Misty Valley and Fire sect was still nothing. But it is said that the Divine Sword Peak Elder has broken through the Divine Realm and is already approaching the Immortal Realm. Shao Chun replied that it was interesting. In any case, let him give them his order. He would like to see what they were capable of. I'm about to leave, he said. His real identity is a secret. In front of outsiders, the guy will be just an ordinary student Shao Cheng, okay? Let Li Yunfei wait for him. He'll come for him one day, the guy said. By the way, he hates being overheard. If it happens again, no one will be spared. Turning to Cillian, the man said he didn't even know if this divine rebirth was a curse or a blessing for them. The man replied that he hoped it was a blessing. When the students woke up, they began to ask what had happened. What was it? Why did they lose consciousness? Laughing, one of the guys said that he was afraid Shao Chun was already dead. The guys asked who was coming. Shao Chun appeared in front of them. He asked why they weren't leaving. Did they want to stay for dinner? Turning to his brother, the guy asked why he was still alive. He thought it was impossible. Shao Chun was very fiery. He must have angered the honored guests, so why wasn't he killed? Looking toward Lu Han, the guy asked if he wanted him to beat him up again. The guy replied that no, they were leaving now. Lu Han asked Shao Chun, wasn't Jiang taken away in front of his eyes? After which, immediately, everyone began to run away abruptly. The guy said bugs will always be bugs. Their small-mindedness is a hindrance to their development. One of the elders turned to the master and asked what was the matter. Why had he gathered them together? What had happened? Why did they feel as if they had forgotten something important? Duan Shiliang replied that it was some kind of mistake. Perhaps the elders were just overworked, but originally, the old man, after seeing Jiang Meng's incredible talent, wanted to take her as a disciple. Unfortunately, after a demonstration of her abilities, it became clear that it wasn't enough and the guests refused to accept her into their sects. One of the elders got up from his chair and asked Duan Shilian, did he really think he could deceive them like little children? Master asked Elder Fang, he is the head of the Qingyan sect, to watch his words. There was something else he wanted to announce. He asked them to tell Misty Valley, Fire sect and Divine Sword Peak that death awaits them if they don't bow their knees to their sect. They have 3 days. Elder Fang said he's crazy. Really wants the 3 strongest sects in their region to become their subordinates? His decision will ruin them all. He's had enough. Duan Shiliang asked will he oppose his orders? He is the head of the Qingyan sect, and as an elder, he must follow his orders if he values his life. Elder Fang said that he knew he had supernatural power, so what of it? He wanted to give him a little more time, but he didn't think the master wanted death so badly. All the elders are on his side. From this day forward, the Qingyan sect belongs to him. Duan Shiliang asked the elder, had he reached the divine realm? He replied that even though they were on the same level as him, he had more people on his side, and he possessed a 4th-grade technique, the blazing palm. He also has the support of 17 elders. Even with Elder Tai Shang, he doesn't stand a chance. Master said it looks like they'd been planning this for a long time. Did Xin Jiafeng teach him techniques of this level? Elder replied that he was absolutely right. Elder Fang said that as of today, he is the head of the Qingyan sect. He promised that if he surrendered now, his life would be spared. Duan Xilian told him that he would regret it. The elder replied that he had never regretted anything. A gradual sealing of the soul has begun. The elder said he had nowhere to go. Tai Shang told the master that it was too early to give up. We should try to kill them. Nothing is impossible. The man replied that the Supreme Master would save them. Taking out the communication stone, Duan Shiliang said that Fang Huifeng was finished. Looking at the stone, Shao Chun said not a second of peace. But this is a great opportunity to get rid of unnecessary problems. Suddenly everyone heard a bell. the guys started to wonder what had happened. He asked if they were in a hurry to make an announcement. Duan Xilian made a great mask for him. From now on, he becomes the supreme master. The guys said they don't care about the cause of the memory loss anymore. They don't even know what happened. One of the guys said that he had asked Master about it, but he advised him to rest more. Someone asked if Xiaochun was here. The guy asked, had he forgotten what had happened to him? He probably hadn't woken up yet. The guy replied that he didn't understand how a fool like him became an elite disciple. Xiaochun woke up early in the morning and managed to beat up Lu Han and Lu Feng. He asked, isn't his meridians damaged? How could a guy cultivate? One of them said that even if Xiaochun could cultivate again, it would only be at the physical stage. Lin Bai said if they had enough time to gossip, it didn't hurt for them to improve their cultivation. The three of them have remained at the 6th level of the spiritual stage for over a year now. Compared to Xiaochun, they are pathetic fish. If he hadn't been attacked so viciously, he would be many times stronger than the three of them combined right now. The guy said that they would forget about Xiaochun and talk about him. Even if his cultivation is higher than theirs, let him not think that he is better. The guy replied that Xiaochun was his brother. They were humiliating his dignity, and as his brother, he can't help but interfere. If this continues, they will be in trouble. The boys shouted that they were here. Elder Fang asked if everyone had come. Lin Bai wondered why the elder sat down in the master's seat. The boy was happy that his master had sat in the sect head's seat. Was he really a disciple of the sect leader now? He didn't understand what was going on out there. Did the Funk elder really have a rebellion? All the other elders are there too. The elder said that from today onwards, Duan Xiliang had handed over the position of Qingyun's sect head to him, Fang Huifeng. He shouted that starting today, he would be the head of the Qingyun sect. The boys began to wonder how this was possible. They said it couldn't be. He means Master Duan just suddenly disappeared? The guys demanded to see him. The boy asked how dare they? His master is worthy to be the head of the sect. He asked all the dissenters to come forward. They immediately welcomed the new head. Turning to Lin Bai, Hao Tong said that he was a disciple of the former head, always thought better than them, read them moral. But this was something he probably didn't expect. Turning to the head, the boy asked where he could find his master. Fang Huifeng replied that his master was fine. Before handing over the position of head to him, he asked him to tell the boy that he would not return for the next 10 years. He said that although Master Duan was good at internal affairs, he had no zeal for progress. So he would like to make an announcement, today's Qingyun sect. Before he could agree, he was interrupted and added that he would conquer the Fire sect, Misty Valley, and Divine Sword Peak. Fang Huifeng asked, what kind of degenerate dared to say such a thing in front of everyone on an important day? The boy replied that an insect like him had no right to call him that. Let him kneel or die, the elder asked, and who dares to go against him? A guy hiding his face behind a pathetic mask? Fang would like to see him make him kneel or try to kill him. One of the masters shouted to the chapter that he would deal with this trash. From one blow, the foreman flew aside. The guy asked him to be quiet. Everyone stood there with their mouths open. They didn't expect to see such power. Fang wondered, what realm was he in? He was able to defeat an elder at the 6th level of the spiritual realm with a single blow. But he's at a completely different level now. To defeat him, it wouldn't be enough. Besides, he still has the Nirvana magic rune he received as a gift. The boy asked, so he chooses death? Master Fang asked, has he lost his mind? A man would never kneel down. Suddenly, he felt his knees approaching the ground. He didn't understand why. He had that rune after all. The boy told him to kneel, but it was too late. The rune he used, it meant that there were still those in Qingyun who could create such a thing. It was a pity that he kneeled so late. If he had hurried, the guy would have kept him alive. What do they choose, to kneel or to die? The boy couldn't believe that the master had died in an instant. He said that apparently they preferred death too. Everyone immediately fell to their knees. The guy didn't think that Lin Bai would start defending him. Xiaochun, it seemed like he didn't have the worst relationship in the sect. Turning to Duan Xilian, the guy said that he would leave the rest to him. Seeing the masters, the guys were very happy. Lin Bai asked if his master was alright. He said yes. The guy wondered, where did he come from? He could kill Fang Huifeng in an instant. He thought that it looked like the masters were obeying him as well. Duan Shiliang turned to the Qingyun disciples and asked them to listen to him carefully. He said that from now on, their sect officially belongs to the eldest, Tianzun. Anyone who disagrees will be killed. He said that the sect was in for a glorious time. The peak of the divine sword. The man asked Elder Golao, "Is the Qingyun sect really that strong? What are they up to?" He replied that it was unexpected. Jiang Meng is a descendant of the Jiang family. The man said that was his mistake. He thought she was just a gifted girl, but as it turned out, she was a descendant of that family from the upper realm. The man said that the elder was badly injured, with only his soul surviving. Golao replied that if it wasn't for the secret of the divine sword peak, he would have finally passed away. Everyone thinks their sect's main trump card is their superior ball skills. They don't realize their secret. They are able to seal a part of their soul in the divine ball. To restore his body, they will need the blood of thousands of people. To do so, he will personally go to all the Qingjians and massacre them. Golao replied that he was fine, but at the moment his soul was unstable. The man said they would kill them all to restore his physical body. A guy came running in and turned to the master and said he had a report. Qingyun sent them a letter saying that they must surrender to them within 3 days, or they would kill them. Answering clearly, the master said that he could go. The man thought, Qingyun has decided to oppose his peak divine sword? Do they happen to have a connection with the Jiang family? He ordered all the elders to go to him immediately, saying they needed to talk. After receiving the letter, the boy asked his father if everything was all right. He looked bad. Turning to Xiao Chen's brother, the girl asked what exactly happened that day. Who was the Jiang family? And what happened to those who intended to take her away? The guy replied that he didn't know, maybe the cult leader had chased them away. But let her be sure no one would take her away from there while he was there. She asked the guy how he regained his destroyed meridians. He answered that he didn't understand it himself. When he woke up he felt full of strength. Perhaps it was the blessing of the gods. He thought about the fact that he couldn't tell her the whole truth yet. He would tell her everything later, when he regained his strength. The girl said that if it was so important, he didn't have to tell her. She told him that since his cultivation had recovered, he should be careful. The person who attacked him was still at large. He replied that it was fine, he would be careful. Now let him rest. He would come to see her tomorrow. Xiaoqin decided that it was time to find out who had attacked this body in the past. Suddenly, the guy was called by Lin Bai. Walking up to him, he began to ask where the guy had been missing all these days. While he was away, the sect had changed a lot. He should be careful. All right though, let him forget about it. But how was he able to recover his cultivation? The guy replied that he still didn't understand it himself. After waking up, his body was more than fine. He felt better than before. Lin Bai said that he should still be careful. The sector is in chaos, and the ones who attacked him still haven't been caught. Thinks they'll try to attack him again. Let him take care. The boy thanked Brother Lin for his concern. He thought about the fact that this guy has a real problem. It's his kindness that knows no bounds at all. The man said that he had said his body should be destroyed too, right? But he had been too soft. And now the guy was back and stronger. He replied that he was right, but now with the appearance of the Supreme Master, they had a great opportunity. Now the whole sect is in chaos, and no one will notice that Xiaoqin is missing. They talked about how great it was. If Xiaoqin was dead, they would still have a chance with Jiang Meng. They wondered who this Tianzun was. He was able to kill Elder Fang with a single blow. Now they would have to face the 3 major powers of their region. One of them said it doesn't matter. They'll just watch the events unfold. He has a good relationship with the Divine Sword Peak, and they can come over to their side at any time. Peak of the Divine Sword. The Fire Lord asked, Duan Shilian really wants to fight them? Did he really have the support of the Jiang family? He said that in the past, they were afraid to even look at them, but now they demand obedience? Qingrao asked, did the Jiang family scare him so much that he went crazy? Did he think that with the appearance of one mysterious person, he could fight them? The man replied that that mysterious master was at least at the peak of the divine realm, if not stronger. They couldn't believe their ears. He said that perhaps they were right. Although he was at the peak of the divine realm, right now the man was also in the divine realm, and by combining the strength of the peak divine sword elders with his, they would be able to defeat the mysterious master. Xiaoqin was sleeping peacefully. Through the hole in the door, they watched what was happening in the room. One of them said it was okay to come in. They were talking about this house being pretty easy to get into. But let them look at him, he sleeps like a pig. The other one replied that he should make less noise, they needed to kill him quickly. After making a strike, Hao Tong took off his mask. He said that everyone would think that the guy died because of past wounds, and no one would suspect them. Let him be happy to die without agony. The guy asked if he was crazy. Why take off his mask at a time like this, and what if someone notices them? Turning to Chai Huaneng, he asked where did his courage disappear to. Shao Chun by himself, who would come to him at a time like this? He replied that it wasn't about him, but as long as he was alive, Jiang wouldn't even look in their direction. Hao Tong said that's fine since he's dead now, Jiang's sister will be his. Chai told the guy that their abilities will determine who gets Jianming. Suddenly, Shao Chun asked if they were having fun? They thought it was a ghost, but the guy asked, was he dying? His punches didn't hurt him. They didn't understand why he was still alive? They said it was impossible, his body was in a terrible state. How did he survive the attack of their spiritual techniques? The guy asked, who told them that the physical stage couldn't withstand the blows of a spiritual practitioner? He was just pretending. The guys decided that since he recognized their identities, he couldn't be left alive. They thought something was wrong. It felt like small insects hitting a steel pole. Shao Chun said they couldn't take him. The guys didn't realize what kind of monster he was. He told them to open that box and take a look. After opening that very box, the guys took out a mask from there. Shao Chun told them that he was the Supreme Master. From a single blow, Hao Tong fell to his knees. Chai Wanenga said that he died just like Elder Fang. Bowing, the boy said please let him not kill, he would be loyal to him. He begged for mercy, but the master replied that it was impossible. There is only one end for those who wish to kill him. Looking at his hand, Shao Chun thought that bone fire was truly terrifying. It was understandable why those who practiced it had entered the path of evil. He shouldn't use this technique unnecessarily. Stashing the mask back into the box, he thought about the fact that all matters in Xinyun had been settled. All that was left was to wait for the unification of the Tanyuan region. Lin Bai asked, unifying an entire region? He wondered who the Supreme Master was. This was already overkill. Placing his hand on the guy's shoulder, Duan Shilian said that Chongqian Zong would glorify their Qingyun sect. His teacher believes that the Supreme Master is truly capable of uniting the Tanyuan region. Lei Yan's palm technique is a gift from the Supreme Master. Now he wants to pass it on to the boy. War is coming, and they must be ready for anything. Duan Xilian thought that maybe he should consult with an elder about his cultivation method. Perhaps with his help, he could reach a new level. Tai Shang replied that he was afraid. In the eyes of a Supreme Master who had gone through a great reincarnation, they were only pathetic ants. Shao Chun couldn't sleep. After capturing the entire Tanyuan region, their next target was the entire Shenwu kingdom. But it covers a large area, and it would be difficult for him to keep track of everything alone. Duan Shiliang is not a bad master, but his talent is negligible. Jiang Meng has incredible potential, but involving her in this is a mistake. It seems like he needs to find a talented person that he will personally train. The boy talked about being able to kill a storm wolf. Let Mom be sure he will be able to cure her illness. Then, he will join the Qingyun sect and become really strong. Jiang entered Xiao Chen's room and told him that a new store was opening in the city today and suggested that he go with her. The boy said he shouldn't, and asked what was so special about the store. Still, she persuaded him to go with her. Tanyuan City. He couldn't remember the last time he had traveled in such a primitive way. The girl told him that this new store was in the Chufeng Tower. They say it's the biggest in the whole city and one of the best in the kingdom. They'll probably find a lot of interesting things in it. The guy asked what she said. Chufeng Tower? The girl replied that yes, there are countless treasures there. She thought about Xiao Chen's birthday coming up and decided to surprise him. The girl told Xiao Chen that she would wait for him. Even if it was 1,000 years, even if the heavens disappeared, she would still wait for him. The news that he couldn't reach the new level must have spread to the upper realm. After hearing such a thing, she probably made a mess of things. He hoped her impulsiveness wouldn't get out of control. The guy was head over heels immersed in cultivation. I don't even remember when I walked around just for fun. Pointing her finger at the queue, the girl said that Chufeng Tower was ahead. Jiang told him to look at them. They are all VIP guests of the tower. Only they have the right to participate in the tower's auction. Normal guests are not allowed to enter. The guy asked again, forbidden? She said that's right. Even though they are disciples of the Qingyun sect, even they wouldn't be allowed to enter without an invitation. But if the master himself comes there. The people in line were discussing the fact that among the items being auctioned there would be the Huangjing armor, with which one could survive the impact of practicing at the peak of the advanced spiritual realm. The girl immediately thought about this armor. If Brother Shaoqun had it, he wouldn't be able to be injured. And Shaoqun himself thought about how this armor would come in handy for little Jiang. She would be safe in it. The girl spoke of it being much busier this year. Looking to the side, he asked there what? Jiang took his hand and asked him not to look there. As he got closer, he said that unexpectedly, the slave trade business was still thriving there. The boy thought it couldn't be helped. In this world, the strong prosper, the weak become slaves. As he looked at the girl, he thought, there, she has a body of her own. Glancing at the guy, she asked him what was the matter? What was he up to? What does he want to do anyway? If he told her he wanted to buy a girl, she'd probably explode. But a man with such a unique body can't be passed up. She has the same potential as his chick. Why hasn't anyone noticed that? I looked at her, he thought, it looks like she's cursed. Because of the curse, her meridians are sealed and the girl can't live beyond 25 years. The man shouted for everyone's attention. Have them pay attention to his new slaves. There they would find beautiful ladies as well as strong warriors. Suddenly, someone in the crowd shouted out that they wanted to buy one. He pointed his finger at the very girl Shaoqun wanted to buy. The man said that the young master had an eye for good merchandise. Turning to Brother Xiao, she asked if there was anything special about this girl. The guy replied that she had a talent for cultivation. If he bought her and trained her in martial arts, she would one day be able to defend her while he wasn't around. Jiang asked him, is that really the only reason? He said yes. The girl said then, let him buy it. People began to ask what was he doing in their region? It was young Master Jian Chuang from the Qinzhou region. The girl asked him, hadn't he heard? They say that the master has come to look for a bride. Looking at the people, he thought that he seemed to be quite popular here. He's even recognized in the regions. Turning to Shaoqun, the girl said that she was afraid they wouldn't be able to buy it. The guy asked why. She said that this Jiang Chuang is an elite disciple of one big family from Qinzhou region. Unlike their region, there is no sect there, but there are many strong families, and the Jiang family is among the top 3. Shaoqun replied that he was nothing special, just a rich brat. The girl told him that in order to obtain the status of a powerful family, one needed 3 experts in the advanced soul realm. And if a family is in the strongest 3, it means they have about 10 experts. The boy realized that their family was stronger than the whole Tanyuan region. Pointing his finger at him, the guy asked him what had he had to live for? How dare he talk about a young master like that? Shaoqun asked him to repeat it again. He didn't understand what was going on. Where was this feeling of suppression coming from? He couldn't get up from his knees. The guy said he wants this girl. Let him choose another girl. Jian Chuan asked, what did he say? Shaoqun replied that he was not worthy of the guy repeating. Master asked, did the guy even know who he was messing with? Shaoqun just walked by. Walking up to the merchant, he said he wanted to buy it, even though it seemed like a price. The boy thought about the fact that a fool had not yet been born into this world who, knowing what family he was from, would show such disrespect. So the pig is hunting the tiger? Who could it be? Could it be the Zhou family? Or is it the royal family? Could it be that this guy just doesn't know about it? He thought that in principle, there was nothing more to be expected from an insect in the physical stage. How dare he stand up to it? Jian Chuan thought to himself that this is definitely a trap. He can see right through their plans. Could it be that the guy just wants to show off to his girlfriend? Looking at Jiang, he thought what a beauty. The guy came there to ask a girl from a big family to marry him, but if it didn't work out, she would be fine too. He's just a fool though. Maybe he should kill him. Maybe that's what they're trying to do to catch him red-handed. He yelled that he understood. They want him to kill him. But the guy had figured out their scam. Shaoqun didn't understand what this fool was saying. Turning to the merchant, he said that he didn't like repeating himself. Jian Chuan asked, how dare this insect ignore him? It probably wants to provoke him. Looking at him, Shaochen said that it seemed like the guy from the Jiang family had a problem with his head. He was just thinking about something of his own. Throwing the merchant a bag of money, the guy said they were no problem, she was his now. He gave the girl his hand and told her to get up. They were leaving. Jian Chuan thought that damn, he doesn't even think he's human. Suddenly, a man told them to wait a second. He started to say that he was the young master of the Jiang family. The man didn't think he would meet him there. He turned to the guy and asked him how dare he take what belonged to the master. Right now, let him leave that girl and go. Otherwise, no problem is taken. Shaochen thought, another crazy fool. The boy began to wonder who he was. Why he never seen him before. Looks like the man's on his side. He thought fine, he wouldn't get his hands dirty, so let him deal with this brat. Then, something else came to his mind. He shouted that he realized what they were up to. The two of them are in on it. The kid in the physical realm should provoke him to lose his temper, and the other two big families will blame it on him. But there's one thing they didn't count on. A guy at the peak of the spiritual realm, in a fit of rage, he could kill them all in one blow. That's their biggest miscalculation. The two of them together, everyone will see the old man kill him, on his orders. And then, the two big families will take advantage of that and start slandering him. Turning to Shaochen, he said that his strategy was incredibly difficult, but nothing was impossible for the young master. The old man said he didn't quite understand what the guy meant, but Master Jiang. The man said that he didn't fully understand what the master was saying, but thinking without letting him agree, the guy replied that they had nothing to talk about. Shaochen, watching everything happening, asked, is everyone in the Qingzhou region so nervous? No need to waste time on them, from now on, she belongs to him. The guy asked, are there any objections? As soon as he saw them leaving, he told them to slow down. Since this was a business, it would belong to the highest bidder. The guy threw the sack and said that it contained 100 spirit stones, which was about 10,000 gold coins. When he went to the merchant, he said that now the man must sell it to him. The merchant said it was 10,000 coins, but it was only worth 300. The man started telling the guy that he should understand him. It's a business, the highest bidder is the goods. It turns out the girl is the property of the young master. He thought about the fact that they wanted to provoke him, but the guy would deal with them using the methods available to him. He's a genius, after all. Turning to her brother, the girl said that 10,000 gold is too much. She was afraid even the master wouldn't have enough money. Grabbing the girl's hand, he told her to go to him. Jian Chuan said that although this girl is not worth so much gold, but looking at her, he starts to burn. She is still young, but in the future, she will become a real beauty. It's a good investment. Followed by a question from the guy. How much are Earth-class combat technicians worth? He immediately stopped. Looking at her brother, Jiang Meng asked what did he say. Shaochen demanded that he answer. The guy started to ask how could the price of Earth-grade techniques be measured in money? Even in his family, there are only 3 of them. He didn't understand what was happening to him. Why was answering his questions? The guy almost blurted out their family's secret. But he said that if we were to measure the value in gold, the price of the first-level Earth-class equipment was about 30,000 gold. The higher the level, the higher the price. Shaochen said that he was exchanging a level 1 Earth-class technique for this girl. Watching everything happening, people said that it wasn't a bad attempt. The guy said he's definitely in over his head. Does he even realize what he's doing? The man asked if the equipment was Earth-class. The Qingyun sect doesn't have such a class of equipment. The youths are so young, they love to talk. Turning to the master, the boy wanted to ask something. He replied that there was no need, they weren't causing trouble, but if they got rowdy, they would teach them a lesson. Shaochen said there's a small hitch. He didn't have the technique with him right now, but he would send a man to get it. Laughing, the guy said that for a second he believed that he really had Earth-class tech. But as it turned out, it was just empty words. Didn't bring his tech with him? Turning to her brother, the girl began to say that this technique was Earth-class. He replied that she shouldn't be afraid, the guy knows what he's doing. Suddenly, some man shouted at him to stop talking. How dare he lay his eyes on what the master wants? Sora thought it was great. This old man would definitely be able to teach that guy a lesson. He'd already made it clear that he had nothing to do with the goon, so their plan wouldn't work anyway. The man didn't understand how this was possible. Without even being able to strike a blow, he was already flying away. People started asking what had happened. Why had he lost consciousness? The boy thought that unbelievable speed. Even fighting his grandfather, he wasn't that scared. Everyone began to wonder who he really was. The man said it was unbelievable. Even he, with his cultivation of the 9th level of the spiritual realm, wouldn't be able to counter his strength. He was lucky he didn't make him angry. Turning to the guy, the girl said that it was as if he had become different after waking up. Shaochen told her not to worry. Looking at her, the girl said she was so funny. Can't she talk? Taking out a communicating stone, the guy said the word begin. The girl asked him what he was talking about. Shaochen replied that it was nothing special. He suggested that the girl buy something else. She shouted that it was fine. The peak of the divine sword. The man began to say that today they would spill the blood of Qingyun's disciples, punish them for their sins. Everyone repeated the words he said. The man asked the guy, was he scared by a person from the Tanyuan region? The guy replied to his grandfather that it wasn't like that. This guy was really very strong. The aura he was emitting, the likes of which he had only seen from him. The man said he was his grandson, after all. Maybe he'd been tricked and the guy had a relic that could amplify his aura. The guy is already at the peak of the spiritual realm. If someone wanted to defeat him, they would definitely have a hard time. In the region, only a peak divine sword can resist him. There are a handful of people in their sect who are able to return after death. Well, if he's right, and that guy really is that strong, maybe he's from the High Kingdom. A rabbit can't fight a tiger. They have something important to discuss, that's why he called him. Grandpa began to tell me that he had just received orders from their family's headquarters to destroy the sect in that region. That would be his assignment. A crazy elder will help him with this task. The guy replied that he didn't know what kind of sect it was, but if he needed his help. 10 years ago, he had broken through the advanced spirit realm, and 3 years ago, he had successfully broken through the 2nd level of the advanced spirit realm. The Mad Elder had once again returned to his exhausting training. He might already be at the 3rd level. In front of the Qingyun sect, the 3 strongest sects appeared. Divine Sword Peak, Fire Sect, and Misty Valley. The girls shouted for the sect master to come out immediately. The guys didn't understand what was going on. Why did the 3 strongest sects decide to attack them? One of them said that he wasn't married yet, he didn't want to die. The boy tried to reassure him, told him not to be afraid. Because the Supreme Master would protect them. They saw that all the powerful sects were already there, they were finished. The Master shouted that if Duan Xilian didn't come out, then they would come to him themselves. The guy was told not to push their luck. Then, the Master showed up. The peak of the divine sword told the Master that today was the end of his sect. After looking around, Duan realized that there were about 10 practitioners at the peak of the advanced spiritual realm. The sect master from me said that he heard that they report to the Supreme Master called Tianzun. Tell him to call him, they will teach him a lesson today. Laughing, Duan Xilian asked, are they trying to kill the elder? They are not worthy of even seeing him. In his mind, he asked the master to come back soon. The girl was telling her brother that she was so happy that they went out together. The guy replied that she was happy and that's the most important thing. Let him walk around town with this girl. He has some things that the guy has to deal with. He'll find them a little later. Turning to her brother, she said that by the way, there was a restaurant in town with amazing food, she would go and make a reservation there. He said fine, they could eat together when she got back. The guy asked the foreman to meet them and stall for time. He would be back in an hour. The master thought about the fact that they have many experts at the peak of the spiritual realm. What should he do with them? Duan Xiliang shouted that he was giving them one last chance to surrender to the Qingyun sect. They have a chance to ponder. The students were surprised. What did he say? Was it just me? The sect master of the Peak Divine Sword sect said that he seems to have lost his mind. He's giving them an hour to think about it. It's more likely that he'll destroy their sect within that hour. The Misty Valley mistress asked Duan, what methods did the Supreme Master use to cloud his mind? Did he think his sect could handle the 3 of them? Even against her Misty Valley alone, they wouldn't stand a chance. The fire sect master added that he was too arrogant. Master replied that Tianzun's skills were beyond their comprehension. If they didn't want to give up, let them not blame him later. He said okay, let the war begin. All the masters immediately began to show their abilities. Duan Silian shouted that it was over, they could attack. The masters didn't understand what had happened. What is this, is he playing with them? Duan Silian replied that they didn't think he would fight them in the open, did they? This is the most powerful defense formation in the Qinyan sect. They'll see if they can break it. Master of the Divine Arts Peak said they were retreating before the battle even started, so they showed their rat-like nature. Now they'll see how long they can hide behind the barrier. Master Qinrao said that Silian's behavior is just a show-off. She believed that the Supreme Master was currently absent from the sect. The man completely agreed with her, but even if he was there, this sect would still be destroyed. He shouted for everyone to start destroying the formation. They launched attack after attack, but the barrier withstood them all. Duan Silian asked how they were doing. Master replied that it was interesting, but he would like to see what kind of barrier could withstand the joint attack of experts at the peak of the advanced spiritual realm. Everyone at the peak of the advanced spiritual realm began to attack the barrier, but their attacks were in vain. Duan remembered his master's words that this barrier could only be broken by a supreme. He hoped they would be able to hold out. Master Duan thought about the fact that seniors should come back. The boys asked, well, what's wrong? They wanted to massacre Qinyan. The guys from the other sect shouted back at them that they were pathetic cowards, let them come closer. Divine Sword Peak Master said that they have a pretty good defense formation, they need to attack at the same time. After the attack, a crack appeared on the barrier. Duan Silian said it was a terrifying force. He shouted that I needed to try again together. Watching what was happening, the master said it was bad. The barrier was about to split apart. Then that's exactly what happened, the barrier cracked. The guys started screaming that they were dead, what to do now? Master Peak of the Divine Sword said it was time to kill them all. Duan Qiliang ordered all Qinyan disciples to go into battle. They need to protect their sect no matter what. They were attacking from all sides. The master realized that against a third-level advanced spirit realm expert, he didn't stand a chance. Master Peak Divine Sword Master started fighting against Master Duan Silian. The man said that he wasn't strong enough, so he was going to die. Now, after such an early defeat, Duan Silian's sect had come to an end. Master asked if he was sure. Divine Sword Peak Master asked, is he really crazy? What did he say that was so funny? Duan Qilian replied that it was all because the elders had finally arrived. After all, they were definitely holding out. Zhong Tianzong shouted that he would give them exactly 3 minutes to kneel down and swear allegiance. Otherwise, let them not wait for mercy. Duan Qiliang and Tai Shang said that the elder had finally arrived. The guys were also happy that Elder Zhong Tianzong was there. The boy asked, but would the elder be able to defeat so many opponents? The other replied that he should shut up, he would definitely be able to do it. The master asked, yes, who is he? He's had enough of hiding under his mask. The Fire Lord said, let him take off his mask. Why is he hiding his face? He replied that if they wanted to see his face so badly, they could try. The guy said as he got down to the ground and stood in front of them. Let him take it off, if they had the strength, of course. Yu Qingbo said, what an arrogant guy, then, will he try? Stopping him, the Fire Lord asked, why did he choose to go first? Master thought that Duan Qilian was not a bad cultivator, since he dared to obey someone, that master was quite powerful. It's worth being on guard. He didn't understand what this powerful technique was. What class is it, 7 to 8? Everyone stood there in shock. The students were talking about how the elder was incredibly strong. As soon as he touched the Fire Lord with one finger, he was immediately on earth. The boy asked what they were waiting for. Let them come together. Yu Qingbo replied that it was fine, the guy had asked for it himself. He shouted to all the guys forward, let them avenge their master. Misty Valley said they are backing off, she will no longer take part in this beating, it's humiliating. Duan Qiliang told Yu Qingbo that he didn't think he was such a mean person. Attacking a crowd of one, is there no shame at all? The master asked. Shame? When they are all killed, no one will know about it. The boy shouted that they should start. He asked, daring to attack him from the back, let him die then. The man shouted that only he would die there, this was his strongest fire sect attack. Zhong Tianzong said he was pretty tough. After one punch, he ended up on the ground. The guy said that he had put him down well, he didn't need to get up. He had seen such a technique before, but it was much more powerful than him. Yu Qingba shouted that it was quite strong, but would it be able to withstand his attack? The summoning of 1,000 swords. In front of his eyes, a 7th-level heavenly technique that had been passed down through many generations. Here came his demise. The guy asked, saying, "Great technique?" Any supreme sword master, seeing his technique, died bad shame. Zhong Tianzong used the demon's magic hand. Zhong Tianzong said that even with a demon arm, a 3rd-level technique, he could easily handle him. Does he even have any idea how terrible his swordsmanship is? Yu Qingba thought that this guy, he should definitely be a supreme. His technique didn't do him any harm, but it wasn't over yet. He was using the shadow god's needles. Duan Xilian asked how he was not ashamed to use such a thing. The man replied that no one could hide from his technique. This time the guy would definitely die. Duan Xilian shouted that it was impossible. The guys rejoiced that their master was invincible. Yu Qingba asked him, and was he his hope? This is just a pathetic piece of trash. Suddenly, the master heard a voice behind him. What was he talking about? When did this guy die? Talking about the back of his head itching. Duan Xilian told the guy that he scared the hell out of him. The master screamed that it was impossible. The shadow god's needle didn't hurt him. So who is he anyway? Slowly approaching the man, he started shouting for the guy to stay away. Zhong Tianzong said he was giving him one last chance, let him hit him. Divine Cult Peak Master asked what? He replied, repeating for the last time, let him try to hit him. Yu Qingba started yelling that this is too much. He thinks the man can't hurt him even if the guy doesn't resist? He said he guessed? Good for him, there is still potential in him. Duan Xiliang smilingly said that the elder had an incredible level even in insults. The master asked how dare he. His face showed that he was angry. Rising into the sky, he began to shout to the Supreme Master that his sword was unique. It has no equal even in heaven. Today, he would learn the price of his arrogance. Let him see the secret technique of the Peak Divine Sword. Earth-class technique, 8 Thunder Swords. With his sword and supernatural strength, even the highest masters can't compete. Now let him die. The guy said that as expected, it was too weak. He was even worse than Jiang Weihan. Although he was at least able to break through the defense, the boy started sneezing. The master said that it couldn't be. One sneeze was enough to break the 8 Thunder Sword technique. The guys realized that they couldn't defeat this monster. Looking at him, the Misty Valley Master thought that it seemed his aura and gait seemed familiar to her. He looked like Shaochen. Zhong Tianzun asked, is he done yet? It's his turn now. It's time for him to die. The man said it was too early for him to die. Hasn't the elder come yet? Suddenly, a sword appeared out of nowhere. As soon as the guy wanted to strike, that sword pierced his body. The elder asked, was he late? Yu Qingbo replied that no, he was on time. Turning to him, the man said that the man had tried to kill him. He said he was pierced by his sword. If the guy wasn't dead, he was at least badly injured. Suddenly, Zhu Tianzong got to his feet. The guy said it was a dual power. Did the old man know the power of the laws of this world? Inside the sword are the combined powers of the law of space and the lawful darkness. The elder asked, how was he able to stop the spread? But then his luck runs out, the second sword finishes him off. The boy wondered if it was a distortion of space. He still managed to dodge that sword. The second elder said that it looked like he was also in the advanced spirit realm. No wonder he was able to put on such a show. Yu Qingba asked, in the advanced spirit realm? Then it's understandable why this guy is so strong. He said they're in the same realm, but the guy's just in the beginning stages. Today he's destined to die by the elder's sword. The guy replied that it was interesting. It seems like he can't be defeated by heavenly roars alone, but he doesn't have any other technique at the moment. He would have to do it the old-fashioned way. He said he could be proud of himself. What he was about to see was a once-in-a-lifetime experience. The world knows that he has the strongest body in the world, as well as the techniques he possesses. But no one knows that his simplest technique is the strongest. The second elder said he would see how strong he was. Heaven and the earth's firmament have common roots. His fists are the sky, his feet the earth, his torso supports the sky. His fist is capable of destroying the immortal Buddha, and his feet the spirits. This is how his body is trained. The boy said it had been a long time since he had to be so active. Watching everything going on, the elder asked if he was a body practitioner. The second elder said to the unshaven boy, "Don't be so proud of your body practice. He is just trash, unable to gather spiritual energy. No matter how strong his body is, he cannot defeat a master of spiritual energy. The attribute of his spiritual power is air. It allows him to be both invulnerable and destructive. After entering the advanced soul realm, he can combine the air element with the space distortion technique, a perfect combination. He can come out of nowhere. You have to admit, he's a pretty good body practitioner. Maybe even the strongest. But to him, he'd be a pathetic little bug. The guy was unlucky to meet him. Watching everything that is happening, Yu Qingba said that Tianzun was unlucky. Because he is a body practitioner, the second elder can play with him at will. He said that Tianzun was so boastful about his strength, so why doesn't he fight back? The boy yelled that he couldn't hit. Is that all he could do? The elder replied that the ghost sword is a level 8 technique he can't dodge. His luck had run out. Duan Xilian said that what a terrible technique. The guys thought that although the elder was quite strong, he was powerless against such techniques. Elder is good at attacking, but it's useless now. Pointing a huge sword towards the guy, the elder shouted for him to go to hell. After the blow, he said that was it. Suddenly, his sword shattered into tiny pieces. The guy said he didn't expect to have such sinister techniques. It's a pity, his attacks are weak and won't be able to harm him, but somehow he, a master in the advanced soul realm, realized the power of the laws of the world. If the elder had paid more attention to it, he might have become stronger. But unfortunately, he decided to use such nasty techniques. The elder asked why he was still alive. Tianzun replied that it was simple, he was able to figure out his technique. The guy was lucky that his supernatural strength combined with the thunder attribute allowed him to temper his body so quickly. Duan Xilian said that senior and incredible. Even an attack of such strength couldn't injure him. The guys were madly happy that their master was alive. Walking up to the master, the second elder said that even though he was only at the initial stage of the advanced soul realm, he had managed to survive. It seems that he had trained techniques against their sect. Master asked how could that be. He replied that Tianzun was quite strong, but even his body was only flesh and blood. He will catch him with a spatial trap. Have him order his disciples to prepare for a joint attack. Elderly should use his poison, it will come in handy. The boy wondered, were they going to attack in droves? It seems the honor of the practitioners of this realm is incredibly negligible. Although the practitioners he had met there before didn't exude much strength, they were at least brave. What a generation this was. Turning to the boy, the second elder said let him advance, but he wanted to continue the battle. At some point, the second elder began to attack. The guy didn't understand what else it was. He said that he had distorted into the space under his feet, he had nowhere to run. The elder shouted that now let everyone attack. As Duan Xilian watched, he said that he needed to help the elder. Turning toward them, he ordered them not to interfere. The master immediately stopped them, saying that the elder could manage without their help. Yu Qingba asked, is he still trying to play the hero? That's very foolish of him. Therefore, here it is for him. Tianzun realized that it was poisonous gas. The boys shouted, aren't they ashamed to use such methods? And all he could think about was the big win. To the master, Lin Bai asked the elder would be alright? The latter replied that the fellow could have no doubts. He would definitely win. The second elder shouted that he was finished, the poison parasitizing his body. Tianzun used a heavenly fist, after which everyone flew off to the sides. They didn't understand what it was. The second elder used air defense. He said it was impossible. How could a guy move while being poisoned? What kind of battle technique is that? Tianzun said that he was able to block his half-strength punch. In that case, this time, he would see how he would stand up against a full-strength heavenly fist punch. The second elder shouted that it was a heavenly vision. Did his fist punch really cause such a thing? He shouted that enough was enough. He surrendered. Watching what was happening, the elders said what power. There was almost no trace of the second elder left. As soon as the guy touched it with his finger, it immediately began to flutter in the wind. Xiaochen thought that he could already use the first Heavenly Fist technique to its fullest. But now his body was exhausted, he needed to have a good rest. Yu Qingbo said that they were defeated. Looking at him, the head of Misty Valley thought that he was so strong, she would love to give herself to such a man. The guy said that today, the Peak Divine Sword, the Fire Sect, and the Misty Valley had ceased to exist. Now there is only Qingyun. The elder said that great Qingyun now dominated the entire Tanyuan region. Suddenly, from behind him, he felt an incredible energy. Is he the Supreme Master? Then they must fight. Waiting for what? He wants to fight him, he can't wait. Jiang Quan told the crazy elder to take his time. Xiaochen wondered, what did this fool forget there? What thought Qingyun was a second-rate sect that wasn't even a match for the Divine Sword Peak? But he never imagined that the second elder would be defeated so easily. Looks like the guy isn't that bad. Duan Shiliang asked. He is Jiang Quan from Qinzhou region, right? The guy asked. Did he recognize him? Clearly was astonished. Master said that he had heard a lot about his family's strength, and had verified it today. But why did Mr. Jiang come to visit them? He wondered, did the Peak Divine Sword Peak really ask for their help? In that case, Qingyun's sect had come to an end. If the family interfered now, even the eldest would have a hard time. Despite supreme reincarnation, he didn't have enough time to cultivate. He replied that it was nothing special, he had just come to destroy Yin. The guys stood there wondering what such a powerful family had forgotten in their region. They're definitely dead. Laughing, Yu Qingbo said that it seems like this is God's punishment. Their Qingyun sect wouldn't be able to withstand it. He didn't think that they would anger the Jiang family. As soon as he started to say something to the young master, the mad elder asked who did he think he was? Let him get out of there. Duan Shiliang thought that's a lot of strength. He took down Yu Qingbo with one punch. Looking at the guy, he said that he had seen him fight. As a powerful practitioner, he was only allowed to die from an equally powerful opponent. This is the greatest honor for him. Zhong Tianzun replied that well said. The guy thought what the heck, he can't fight. He needs at least half an hour to recover. The mad elder began to repeat that the demon and the earth have common roots. His fists are the sky and his feet are the earth. Jiang Quan thought to himself, why is it so quiet? There was clearly something wrong there. They should be begging for mercy by now, shouldn't they? Or do they want to fight to the last drop of blood? But why did everyone fall silent? It was as if he was being drawn into an endless abyss, a silent ocean, a boundless field. He thought, what was this unprecedented feeling? It was as if his heart was elevated. The mad elder asked what was going on. Xiaochen said the words he had spoken earlier. Could he repeat them? He began to say that the heavens and the earth have common roots. His fists were the sky and his feet were the earth. Jiang Quan started shouting not to let them deceive him. He must only obey his orders. The boy asked how he knew them. The mad elder replied that he couldn't tell him. His master had taught him the technique. No one understood what was going on. The boy wondered if he had an apprentice. The mad elder shouted that everything was too sentimental. If he wasn't going to attack, he would start first. Xiaochen say that the basics of body hardening, he, born of flesh and blood, hidden by God, in the mysterious world. The elder asked how did he know these words? He replied that he should ask such questions himself. How does he know the method of this practice? The mad elder replied that these words were the key to his training. Xiaochen began to repeat the words again. The heavens and the earth's firmament have common roots. His fists are the sky and his feet the earth. His torso supports the sky. The crazy elder asked who he was. The guy replied that he was the creator of this technique. Jiang Quan didn't understand what was going on. This was the first time he had ever seen the mad elder afraid of anyone. He didn't understand. How did this guy know the cultivation technique of a mad elder? The guy didn't understand anything. His brains were about to leak out. Duan Shiliang didn't understand why they were using the same technique. What the hell was going on there? Xiaochen replied that he understood what the matter was. The mad elder only possesses a fraction of the formula. I didn't think his technique could have survived in this realm. Pretty interesting, but this world is full of possibilities, and since this happened, he might as well embrace it. The guy asked what his name was. He's weak, of course, but, bowing, he said that the mad disciple greeted the master. He thought master means master? Well, yes, to this guy, he is the creator of his cultivation technique. Of course, he would be considered his disciple. Duan Shilian thought that it seems like they both practiced the same technique. As expected, a master's strength had no limits. The mad disciple said that he didn't expect to meet his master there. The man asked what kind of conflict he had with the Jiang family. Shao Chen ordered him to stand up. The boy said that there was no conflict between the Qinyan sect and his family. Master Duan Shiliang intervened and said that their sect had never provoked the Jiang family. Shao Chen looked at Jiang Quan and asked, pretending to be dead? That won't fly. Who sent them? The guy replied that he couldn't say. He said he'd rather just let him kill him. The older man said he was too young. Let him go back. He would keep him alive this time. The mad elder told him to let him return without him. He had finally met his master and should practice with him. Besides, he doesn't owe the head of the family anything. Let him tell him that the elder has finally lost his mind. Shao Chen thought it was a bust. It looks like Jiang Weihan's doing this. He started the whole thing. See Niu Qingbo, the guy shouted that he should kneel down. He thought he was definitely finished now. The guy asked him if there were any who didn't want to obey him. Suddenly, everyone kneeled down and repeated that they obeyed Supreme Master and the Qinyan sect. The Misty Valley Master thought that he was looking more and more like him. Is it really possible? When he approached Master Duan Xilian, he said that he could handle the rest. He had urgent matters to attend to. He remembered that he had to go back and have dinner with the girls. The mad disciple asked his elder brother to wait for him. Looking around, the master thought that the Qinyan sect had finally started to flourish. Linking up with the guy, he began to ask if he would teach him the rest of the techniques. Shao Chen asked, did he really want the guy to be his master? The mad disciple replied that of course. He had been trained in martial arts since he was 3 years old and vowed to become the strongest warrior of this era. 10 years ago, this technique was passed down to him by an elder, and he owed his strength to him. Bowing his head, he said that he had lost hope. Only he could train on his own, but his talent was not enough. Shao Chen said that if he had even a little flair for self-development, he would definitely reach new heights. Okay, that's fine. Looking at the master's hand, he asked what it was. The boy told him that if he wanted to become his disciple, he would put a spiritual seal on him. There's no turning back. Is that still what he wants? He remembered the past, where they said they would obey the Supreme, they were ready to give them their body and soul. He replied that they were all his brothers, why should he put a spiritual seal on them? He blindly believed in brotherly love, trusted them with his life, but they betrayed him. Li Yunfei, Supreme Lady and Supreme Sword. Shao Chen said that he only has one chance. Didn't he change his mind? The mad disciple replied that the display can cultivate together with Big Brother. He agrees to everything. What he wishes for, he will also wish for himself. The boy said fine, he'll train under him from now on. But don't call him brother, master. Turning to the master, he said that since he was his apprentice, could he show him his face? Taking off his mask, the mad apprentice said that he was very young. How could this be possible? Shao Chen said that his physical body was in a deplorable state. Touching him with his fingers, he said let him be quiet. The guy would repair his damaged flesh, otherwise he wouldn't be able to use his martial arts. He was glad that his body was full of strength. Master said he had completely changed him. Now he could use a small part of his technique. Thinks he's ready now. The master will teach him martial arts techniques reckless body practice version for wimps. Speaking to the master, he said that the no body practice sounds great. But what does the wimp version mean? He replied that the real version of this practice with his body was not to cultivate, but now let him watch carefully. This technique is divided into 5 levels. With his current strength, he can start right from the 3rd level. After mastering it, he would be able to reach the peak of the advanced soul realm. The mad apprentice asked what is such a powerful technique, but he calls it a version for wimps. Looking at him, the guy thought that he really had a talent for martial arts. Suddenly, he received a rescue notice from Jiang Meng. Turning to the master, the apprentice asked what had happened. A terrifying bloodlust reeked from him. Shao Chen asked how long would it take them to reach Tanyuan City? The mad disciple replied that if they walked, it would take about the time it would take to burn out 1 candle. And with the help of the magic object they would be already there before they had finished a cup of tea. Turning to the apprentice, the master asked him if he had any magical items for traveling. He said yes, it was a first-class flight sword. They headed towards the city. Shaoqin told the disciple that to everyone else, he was an elite disciple of the Qingyun sect. Let him not dare to give away his identity. Tanyuan City, a restaurant. The guy said they can't hide from him. She is an inner disciple of the Qingyun sect, and the sect leader Duan Shiliang is her master. He said he knew all that. But do they know who he is? One of his subordinates added that even Yu Qingbo, the head of the most powerful sect in their Divine Sword Peak region, would bang his head on the floor at the sight of him, Zhao Gongji. He said they would have many privileges if they recognized him as their master and obeyed him. Their lives would be changed for the better. Jiang Meng told him he was dreaming. He said that she would find out what she was dreaming about very soon. Let her go to him. From one blow, the girl flew aside. The second tried to help her, but it was all in vain. He said to stay out of the way, he would play with her later. Turning to the girl, he began to say that with such cultivation, did she think she could defeat him? He forgot to tell her that the young master was at the second level of the advanced soul realm. Jiang Meng replied that she would die but would not let him touch her. Suddenly, the girl realized that she couldn't move at all. He said there was never a girl born he couldn't have. When he undressed, he told her not to worry, he would be gentle. She screamed at him to stay away. He said let her believe him, she would like it. In her mind, she told her brother that she would rather die than let him touch her. As soon as he reached out towards the girl, the ceiling and from one blow the guy flew aside. Walking over to the girl, Shaoqin asked if she was alright. Hugging him, the girl said that he had finally returned. Turning to the madman, the guy said that none of them would get away alive. With one punch, two of the guy's guards went flying into the wall. Zhao Gongji asked madly? An elder of the Jiang family? Does he even realize who he's dealing with? He is the young master of the Zhao family. And since the elder recognized his background, wouldn't he want to come to his senses? Even if his entire family was there, they wouldn't dare to talk to him like that. Striking, the mad elder said it didn't matter what family he was from. He had angered his master. The one who hurt that girl would not live. The boy asked how dare he hit him? Turning around, he said that killing him was no more difficult than running over an ant. Zhao Gongji asked what is he doing? If the family finds out, don't let him live, he is finished. Turning to Brother Xiao, the girl asked if they would have any problems. He replied for her not to worry, just let her trust him. The mad disciple told the master that they are now talking about the Zhao family. He is afraid, it is not that simple. He said that in the Qinzhou region, there are second and third class families, but the strengths are different. For example, the Jiang family is third class, but it is weaker than the Xiao family. There was only one reason why the Jiang family was able to reach the third rank is its head being in the divine soul realm. Although only advanced soul practitioners could be found in the Zhao family, they had 8 elders at the final advanced soul stage. He replied that considering this, it would be a bit difficult. He said that the Jiang family was also against them, so it would be logical to assume that they would unite. When he spoke to the master, he said that they urgently needed to reinforce their men. Shaoqin said that he sounded like he had an idea. The disciple replied that he had a couple practitioners he knew, perhaps he could ask them for help. Taking the girls by the hand, he said that it was too dirty, they should find another place. They left the restaurant. Kneeling in front of his grandfather, he said that this time the man definitely couldn't blame him. Who could have guessed that the mad elder would betray them? The man replied that if he had been more careful, this would never have happened. He asked if the boy could ask his brothers for help. Jiang Quan replied that it was possible. The man shouted that with such a temperament, is he going to turn him in as heir? You can't build a wall out of mud. He replied to his grandfather that he knew he had done wrong. The man said he was giving him another chance to find out what the mad elder was up to. He may be mad, but he's certainly not stupid. Perhaps the High Master can control his mind. The boy replied that he wouldn't disappoint his grandfather this time. He finally left. The boy thought that if he had a choice, he would prefer to be an ordinary man. He has so many responsibilities. He thought it was disgusting. Only Jiang Quan exists for Grandpa, he is a waste of time. Jiang Junki thought that as long as he was alive, Grandpa would never pay attention to him. Big brother, he would have to be ruthless to him. Let him not blame him for this. Watching from the sidelines, Jiang Tsukamoto thought that let them kill each other, and he would be the heir to the family. Duan Shiliang said that they obeyed the Qingyun sect, so they had to know their rules. He said that from now on, the peak of the divine sword would be called the peak of the Qingyun sword. The fire sect and Misty Valley named to the Wrath Pavilion. The man asked if there were any questions. Ge Lao didn't understand how this was possible. His peak divine sword had been destroyed. What should he do now? Without bloodshed, he wouldn't be able to restore his physical shell. He didn't want to die like that, didn't want to accept it. Suddenly, he heard someone coming. Ge Lao said he didn't obey the will of heaven. One of the passers-by said, "Is it cold?" The boys said he was right. In an instant, they were all skeletons. Tanyuan City Hotel. Jiang Meng said she didn't expect the food there to be so good. The guy replied that such a small place has amazing food, interesting. A girl came up to them and asked if they were done yet. Did they like everything? Xiao Chen definitely has a talent for cooking. Laughing, the girl said he could impress the lady. Looking at her, the guy asked her what she wanted from him. She asked if they could talk privately. He replied that unless she had other things to do with him, the guy would like to ask to keep them. They don't like strangers. Jiang Weihan thought about the fact that Divine Sword Peak, Fire Sect, and Misty Valley had been destroyed. And now they were all subject to the Qingyun sect. Zufeng Luo said that he didn't expect the Peak Divine Sword to lose. He couldn't have imagined such a thing. One of the people sitting there said that they say Qingyun sect was helped by a master named Zhong Tianzun. He is most likely in the advanced soul realm. The report said that Zhong Tianzun was proficient in 8th grade or higher martial techniques. Perhaps even a celestial grade. The man replied that if this was true, with the heaven grade technique, Qingyun could be considered the most powerful sect of the Tanyuan region. Turning to Lao Wu, the man ordered him to head to Qingyun and invite them to the auction. In the past, they were not worthy, but things had changed now. Once the guy headed over, he asked him to stop. Also have him give the invitation to that Qingyun disciple. He should still be in the city. He thought about how the fear from his aura still didn't leave his body. It didn't matter if he was related to the Supreme Master. They wouldn't miss if they befriended him. Turning to the girl, Xiao Chen asked what was the matter. She replied that it was nothing important. Let them eat without hurrying. The girl would be back soon. From this day forward, the Qingyun sect is the most powerful sect in their region. No one knows why they decided to act so quickly. As if they didn't plan it, even some disciples came to the city to shop. The Qingyun sect has enslaved the divine sword drink, but its disciples stroll around as if nothing happened. Turning to Xiao Qin, Jiang Ming suggested that he take a look at the night market. The guy replied, "Of course, I'll go wherever she wants me to go." The night market. Looking to the side, the girl saw that they were selling pets. She asked her brother to look at them. Suddenly, the boy saw a three-eyed wolf there. Just then she picked him up and asked the little one why he had no power. The boy watched intently at everything that was going on. A three-eyed wolf is a creature between heaven and earth. After coming of age, it opens its third eye and is able to emit lightning. It is able to pass through the energy of both the sun's yin and moon's yang, and can be used to find ghosts and gods. This mystical creature only resides in the supreme dimension. What is it doing here? Three-eyed wolves are not demanding. They only need to absorb the spiritual energy and aura of the earth. When they reach adulthood, they can easily rival the masters of the divine realm. He said that it was a pity there wasn't much spiritual energy in the Shenwu realm. The wolf doesn't get it in the right amount, that's why he's lazy, and at this rate, he'll probably die. He was lucky to have met him. Xiao Chen asked the merchant how much he was selling for. He replied that it was 10 gold pieces. After handing him the money, the man said thank you and let them come back again. Reaching out to him, the three-eyed wolf bit him. Jiang Meng asked his brother if his arm was okay. The guy didn't realize, was he really able to bite through his arm? So his fangs were already at the level of a spirit realm master's attacks? That's impossible. Looking at it, he thought it was a three-eyed wolf, wasn't it? Or a hybrid of a three-eyed wolf with some other beast? Impossible, he'd have to study it. As they were walking through the market, a couple walked towards them. When Qingqing saw the dog in the guy's arms and said she wanted it, the young man asked the guy to wait. He said he wanted to buy his dog, so let him name a price. Xiao Chen only said one word, get lost. The girl asked, yes, how dare he? Does the guy even know who she is? His dog, she liked her, this is a part for him. How dare he refuse? The guy said he had no idea who she was. But he is sure of one thing, if they block his way again and talk nonsense, they will die. When Qingqing replied that okay, so are they going to threaten her? Turning to Ah Hyung, she ordered to kill him. Walking up to the boy, he bowed and said it was his fault. He couldn't make up for what mistress said. Can we call it a day? Grabbing the girl's hand, he took her aside. The boy thought he had a rather kind look in his eyes. She told Ah Hyung that her father asked her to protect her. This is his protection. How could a brat like that scare him? Turning to his mistress, he replied that this guy was pretty strong. He was no match for him. The girl asked how was that possible. He was already at the 3rd level of the advanced soul realm. He didn't even look strong. Ah Hyung told the girl that they went there for the auction. Until he completes his task, they should stay out of the way. She said okay, let him forget about it. He thought that the news of Qingyun conquering the Divine Sword Peak had spread quickly. If they didn't want any unnecessary trouble, it was better to change Qingyun's uniform. Turning to Brother Xiao, Jiang Meng asked how she looked. He replied that she looked great. Suddenly, someone called out to the guy. Holding out an envelope, he told Mr. Chen that it was a letter from the master inviting him to tomorrow's auction. Xiao Chen replied that their master is very kind, let them tell him that he will definitely come. Jiang asked, is this an invitation to Chufeng Tower? Why did they give it to them? He replied that since they were invited, they should go. The girl was excited, because it was the first time she would be at such a big auction. He replied that it was okay, they should go back to the hotel. The man said what the heck, it seems to be a couple from the Qingyun sect. That girl's name is Jiang Ming, she's a disciple of Duan Shiliang, an enemy of the Divine Sword sect. They should finish them off in the name of their elders. Chufeng Tower. People were talking about there being a big auction today. Unfortunately, one of them wasn't invited. He's sure there's a lot to see today. The man asked, did he want an invitation? Does he even realize the magnitude of what is happening? Today, not only people from Tanyuan region are there, but also many families from Qinzhou. Once inside, the guy said that it was quite lively. Xiao Chen thought that there were many masters in Chufeng Tower. It looked like there would be an unusual auction today. At the entrance, they were asked to show their invitation card. Suddenly, a young man ran in saying that he was late. The guy crashed into Xiao Chen. He started yelling that he was blind. How he didn't see the young master, but she didn't expect to see him. Xiao Chen said he didn't expect to see him there. Jiang Quan started yelling at him not to come near him. The guy asked what was he scared of? Does he look like a demon king? The man asked, seeing them. They seem to be going to the VIP seats. They are from the Qingyun sect. They were seen yesterday in Chufeng Tower with young Master Jiang. Turning to Brother Xiao, the girl asked why everyone was looking at them. He replied that he had no idea. He heard people discussing the fact that they were from the Qingyun sect and that it was no wonder they had such places. He thought that it looked like the change of clothes didn't help, they were still recognized. Jiang Quan asked who are they? They are sitting next to each other, apparently it's fate. Just as suddenly, he saw him. Xiao Chen asked him to shut up. When Qingqing said she didn't expect him to be there too. Afraid there's no way to get out of there, there's nowhere to go. Let him just wait, she'll teach him a lesson. The boy thought about the fact that almost all the strongest practitioners of this realm had gathered there. What would be auctioned off today? After hugging Jiang Quan, he asked if the guy knew those VIP guests. The guy said yes, let him tell him everything. He began to tell me that on the left were the royal family members, the largest in the Qinzhou region. In the front there are people from the dragon sect of Huangwu region and the royal family of Fanlei region. Looking at the same girl, he said that he didn't know her. Xiao Chun replied that he understood, the guy can keep quiet. He thought he was pointing at him while still telling him to keep quiet. The announcer came out and thanked everyone for waiting. People thought it's finally starting. He said thank you for coming to the auction at Sifeng Tower. They would dispense with unnecessary words and get right down to business. He began to tell that the first item was a 9th grade Shenyuan medicinal pill. Jiang Quan asked, and that was it? Xiao Chen was curious about what was in it. The man said he understands, The 9th grade pill doesn't surprise them much, but it has more than just medicinal value. He said that it contains a piece of heaven-earth spiritual energy inside. There is not much of it, but it will be useful for practitioners. The pill was created by the great emperor when he was still young, before he reached the celestial level. The emperor was able to break through to the next level, and the pill still contained a piece of his spiritual energy. He thinks we're good to go. The starting price for this lot is 8,000 gold pieces. Everyone immediately started to name their price. When Qingqing said she would give 20,000 for it, the girl replied that since no one wanted to continue bidding, it would go to her. The man said fine, then they would move on to the next lot. The second is a higher grade lot. It's a celestial hawk chick. Rumor has it that sky hawks come from the upper realm, and when it reaches adulthood, it will be able to compete against emperors. He has impure blood, but then he will mature. He will be able to fight against a 6th grade heavenly beast. The starting price is 20,000 gold. Jiang Quan said that he was obligated to buy it. Xiao told him that it was only a 6th grade beast. Why was he so nervous? The guy replied that if you combine its power together with a strong combat expert, it would make a powerful combination. This beast was incredibly fertile. If we could get it, we could raise a whole generation of super beasts in a few years. Xiao Chen realized what he was up to. He wondered what his reaction would be if the guy knew he had a pet. He started to name his price, but the girl quickly interrupted her. Was she really trying to piss him off? Someone had already quoted a much higher price. He thought, what the hell, his grandfather had only given him 500,000 for the main lot. If he spent too much money now, it would probably turn out badly for him. The girl raised the price again. The host asked, is this the best offer? So the hawk gets the young mistress. Time to move on to the next item. He is holding a high-grade sword from the upper dimension. People immediately began to bid their price. The man says, pay attention, everyone. They're moving to the end of the auction. The next item is quite valuable. Xiao Chen said something unusual. Inside these stones are elements of wind and thunder. They can be used to forge a good sword or other magical weapons. He thought he wanted to buy them. The announcer said the starting price for these stones was 50,000. When Qingqing shouted that she would give 100,000 for them, she wanted them. Long Fechen said that 150,000 and these stones would go to the dragon sect. The man asked who he thought he was. They, the Zhao family from Qizhou, will get them. They raised the bids again and again until the girl shouted 200,000. Long Fechen tried to interrupt, but the girl called the final price of 250,000. People wondered who she was. Some answered that they had no idea, but one was definitely rich. Looks like the dragon sect and the Zhao family will be left empty-handed this time. Turning to her, the old man thought he didn't know who she was. But because of her arrogance, he would surely find her after the auction and tear her to pieces. The girl asked, what's wrong? They don't want to bet anymore? Then they her. Suddenly, Xiao Chen shouted 300,000 gold. When Qingqing at first he steals her dog and now he wants to take the stones too? Without thinking long, he asked her to lock up. The host asked them to calm down. No one dares to make a disturbance in Chufeng Tower. The girl said okay and sat down in her seat. Telling the guy good luck, she raised the price to 350,000. Xiao Chen said he was willing to give 500,000 for them. As soon as the girl wanted to raise the price, Ah Hyung came up to her and told her to let the miss not forget what they came for. The host asked if there were any more who wanted to come. There was silence. He said that then the stones would go to that young gentleman. The man says it's time to move on to the last item. He's sure this item will get everyone's attention. Everyone abruptly became cold. The girl realized that this technique was a heavenly ranked mystical palm. She just had to buy it. Everyone was thinking about how incredible this technique is. To have such a technique, it's a destiny. Jiang Quan thought that finally. The guy wondered, is this technique really a heavenly level technique? She's not that strong. The mystic palm is the very version of a demon's hand. The host said that this was the last item for today. He asked, how strong the heaven class technique was doesn't even need to be said, right? He said that with a technique of this class, a practitioner's strength would increase by several levels, and with it, Even a level 5 advanced soul master would be able to compete with a level 8 practitioner of the same realm. And if you give it to a person at the peak of the advanced soul realm, he can fight a master in the divine realm. The starting price of this item is 300,000. Everything started to happen so fast that no one noticed that the price of the lot had risen to 1.2 million. When Qingqing thought about the fact that this time the master gave her 2 million, there are not many competitors, she thinks there should be no problem. Jiangquan said, "Damn, he doesn't have enough money." Shaochen asked the guy, "Is this technique important to him?" He said yes, everything else doesn't matter to him. He must have her at all costs. The guy asked if he lent him gold, how would he pay? He asked what? He certainly managed to get into the auction, but he's just a disciple of the Qingyun sect. How would he have so much money? Without thinking, he whispered that Jun Tianzun was his mentor. The guy shouted out to the entire hall in surprise. The host asked why the guy was shouting. He replied that it was fine, so don't let them pay attention to him. Jiangquan asked him if he was lying. The guy said he wasn't, but if he lent him money, how would he pay him back? He said let him say whatever he wants. Shaochen told him that he wanted him to serve him for 3 years. If he succeeds, he will receive a 9th level Earth grade technique from Zhong Tianzong. How does he like it? Although he's a bit nervous, he has a kind nature. People like him are easy for him to control. Jiang Quan said that if he became his subordinate, and others found out, it would bring shame to both him and his family. What if the Zhao family or the royal family finds out? Even if helps him now, he has to obey him for 3 years. It's not a fair deal. Shaochen said he was so annoying. Okay, he would give him another technique of the same rank and practice method. What does he say to this one? The guy asked if he was lying to him. He replied that he never lies, and the price of the lot kept going up. The man said he would give 1.8 million and the technique would go to the dragon sect. If someone else got it today, they would pay for it with their lives in the near future, but they stick to the rules of Chufeng Tower. The dragon sector won't touch anyone in the city. But as soon as they leave, they will immediately take action. For the sake of some heaven-class technique, he decided to become an enemy to everyone. Long Fechen is either a fool or his sect is in crisis. The guy thought that he might be useful to him in the future. Laughing, the old man replied that so be it. They would make concessions this time. Let them not think that other martial experts would dare to defy the dragon sect. The man said that now, he owes him. They would meet later. No one wanted to become an enemy of the dragon sect. When Qingqing shouted 2 million, the guy asked who is she? Isn't she afraid of the feuding dragon sects? The girl asked about the dragon sect. To her, they're just ants. She must get her hands on this technique. The guy advised her to think twice. The guy thought, what the hell, he only had 2 million. If he didn't get it, Sinra's life would be in danger. Without it, she might not even last a month. He has to master this technique at any cost. Shaochen said for the guy to keep raising, let him say 3 million. He doesn't like to delay, end it all with one bet. He has more important things to do. Jiang Quan said he didn't want to set him up, right? If the guy shouts such a high price and can't pay, he'll be blacklisted from the auction. Everyone thought, does the young master really have that much money? So his family is really rich. When Qingqing did not calm down, the girls shouted 3.5 million. Ah Hyung told her what he thought. The girls should stop. They don't have any more money. She said she didn't care. The girl has to get the equipment at any cost. How much money does he have on him? The guy said that if he sold his equipment, he could make another million. Shaochen told the guy that it was time to call it a day. Let him say 5 million. Raising his hand, the guy named the price. The host said that Jiang Quan bets 5 million. Are there any more takers? People didn't expect that his family was extremely wealthy. The guy's thinking, it looks like it's over. 5 million is a sum that's unaffordable for the dragon sections. That's the sect's 2 yearly earnings. The host said that if there are no more bids, the mystic palm technique goes to Jiang Quan. This ends the auction. Looking at him, the girl asked if he was from the Jiang family. She said fine, let her think that she was already finished. Jiang Weihan walked from side to side and said it had been so long. Why is there no progress? Turning to her brother, the girl asked if the Qingyun sect was supported by some great power. He replied that the people from the lower realm are worthless. Give them 3 more days. If the sect wasn't destroyed in that time, he would level Shenwu to the ground. Sister asked. An entire kingdom? Turning to the master, the man said that they had failed. The Qingyun sect not only survived, but also began to unify the entire Tanyuan region. He said that a master calling himself Tianzun had appeared and helped the sect destroy the powers of the peak divine sword. He was also able to subdue the Jiang family elder by some method. The man showed them everything going on there. Laughing, the guy said that he seemed to have underestimated him. That's the cheeky one, Xiao Qin. The girl said that it had been a few days since they had met, and his strength had reached such a level. The girl said that it had been a few days since they had met, and his power had reached such a level. Turning to the man, the guy said that he had an assignment for him. Have him kill Jiang Yunfei. Seeing the reaction, the guy asked, "What's wrong? Is there any objection?" The man replied that no, he is his servant, and his word is law to him. He was so nervous. How could a guy do that to his sister? Let him relax, he was just kidding. The host said that everything they bought was in there. He asked everyone to pay up. When Qingqing walked up to the guy, he asked her what she was going to do. The girl said that she knew that Jiang Quan was only able to bet 5 million because of him. She lost because of him. She told the guy that once he got out of there, he would die. Xiao Chun replied that she could try if she was confident in her abilities. Turning to Jiang Quan, the presenter asked him to please pay. Xiao Chun asked what was he staring at. The guy told him that it was payment time. He told him to let him pay as he was going to. What's he looking at? The host told the guy that he knew the rules. If he couldn't pay, he would be barred from the auction. When he turned to the guy, he said, "Stop teasing him. Have him please make the payment." The host asked how they planned to deal with this. Turning to Xiao Qin, he asked if he could contact Master Duan and ask him to settle it. Xiao Qin asked him what did he decide to point out to him. The man thought terrifyingly. He didn't expect his aura to be so powerful up close. He's got no money, but he's got plenty of combat tech. He owes him 10,000 gold pieces, right? Have him bring paper and ink. Turning to the guy, Jiang Quan asked what level of martial art he was going to write. The host also mentally wondered what interesting level of technique he would offer. Xiao Qin asked, maybe a celestial grade? The host exhaled in relief. He even believed for a second. It would probably take a long time to write a spell of this level. The boy begged him not to give up. He didn't remember much about heavenly grade techniques, though okay, let it be a 3rd level heavenly grade martial art. The host asked the guy, did he just hear that? Xiao Chun replied that although it was 3rd level, the technique wasn't that strong. But even ordinary people would be able to use it. The disadvantage of this skill is that the maximum strength is limited. Even a 2nd level celestial class technique can hardly be surpassed. A lightning fast step, it could cross 1,000 kilometers in a day. The man thought that a 3rd level, even a 1st level technique was a rare find. He had never seen a martial art of this level. Xiao Chun replied that he was ready. After which, a bolt of lightning immediately struck the tower. The guy thought that even such a simple technique could summon thunder? Legends say that casting heaven-class spells gives rise to a vision of the heavens of earth. This time thunder rang out, so it's a true celestial grade technique. The guy asked, thunder? Why so suddenly? Xiao Qin asked, wanting to hurt him. The guy asked if he was alright. Xiao replied that he was lucky that the master handed him the artifacts. Without them, it would be difficult for him to survive such a gift. He thought that using the master's personality as a shield would be useful. The people were surprised that lightning had struck the tower. The girl asked what had caused such thunder. The guy replied that although the Tanyuan region was weaker than them, it didn't mean that there weren't strong opponents. He was sure they would still be surprised. She asked if he's ready, right? They'll kill him as soon as he gets out. Turning to the guy, the old man said he knew he needed this technique to save his sister. Is he just going to put up with it? The guy asked what he wanted. The old man offered to kill Jiang Quan together. The guy replied that he was capable of doing it alone, so why would he need his help? He replied that the Jiang family has many martial experts. Is he sure he can handle it? If he loses, his sister won't stand a chance. The guy said okay, he'll do it. Xiao Chun asked the presenter how much he valued her at. The man replied that he had never met a technician of such a class. How could he estimate such a thing? Turning to the guy, the man said that this kind of equipment was very rare. How much would he want to get for it? Xiao replied that he should offer his price. He said that they would deduct the 5 million that Jiang Quan owed and add another 5 million on top. He will also become an honored guest of Chufeng Tower for the rest of his life. He will have the right to choose any items auctioned off. Also, he can take 10 artifacts from their treasury. How about that? He said it's a lot of fuss. He doesn't want the riches, he gets the tech, but in return. Without even listening to him, the man replied that he would do anything. The guy says he has to obey him for 3 years. At the end of that time he'll be free. What does he say to that? Jiang Quan said to be bolder. What's there to think about? Heaven-level techniques were nothing compared to what he would acquire over the years. The man replied that he was the authority in Tanyuan City. Xiaoqin added, in addition to that, he would also receive an Earth-class technique. After bowing, the man said that he was at his disposal. The guy asked the man to tell him about Fichin. The man replied that he was familiar with him. The young master is incredibly strong and responsible. He came to the auction today to find a way to save his sick sister. Xiaoqin said that he wants the guy to serve him as well. Have him invite him over, they should talk to him. The man replied that yes, right away. Looking out the window, the boy thought that he would do anything for his sister. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door. When he opened it, the boy asked what was wrong. The man replied that someone wanted to meet him, so he should follow him. The boy asked if he was so important that he personally had to go there. The man replied that if he wanted to save his sister, he should follow him. As soon as he started to get farther away, the guy asked him to wait. Entering the room, he asked, "Is it them?" Turning to Fichin, Xiaoqin said he wanted to give him a chance. He just needs a guy. Immediately started yelling, "What is he talking about? Dare to ask him to do such a thing?" The man asked the guy not to be rude to this man, or he would be in trouble. He didn't understand what had happened to these people. The guy said he was doing a favor not only for him, but also for his sister. Fichin asked what he meant by that. Xiaoqin asked the guy didn't he need the mystic palm technique to save her? He replied that he did, but if he thought he was willing to serve him in return, he was deeply mistaken. He said that the dragon sect would prefer oblivion to recognizing him as their lord. Xiao told him to let it cool down. He only needs to obey for 3 years, and after the time expires, he will be free again. Looking at those two, he asked them if they agreed to such conditions. Xiaoqin told the guy that if he swore his loyalty, he would give him the mystic palm technique and also give him a 9th level cultivation technique. Would that be okay with him? Laughing, the guy asked, "Level 9? It wasn't like writing a nursery rhyme. If he was really capable of it, his life would belong to him." Looking around, he saw that they were laughing. The guy asked what was so funny? "You're the one who can't be, right?" Xiao told him that he hates waiting. Let him answer faster. Running to the foreman, the girl said they had a problem. He asked what was wrong. She replied that something had happened to the master. Xiaoqin told them that they would follow him. The girl asked her brother to help her because she was in pain. The guy thought, what the hell, it's starting again. He asked her to hurry up and take the medicine. The girl said it was useless. She looked at her brother and asked him if she was going to die. The guy replied that no, don't let him worry, he left a way to save her. Looking at the girl, Xiaoqin realized that she had phoenix blood. It was extremely rare. Turning to the guy, he asked him to give him the mystic palm technique. It wouldn't last long. Xiao replied that he was afraid. It was too late. He asked, did the guy want to use the cold technique to quell her boiling blood? The temperature of his sister's blood had reached its peak. The mystic palm wouldn't change anything anymore. Jiang Quan asked the guy, can't they help her? Xiaoqin replied that there is one way, she has a chance to survive. Falling on her knees in front of the guy, Fichin begged to save her. He would become his loyal servant. Xiaoqin replied that it was agreed. It was necessary for everyone to leave the room. The blood of the legendary phoenix. No, the blood of the divine phoenix. It is many times more powerful than the three-eyed wolf. Phoenixes are legendary creatures that have mastered the ability to be reborn. They are reborn every 3,000 years. But the divine phoenix is a special case. Not having reached maturity, it cannot be reborn. The divine phoenix is burned alive by the temperature of its own blood. But if he can control his own power, he will grow one wing every 1,000 years. When the 9th wing grows, the phoenix will reach the peak of its power. The power of the nine-winged divine phoenix surpasses the power of even the strongest supreme masters. This girl has the blood of the divine phoenix in her veins. If she survives this, a great future awaits her. The guy shouted the 9 circles of life and death, a world of life and death. He said that unexpectedly, really used celestial grade techniques to save man. This technique allows you to divide a person into 2 halves, the living and the dead. Even the heavens can be deceived by this method. By destroying the dead half, he can close the girl from the gaze of heaven and save her life. Finally, she was feeling better. Shaochen said that he wouldn't be able to use this technique again. Hopefully he would get credit from the Phoenix descendants. Once outside the door, the guy said they could come in. Feichin immediately ran towards his sister, asking how the girl was feeling. Shaochen told him that she was completely exhausted, she should wake up by evening. He suppressed her problem, but it would take time to fully heal. Kneeling in front of the guy, Feichin said that from now on he becomes his subordinate completely. The guy said fine. He said he was leaving, let them bring her to him when she woke up. Turning to Mao Feng, the guy said he didn't need to follow him. He'd find him if he needed to. Shaochen told Jiang Quan to follow him. It was time to deal with the small fish. The man reported that they had left the tower, waiting for the right time. Walking down the path, the guy yelled out that they were taking so long to sneak up behind them. Can't they show everything already? The guy didn't immediately realize what the boss was talking about. Somebody said it wasn't bad. He was able to spot them, so he's got good skills. The guy shouted to his brother to run. They came for him, he would cover him. Shaochen asked him, he still didn't understand why he took him with him. He replied that only a guy could lure them out. Looking at them, Xiao shouted that the bastards who dared to hunt them were destined to die. After asking Jiang Quan to sleep for a while, Shaochen decided to do his work alone. Lastly, the guy said that he could help after all. Dragon sect residents. Looking at his sister, the guy said that he hoped she would recover pretty quickly. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. It was the same old man. He told the guy it was time to go. Those 2 have left the tower and are probably already surrounded in the forest. This is a great opportunity for them. Looking at the boy, he saw that something was wrong. The old man asked what was the reaction. He replied that it was all right, we should go. Feichin stabbed him in the back. He asked, going to do it all by himself? The guy can't kill him. Does he even realize what the consequences will be? Looking at the body, he said he had dreamed of this moment. Walking up to his sister, he told her that he would go first. He hoped that Shaochen would be able to get out of that mess. The men asked what he just said. Only he will die there. If he gives up all his belongings, they will probably leave his breathless body unmutilated. With a smirk on his face, the guy said he'd start with him, then let him get ready to die first. They started yelling about how the guy was too strong. We should all attack together. Looking at them, he said that the heavenly roar was enough for them. Shaochen realized that his roaring had become even stronger. Hearing something, he asked, did someone manage to survive? Ah Hyung appeared in front of the boy. He said that the technique the guy used was a technique that martial artists in the Tanyuan region use. Shaochen said something new. He didn't expect to meet a person with a double soul. The guy asked how did he know. At this moment, when Qingqing came over and said that he was able to recognize his dual soul, apparently the guy wasn't that easy. Ah Hyung started saying he needed the mystic palm technique. If he gives it to him, he'll let him go. If he knows about the double soul, he must realize he's not his equal. People with dual souls are rare to find. They have a tremendous speed of practice and a phenomenal level of understanding of martial arts, and are able to absorb many times more spiritual energy. Their cultivation speed is tens or even hundreds of times faster than ordinary people. As far as he knows, the guy is 7 times stronger than an ordinary practitioner of the same sphere as him. Ah Hyung replied that was correct. Then he should realize that he doesn't stand a chance in the face of true strength. No matter how skilled he is. Shaochen said that it was very interesting and asked, why is such a strong practitioner a slave to this woman? The girl asked, what does that mean? The guy said that if her father hadn't picked him up, he wouldn't have made it to this level. He doesn't recommend provoking their family, of course, unless you're sick of living. Shaochen asked, provoking? Dual souls are extremely rare. He felt sorry to kill them. The guy said he had a better offer. Would he be willing to serve him? Ah Hyung asked him why he was doing this. The guy replied that he could show them the ancient city. When Qingqing asked what he was talking about. What ancient city? She ordered the guy to kill him. Ah Hyung started attacking. Shao Chun replied that it seemed like he had guessed. Their patriarch will break through to the new realm soon, right? The guy asked who he was. He said he was surprised. The guy was a talented dual-soul practitioner, and he had fire runes on his neck. The Taiguang clan has a strange cultivation method. When breaking through to a new realm, they need to compensate their energy with martial techniques. Yin and Yang must balance each other. That's what they need the mystic palm technique for. When Qingqing began to ask who is he? Why would a person from the Tanyuan region know their clan's secret? The guy said he had a friendly relationship with their clan in the past, so he could give them the tech. He asked how their patriarch was feeling. Ah Hyung wondered why he should answer. When Qingqing replied that the patriarch had reached the peak of the divine realm and would soon break through to the next level. Shao asked at the peak of the divine sphere? He had expected more from the clan head. In his past life, he was acquainted with the former patriarch of the Taiguang clan. He was in the great deity realm. And the current one, just at the peak of the divine realm. The girl asked what is he letting himself do? Does he think the clan head's cultivation level isn't good enough? Smiling, Shao Chun looked for the mystic palm technique from the guy. Handing it to Ah Hyung, the guy said that he could take it. Suddenly, he took the guy's palm and began to examine it. He asked what Shao was doing. The guy replied that he should give the message written on his hand to the patriarch, and then find him in the Qinyan sect. Watching everything that was happening, Feichin thought that the guy was really strong. He couldn't imagine that he would be someone's servant someday. Shao Chun thought about the fact that he had already gathered enough people. The next step was to break through to a new realm. At this rate, he would quickly reach the peak of the divine realm. Chufeng Tower. Jiang Quan Tadu talked about his head splitting. He asked what happened yesterday. Why can't he remember anything? The guy said he's going back to Qinyan. Let Mao Feng stay in the tower. If he needs anything, he will contact him. Feichin is also concerned. Jiang Meng told her brother that it was so great there, they should go there more often. The boy said sure. Qinyan sect. The guy asked Duan Shiliang, are there many talented students in the sect? The man replied that here is the complete list. Shao replied that fine, have him gather everyone tomorrow. They will test their abilities. The guys asked if they had heard that today the Supreme Master would personally evaluate them. They should all try their best. Chu Tianshu said that this was his chance to prove himself. Turning to Qin Yuan, he said that Master would definitely choose him. Then they would reach unprecedented heights together. The guy was thinking that he should try his best. He can't embarrass himself in front of Brother Chu. Zhong Tianzong said that the purpose of his visit today was to choose one gifted student to be his apprentice. Everyone was surprised. To pick just one? Duan Xilian asked, would he choose him? The guy gave him a menacing look, after which he replied that he understood. Chu thought about the master looking for an apprentice? He is the one who will become one. Qin Yuan thought about Chu's brother being stronger than him. He was sure he would be chosen. The guy was actually happy for him. Zhong Tianzong said the rules are quite simple. The strongest of them will become his disciple. The disciple of the Supreme Master must be strong both physically and spiritually. The elder told them that he would prepare a test for them. Whoever could survive the longest would become his apprentice. Suddenly, everyone started falling to the floor. He said the atmospheric pressure has been increased 20 times. The test begins now. Watching the boys, he thought about the fact that they had more endurance than expected. Turns out there are still some talented students left. Great. The guy thought about the fact that he had been training hard since he was a kid, so 20 times the pressure was nothing to him. Duan said that Chu Tianshu is the son of a rich merchant from Tanyuan. The master thinks he will win. Shao Chun replied that he doubted. Let him see for himself. The master was surprised. Are there any students equal to him in strength? It's impossible. The boy said that his heart was filled with anger. He thought about the fact that the boy standing next to him was quite strong. He really had potential. Chu Tianshu shouted for the fools to give up. He was the only one destined to be a disciple of a supreme master. Just as suddenly, Qin Yuan fell to his knees. The guy shouted that he had won. But looking to the side, he saw that his friend was still conscious. Looking at Brother Chu, The boy asked how was he doing? He didn't embarrass him, did he? Chu Tianshu replied that he was fine. He didn't realize what was wrong with him. It had been 2 hours and the guy was still hanging on, and he was slowly starting to lose his strength. Shao Chun told the master that the most interesting part was just beginning. Master replied that Qing Yuan is quite good. How is he holding up? The elder replied that this boy is unusually strong. Let him continue to watch him. The hardships he will go through will only toughen him up. Turning to the guy, Chu Tianshu told the guy that he had proven his strength. If he couldn't do it anymore, it was better to let him give up. The guy replied that he was fine. Turning to the elder, the master said that that guy's main characteristic was his unyielding will. Chu Tianshu would probably lose. He replied that the outcome was already clear. Frowning, Chu Tianshu said that he couldn't take it anymore. Starting to laugh in his voice, he said that he had finally won. Duan Xilian asked, "The purpose of the test is to last the longest, isn't it? The last person who doesn't fall to the end will be considered the winner. Therefore, the victory goes to him." The guy started yelling that it was impossible. This is utter nonsense. Qing Yuan fainted. He was the one who deserved to be the master's disciple. Zhong Tianzong replied that he couldn't become one, having such a weak will and bad temper. He asked for another chance to prove that he was the best. Xiliang told him to be quiet. Only Qing Yuan could handle the test. The elder replied that it was fine, he would conduct another test. Let them find out the details tomorrow. Watching what was happening, the guy said his heart was shrouded in darkness, but not all was lost. If he can overcome his anger, he will give him another chance. Duan Xilian thought that it wasn't like the elder, his decision couldn't be predicted at all. Qingyin's disciples' dormitory. Opening his eyes, he thought that he had failed the test after all. Chu Tianshu asked, "Are you awake?" The guy apologized to his friend for failing. He's sure Chu was able to make it to the end. The guy said sure. Qing Yuan said that it was a pity he didn't have enough strength. He would definitely take the next chance. Chu Tianshu thought that he must be pretending not to know what had happened. But that would arouse the master's suspicion, so what should he do? Suddenly, an idea popped into his head. Chu Tianshu told the guy to rest a little longer. He would bring him some food. He realized that if he didn't recover, he wouldn't be able to participate in the test tomorrow. His cultivation techniques required a huge amount of energy. To reach the 3rd level of physical strength should be enough. All that was left was to quickly take all the herbs and medicines to enhance cultivation. Duan Xilian was upset that all the treasures collected by the sect over the centuries had been used up in one day. Shao Chen said that it was definitely not enough. With these resources, his cultivation had only advanced a little. It looks like we'll have to look for more. After calling the master, the guy said he was too poor. These resources are extremely scarce. Repeating again, have him bring him all the treasures he can find. The master realized that everything was gone. Duan told the boy that, by the way, there was a legend that might interest him. His teacher told him that there was a huge mine of energy crystals to the north, but it's guarded by various beasts. The energy inside the crystals is so great that half of the people who came to the cave could not control it. That's why no one goes there anymore. Shao Chen asked him to find out more about this legend. It might be of use to them. Master replied that he would do so. After letting the 3-headed wolf off his head, he told him to start practicing, otherwise he would remain weak and useless. He would go for now and let the wolf train. He thought that if he was not mistaken, the new disciples lived there. The guys saw Shao Chen's brother. They talked about him being one of the elite disciples. When he approached the girl, he asked if she knew where Chu Tianshu and Qing Yuan lived. She replied that it was in the 3rd precinct. Walking into their room, the guys were surprised to see Shao Chen's brother. He said that he had come to check on them. The guys invited him to sit on a chair. Looking at the guys, he asked how they got to Qingyun. Chu Tianshu began to say that he had wanted to go there since he was a child. It was a great honor for him. Shao Chen noticed that Chu Tianshu didn't even give a word to his competitor. This was very interesting. He said if they had any questions, they could come to him. And by the way, he'd give them some valuable advice. Don't betray your brothers. Qing Yuan replied that of course, the most important thing is to follow your heart. Chu Tianshu did not understand what he meant. Shao went on to say that human nature is unpredictable. People are capable of making each other more human, or conversely more toxic. It was up to them to choose how their relationship would play out. He thought it was the last chance he would ever get. The training ground. The elder said that the rules of today's challenge were simple. They would fight each other, and whoever survived until the end would be the winner. Turning to the master, Duan Shiliang said that Chu Tianshu was the most capable among them, but he didn't think that he would be able to fully express himself in such chaos. Many disciples have banded together in groups of 5 or 6 if Chu Tianshu is left alone, but Qing Yuan is still holding on. Does he really want to? Master answered what exactly. The guy figured that if he fought him one-on-one it would all be resolved by now, but it wouldn't work that way. Qing Yuan shouted at the guy not to worry about him. Chu asked what was he carrying? How could the guy leave him behind? He's almost caught, the Supreme Master is watching him. If he leaves his friend, he definitely won't get to be his disciple. After quickly dealing with his friend's abusers, he asked if the guy was alright. Qing Yuan replied that yes, he was fine. The guys turned to Chu Tianshu. They said that they might not be able to defeat him even by working together. But if he defended him, they would have a chance. He told his friend not to give up. There were only 5 of them. They started to fight. One of the guys ordered them to deal with Chu Tianshu, and he would take that guy on. The boys began to work together, after which another one was defeated. There's only 3 left. They have no choice. Turning to the elder, Duan said he had great news. The apprentice he had sent to the city mine. It is located 300 kilometers away. The mine had a mighty thunder, so its territory is swarming with thunder wolves. He said fine, he would head there today. Duan Silian asked if he would need help. The boy replied that no, he was too weak. It was in his interest to get stronger as soon as possible. Looking at the guys, he realized that it looked like only these 2 were left. Raising his hand, Qing Yuan told the master that he was surrendering. Chu Tianshu thought that he had finally won. Looking at everything going on around him, the man said that it was necessary to report to the Lord immediately on the location of the mine, the location of the trial. Chu Tianshu thought to himself that he had done a good job. It was lucky that the guy gave up on his own. Shao Qin shouted that this was unacceptable. They must continue or they would be disqualified. The guy thought that his strength was running out, but he could still fight. The guy thought what the hell, in that case he should. Apologizing to his friend, he immediately threw a punch. Raising his hand, he said he had won. The guy was in no condition to continue the battle. The older man replied that no, he was still alive. Let him kill him if he wants to be his disciple. His apprentice must be determined. Apparently, he's not worthy. Turning to the guy, he apologized to Qing Yuan and said that the guy should understand him. The boy told his brother that he shouldn't get his hands dirty. He's earned the title of master's apprentice. The boy will end this on his own. Chu Tianshu saw that the guy had killed himself, and thought that was fine. Kneeling down, he said that the disciple was greeting the master. Zhong Tianzong said the guy did a good job. He knows that Shaochen visited the 2 of them yesterday. Master asked does he still remember his words? He repeated, do not betray your brothers. Turning to the boy, he said that he had sacrificed his brother's life for his own gain. The guy started yelling that it wasn't like that. Of course he did. One should cherish one's brothers, but after all, the master is the most important person in a student's life. How could he go against his words? The master replied that it was well said. Let him kill himself right now. After his death he will recognize the guy as his apprentice. The lad told the master that he didn't have to. Why would he wish him dead? Zhong Tianzong asked wasn't he ashamed? His soul was rotten through and through. Qing Yuan considered him a brother, but he betrayed him. Master had given him a second chance, even Shaochen had warned him, but it was all in vain. Chu Tianshu began to shout that he knew it, rather than looking down on him from the start. Why didn't they react? It is clear to a fool that he is the best there. Why do they have such a dislike for him? Zhong Tianzong said that he was counting to 3, let the guy kill himself. He shouted that okay, since he was destined to die, he would take a couple more people with him. The master told him that the poison he swallowed was just candy. The boy missed his last chance. Let him listen to him carefully. The most important rule of the Qingyun sect is not to betray your brothers. Anyone who breaks the rules for their own gain will be killed. After grabbing Qing Yuan, the master fled. Qingyun's private room. Looking at the guy, everyone really thought about the fact that he had a good heart. It's a pity that the same can't be said for his talent. His meridians are damaged and Dan Tian is blocked. Xiaochen said that unexpectedly, there's a supreme spirit inside him. Did he destroy his meridians? He said he thought the spirit was waiting for his spiritual power to awaken and then take possession of the guy's body. The spirit asked who he was. How could it see him? Suddenly, an old man's spirit began to hover over the guy's body. Xiaochen replied that he wasn't worthy of knowing his name, but he wanted to know who he was. The spirit replied that even though he was long dead, he was not allowed to treat him like that. The guy could see him, but he can also see his cultivation. What could he do to him with that kind of strength? Xiaochen laughed and asked if he could overpower him. Good point. Does he know that there is a special technique for soul searching? The spirit replied that such a technique would not work on him. The boy asked, thinking? Then he would try it after all. The old man started yelling that the guy was pissing him off. Even though he is flesh and bloodless, he could still kill him right now. The guy asked what he was waiting for. Xiaochen asked, what is it? Just don't let him say that he can't leave his body. The guy right in front of him, let him kill him. The spirit replied that since he knew everything, there was no point in trying any further. If he had more strength, he wouldn't have talked to him. Carefully prepared a technique to take this guy's body, but he messed it up. He said he would ask him something, but if he lied, he could expect no mercy. The old man asked him what he was interested in. Xiaochen replied that the method of his practice and its time period. And why does he need this boy's body? The spirit began to tell that in the past he had reached the Emperor's peak. He was one step short of reaching the supreme level. He's sorry to admit, but he failed. He didn't remember how he merged with this body, but when he woke up, he was already in it. The guy asked the Emperor's sphere peak? Not bad. Since he's related to that guy, let him protect him. After all, he's his apprentice. The spirit asked, did he really use a blood contract on him? Xiaochen replied that yes, this servant counter. He will now serve this boy, and if he dares to rebel against him, he will be wiped out in a second. He replied that such a technique was a real disgrace to him. If the guy had used a spiritual contract, he wouldn't have gotten so angry. Is it so important to humiliate him? The guy said he wasn't going to explain anything. He wanted to cure this boy, but he thought he could handle it himself. When he left, he said that in 3 months the boy should be completely renewed. Looking into the distance, Xiaochen said that it was necessary to explore Leijing Mountain. Going to the door, he wanted to open it, and said, "Doggy, let's go." Suddenly, something started to happen. A three-eyed wolf appeared in front of him. The boy said he'd grown quite a bit. The wind and thunderstones must have done him good. Holding out his hand, he asked him to come closer to look around. Xiaochen said that he would take him to a good place. He had done a good job, but there was still a lot of work to be done. Suddenly, the three-eyed wolf began to shrink. The guy asked if he could reincarnate. Duan Shiliang's quarters. The master asked if the elder was sure that his help wouldn't be needed. The boy replied that he was absolutely sure. Let him stay there and run the sect. Xiaochen said he finally made it. There's a colossal amount of energy in there. If all the crystals absorbed the power of the lightning, he would become much stronger with their help. It might even be able to break through to the next level of the sphere. It looked like he was getting close. Suddenly, he felt something happening. A lot of people were heading in his direction. Had the information about the mine already leaked out? The man said that the lightning element is incredibly powerful. This time, the royal family had found a real treasure. Turning to the prince, one of the servants added that if they took possession of this mine, their family's strength would increase manifold. He replied that it was fine. With this many crystals, he could practice for several years. His cultivation would definitely reach a new realm. He would break through to the divine level. Xiaochen thought that it looked like this guy was at the 7th level of the advanced spirit realm, and the people around him were at the 7th level of the spirit realm. Getting the crystals would be a problem now. The prince said he had to inspect everything quickly and order the miners to start work. The boy thought it was more complicated than he had expected. Xiao wouldn't be able to deal with them alone. The mad disciple told the master that he had found enough people. 5 level 5, 3 level 6, and another one was at the 7th level of the advanced soul realm. Shao Chen thought that it was about time. He ordered him to go to the Thunder Mountains immediately. He only has to wait for a while. Who is this guy? It's not like he could be a master of the Tanyuan region. Turning to the foreman, the man said that perhaps it was not only their family who knew of the mine's existence. They just showed up there so suddenly and took it for themselves right away. Doesn't that seem arrogant to him? The prince asked what he was talking about. He is the master of the most powerful family. The mine is theirs by right. And they're not talking about this pathetic region, the whole kingdom. Who would dare oppose the will of their family? What do they have to fear? All the more reason for no one but them to know about the mine. All the people who had such information were killed long ago. The man thought that he was being overconfident, and that it could end badly. Looking at all that was going on, the guy thought that these people already thought they were the owners of the mine. That guy is probably Chichang Baha's son. While he waits for reinforcements, he can take a look around. He thought it was incredible. The power of the three-eyed wolf was amazing. He had just defeated an ancient bear with a creature of terrifying power. The guy said I think he forgot to name him. Maybe we should call him the dog with 3 eyes. He saw that wolf didn't like the name. He said okay, since he was so hard to please, he'd call him Blackie. When he saw the lightning flashing, he thought that the royal family didn't waste any time. The prince said it's perfect. All the workers are already there. Now let them start mining the crystals. Shao Chen thought about how it would take his mad disciple about 3 days to get there. He wished he had had the chance to work in the mine in his previous life. All he could do now was to wait for reinforcements. Looking at Chernish, he asked what he was doing. Is he trying to draw something? The boy asked, is it some kind of flower? He didn't understand anything. Shao Chen realized, he wanted to say that this mountain hid the highest quality crystals. The guy said fine, it seemed like his instincts would be of use to them, then they won't get in their way. Let them work hard, and the boys will come later and take what they get. When the man spoke to the foreman, he said the passage was complete. They could go down. He was sure that large deposits of valuable ore awaited them below. The prince said that he had not expected to find so much useful ore in this spiritual mine. The man replied that yes, it was indeed a valuable find for the royal family. He said okay. Let him start working that way. They should have the mine completely emptied within a month. The man told the master that he felt the energy of a crystal of the highest quality, about 3 kilometers away, offered to take it together. Shao Chen realized that the old man was able to find the best crystals at such a distance. There seemed to be something special about him. He must get his hands on it. Looking around, the prince asked, in just 2 days the miners were able to advance this far? They really deserved to be rewarded. The old man replied that it was all due to the discipline of the master. The prince asked the old man, a crystal of excellent quality, is it there? The man replied that yes, up ahead. This pillar is the best crystal in the whole mine. The craftsman said the stone was polished. The old man replied that perhaps he was right. The old man replied that perhaps he was right. The guy thought a smooth black-colored stone pillar, a faint glow emanating from it. How did the thunder crystal get there? There's a tremendous amount of energy hidden in it. Could it really be a weapon? He could assume that the shaft had been formed artificially. But if it really was a weapon, why couldn't his eyes pick up anything? Seeing that Chernish had jumped down, the boy asked, what was he up to? He said that apparently it was a weapon, but more importantly, how did he know about it? Did he mean to say that it was part of his memories? The guy wondered if he could project hereditary memory. Even celestial beasts don't have this ability. What the hell is he? They were surrounding the divine phoenix, hunting the 4 great beasts, he was eating them. Even he, the supreme, had never heard of such a creature. He is intimidating. Hitting the stone, the prince asked that he couldn't even shake it. The old man replied that it was surprising. But since there is a valuable crystal inside the stone, the shell must be special. The prince said it was time to go. Staying there won't change anything. They'll deal with it when the elders come. Looking at the stone, the boy thought that this thing must have some purpose. The crystal seemed to be able to absorb energy. Just as suddenly, Chernish jumped towards the rock and began to slowly chew on it. Shao Chen said that it was embarrassing to admit, but it seemed that he had lost to the dog. He said it was clear, the stone was only an upper shell, the real weapon was hidden inside. Turning to the wolf, the guy said he knew he was hungry, so he could act. Come on, let him go on, there's not much left. The wolf didn't even move. The guy said he'd stop pretending, let him get up and finish the job. Still, he decided to do it all himself. Gripping his weapon, he said rather hotly. Even his reckless body practice couldn't handle that kind of temperature. What a powerful flame. He would definitely increase his cultivation level because of it. The guy shouted the sources of everything, the unity of the ancients. He would absorb all the fire from the weapons to become stronger. He was lucky to have fire resistance techniques, otherwise he would have lost his hands. He had managed to increase his spirit level, but it wasn't enough to break through to a new realm. Even with his centuries of experience, he can't determine the quality of this cane. It was a good run. The guy suggested the wolf to split up. He goes back first while Xiao continues to study the cane. Looking at it, he thought about the fact that it was an unusual complex structure. The weapon was clearly of ancient origin, even his body could not withstand such energy. A thunder crystal of the highest quality was inlaid in the center of the cane. Though it was a first-class weapon, it didn't match his martial arts. Holding it out to Blackie, he said that the wolf could eat it. Xiao Chen asked, "What are you staring at?" "Let him eat the rest of it, it's all his." Suddenly, something started happening to the three-eyed wolf. Seeing it, the guy said he was definitely lucky to have chosen a pet. Being able to absorb so much energy so quickly. Xiao Chen asked the guy if he wanted to test his strength. Lifting the guy up, he called him a fool. "Does he think size matters?" He said okay, now they will find out what level of cultivation he is at. The man told the master that the elders were already there. He replied that he would let them in. Turning to the master, the man said that he had heard that a crystal of the highest quality had been discovered in the mine. The old man replied that the thunder mine was a valuable find. They had found not only a crystal, but also a valuable magical artifact. To retrieve it, they would need their help. They replied that of course. The man kept saying he'd lived so long, but he'd never seen anything like it before. "I'm sure they'll be very surprised when they see it," the prince shouted at the top of Wang Zhong's voice. He asked, "What is it?" As they got closer, they saw a huge hole. The prince asked, "Where did the magic pillar disappear to? What happened there?" The man apologized, but he had no idea. The elder said he thought the weirdo who had been there before them had taken him. The prince shouted that it was impossible, that it couldn't be. He asked who would have the nerve to steal from the royal family. "Have Wang Zhong seal the mountain. They will get the thief even from under the earth." The elder asked the master to please calm down. He can rely on him. The man is an excellent tracker, able to find anyone in no time. The prince said fine, that bastard was really stealing from their family. Let the elder make them see his face. The man said it was a breeze. But something must have gone wrong. They didn't understand what it was. It couldn't be, why was his face hidden from them? Looking at the elder, the man asked if the fat man was all right. He replied with anger in his eyes that he couldn't believe it. Turning to the elder, the principal asked what was going on. Why had he still not seen that man's face? He replied that this man was not quite ordinary. With his technique he can detect a person at a distance of a few thousand. It doesn't show people blessed by the heavens. This man is exactly like that. The prince replied that he was just a pathetic rock thief. Maybe he's just a worthless brat. He ordered this carcass to be removed from his sight. Let it rest for a while. Wang Zhong told the lord that the fat elder was the king's subordinate, and he called him a brat. Does he think that's the right approach? The prince replied that perhaps he deserved those words. Now let him find the court as soon as possible. It is the man's duty to find him and bring him alive to him. Xiao Chen said that he was feeling better now. Blackie almost broke through his defenses. Apologizing, the guy said he didn't mean to hurt him. With his current strength, an ordinary advanced soul realm practitioner wouldn't be able to harm him. Of course, unless he was restrained by a supernatural force. There was only one step left to advance to the third step of the frictionless practice. It wouldn't take long if he continued to absorb the crystal energy. The guy will be able to unleash the full potential of the Heavenly Fist technique. Not only that, he will also start practicing the new technique Archaic Warfare. Archaic Warfare is one of the techniques of a battle-less practitioner. With it, he would be able to increase his cultivation level by several times for a short period of time. The time period is extremely short, but in a battle between masters, everything can be decided in a couple of seconds. These seconds can dramatically change the course of the battle. Looking up at the sky, the boy said that it looked like the royal family had discovered the disappearance. Turning to Blackie, he said it was time to go. The man said they don't even recognize them as people. He's an elder of the royal family, after all, but the guy doesn't show even a shred of respect for him. The elder replied that they had no choice but to bow to him. He was sorry that the eldest offspring of the family had died. If he had lived, things would have been different. Turning to Sangongji, the elder asked what he thought about what had happened. The man didn't immediately understand what he meant. The elder replied that the king's third son was quite cunning. The guy was talking about how hot it was out there. He needs a break, all day digging for those damn crystals. He hasn't showered in days. The old man said it was incredible. He had no idea that by absorbing human blood, he would become so strong. His power had increased manifold. Watching what was happening, he said that he had heard rumors that the royal family had 1,000 followers. If he could absorb them all, he might be able to restore his body and come back to life. The prince asked why the third son had come back. He was practicing in the upper realm. He had to come back at such an important moment. Turning to the old man, he asked why the man was reporting such important information only now. It doesn't matter though, talking to trash like him is a waste of time. His brother probably heard that he'd discovered a spiritual crystal mine, so he decided to come. Wang Zhong told young master that he thought he shouldn't worry about it. His brother had always only cared about cultivation. He doubted that he was interested in family matters. It seems to the guy that his brother is a man of great influence who only cares about cultivation alone, but in reality, he's just waiting for an opportunity to finish him off. He was the one responsible for the death of his older brother. Even though he had witnessed the murder, no one believed it, of course. For some reason, everyone thinks he was the killer. But only the boy knows his brother's true nature. He gives the impression of a calm and kind man, but behind this mask hides a ruthless monster. His brother has come back to get rid of him too. Of this he is absolutely sure. The training in the upper realm had clearly taken its toll. He may have already surpassed him many times over. Suddenly, he heard his brother's voice behind him. He asked if he thought he was talking about him, or if he was talking about him. Did he really miss his brother? The prince asked why his brother had arrived so early. He replied that it was because he missed him so much. Isn't the boy happy to see him? The boy turned to Uncle Zhong saying that he had something to discuss with his brother. Could he leave them? The man replied that of course. Jiong thought about the fact that the second young master was acting suspiciously. Turning to his brother, the boy asked him if it was his imagination, or if he was afraid of him. He replied that he wasn't. Why would he be? The guy started asking what he'd do. Let him talk. But please, just don't let him kill him. The prince fell on his knees in front of his brother. He replied that he didn't want his brother to worry. The guy wasn't going to kill him. The older brother didn't listen to him, and that's why he lost his life. But if he obeyed his orders, he would be safe. The boy replied that he would obey, do whatever he was told. He knew his brother was the smartest. By the way, he would need his help this time. Have him send his men to the Qian sect. They should put an end to its miserable existence. He'll do it for him, won't he? We must wipe out the sect completely, kill every last one of them. But he must deliver a girl named Jiang Meng alive. The guy trusts his brother to do the job. Also, his master is going to visit Shenwu Kingdom, and he wants to give him this mine as a gift. Guy should complete the excavation as soon as possible. Turning to the third master, the elders said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. He had grown noticeably. He's gotten even stronger. They fear that they are now no match for him. The boy replied that they were too kind to him. He was just a pathetic shadow of his brother, a useless child in the royal family. Seeing that the elder was coughing, the lad asked what was wrong with him. He replied that it was a long story. The lad said let him tell it, he has plenty of time. The third master was furious. He asked how dare the boy invade the royal family's territory and hurt his uncle? The scoundrel would pay for what he had done. Holding out his hand, he told the elder to take it. It was a very effective medicine. It was an earth-grade pill. The elder replied that no, it was too valuable. The boy replied that the pill was nothing compared to his health. He would be saddened if the man resigned. He replied that okay, he would take her in then. The boy said he had to go, he would not disturb their rest. Looking at the pill, the elder said it was on a whole other level. The boy wondered, a practitioner blessed by heaven? Interesting, he hadn't expected to meet such a person there. Did one of the gods condescend? He thought that no, it was probably Xiaoqun. The boy wondered why the man was delayed. Suddenly, the apprentice informed the master that they were there. He said it was about time, so let them head for him. Everyone greeted the master. Turning to the master, the mad student said that the mountain was crawling with people from the royal family. He replied that he should forget about it. Zhong Tianzong said that they were just ordinary pawns, there was no need to kill them. The disciple asked for permission to introduce his friends. He said that the practitioner on the right is on the second stage of advanced soul. This one's on the third stage. And him, on the fourth. Master replied that it was fine. If they decided to join his Qingyan sect, then they would accomplish a lot. He said that their mission today was to get all the masters of the royal family away from there. Let them remember not to fight them. Their task is only to distract those. When he has absorbed the energy of all the thunder crystals, they will leave. The apprentice asked, all the crystals? The master replied that exactly, it shouldn't take long, he thinks they can handle it. As soon as the boys left, he said that it was just a matter of waiting for them to get everyone away from the mine. The principal thought, what the hell, the discovery of this mine is only to his credit, but the third brother decided to appropriate it for himself. Turning to the boy, the prince asked how many crystals he had mined today. He replied that the second master had forbidden him to spread any information about the mine. After hitting him, the guy called him a bastard. He asked how dare the guy cross him? The guy apologized, but without three masters' permission, he can't tell him anything. The prince asked if he was really going to surrender. Turning to the second master, the boys said that they had found him. The master asked where he was. They said that they had found some suspicious persons in the forest. The chance that they were involved in the theft was very high. He said, okay, let them call the elders and follow them into the forest. The third master thought taking the tiger away from the mountain was a great idea. He's waiting for Xiaoqun. Having quickly disposed of the workers, the guy said that there seemed to be 1,000 thunder crystals. Turning to Chernish, he told him to be on the lookout. The master was starting. The third master was being watched by a guy. He said that Xiaoqun had no idea that someone would discover his plan. When he used up all his energy to absorb those crystals, he would finish him off. Turning to the oldest, the guy asked, is that him? The man replied that no, the physique was quite different. The second elder said that apparently they wanted to distract them. The mad student replied that they realized it too late. Now it was time to have a little fun. The prince ordered them to be detained. The crystals were left unprotected, he must return. The elder replied that he could rely on them. The mad disciple asked where he was going? Did he give him permission to leave? After which, she began to attack the prince. The second master asked if he wanted to die so badly, he would fulfill his wish. The mad disciple asked, is he strong enough? Xiaoqun still continued to absorb energy the same way. The guy said okay, he had already absorbed a huge amount of energy, and his body was starting to receive negative effects. When will it start? He decided to attack. Going down, shouted for the guy, dead. With his palm, a level 7 Earth-class technician, he was close to breaking through to the new realm, and thus vulnerable. Even with all the fucking gods on his side, there was no stopping him like this. Upon seeing him, Blackie began to growl. The boy immediately threw a punch. He said that this mythical beast was a gift from his master. At this moment, its cultivation had been strengthened 3 times. So, he can safely play with this dog. Looking at his animal, the guy said it was impossible. He asked what was happening to Wuhi. He could tell he was scared. The boy asked, wondering if this was suppressing the bloodline. Turning to his animal, he asked it to just hold the 3-eyed wolf back for a bit. Looking at Xiaoqun, the guy told him to prepare for his death. After which, he immediately struck out. After several attacks, Chernish still managed to overpower the pig. But it was too late, for his master had been struck. Laughing, the guy told the Supreme Master that he would end his worthless life now. Although maybe he should be called Xiaoqun. Looking at him, the guy asked who he was. The guy replied that his name was Wang Chaoxiang, the 3rd son of the royal family. His master ordered him to kill the guy. When he saw Blacka running towards him, he shouted for Wuha to wake up. Immediately after his words, the pig opened his eyes. Wang Chaoxiang said that Wuha had the ability of instant regeneration. If his dog was able to finish him off, then he's not that bad. After the guy dies, he will definitely play with him. He asked Xiaochen if he would say something last. The guy replied that he understood that things could change at any moment, right? Turning to the guy, Xiaochen said that he had no future. Wang Chaoxiang said that apparently the guy didn't realize what he was in. He was about to die. Don't let him be upset. It's a great honor to die at his hands. The boy said he wasn't upset about it. He didn't understand what the guy was talking about. Xiao replied that he felt sorry for him. If he had struck a couple minutes later, he might have really died, but unfortunately for him, he was in a hurry. His punch stabilized the flow of energy in the guy's body. If he waited a little longer, the crystals would weaken his body completely, and he would have a chance to finish him off. At some point, a powerful stream of energy rushed into the heavens. The third master asked him to let go. Watching what was happening, the guy asked what kind of terrifying energy. At least level 4, though no, level 7. The elder asked if the man had absorbed the energy of all the crystals. The prince replied that it was impossible. No human could absorb that much energy in such a short period of time. The mad disciple told the guy that their master was incredible. He might have already reached the 7th level. With his techniques, he could kill them all in a matter of seconds. Turning to the prince, the mad apprentice told him it was over. The elder told the second master that they should retreat. Their first priority is to keep him safe. The crystal mine is lost. The boy replied that okay, he would rely on them. At some point, the elders looked at each other and both attacked the prince. They said they were sorry, but they had to do it. He has to die. Looking at the body, the mad disciple said that all the vital organs were torn to shreds. He's clearly beyond help. One of the elders said that he didn't expect them to do it today. The mad disciple said that everyone should follow him to meet the master. Wang Chaoxiang said it couldn't be. How did his human body withstand such a blow at the moment of the breakthrough? Xiaochen replied that there were an infinite number of secrets locked up in people's bodies. He wouldn't understand it. He was sent by Jianghui Haiyan, right? The guy said that he was young and promising. He was even sorry to kill him. Wang Chaoxiang asked, then should he let him go? Let him go, and he would help him. Xiaochen asked, but he wasn't used to keeping traitors around him. He said okay, then he would just destroy him. Thanks to this pill, his strength will reach the divine level 2. The guy said it's an advanced elevation potion, right? Wang Chaoxiang replied exactly what it was. It was a gift from his teacher. His cultivation level has tripled. He admits that he didn't underestimate the guy, but even though he is strong, he will die today. Suddenly, Ge Lao appeared in front of Xiaochen. He told the guy that they hadn't seen each other for a long time and asked if he remembered him. The boy asked if he was still alive. The man replied that not only was he still alive, but he had become many times stronger. He's still building up his power. Turning to the royal family guy, the man said that he had been watching him. He has pretty good skills. He said Xiaochen is his enemy. Why don't they team up and finish him off? Laughing, the boy replied that it was a great idea. Ge Lao thought what a silly boy. After killing Xiaochen, he would take care of him too. Xiaochen said that he was really surprised that the man was still alive. Ge Lao replied that the gods did not let him die in vain, and gave him a chance to take revenge. He replied that even if it was true, the man would still die at his hands. The man yelled for the guy to die. Covering his nose, he replied that the smell was disgusting. They began to attack. But as it turned out, individually, their attacks were not that strong. Ge Lao told the guy that it would probably be necessary to combine their attacks. He replied that it was fine, let him start, and the guy would adjust to him. Ge Lao and Wang Chaoxiang began to attack together. The guy thought to himself that he had really become much stronger, but Xiaochen kept up with him. The guy shouted for him to receive back. The man hesitated, his lightning-fast punches, impossible to dodge. He asked how are they doing? Turning to the third gentleman, the man asked why he was holding back. Does he really want him to finish them off? The boy said that the older man did not show his full strength either. After discussing everything, they decided to attack him together using their full power. Xiaochen answered what he meant, and he didn't need to hold back any longer. With this strike, he would put an end to their battle. He decided to see if they could withstand the true power of the heavenly fist. Using the Wa sacrament, he said that this secret technique was passed down to him by a master. Unfortunately, the guy hadn't unlocked its full potential yet. These beasts individually are quite weak, but when combined together, they are able to resist a cultivator at the 5th level. As long as the guy is alive, they will be reborn endlessly. He decided to see if Shao Chun could stop his technique. The boy asked if it was because of his supernatural power that he possessed the art of summoning. He replied that it was true. The ability to summon various creatures was his innate talent. Shao Chun replied that it was a rare skill, not bad. Looking at Ge Lao, he asked what about him. Will he show him something interesting? The man replied not to worry, he would be shocked. He told the guy that he had been practicing this technique for a very long time. Ge Lao replies that if he hadn't lost his physical shell, he would never have discovered such a terrifying martial art. The man admits that the boy is strong, but he won't be able to defeat the two of them. The guy replied that using this technique is taboo. He's just a short-sighted toad hiding at the bottom of a well. He thinks he has the key to victory, but he's wrong. Now, they would have to see the horrors of this world. He had forgotten how great the full power of the heavenly fist was. The guy asked, what is this terrifying power? Is it a level 6 advanced soul realm? Although no, it might even be level 8. The man told the guy to attack faster. He realized that he was finished. Shao Chun was too strong. How did he have such incredible strength? If he didn't attack now, he would definitely die from this blow. The only option to get out of there alive was to kill Shao Chun, but to do so, he would need that old man's power. The two of them started attacking the guy. But he didn't even move. After the big explosion, they said it was a great job. Looks like they really did it. The guy yelled that he should run now, the games were over. The man didn't understand at all what was going on. They realized that their attacks had no effect on him at all. Shao Chun shouted that it was too late for them to escape. Was the man really going to run after all? The guy said he was afraid. He was long overdue. Ge Lao realized he was finished because he couldn't move at all. He began to feel an incredible pressure. It was hard for him. Wang Chaoxiang shouted that the guy was insanely lucky. He was in a good mood today. The boy will keep him alive, but in the future they'll get even. Let him wait for him. Shao Chun asked if he thought he could escape from him. Wang Chaoxiang didn't understand what was going on. What was this? His spiritual aura was suppressing the guy. He was clearly too strong. They couldn't understand what had happened, for they couldn't move at all. It was an amazing energy that crushed them. Shao Chun thought that it had been a long time since he had felt such strength inside him. Ge Lao shouted that it was a bit weak. Wang Chaoxiang added that he was not impressed at all. After a powerful strike, there was no trace of them left. The guy didn't understand where he got such power from. If it wasn't for the magical protective artifacts given by the master, he would have died for sure. But he said that no one would be able to destroy it, not even the highest Earth-level technicians. So the guy's punch had surpassed the Earth level? Shao Chun wondered, did he manage to survive? Was it because he took a step back? Wang Chaoxiang shouted for the guy to stay away from him. He can't kill him. Shao Chun replied that he was wrong, the guy would die now. The guy started to say that if he let him live. Without even letting him agree, Shao asked what such a Slovak could offer him. Holding out his hand, he said he'd give up all his artifacts. Just please don't kill him. He promised he wouldn't give him any more trouble. Shao Chun thought so many useful things. But by killing him, he would still get them. Why would a guy risk keeping him alive? Wang Chaoxiang told the guy that he would do anything he asked, just let him spare him. Let him not kill him. Not listening to his nonsense, the guy said let him go to hell. Suddenly, the guy said that if he spared him, the royal family would be his. He said it wasn't a bad deal, let him go on. The boy said that if he kept him alive, sooner or later he would take over the family. Once he's the ruler, he'll hand the reins over to him. Isn't that what he's missing? He would become much stronger once he came to power. Shao Chun replied that it was a pretty good offer. The guy managed to withstand his blow. What kind of protective artifact did he use? Was it forged in the royal forge or was it a gift from his master? He said it was a gift from the master. It was his only magical artifact. It was a pity that the guy had broken it. Xiao Chen asked what cultivation level was his master at. With frightened eyes, the boy asked he wasn't thinking about that. Xiao Chen replied that compared to his royal family, he was more interested in his teachers. The kid asked, is he serious? Doesn't know who his teacher is? How can he say that? Has he heard anything about his master? The guy said he hadn't. Wang Chaoxiang began to tell that his cultivation is profound and unfathomable. Even he does not know what realm he is on. The only thing he knows is that no one from the celestial realm is able to withstand a single strike from him. The guy said that everyone is invincible in words. He asked if there was anything else he could tell me. Let him forget it though. Enough talk about him. Does he know who the guy is? He said that his name is Xiao Chun and Zhongtian Zong is his secret identity. He knows about it. The guy asked he knows about his secret, and he expects to let him survive? He swore he wouldn't give it away to anyone. The guy replied that it was not enough, he needed to establish a spiritual bond with him. Wang Chaoxiang shouted that this was not going to happen and that he should kill him. He replied that it was fine, but he wouldn't be able to establish a connection because the guy was already spiritually bound to his master. Xiao Chun replied that it was nothing, he would be able to break their bond. Wang Chaoxiang asked, is such a thing possible? Xiao Chun said that for other practitioners and even his master, it was most likely impossible. But for him, it was. Taiwudi Palace. Master told the disciples to demonstrate how much their cultivation level had increased. Master said that a few of them are just a step away from the peak. But it's a shame that they can't resist any of Master's moves. The guy said their abilities are terrible. If they had even a tenth of Wang Chaoxiang's talent. The teacher said that's right, guy's ability is on a different level. His cultivation is boundless, let them train. He was thinking about the fact that this is a bunch of trash. Such weak disciples, it's a shame. Wang Chaoxiang is the true incarnation of Yang. When he turns 20, he will take the spiritual core from his body and use it for his own purposes. With his help, he would reach a new level. With the Yen essence, he would be able to break through to the Emperor realm. He needs to advance to the next level as quickly as possible. After reaching the Emperor realm, he would be able to join the Jiang family in the upper realm. When that happens, he will be able to do anything. All we have to do is wait for Wang Chaoxiang to deal with Xiao Qin. He hopes the boy won't let his teacher down. Jiang Weihan appeared on the screen. The man answered and said that it was good to see him. The gentleman asked how things were going. The man started saying he had nothing to worry about. Everything was going according to plan. He entrusted this case to his best student. Failure is impossible. The master replied that he hoped so. If the task is failed, he will never become a member of the Jiang family. Master replied that he has incredible talent. Also, his disciple is a member of the royal family. In addition to talent, he has unimaginable abilities. Failure is impossible. The master replied to heed his advice. Don't be so careless. That guy, Xiao Qin, is not an easy guy. He had once underestimated him and regretted it. Master asked, did he really lose? With his cultivation level, it was unimaginable. Master asked, is he supposed to report back to him? They had entered the earth realm in defiance of the heavenly laws, so they had to suppress their cultivation to the earthly level. Even considering that his cultivation had been weakened, the martial artists of the Shenwu realm couldn't oppose him. But still lost to him. That is why he advises him to be more careful. The man should control the situation personally. Master wondered, is that Xiao Qin really that strong? Even Master Jiang had lost. Looks like he'll have to deal with it personally, then things would definitely go according to plan. Wang Chaoxiang asked, is it really possible for him to break? If Master finds out about it, he won't live. Xiao Qin replied to the guy that it was much more complicated than he thought. Even if he tried to explain everything, he probably wouldn't understand anything. Can only say one thing, he's much stronger than he thinks he is. This guy is incredibly cunning, but he has the purest essence of Yang sealed within his body. The essence can be found both in heaven and in the Shenwu realm. If cultivated properly, it can be passed on to another person in the future. The guy asked, still hesitating? He was starting to get annoyed by this. Either he was about to die at his hands or try to break the bond between them. He thought that death was death, whether it was now or a couple days later. If he could break the connection, it would be a miracle. Shao Chen began to prepare for the omniscient Junji to manifest the soul contact binding this guy. In one move, he broke the chains. The guy said that he broke the spiritual connection with the master. He was hurt a little. Let him recover the inner breath. Wang Chaoxiang asked, "Is it that simple?" He said yes, the palace of invulnerable iron. The master felt his spiritual connection severed. Was his apprentice dead? After looking at the lifestone, the master said it was fine, so the guy is still alive. Then why did the spiritual connection disappear? Did the method of destroying spiritual bonds really exist? He couldn't believe that Wang Chaoxiang had betrayed him. The master said that his teachers had treated him in the best possible way, and yet he had dared to betray him. The man decided that he would take the case personally. He thought, what the hell, he hated it. Is his pure yang going to go to someone else? Will all those years of hard work go to waste? He thought, no, that's not going to happen. Turning to the guy, Shao Chen asked, "Did you recover your inner breath?" The guy replied that yes. Then, he would begin to establish a spiritual connection. The guy thought that such a powerful spiritual seal, dozens of times stronger than the master's, no, even 100 times stronger. With such a seal, he would be able to make his soul float in the air with just a single thought. Turning to the guy, Shao Chen said that he needed something from him. After he takes over the Wang family, the guys should join their royal region of Jinzhou. Wang Chaoxiang said that after all, they are many times stronger than the Tanyuan region. The guy replied that he understands, therefore, he will supply everything he needs. With his support, he shouldn't have any problems. The guy said that in order to seize control of the Jinzhou region, 3 things would be required. First, in order to successfully reach the position of the head of the Wang royal family, a large amount of money is needed. Secondly, a group of strong and trained warriors would be needed. Third, he must learn new high-level techniques. The guy said no problem. He would teach him new techniques and provide him with enough masters. Let him take care of the rest. Shao Chen asked, would a rank 9 technique suit him? It was the best earth-level technique. If that wasn't enough for him, he could offer the heavenly level. He replied that it was enough. He'll soon find someone to deliver them to him. He has 6 months to complete the mission. Let him remember. Only 6 months. Wang Chaoxiang said that he wanted to remind, Master knows that he broke their spiritual contract. That would definitely get him in trouble. The boy replied that he would be killed if he dared to challenge him. Wang Chaoxiang told him not to be so careless. His master's cultivation is unfathomable. Shao Chen asked, what did he think of him? The guy replied that he was very strong, but his level was still a long way off. Shao asked how long it would take his master to get there. The guy replied that it would take about a month. He figured a month would be enough time for his body to fully assimilate the energy of the crystals. The guy would advance to a new level of body hardening. He thought it would be enough to resist him. He had nothing to fear. But he still couldn't figure out who he was. Turning to the guy, he said that he could go, because he realized what he had signed up for? Wang Chaoxiang said sure. The elders immediately ran up to the master and asked if everything was all right. Everything's fine. They asked what happened out there. After all, they felt a surge of energy of terrifying power. Wang Chaoxiang said it was nothing. There's something he needs to know. Turning to the elders, he asked, they killed the other brother, didn't they? He said okay, why the long faces? He would need their help in one matter. Calling them close to him, he told them what to do. When the elders returned to everyone, they said that the master had ordered them to return without him. As soon as the guys turned around, the elders immediately attacked them. No one escaped. Kneeling down in front of the boy, they said they would fight for him. He said he would take over the royal family and they, the wise elders, would help him do it. When they turned to the Lord, they said he was much more ruthless than they had imagined. The disciples greeted Master Tianzun. They congratulated him for absorbing the power of all the thunder crystals. Turning to the master, the mad apprentice said that his abilities were on a completely different level. Let him teach him as well. The master replied that his body was not yet capable of withstanding such power, he would die. So he gave him a high-level technique that he hadn't fully mastered yet. Let him refine it first. He said that since all the practitioners present there wished to join his section, They should obey his orders unquestioningly. His power is beyond human comprehension. They came only because of the madman's invitation and were skeptical at first. The master said that their next task was to create an advanced information network covering the entire Shenwu kingdom. They replied that they would obey. Qingyun sect. Duan Shiliang said that this kid is very strong. Unexpectedly, this journey turned out to be a great success. He's afraid the Qinzhou region won't like it. Xiaochun replied that let them kick themselves. Turning to the master, the guy said that he was leaving to train for a month. Let him remember, this period is very important for his cultivation. No one and nothing should disturb him. Duan Shilian replied that of course, he would take care of it. Xiaochun said that he would manage the sect in his absence. Duan thought that was fine. Thanks to master's diligence, the elevation of Qingyun's sect was just around the corner. He is obligated to put more effort into improving his cultivation. You can't hang around at the master's feet all the time. Xiaochun will be back soon, and he'll pay for what he's done. It won't be long before they come face to face. Wang Chaoxiang fell on his knees saying that finally the master is here. He has been waiting for him for so long, and asks him to help his disciple. Master replied that it was a bit weak for his disciple. Xiaochun must have prepared well. He asked what happened there, and ordered him to tell only the truth. The pressed guy replied that the master misunderstood everything. Xiaochun's cultivation is unpredictable. He was unable to control it. He said the only way he could keep his life was to break their spiritual bond. The guy was waiting for him to come back. The master replied that he had not seen the way in which the spiritual bond had been established, so he would not be able to break it. When he had finished with that brat, he would restore the spiritual bond with him. Now, have him call his father immediately. The boy said 1 minute. Walking down the street, he thought about how kind he had been to the master. Why is he so annoyed? He didn't understand what was going on. Why hadn't Xiaochun still replied to his message? As it turned out, it hadn't been sent. Chernish approached his master. The wolf wondered why he was cultivating so slowly. Suddenly, the master opened his eyes. The guy called the little guy over to him and asked if he was proud of his result. Xiaochun thought that he had finally broken through. The guy said that the third level of reckless deed practice was comparable to the best techniques of the same level. Perhaps he could already use the second strike of the Heavenly Fist. The first strike of the Heavenly Fist is an earth-shrinking technique capable of overthrowing any opponent. The second, however, is like an unfathomable universe, seemingly calm, but in fact it is a might that shakes the heavens and earth. No one can escape. No one can withstand. Looking at Chernish, Xiaochun asked what, wants to practice their new techniques together? Could go outside if he had the courage. The guy said come on, let him show what he can do. Looking at the wolf he said energy absorption? That's incredible. Using a heavenly roar, Black stepped back a little, then began to move towards his master. Xiaochun asked, not wanting to give up until the last one. Suddenly, the boy saw thunder clouds in the sky. He didn't understand what was happening. He looked at Blackie and asked if it was his handiwork. The application of this ability generates an effect of extraordinary power. He can confidently say that the technique used by Blacka Laguna Blade, although the element of lightning is not Blacka's main element, it concealed pure concentrated thunder energy. The guy didn't think that such a thing was possible. In addition to lightning, he summoned a pillar of fire. Most likely this technique is a sunstrike. Xiaochun said that he guessed that there was some secret hidden within him. Let him try to attack at full strength. He wanted to see what Blacka could do. Seeing this, he said that it was unbelievable. He's transformed again. Oh, and that terrifying aura, how lucky he was to have him after all. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something. Traveling through the heavens, he had heard that there was another world above the supreme realm. The rules, morals, and laws of that world are different from theirs. The strongest beings of that world can live forever. It is impossible to get to that extraterrestrial world by force alone. It takes great luck. Legends say that there are no human races in that world, only monsters, and chief among them is chaos. It was born between heaven and earth. It can control everything on earth and destroy everything at a moment's notice. He has 3 followers. And it seems that the strongest of them is, no, it can't be, is it really Chernish? In that case, the world could be destroyed. The extraterrestrial beings have already reached the Shenwu realm as well. This kingdom is too weak to stop them. When Black grows up, he will be able to take over not only the entire Shenwu kingdom, but the entire world. As he looked at him, the boy shouted that could he stop looking so intimidating? He's a supreme cultivator, he has nothing to worry about. Even though Chernish is a chaos follower, he is still his partner. Shao Chen shouted for him to attack. The guy said terribly, he had used all his strength and was only a little stronger. If this keeps up, Black might become stronger than him. Suddenly, he heard the sound of an incoming message. When he looked up, he grabbed Black by the ear and said they should get to work. The palace of the royal family. Turning to Elder Wu, the man asked why he had decided to come so suddenly. The elder asked if he was not welcome in the royal palace. The man replied that no, that was not the point. He had misunderstood him. His arrival is always a celebration for them. He shouted that this time he had important business in the Shenwu kingdom. While he was there, they, the royal family, would do their best to help him with his task. The elders said it would take the strongest fighters they have. Have them summon all practitioners of the royal family who have techniques stronger than level 6 earth class. The man questioned all the practitioners. The elder replied that yes, have him call everyone now. He ordered the order of elders to gather in the meeting room immediately. Looking at them, Elder Wu said that he didn't expect to find such strong practitioners in the royal family. This is already quite interesting. Bowing, the man said he was very lucky. They all gathered there to hear the elder's orders. He said it was time to move on to the plan. Elder Wu said they would follow him to Qinyan sect. They should get there as soon as possible. He said there's only one goal: to kill everyone indiscriminately. Sprinkle their blood on the walls of the sect. The man asked the elder if he heard the Qinyan sect. The elder said yes, but what's wrong? The man said that the Qinyan sect is very far away. They are no match for them. Sending so many fighters? He will send his man there immediately. There was no point in their fighters wasting their forces on those insects. The elder asked what is he carrying? Does he doubt him? The man replied that he did not. His son never lost a battle. But even he didn't stand up to that enemy. If they don't destroy the Qinyan sect, his son's life will be ruined. Does he even realize that? The man replied that yes, he admits his mistake. Shao Chen ordered the guy to lead them to the first heavenly canyon from Qingyun Gate. The guy wondered if he already had some kind of plan? There would really be a real show unfolding there. The man asked Wang Chaoxiang why they did not go directly to the Qinyan sect. Why go through the canyon? The guy replied that this path was not known to many people. The master wanted to take the enemy by surprise. He felt like there was something wrong there. Elder Wu shouted that they were both so sluggish, only slowing him down. Shao Chen said that alas, they had some pretty strong fighters on their side, and he couldn't defeat them all at once. Turning to Chernish, he said that he would take care of the master, and he would take care of the others. The boy thought it was amazing. Even though he has a low sphere, he has the power to destroy this world lurking within him. He seems to be on the verge of a breakthrough. He needs to deal with him quickly. Shao Chen thought about what would happen while she was there if he broke through during their fight. Of course, even with that, the guy would be able to overpower him, but he still had to be careful. Looking at Elder Wu, the man asked why he had stopped. Looking up, the elder said that there they were. That terrifying gaze pierced through him like thunder. This Shao Chen is really strong. He wondered, is the guy there alone? Suddenly, he saw a dog nearby. The elder thought it had a powerful aura. Today's battle will not be easy, that's for sure. Elder Wu shouted to Master Zhong Tianzun that since he was there, let him come down. Everyone was surprised at what they heard. Shao Chen said that it wasn't bad since he was able to detect it. The elder said that there seems to be a rat among them. And this is without a doubt his best disciple. The boy replied that he wasn't that stupid. He said he couldn't be fooled with such a simple strategy. But the guy thinks too highly of himself. He thinks he can stop them with his dog? The boy replied that not only would they stop them, they would also kill them. The elder said he must be kidding. Let the boys leave him to him, he'll deal with him personally. And them, let them take care of the dog. Hope they don't let him down. Looking at the dog, the guys thought he was laughing at them. Wang Chaoxiang was the only one who knew that this mutt was stronger than he looked. Black it changed his appearance. The man shouted that this dog had a high cultivation level, so don't let them relax. Elder Wu began to attack the guy. Xiao Chun replied that it was boring, too weak. The man realized that the earth-shattering ability was not a problem for him. He was really strong. He said he wasn't bad, since he was able to fight them off using only physical attacks. The boy replied that he was not bad either. He threw off his clothes and replied that it was fine, because he had not met a worthy opponent for a long time. All those he had to fight were too weak. Finally, an interesting battle. Xiao Chun replied that unexpectedly, his magic power is a black turtle. The elder replied that yes, it is a black turtle. It is famous for its exceptional defense abilities. He said that thanks to her, almost no one could get through his defenses. The guy said not to worry, he would definitely succeed. Wang Chaoxiang thought that it was impossible. In such a short period of time, his cultivation had increased by leaps and bounds. Could he now fight with a master on equal footing? The boy decided that maybe he should start improving his physical strength as well. At the same time, they were downstairs dodging the blows from the air. Elder Wu realized that his physical strength seemed to be superior. But he still hadn't reached the level of an elder's cultivation yet. But as it turned out, the guy was still able to injure him. He replied that apparently even his defense was not absolute. As he looked at what was happening, the elder wondered if it was such a strong spiritual power. Xiao Chun attacked the elder. Flying aside, he asked, "Is this really the first heavenly fist strike?" The guy asked if he was interested. If he wants to, he will teach. The elder replied that it was good, very good. He has a unique spiritual core and pure yang energy. He is worthy to be his vessel for rebirth. He admits his skills are incredible. But if he thinks he can defeat it, he's mistaken. The boy replied that it wasn't bad. Honestly, he's the only one who was able to take his blow almost uninjured. I can't wait to see what else he can do. The guys didn't understand what was going on. It looked like the dog was trying to hit Wang Chaoxiang with less than full force. And the guy himself looked rather relaxed. Was he thinking that fast? If the man hadn't been so attentive, it would have been difficult to dodge. But he has no trouble dodging attacks? It's as if he anticipates every move his opponent makes. The man wondered, is Wang Chaoxiang really in cahoots with them? The boy shouted to his father, "Be careful, this is a very dangerous technique." He once again thought that this was all strange. Laguna Blade was a powerful technique, but Wang Chaoxiang wasn't even affected by it. At such a dangerous moment, everyone is worried about his safety, trying to get him out of there. But he seems to have known the attack radius of the equipment beforehand and escaped. Elder Wu said that this technique was passed down to him by his master. The technique consists of 18 styles, but he had practiced it for 30 years and had only been able to master 2. Xiao Chun replied, "What must be a cool ability." But she now her attack. The elder shouted for him to die, but the guy dodged in time. He asked, "Is this really the first style?" Blackish shouted to his master that he shouldn't underestimate the enemy. Elder Wu asked if the little one was ready for the second style. Churnish thought about the terrifying technique. Even his defense can't withstand it. Wang Chaoxiang was surprised by such strength. This is already the level of the divine realm. Elder Wu said that he is really strong, but it's not enough. His body is stronger than the elders, but the difference in their cultivations is too great. The guy realized that he wasn't dead, the spirit mark was still in place. But then, where did Xiao Chun go? That was surprising. Looking at Churnish, the man said the dog was next. Suddenly, something strange started happening. He said, "What the hell?" One punch sent the man flying a few meters to the side. The boy said that yes, he had perfected this technique. The elder saw that he didn't have a scratch on him. He put 90% of his strength into this attack, but he doesn't care. If it continues like this, the elder won't be able to win. Even though it does little to no damage, it can't even penetrate his defense. Elder Wu said he's stronger than the man thought. He would have to give his best. Xiao Chun replied that he was looking forward to it. Looking towards the others, Xiao Chun ordered everyone to cover their ears. From the shockwave, everyone flew off to the sides. Xiao Chun thought that it was pretty good. It was even stronger than his heavenly roar. Suddenly, he saw that the old man had gone somewhere. It turned out that he had decided to run away. The guy said that this was the most lowly warrior he had ever met. What a shame. Wang Chaoxiang said that this can't be. Did the master just run away? Xiao Chen asked. Does he want to escape? Does he really think he has a chance? After catching up with the old man, the guy asked him if he was ready to die. After the blow, he fell aside, but he got up and ran on, even though he was wounded. Watching this, the guy said that it looked like he still didn't understand. Elder Wu realized that if this continued, he wouldn't be able to defeat him. He needs to use everything he has. Xiao Chen said that the time of the games had come to an end. It was an honor to die from this ability. The old man replied that he was too arrogant. He asked if it was. The man said okay, let him finish. Looks like I'll have to use my trump card. He asked for it. Xiao Chen asked, does he have magic armor? Is that his trump card? The elder replied that was correct. This armor is a 9th rank magical weapon. He told him that the armor increased his defense and his strength, and so at times. The boy answered him that apparently he didn't understand yet. Elder Wu thought that the feeling as if time had stopped, was it some kind of illusion? He had never seen or even heard of such a power before. He said that it was impossible, so easily destroyed his rank 9 magic armor? Xiao Chen replied that he was still too weak. The elder begged the boy not to kill him. He said he'd obey him, just don't let him kill him. He said the old man didn't deserve it. As soon as Xiao Chen wanted to make an attack, the old man shouted that he couldn't kill him so easily. He ran away again. The elder asked, the boy didn't expect it? It's one of his innate abilities. The boy realized he had a double soul. He was certainly sorry to kill him, but since that was the case, Elder Wu's spiritual power would now become his. He used the second strike of the heavenly fist. I thought he said he couldn't escape. This guy can kill him and the clones all at once with this punch, but he'll find a use for his pathetic life. Elders, that's impossible. How can he have such a strong ability while being in a realm lower than his own? With a single movement of his hand, the guy made the elder get to his feet, then took his soul along with his power. Xiao Chen said that other than magic power, there seemed to be no other use for it. The elder's body began to disappear. The man said it wasn't bad, very worthy of his son. But he betrayed him. You can't even trust your own son. The boy replied that they are a family. How can a father say that? Xiao Chen walked over to them and told the man that his master was dead. Now it was his turn. The man replied that he was a strong opponent. There was no shame in losing to him. The guy said he's glad the man understands. Now let him choose to obey him, or die. He still chose to bow to the master. The rest of the warriors followed his lead. The guy thought that he was very strong. Xiao Chen said that from now on, the royal family belongs to the Qiyun grid. Turning to the black guy, the guy said he was heading back. Looking at the guy, he asked if he knew what to do next. He replied that yes, he remembered everything. Duan Shiliang told the guy that he didn't expect him to defeat the Iron Master so easily. The Qiyun sect is becoming very powerful. Xiao Chen replied to him that it was too early to rejoice. Defeating the Iron Master didn't mean that he had power over the entire Shenwu kingdom. Master replied that of course. He said that now the sect is developing very fast, so we need to carefully control all the internal affairs. The 1,000 miles of barriers in the ant cave have been destroyed. We need to remember that. Duan Shilian replied that they always remember. The guy replied that it was okay, he had to go, as he was still planning to see his student. The man replied that he praised the elder. As he watched him leave, Duan thought that the master was incredible. He's been training hard all this time, but he's still a long way from breaking through into a new realm. He needs to break through as soon as possible. The boy told him what was happening. He said the Iron Master was defeated, their plan had failed. He said the Iron Master had been killed by Xiao Chen. He thought that it was amazing. Has this guy's cultivation really advanced this far? The Iron Master's defense abilities were incredible. How was he able to defeat him? Jiang Weihan said that it was similar, but the worthless trash from the Shenwu realm couldn't be relied on. The man asked what did he mean. The guy shouted for him to contact the Jiang kingdom immediately. It was said that a good fighter had appeared in the kingdom. The man replied that he didn't think it was worth disturbing Jiang kingdom for that. Jiang Weihan in Xiao Chen's new body, there are too many secrets. They need to take this matter seriously. Otherwise, there will be big problems. It's worth disturbing the Jiang monks for that. The guy thought that Xiao Chen might be stronger than they thought, but the monks from the Jiang realm were clearly not going to be able to defeat him. Watching what was going on, he said it was a wonderful process. I guess the old man did his best. The boy's meridians are almost restored. The old man saw that the master had already returned. He said that while he was away, he tried his best to connect the boy's meridians. Xiao Chen said that he had obtained a source of supernatural power for the boy. The boy said he'd leave them again. Let him help the boy learn his new power. The old man said okay. A man greeted Mr. Y Xianxing. Seeing him, he asked how Jiang Weihan was doing. He said he was fine. He said he wanted to visit him in person next time. He wanted to ask him for a favor. The guy asked Jiang Weihan has something to ask him? Let him talk, he was even curious. The man said that they wanted him to go to the Shenwu kingdom and kill someone. Wang Xianxing interrogated the Shenwu kingdom. The man replied that was correct. The target is practicing physical strength, he is very strong. The guy replied that he was very happy to be able to help. Who is his opponent, and what is his cultivation level? The man replied that all the information was there. After looking over everything, he said that the guy was indeed a cultivation genius. Have the man tell Weihan that he is going to the Shenwu realm immediately, somewhere in the Shenwu kingdom. Y Xianxing said that the restraining power of the Shenwu realm is truly amazing. His cultivation is limited to the peak of this realm. He said it wasn't bad. The Shenwu realm only restricts his cultivation, but not the spiritual power of the sword. He thought that, of course, if one tried to improve one's cultivation, it would immediately be balanced by the restrictions of the realm. He unfortunately couldn't resist those forces yet, but the combination of his cultivation and spiritual sword power should be enough to finish off that Xiao Chen. He has a strong body and possesses strong fighting techniques. But even he can't match his sword. Although, you should still be careful, he might have a trump card up his sleeve. Private quarters. The boy wondered, what was that disgusting odor? Feeling the incredible spiritual power of the blade, had someone from the Jiang realm come for him? He thought that he could hardly attract the opponent with his cultivation. It seems like it was Jiang Weihan's tricks again. He should have killed him a long time ago. Turning to Blackett, the guy said that they needed to take out the trash outside the Qingyun sect. The guy said he didn't have to wait long. Is he Xiao Chen? The guy replied that he understood that he was a swordsman from the Jiang kingdom. Wang Xianxing asked how he knew the guy was a swordsman. Pointing his finger at him, Xiao Chen replied that he smelled rotten. The guy said he hoped Xiao Chen had a trump card up his sleeve. Otherwise, he will definitely die today. He replied that swordsmen have always been physically superior to practitioners. But does the guy really think he can kill him? Wang Xianxing said that although his body was limited to the Shenwu peak, but the spiritual power of his sword was at the peak of the Jiang realm. He wouldn't be able to resist it. The guy replied that he wasn't intimidated by some pathetic sword. Calling him an arrogant piece of shit, Wang Xianxing said that he was definitely finished now. Xiao Chen said that he had a large volume of qi, but it wasn't enough. He realized that the guy was attacking the throat. The boy asked, seeing his blade did him no harm. Wasn't he weak for a battle against him? He couldn't be killed by the entire Jiang kingdom, let alone someone like him. He thought about the fact that there was an incredible amount of spiritual energy concentrated in this ball. It was the perfect killing weapon. But he didn't care at all. Perhaps he was so sure of himself? The guy kept wondering how a practitioner of physical strength could be unafraid before the power of his blade. He said okay, he was done for this time. Seeing this, Xiao Chen said that it was already more interesting. After making an attack, he replied that his skills were not bad, but he still had a long way to go. Wang Xianxing asked who the hell is he anyway? The guy replied that he was a body cultivator that he couldn't kill. He replied that he was too arrogant. He knows nothing about the power of cultivators of his realm, he is just a pathetic body practitioner. The guy assures him, a ball possession cultivator is a true powerhouse. Every person in this realm will bow down to the power of this sword. Laughing, Xiao Chen replied that high self-esteem. The sword is great, and it's not that bad either. Marina said he had an idea. He asked if the guy had another sword. He replied that here it was, a Linluan magic weapon, an Earth Level 9 sword. Wang Xianxing asked if he thought he had a chance against the guy in a sword fight. He replied that it wasn't bad, because he also had a couple of sword techniques. After laughing, he still threw the sword to him. Said, "Well, let him show how a body cultivator handles the ball." Taking it in his hands, the boy said it was an excellent sword. A long time ago, a swordsman he knew taught him one of his techniques. I think it's called Shura. This technique is different from the others. To use it, the spiritual power of the sword doesn't matter, only the bloodlust. The stronger the desire to kill, the stronger the sword. But he only memorized one style of bloody sword hovering. He thinks that will be enough to deal with him. The guy said that this technique was called earth-shaking sword. Shao Chen managed to deflect the blow, then said that it was weak. Wang Xianxing was surprised that he had blocked his technique with chi energy alone. It looked like the guy would have to try harder. He said there are 3 styles of ball skills practiced in his family. The first was created by his great-grandfather, the white sword. The guy was attacked by several swords at once. But even with that, he was able to handle it. He said that his ancestors couldn't think of a technique that could hurt him. Wang Xianxing said that this technique was easy to repel, but he had something else. Taking into account the weaknesses of the previous ones, his father created a second technique, the sword of killing desire. He managed to give birth to a boy after all. Shao Chen said that his speed was really impressive. But what surprised the guy was that he almost dodged. The guy said that he was able to injure him. This technique was really something. Wang Xianxing replied that it must be lame in its accuracy. If the technique was more accurate, he would have been lying there with his throat slit. He said the next attack would kill him for sure. Let him go to hell. This combination of techniques is called Futian sword wielding. With a smirk, Shao Chen said the blood sword hovering. The guy obviously didn't expect to see this. With one punch, he flew off to the side. Shao Chen said that Shura's ball technique was truly incredible. With the power of his killing intent and his body, not even such a strong swordsman could compare. He said that if he got the chance, he'd have to find this master and learn a couple of new moves. The boy asked, pretending to be dead? It's not like he destroyed the spiritual power of his sword. Opening his eyes, he asked, did he know that too? The guy said he's a very interesting man. The guy is far from him, but even he can't kill him. Even though Shao Chen is strong, it is only possible to destroy the soul of a Jiang Kingdom warrior by the will of the gods. Wang Xianxing said that they couldn't kill each other, which meant that when he left, he would be pursued by all the wars of the Jiang Kingdom. Shao Chen replied that he was right. He seemed to be in serious trouble. The guy asked if he told him a secret, would he ask the Jiang Kingdom monk to leave him alone? Laughing, the guy asked, the cultivator body is still so arrogant? Not begging for mercy? Let him speak. He listened. He asked him to come closer. As soon as the guy walked over, Shao Chen asked, does he know about the supreme body cultivator? The guy didn't immediately realize what he was trying to say. He said that the cultivator who had almost completely destroyed the Jiang Kingdom. Does he know his real name? He said yes. Shao Chen said that his name is Luan Xingtian, and he is his master. And he is a supreme cultivator, surpassing even his master. The guy said that after he died, he was reborn in this realm. Hard to believe, huh? If he doesn't believe it, let him see for himself. Behind him was Chernish. In an instant, he just ate it. Shao Chen told him hopefully, it was delicious. Suddenly, he spat out a ring. The guy said that the monks of Jiang Kingdom are very rich. This ring contains a whole mountain of artifacts. Suddenly, he realized his mistake. It had been a long time since the boy had been to the Jiang Kingdom. He had already forgotten that their monks were mastering the innate sword soul, and would be revived by the family. Then I thought, okay, what's done is done. The main goal remained to increase his cultivation level. He had almost broken through to the native body subjugation art stage. Suddenly, the secret room exploded. The guys on the training ground didn't realize what had happened. The patriarch of the Y family ordered them to find out who dared to kill his son. He said that the damn bastard who dared to kill his son, Wise's eye would find him and wipe him out. The boy came up and asked his father if the 6th brother had died. Under what circumstances? His father told Y Jiangping that he must not have paid enough attention to him. Thinks he had learned a new technique and got into a fight with a strong opponent. The guy replied that he'd always said his brother would get their family in big trouble. And he was right. His father told him not to say that. The most important thing now is to avenge his brother. Even though there are many young talents in their family, They must avenge the murder of their children. The boy replied that absolutely, but the Supreme Excalibur had invited their family to a big wedding banquet. The man replied that great, then let him get ready. Turning to the older man, the man said that an invitation had been delivered to him. The guy replied that it was interesting. This is the list of dragons and phoenixes of Shenwu Kingdom. Turning to the master, Don Celian said that he thought they were up to something. The guy said they wouldn't be plotting such an obvious conspiracy. Besides, conspiracy is also a possibility. The man asked the elder not to talk like this. Qingzhou region took the initiative to create a list of dragons and phoenixes of the Shenwu Kingdom. It seems like they want to give out titles to the strongest practitioners in this realm. But they probably aren't interested in talent, he thought. They're up to something. He told the master he had to be careful. Let me fall into a trap. The guy replied not to worry. Since the invitation came, why not take a look? The guy said that only young practitioners under 30 can get on the list. In that case, he would go under Xiao Chen's identity. He asked the man to respond to the invitation. Wang Chaoxiang thought about the top fighters gathered there. She can't even imagine what's about to happen. The list of dragons and phoenixes of the Shenwu Kingdom. I wonder who will be on it. Jiang Meng told her brother that she had heard. Would he compete for a spot on the dragon and phoenix roster? He replied that yes. Turning to her brother, the girl said she would help him pack. She asked when he was leaving. The boy replied that he was leaving right away. He said that the competition for the dragon and phoenix roster would start in a month. From there, it's about half a month to Shenwu, so there's not much time. The girl said he had to be careful. Taking a place on the list is nothing. His life is much more important. Xiao Chun replied not to worry, he would be careful. She shouted after him to remember to be safe. In his absence, the girl would be cultivating in the sect. Let him not worry about her. He wished her good luck in cultivating. Looking at Chernish, the boy asked if he wanted to compete in a speed contest. He nodded approvingly. Xiao Chun said then they would start. The guy seemed to be faster. He said he would rest for a while and then continue on his way. Looking ahead, the guy said this little town reeks of poverty. Walking up to the guy, Xiao Chun asked why he was running away from the city. What's wrong? He replied that if he was going to enter the city, he should listen to the advice and run away. A man said that a woman had recently haunted the place. He told everything he knows, and now he's running away. Xiao Chun said that this is interesting. He thinks it is most likely an evil female cultivator. He thought it was kind of weird. She is at least at the peak of Hadao. It wasn't easy at all for cultivators to reach that level. Looking to the side, he said, fine, there's somewhere to eat. Once inside, he asked the owner for something to eat. The man looked at him and asked him if he was not from around here, right? He advised him to leave the city as soon as possible. It was very dangerous there now. Turning to the old man, the boy said that if it was not safe there, why didn't he leave? The old man said that he had lived in this town for 70 years. Would it leave even if he died? A fallen leaf must still return to its roots. Turning to the old man, the guy told him not to worry, he had nothing to be afraid of. Then he calmly began to finish his meal. Xiao Chun was walking around the city. Hearing Blackus started growling, the guy asked, did he smell something? So they'll go check to see what kind of evil cultivator it is. When he heard a woman's voice behind him, the boy thought that there she was. Turning around, he saw the girl. She asked, walking this late? He must be lonely? Holding out her hand to him, she began to say that the night was so long, why shouldn't she keep him company? He replied that she was very beautiful, but her seduction techniques didn't work on him. The girl asked him what he was talking about. She didn't understand. He repeated that her seduction technique didn't work on him. I just didn't expect to see a cultivator with charms there. He kept thinking, how could relying only on gathering the yin and yang energies of men reach peak Hadao? This was only possible if she was 70 or 80 years old. But at first glance, he realized that she was still a virgin. A virgin could only absorb a man's chi with impurities. If she wasn't an innate charm cultivator, she wouldn't be able to achieve such a fast cultivation. The girl shouted that she didn't expect to meet a master there. Apparently, he was too confident in his cultivation to talk to her like that. The guy replied that he wanted to finish her off at first, but now he wanted her to be his property. She asked again, property? He warned her right away not to think about love affairs. She would be his property, not his woman, she didn't deserve it. Namely, she would be his servant. She turned to him and asked him how he could be so confident. He grabbed her by the neck and said that when he counted to 3, she would either die or submit to him. Cultivator realized that she couldn't resist at all. He's very strong, so who is he? The guy started counting. She wondered, was he really going to kill her? She said yes. When he let her go, the guy said fine. At some point, she had a knife in her hand. The girl asked him if he thought she'd be his servant. Dream on, he's going to die. But as soon as the knife touched his body, it snapped. She thought it was just impossible. The guy said she had a chance. He still decided to kill the girl. Shaochen said that it was a pity to kill an innate charm cultivator, but she left him no choice. Suddenly, an old man came up and asked the guy to listen to him. He asked him to let her go. Turning to him, the guy asked if there was something he wanted to tell him. The old man replied that the girl in front of him actually had a good heart. Why doesn't he give her a second chance? He replied that he had given her a second chance, but unfortunately she didn't appreciate it. The old man began to tell me that the current fighters are truly unfathomable. When they first met, he didn't see how strong the guy was. The old man thought he was no match for him, but now he could see that his cultivation foundation was many times superior to the old man. Shaochen asked the old man, how could he be so insecure in his abilities? The old man said he was good, really good. The girl asked him, was he a cultivator too? Then why didn't he kill her when she was causing terror in the city? The old man replied because she only killed bad people and bandits, she didn't touch innocent people. He knows what she's really like, which is why he wants her to be given a second chance to bathe. She looked down in silence. The old man asked the guy, why doesn't he let her go? The girl is not inherently evil. If you set her on the right path, she will mend her ways. The guy said he'd do him a favor if he asked. But he wanted the old man to show what he could do. He feels that this old man's spirit is very strong, battle-hardened. Besides, he is not even inferior to the fighters of the higher spheres in the village. But there were many hidden wounds on his body that had damaged his meridians, so it was difficult for him to improve his cultivation. The old man replied that it was fine, they would fight. Shaochen said that then, let the old man be careful. When he tried to make his first attack, he was surprised because his punch was directed in a completely different direction. He tried again and again, but all in vain. Turning to the old man, he said that his cultivation foundation was impressive. Even though he only used a couple of simple abilities, it's obvious that if the guy doesn't use the secret technique of body conquest, he's going to have a hard time. There are more fighters in the world than one might think. The old man asked if it was his turn. The guy replied that he could attack. Shaochen replied that his control over spiritual energy was impressive. The old man asked if he was a body cultivator. He said it was true. The old man's blow did not hurt him at all. The old man replied that old age is old age, and it was too late for him to fight. Shaochen told him that his meridians were damaged, so it was hard for the old man to improve his cultivation. With his knowledge and foundation, if one healed his body, within a month, he would become very strong. The man asked if he could see his hidden wounds. He replied that although his meridians had been damaged for a long time, there was still hope. If the old man had the right herbs, he could help him recover. The old man told him that if the guy helped him restore his meridians, he would become his assistant. The guy says great, then it's time to sign a spiritual contract. He guarantees he can cure him, and the old man signs a spiritual contract with him. Everybody wins. The old man replied that he agreed, after which they signed the contract. The boy thought that unexpectedly, good fortune would follow him on this journey. The old man would be a great addition to his strength. Looking at the girl, he asked what about her? Will she sign the spiritual contract or die? She replied that she would choose to sign the spiritual contract. When the old man spoke to the master, he said that this young lady had a bright mind. She would become very strong in the future. The boy replied that it was very good. He told Shimei that he had signed a spiritual contract with her, so would treat her appropriately. He had a couple techniques for her. The guy thought that fortunately, he still remembered a few techniques suitable for women. For example, the heart of the Jew goddess should be suitable for her. The girl wondered, this is a level 9 Earth Sphere technique after all. Shaochen told her fine, this technique is suitable for women, but he doesn't know of any others as strong. He would find something for her in the future. The old man pondered. After all, this guy had just given away a 9th level Earth sphere technique for nothing. Not bad. The guy told him it was getting late, they should get some rest. They would leave the city tomorrow. Chimei asked if the master was going to Qinzhou. He replied that yes, he was going to compete for a place on the list of dragons and phoenixes. The old man said it was hard to believe he was going to fight the strongest warriors at such a young age. The boy replied that it wasn't the first time for him. Turning to the master, the old man said that it was still a long way to Qinzhou. Did he think they would make it in time? Xiaochen replied that he had never been there. They should hurry. He said there's a town nearby where an old friend of his lives. If the master wasn't in a hurry, they could check him out. He was a strong cultivator. The boy asked if he could use it too. The old man said he didn't know. He has good powers, but he is very strange. The boy asked him to tell him everything. He began to tell me that he met him a decade ago. His comrade was a professional treasure hunter. Thanks to his talents, he improved his cultivation foundation every day. Basically, it's all about treasure hunting skills. He must have already stuck around. The guy pondered. Treasure hunting is a way to learn the secrets of the heavens. It's forbidden by the heavenly way. Practicing it is extremely difficult. When they reached the right place, the old man said that it was strange. Why were there so many warriors there? The girl replied that it must be the son of some powerful family who decided to block the participants there. Lao Zhou replied that it was possible, but it was unknown what family he was from. The guy said that he didn't care. If anyone dares to block his way, he will finish them off. The guard said that the gate to the city was closed, advising everyone to get out of there. The guy asked who was he to say that the gate was closed. He decided to tell him who he was, a guy from the Iron Blood sect of the Qinzhou region. Hearing this, he turned around and quickly ran away. The old man said it's the Iron Blood sect. The biggest sect in the Qinzhou region. They have countless strong warriors. They are careless people who will do anything to achieve their goals. He said that 5 years ago, their master was twice as strong as the old man. He's afraid the gap between them is even bigger now. And the junior master of the Iron Blood sect said that he had reached the peak of Hadao in his youth, and was one step away from a breakthrough. Turning to old Zhou, Xiaoqing said that they were empty talkers. The man replied that compared to his master, they were nothing. The guards shouted that the three of them, can't you see the gate is closed? Looking at the old man, the guy said to get rid of them. He replied okay, but warned, the Iron Blood sect will not forgive them. Chimei went to the master and asked permission for her to deal with them. The master replied that old man Zhou would do it. He was a little faster. Going upstairs to them, the boys asked what this old man was doing. A few blows, and there was no trace of them left. Soon the gate was open. The old man was the first to allow the master to enter. People began to discuss that they had killed people of all you Iron Bloods. They wondered who they were. Xiaochen asked the old man where his friend lives. He said to follow him. The man lives in a very secluded place. Looking up at the sky, the boy asked what were those huge black clouds? As it turned out, neither the old man nor the girl seemed to see them. These clouds are the punishment of the heavenly law. As long as these clouds hang, a person will have only bad luck. The kingdom of Shenwu seems to have no mercy on this guy. Old Zhou shouted to his old friend that they had come to check on him. Let him come out. Seeing him, they hesitated for a moment. It seems that the way of heaven not only suppressed his luck, but also deprived him of his vitality. What had he sinned so much? When he saw his buddy, the man invited him in. Once inside, he asked why the old man Lao Zhou had suddenly decided to visit him. He started asking why his friend looked so awful. What happened? Was it a serious injury? He said he didn't know. His body was fading every day. Before he knew it, it was so bad. Looking at Xiaochen, he asked who this young man was. Old man Lao replied that he would introduce them. This is his master. Laughing, he told his friend to come up with a better joke. The old man replied that he was not joking. He was really his master. The guy asked if he had studied something recently, right? He asked if the guy thought he shouldn't care. Turning to old Zhou, he asked, are they here to take away his research? The old man asked, Luan, has he completely lost his mind? Does he think he is such a mean person? Xiaochen told him not to be so nervous. The guy is just curious. He was studying the theft of heavenly treasures, so the heavens put a spoil on him. Not only has he lost his luck, but he's also losing his life force. If this continues, in less than 3 months, he will be dead. Old man Zhou asked, what is this master talking about? His friend asked if it was heavenly spoil. The guy said yes, that's what it is. Suddenly, they heard voices outside telling them to come out immediately. The guy said it's those worms again, let Lao Zhou deal with them. Get out. The old man asked, are they from the Iron Blood sect? They better leave or he will kill them. The boy asked him, who is he? How dare he talk to them like that? The old man says he doesn't know, but if they don't leave, they're dead. Shao Chen told him that he could help him get rid of the spoilage, but Wan had to serve him. The old man asked why he should trust him. The guy replied, because he is strong. He said there was no need for that. If the heavens cursed him, that was his fate. The boy asked if he didn't want to finish his research. The man replied that you are. He hasn't been able to make any progress in his research for a long time. His hands are already down. Shao Chen told him not to pretend that he no longer wants to live. He can see by his eyes. The girl said her master was very powerful. If he said he can help, it must be true. Would he really be able to help him advance his research? The boy said yes. The old man said he would believe him. Shao Chen said that it was then necessary to sign a spiritual contract. The girl said that he was a grown-up man, so don't be nervous. The boy asked, is heaven trying to prevent him? Are they worthy of it? Everyone wondered, is the master really mocking the heavens? The boy asked Blackie, so which one was it? The wolf jumped to the ground. As soon as the lightning bolts struck, he immediately absorbed them. Shao Chen shouted for them to give up, because they wouldn't succeed. Looking up, the guy said that it was the right decision. Suddenly, a red lightning bolt struck the master directly. The guy said how terrible, this lightning could destroy 100 people like him in the blink of an eye. The guy asked, still using dirty tricks? Given the restrictions of the Shenwu kingdom, they can't punish him. Let them give up, they still have time to play. Looking at Wan Ping, the guy said that the spiritual contract was concluded, he would fulfill his promises. Bowing down, the old man said that he was his only master from now on. Shao Chen said that this place is completely destroyed, they need to find where you rest. He thought that, however, it is not easy to resist the heavenly punishment of the Shenwu kingdom. Seeing that Blacka was worried, the guy replied that he shouldn't be afraid, these were only minor injuries. If the tale of the 3 higher realms had been told, he would be dead by now. The 3rd level of the secret body conquest technique is still not enough. We need to reach the 4th level as soon as possible. Chernish considered whether to tell him that his spiritual wisdom had been revealed. He decided he would wait until he was stronger. If he found out now, the consequences could be dire. With his current abilities, he wouldn't be able to defend himself. Old man Lao thought that master must be injured. Until he recovers, the old man must protect him. Who is he really? At Hadao Peak, can he resist the powers of the heavens? He was the one who thought that, alas, there are a lot of scum around, so he needs to do a good job. At this time, in the Iron Blood sect, the man asked what he was saying. His elite fighters were wiped out by a small unknown group. The guy told the young gentleman that it was all his fault. He told him to get up. It's not his fault. It's his fault, too. Because he entrusted such an important task to a scumbag. He wondered why they were all so useless. Screwed up on such a simple errand. He wanted to do it in a competition for a spot on the roster for show. Seemed a little hasty. The 2 appeared and bowed to the young master, saying he could give orders. The man told them to feed the bastard to the fish. Then have them find the ones who killed the elite soldiers of the sect. The young gentleman thought, what a nasty thing to say. He's not actually a bloodthirsty maniac, but all the time some freak wants to take him out. He said that in the entire Shenwu realm, there was no fighter capable of reaching such cultivation heights at his age. Reaching the top of the Dragon and Phoenix list will be his first step to conquering the world of martial arts. The boy said, so many people? The old man replied that yes, almost all of the young warriors of Shenwu will come. It's true that the cultivation foundation of many is weak. The guy said that among these guys, there was no one with a cultivation level higher than the 2nd Hadao Peak. Old man Zhou replied that in the entire Shenwu kingdom, there were probably no more than 30 warriors capable of reaching the Hadao Peak. Most of them came from noble families. This group is mostly ordinary cultivators who come from poor families. They only go to the competition to try their luck. Xiaochen said there's hardly anyone worthy, they should go. It's a girl with them, so they don't want to attract attention. The old man said Qinxian City? Beyond this gate, the territory of Qinzhou begins. In a couple of days, they will reach the capital city. Turning to the master, the girl asked if she could wander around a bit. He replied that she should look around. Everyone was staring at her. She replied that it had been so long since she had visited the shops and markets. He replied that he would seal her charm, which should be enough for 3 hours. Looking at Blackish, Xiaochen asked, what is he saying? Does he want to go with her? The guy said okay, let him go. He will eat and rest for a while. When they entered a place, a man greeted them and asked them what they wanted. The old man said that there were so many people there. Please let him put them somewhere quieter. He replied that he had to disappoint them. There were so many visitors that there was no room for them. He looked up and asked, what about that table over there? The guy replied that, alas, that place was reserved. Xiaochen said it was fine, they would move outside. The old man asked for the guy to serve them properly. We'll serve the best they have. He replied not to worry, he would take care of everything. Sitting at a table, a young man approached them and asked if he too was going to compete for a spot on the Dragon and Phoenix roster. The boy said yes. He said he was lucky then. Does he know who he is? The guy said that this book has records of all the contestants who will be at the competition. For a modest 10 gold pieces he could learn many secrets, and in each one. Xiaochen replied that he didn't believe it. The guy asked what's the matter with him? In that case, would he open and show him a random page? He said it looks like the guy's a lucky guy. He got a page with one of the strongest fighters, a junior master of the Iron Blood cult. Looking inside, he asked where the guy got this from. The old man saw that it was Teixien. He was already quite famous, so he thought so. What do they say now? The book is worth its money, isn't it? Xiaochen replied that it was, and asked old man Lao to pay him. The old man took the book in his hands. Looking inside, he pondered for a moment. Suddenly, Wan Ping saw his reaction and asked, is something wrong? Looking inside, they froze together. The guy asked what they were looking at. Opening that very book, he saw his profile inside. They were wondering how long ago this all came to light? Is the master at the stage of awakening supernatural powers? They didn't believe it, he was Duan Shilian's disciple after all. How was this even possible? Put in the book on the table, Xiaochen said that the information is quite comprehensive. It said that the strongest fighter, it was better not to go against him. The guy found it quite interesting. Sliding the book towards old man Zhao, he ordered him to scrutinize everything, telling him to rely on him. After greeting everyone, the man said that he was the owner of this place. He asked if most of them were going to participate in the Dragon Phoenix fight. He has exclusive information about these competitions. Would they be interested in hearing it? Everyone started asking him to tell them. Xiaochen said that it was getting too noisy, it was time to go. The master said okay, then he would tell you. Seeing them leave, the owner thought, aren't these guys interested? When they went outside, the guy said it was too early, they would go to the market and find the others. Turning to the master, old man Lao said he would look for a place to sleep. The boy agreed and said let them go then. The streets of the city. As he walked past one of the stores, the boy wondered if they had Earth-level weapons. As he walked inside, the girl greeted him. The guy said he wasn't interested in what was on the counter. Could he meet the owner? The girl's face showed that she had not expected this. Another girl came up behind me and said she was the shopkeeper. What can she do for you? The guy asked if they had any Earth-level weapons there. She replied that he seemed to be joking. Where would they get such weapons? But they have a lot of good goods at a lower level. Xiaochen thought that it didn't look like she was lying. He told her that there was nothing interesting there. Let her take him inside. The girl said okay, let him follow her. She told the guy that their best merchandise was stored there. He approached one of the guys and said hello. The guy said what kind of reckless fool dares to distract him from the gun island. Suddenly, he recognized him as the boss. The girl thought that one of them was young Master Jiang Quan. She wondered who the other young man was then. Xiaochen asked the guy what brought him to Qinzhou. He said he was bored, so he went out to see who's going to participate in the Dragon and Phoenix competition. Did boss really come there because of him? Why didn't he tell him? Master said it was trash, so he should put it back. Looking around, he wondered where the earth-level weapons were. Suddenly, an object hanging from the girl's waist caught his attention. It was a companion weapon, a cultivator's talisman that hid his breath. The girl asked what was the stare? Jiang Quan told the master that he had good taste. After which, he received a punch in the nose. When he approached the girl, he said he wanted the pendant hanging from her waist. She asked him what he was talking about. She wants to buy a pendant that hangs from her waist. She told that it was left to her by her mother. The girl cannot sell it. The guy thought the boss was faking it, saying he wanted the pendant, but really he just wanted to remember her. Girls get hurt when they don't get the attention they deserve. He told the girl again that he was very interested in the pendant, and would pay a lot. The girl replied that no, it was not about money. Her mother told her that she should give it to someone she really loved. Shaochen said that he was willing to trade this pendant for Earth-level abilities. The guy thought the boss was cool, directly showing all his power and pressuring the girl. He thinks he has a lot to learn from him. The girl asked about Earth-level abilities? But it's just an ordinary pendant, there's nothing special about it. The guy asked, so what does she say? Looking at her, he said that, alas, apparently, he would not be getting that pendant. He told the guy it was time to leave. The girl looked at him and thought that maybe he liked her. The master asked the boy if he was going to compete. He said he didn't want to go at all. But the old man made him go. His brothers would go, and he should go too, so as not to disgrace the family. Shao Chen asked him, isn't it great? Being able to prove to himself that he's worth something. The guy replied that the boss wouldn't understand. They have a family feud, and this time, the competition will be held without any rules and restrictions. If he met his brothers in battle, they would kill him. The master asked then why didn't he kill them first? Jiang Quan said that if it were that simple. They are stronger than him, even considering the abilities he trained him with. And his magical weapons are much lower in level. His brothers have Earth-level armor and weapons. Master asked, someone needs to be a loser. Don't worry, it's just a couple of artifacts. Once he's in town, they'll buy him something worthwhile. He answered the boss that he was afraid, there were no weapons in the city anymore. Everything had been dismantled a long time ago. The guy said that's it? Does he happen to know any good blacksmiths in town? He replied that of course he knows one. Does he really want one? Chimei saw the master and called him over. The guy thought he was a man. Where would they go? He's got beautiful ladies chasing after him. She's his subordinate too? The guy introduced himself, saying that his name was Jiang Quan and he was one of the boss's assistants. Seeing something glittering, the guy thought someone is also looking out for a jade. This is quite interesting. Old man Lao asked, has the master already returned? Is it really the famous Jiang Quan beside him? So they turn out to be buddies? The guy said he was his boss. The old man said I see. The room is prepared, the master can go rest. The guy can go rest too, the old man has prepared extra rooms just in case. Shaochen said that everything was well thought out. Jiang Quan can rest too, tomorrow they will go straight to Qinzhou city. The guy replied that it was fine. As expected, there's a problem. But it's all his fault. If he hadn't broken the concealing power of the jade, the shopkeeper wouldn't have been touched. Looks like he's looking for trouble for himself as usual. Turning to Chernish, the guy said that they had a job to do. He asked the lady, what's troubling her? Why is she in such a hurry? Where is she going? The girl asked who he was. The guy told her not to worry, he's not a burglar. He just wanted her jade. After apologizing, she said she didn't. Rushing after her, he replied that then she didn't blame him for abusing such a pretty girl. Suddenly, a guy appeared and gave him a punch. The girl was happy that it was him, but she wondered why he was there. The man asked, so is it him? Shao Chen asked him counter questions. Do they know each other? The stranger started shouting that he advised him not to meddle in other people's affairs. Shao Chen said that he was quite shouty. The man tried to attack the guy, but the master quickly dealt with him. He wondered who he was too. Taking off his mask, the guy said he had seen him before. He thought it was impossible. How could he have such power? He started asking the guy not to kill him. Shao Chen told him to give him one reason why he should. The man replied that if he killed him, he would be retaliated against. Smiling, the guy replied that he thought the reason was pretty worthwhile. With one punch, Shao Chen finished him off. The girl began to thank him for his help. He replied that he didn't have to, he just needed her jade. She took it in her hand and held it out to the boy. He took the jade in his hands and did something with it before handing it back. Shao Chen said that her jade was incredibly rare. Last time, he had damaged its concealing ability. She got into trouble because it was spotted. But don't worry, he restored the concealing aura. The girl was embarrassed, and said that she wanted to give this jade to her lord. She told me that this stone was the only thing her mom had left behind. She said it should be given to someone she liked. Shao Chen replied to the lady that he couldn't take him. He replied that it was better for her to take care of him, and he would go. In an instant the guy disappeared. The girl wondered, he must be in the dragon and phoenix competition. She decided she needed to find him there. Jiang Quan told the master that they could stay at his house when they arrived in Qinzhou. After which they set off on their journey. Old man Lao said to the gentleman, "Here they have arrived." The boy replied that, as expected, even the air there was completely different. The apprentice told the boss that he had informed the family of their arrival. They would meet them soon. Shao Chen nodded approvingly. Just as he thought, there are many strong warriors there. There were even a dozen people above level 5. Suddenly, they saw something approaching. Chi Mei pointed her finger and said it was very beautiful. The guys didn't support her opinion and thought it was ugly. Jiang Quan said it's the Jin clan from the Qinzhou region. Incredibly rich, they can even oppose an entire state. But they are unbearable people. Master replied that he understood. Appearing in front of the guys, Jean Panzi told the guy that it had been a long time since they had seen each other. Jiang Quan replied that yes, but he was still as old-fashioned as ever. The man replied that fashion is to me all the time. He came to the Dragon and Phoenix competition. This time his clan is determined they will win. The guy asked, and they sent him out to win? An ordinary fatty? Descending, Jean Panzi replied that with enough money, nothing was impossible. When he saw Chi Mei, he said how beautiful she was. Turning to the girl, he said he was in need of a concubine. Would she like to go with him? He promised to fulfill her every wish. Jiang Quan told the fat man that this girl is his boss's girlfriend. Is he fed up with his life? The guy asked, and who is he, his boss? Let him talk to him in person. Old man Lao asked the master, should he take care of this man? Pointing his finger at him, the fat man asked what this old man was doing. Looking at Shao Chen, the man asked, is this kid his boss? Laughing, he asked the guy, is he all right in the head? Does he let that little brat boss him around? Taking out the ring, he said he now had 1 million gold pieces in his hand. This thing would be his if he swore allegiance to it. The guy asked, is he really that rich? He said exactly what it was. You don't know what no is at all, that's how rich he is. Jiang Quan looked at them from the sidelines and thought it was about to start. That smile means that the boss is really pissed off. Fatty Jean, he's a dead man. Placing a hand on his shoulder, Shao Chen said that it wasn't enough to buy him. Smiling, the man said that was another conversation. Let him talk as much as he wants. The guy came close to his ear and said that he wanted all the wealth of his clan. Jean Panzi replied that he was not joking and that he should stop fooling around. The guy said he was more serious than ever. He even fell to his knees in fright. The master said that the wise man is the one who is sober about his current situation, like this. Immediately ran to the Lord's defense, but old man Lao stood in front of them. A few blows, and there was no trace of them left. Shao Chen answered, what exactly? He wants all their wealth. He asked, is there any objections? The man was curious about who he was. The guy replied that he was someone a man wouldn't be able to afford. Jean Panzi said that he advised him not to get too cocky. If he let him go now, he could avoid problems in the future. Shao Chen replied that he was going. Let him go. Let him leave now, this is his only chance. He said okay, he's already leaving. Jean Panzi shouted what was he doing? The guy replied that it was nothing, just an itchy hand, so he scratched it. Shao asked why he's still there. The guy gave him the opportunity to leave, right? If he wants to stay, let him say so. He called the guy a shameless scumbag. The master asked, and what would he do? There were people watching from the side. They asked, "Isn't that Jean Pansy?" One of the guys asked him, kneeling down. "Isn't the one next to him Jiang Quan? Does he really want his family dead? Are they trying to make fun of Fatty Jean?" The guy told his boss that he was definitely fabulously rich. His family has enough money to buy a whole state. The man shouted that this was nonsense. His family was practically begging. Xiao Chun replied that he had heard that his family's fortune was many times that of the emperor himself. But since he said that he was poor, there was nothing to fear. As soon as the guy wanted to strike, the man started yelling that he didn't. His family is incredibly rich, he will give him as much money as he wants, just let him go. Xiao Chun said that this was where he should have started. Turning to Jiang Quan, the master told him that he would guide this chubby guy. Following them, the man asked Jiang Quan who he was. They realized that he will be a dead man if his father finds out, right? And it won't stop there, he'll meet the same fate. The guy told him to stop mumbling. Did he have any idea how powerful his boss was? See that old man next to him? That man is a Hedao Peak master. An enlightened master walks under his boss. Let him accept the fact that he is an ordinary worm. Jean Pansy replied that there was no way. They will pay for everything. The guy said he would give him one piece of advice. Instead of becoming an enemy of his boss, it's better to be friends with him. Let him think again. The boss would easily raise him to Earth-level martial arts if they followed him. The man asked the Earth level of the first stage. Jiang Quan replied that no, to the 9th stage. Jean Pansy said that even his family only had a few rank 9 abilities. Is he saying that his boss can pull this off? Don't take him for an idiot, even he knows something about it. The guy said it was the truth. Naming one of the names, he said the guy should know him. He has tremendous respect for his boss. Besides, to be honest, he's his favorite, so it's not worth fighting with him either. He fearfully asked who his boss was. Jiang Quan that it doesn't matter who he is. The important thing is to be on his side. By the way, the boss's mentor, who does he think he is? Jean Pansy asked, and who was it? The guy replied, had he heard of Master Zhong Tianzun? The man replied that it couldn't be. The master himself who single-handedly conquered and unified the Qingyan lands, so if he follows the boss, he definitely won't regret it. He replied that he couldn't believe it, but he really wanted to reach the Earth level of martial arts. Jiang Quan said that he should let him do it. Once the guy approached the boss, he said that yes, he would do it. Jiang Quan told the man that he agreed. Watching him, the master thought that this guy was good for something after all, but in Jean Pansy's mind was something else entirely. He decided to pretend to be an obedient dog and wait for his father to come to his rescue and slaughter them like pigs. Jiang Family Hall. The man thought, who is this Xiao Chun? Greatness, no exaggeration, masters follow him around like servants. But he doesn't want his son to mess with him. Although it doesn't look like he has any evil intentions, Master asked the man how the investigation assigned to him was going. Did he find out anything about this Xiao Chun? He said that Xiao Chun was Qingyan's best disciple. His talent was astounding. But one day, the enemy completely destroyed his cultivation foundation. Miraculously, he was able to restore his cultivation, but that wasn't the most amazing thing yet. Heavenly Master Zhong Tianzong himself has taken him as his disciple. There was no doubt around this guy's identity, but it was different with the Heavenly Master. They couldn't find out anything about him, as if he came out of nowhere. The guy thought it looked like he was going to have to sit there and recover. He needed to warn his boss that someone was after him. Taixian said that the guy better not stop. He asked what Xiao Chun had done to make him willing to give his life for him. Long Feichen replied that it was none of his business. He didn't understand where Taixian had come from. What a day he'd had, it was a disaster. Grabbing him by the throat, the guy started telling him to tell him something interesting about Xiao Chun. Maybe he'd let him live. He said he wouldn't dream of it, he'd rather die. Taixian asked to die? He is asking too much. The guy will bring him back, destroy his foundation with cultivation, and throw him out on the street. He will live an agonizingly long life in poverty, fighting with stray dogs for scraps. He asked if he had a wife, right? If she gives Taixian a child, it will be even better. Long Feichen asked how dare he? This was followed by a piercing heartbeat. The guy said he'd sure like to see him in action. In the meantime, he would destroy his cultivation. Long Feichin told him that even if he became a ghost, he would still get him. Taixian replied that unfortunately, he wouldn't die that easily. Giving him one last chance to tell Shaoqin in detail, Feichin replied that there was no way he would give in to such a freak. Calling him an ungrateful animal, the guy said he would abuse his wife right in front of him. See how he sings then. Is Taixian guy that tough? But his wife is really good. He decided he'd do her today. That same night the inn. Abruptly opening his eyes, Shaoqin wondered why Feichin's spiritual power had weakened so much. She was on the verge. Diving into his inner world, he asked what had already happened to him. He was so sick of it all. After changing his clothes, he decided to see who dared to do this to his student. He saw that it was Taixian, and then he said fine. So he wants to find him? Fine, then let him wait. He was able to find the guy in no time. Turns out he was about 25 kilometers away. Wake up, Blackie, Shaoqin told him to get up, there's work to do. We need to go rescue the guy immediately. Chernish wondered, could Shaoqin really release such an astounding amount of energy? It was surprising that with his cultivation level, he was able to use this tracking ability. He wondered if he should tell him. Then he decided he would wait a little longer. When he reached the Jushin realm, he would tell him everything. Enemy sanctuary? Looking at the barely alive guy, Taixian called the guards over to you. As soon as they arrived, the guy asked if they had accomplished the task he had assigned them. One of them said yes. It went like clockwork. They grabbed that girl and tied her up. She's really adorable. He said the guys could barely contain themselves. Taixian said fine, let them bring her to him. After a couple of minutes, the bound girl was brought into the room. The girl immediately burst out and ran up to her husband asking him what they had done to him. She asked him to wake up. Turning to Taixian, the guy said that if he even touched her with a finger, it would make him beg for death. Did he ask him to tell us how he was going to do it? Would he start now? He was completely helpless now. What was Feichin going to do to him? The guy told Taixian that it was just between the two of them, nothing to do with Wani. Let her go, please. He replied that he finally thought of begging him. Okay, he's giving him one last chance. Have him tell him everything he knows about Shaoqin. Feichin replied that he would do anything but that. He realizes that the boy can't tell him about it. With a laugh, Taixian replied that then, let her blame herself. Then he grabbed the girl. He shouted that this is what happens when his kindness is rejected. He said the louder a guy screams, the more he likes it. Suddenly, the question came out, is that what his tastes are? And then the ceiling collapsed. With a shockwave, everyone flew aside. Shaoqin first went to his disciple and asked why he didn't share his problems with him. The boy was happy to see his master. He immediately began to tell him that Taixian was very strong. Shaoqin replied that he would rather take care of himself now. Rising up, the guy asked means he is the same Shaoqin? He answered that he was. The guy wanted to see him, and there he was. Taixian replied that great, just great. He started shouting that Shaoqin killed his men and now he'll pay for it. He broke in, so don't expect a warm welcome. Shaoqin said the guy was wrong. He didn't just kill a couple of his men, but came to wipe out the entire Iron Blood sect. Laughing, Taixian replied that he thought the guy was some kind of important person. But he was just an arrogant upstart who just needed to be brought down to earth. After giving him the first slap, the guy said what a long tongue. Followed by a second one, he said that one too. Taixian started shouting that how dare the bastard? How dare he mock him? He started shouting that he would kill him, crush him, destroy him. Shaoqin replied that he was pretty strong, that wasn't bad. He told Chernish to get the boys out of there. Having accomplished that task, they fled. Taixian said that everyone is talking about his incredible strength. It was time to see what he was really capable of. The guy shouted a level 8 Earth Technique heart-clenching fist. Shaoqin in turn said Earth Technique level 9 Heavenly Roar. There was nothing left of Taixian's house. The guy asked the 9th level martial arts technician? Shaoqin replied that it was nothing special. Taixian said that as he expected, the guy is not that easy. But he doesn't think he can beat him with it, right? He'll probably only be able to use his powerful technique once, but his clenched fist can be summoned many times. Let's see how he responds to it. Shaoqin replied that he was bored. The guy thought it was impossible. His technique is flawless. How did he manage to get it? He said that frogs sitting in a well will never understand what the sea is like. Taixian said he was truly worthy to die by his hand. The guy said that this is his true spiritual power. Holy Soul Ghost Buddha, now let Shaoqin show him his. He said no, the guy doesn't deserve it. Taixian said okay, then he'll see how long he can keep on showing off. He was really very curious. Would Shaoqin be able to hold out? After which, he began to launch an attack. The guy decided to use Tianhuang's fist. Everything disappeared in the blink of an eye. Taixian started shouting, "What did the guy do? What did he do?" Shaoqin replied that quietly, he hadn't even started yet. The guy asked what he meant. After which he said that he understood. Fichin said that his cultivation level? The guy replied that his cultivation level was far beyond his comprehension. Let him remember, if he got into any trouble again, immediately call him for help. Now let him be still, he will restore his body. Looking at him, the girl thought it must be Shaoqin, the one her husband had only told her about. He's really strong, incredibly strong. The guy told him to try to get up and move around. Fichin was glad that he was healthy. Even though the guy is left behind, he thinks that with a few days of good training he will fully recover and become even stronger. Just as they were about to leave, the guy saw something start to happen. He said it was getting interesting. Did he revive from the vapor of his blood? Taixian replied that he hoped the guy didn't expect to defeat him with a single blow. Shaoqin ordered Chernish to take the boys to the hotel. He would catch up with them. Fichin told him to take care of himself. The boy said not to worry about him. Taixian said that just as he thought, he is the so-called Zhong Tianzun. The guy replied that it's not bad, he's smarter than he thought. He is just burning with curiosity. Who the hell is he? Xiao replied that you don't ask questions of the dead. Rebirth is cool, sure, but does it make a difference? He just needs to sweat him again. Taixian said that if he can revive once, what's stopping him from doing it a second time? Furthermore, with every rebirth, his cultivation level increases by 1 stage. The guy wouldn't be able to destroy him, he would only make him much stronger. Shaoqin replied that his rebirth was just a pathetic friend. He can't fool a guy. As for his cultivation level, peak enlightenment is at the 1st stage, right? Perhaps a 3rd or even a 4th. The peculiarity of his ability is that he can compress his body again after being destroyed. The degree of compression is the number of times he can be reborn. Now that he understood everything, the guy didn't seem so strong anymore. You can't fool him with such a weak technique. If he really wanted to kill the guy, it was time to show his trump cards. Taixian replied that he was getting more and more interesting by the minute. That's right, his cultivation level isn't the 1st, or even the 4th stage. His true cultivation level is 7th stage. The guy asked 7th stage cultivation? What a talented youngster they are. Taixian replied that it was time for him to show his power. He said that although this martial style was a 9th level earth technique, but the killing power was not inferior to heavenly techniques. Now let Shaoqin die. After a powerful punch, the guy said that death at the hands of the Buddha's holy executor was a part for him. Shaoqin asked, and how did he get so lucky? Taixian said with a tremor in his voice, he too was able to reach the peak of enlightenment. The guy said that since he had entered the 3rd phase of ancient body tempering, this was the first time he had used this technique of the will of the ancients. He named it so because it comes from the martial teachings of ancient practitioners who used body hardening. Thanks to this technique, he can increase his strength by several times for a while. A secret technique to increase his strength. I'm sure his body would not feel bad after using it. Taixian told the guy that if he couldn't kill him in the time the technique lasted, the dead man would be himself. The guy said that he underestimated him. He is able to maintain the will of the ancients until the incense is extinguished. That's enough to destroy him. He started screaming that the guy had deliberately forced him to use his power to finish him off. If he had held back, he could have used his resurrection technique. But now he'll win. And he's really, really smart. Taixian shouted for Shaoqin to accept his death. He didn't want to use this technique since he hadn't fully mastered it yet. This was the Death Spirit Palm. The Death Spirit Palm heavenly technique of the 1st level. He might not have fully mastered it, but it would be enough to wipe the guy out. Shaoqin asked, is he really so sure? Taixian shouted that it was impossible, unthinkable. Xiao Chen replied that nothing was impossible. He was now 1,000 times stronger than the guy. The guy asked, "What's wrong? Does he still have a secret weapon?" Taixian told the guy that they would see each other again. Now, it's time for him to go. He asked what kind of technique was that. Xiao Chen replied that it was a fist from the eternal heavens. He thought one strike would be enough, but it was the second strike. Taixian's only thought was that he would not give up. The boy wondered if he had barely defeated an enlightened 7th stage cultivator with the help of the ancient tempering of the 3rd phase, and had strengthened himself with more ancient strength. It would be time for him to return to training. Before the Imperial tournament, he must reach the peak of the 3rd phase of ancient tempering. This is the only way to defeat the highest enlightened ones, but he won't be able to hide his true identity for long. The current warriors, although lower in cultivation level, are not stupid guys at all, and this is a big problem. He decided to see what interesting artifacts he had. Suddenly, a secret space opened up in front of his eyes. The guy saw a lot of tied-up girls there. Xiao Chen said that this is what he did at night, mocking beautiful girls. Now, he definitely won't leave a drop of the Iron Blood sect, Jiang family house. The guy said that this Iron Blood sect is a bunch of scum. Chi Mei told the master that they should destroy the Iron Blood sect. He said yes, there shouldn't be a trace of them left. Xiao Chen said well, and everyone should rest. Especially Fichin, he needed to recover soon. The guy replied that it was fine. Abruptly opening his eyes, the man rushed somewhere. Opening the secret room, there were many Taixian clones. Waking one of them, he cut the chain. The man thought that the death of his puppet had affected him, but the damage wasn't critical. That Xiao Chen was able to overpower his puppet enlightened 7th step puppet. Still, he should take some precautions. The man ordered him to train harder. He must destroy Xiao Chen at the Imperial tournament. Then said the boy could go. When he entered the room, he asked how Taixian was doing. The boy replied that he couldn't break the 8th step limit. That seems to be his natural limit, he'll never go over it. The man replied that there was no hurry. As soon as he hits the 8th step, he can get out. Until then, his puppets will replace the guy on the outside. The boy asked his father's permission to ask if someone had destroyed one of his puppets. He felt it had disappeared. Giving the lad a slap, the man said how many times he had said that his business was to train hard. Dad said he had no reason to be distracted by anything else. If he found out the kid was distracted again, he'd be in trouble. Taixian thought about the fact that he must devote his life to this continuous training. If he ran away now, though, he couldn't even think about it. But if he had help. Looking at the ring, he thought that he hoped Xiao Chen is the one who can help him. Opening his eyes, the guy didn't understand why Taixian's ring was floating in front of him. Suddenly, an image of a guy appeared in front of him. Xiao Chen said that something is wrong there. It seems he is not Taixian. He said no, he is. Xiao understood. It turns out he is real. Taixian asked how the guy figured it out. He said it was amazing. It turns out that they, the Iron Blood sect, can split their soul into parts and move them into other bodies. So the one he got rid of was just a puppet? The guy shouted that great, he knows what soul splitting is. Then Xiao Chen would definitely be able to help him. Xiao Chen said that soul splitting was an unusual ability. It is a rare ability, but it is quite useless. The so-called soul splitting is the splitting of a single soul into countless shards. Of course, each shard obeys its owner, but it has its own personality. The owner can control his shards and see their thoughts and memories, but the shards can have their own uncontrollable personality. Taixian said wow, he was the right person to help him. The guy replied that he could see. He was nothing like his previous shard. He said that all of his soul shards obeyed his father's orders, he couldn't influence them. Xiao Chen replied that this was something he was already interested in. So he needs his help. After bowing, the boy asked him to help him escape from his father. Xiao Chen asked why he wouldn't leave on his own. Taixian said that he couldn't do it alone, his father had locked him up. Not only can he escape, he can't even take his mind off his training. Xiao Chen asked, what was his father's cultivation level? The guy said that he had reached peak cultivation a few years ago. Now a few steps, and he will reach the level of a deity. He might be wrong, his father doesn't let anyone know about his plans, he's afraid. he's probably already reached deity. The boy replied that he might be able to defeat the deity with his own strength. But not right now. Taixian said that if he needed help, he would do his best. Xiaochun replied that it was fine, but there was no need for it now. Before the tournament, he should prepare well. If he reached the right level after the tournament, he would make every effort to recover it. Telling him the price of his help, Taixian asked how he could repay him. The boy replied that he would become his servant. Let him think carefully. If he becomes his new master, he fears his situation will not get better. He has time to think about it. The boy wondered if he should become his servant, or leave it at that. Xiaochun said that it seemed like most of the participants were already in place. Jiangquan replied what exactly? His sources said that all the most revered participants had already arrived in the city. The master replied that then he'd better do his own training. It wasn't worth wasting time with him. The boy asked what good would the training do? In such a short time, he wouldn't be able to overcome his limit. Unless he accidentally finds some special artifact. And even then it's unlikely to make any difference. Suddenly it dawned on him. He can't use the full power of the artifacts, but Master can. The Master said it's a grimace and it pisses him off. The guy said that there's a rumor that some members secretly keep very powerful artifacts. Maybe they could borrow them for a while? Xiaochun asked if he's stealing? Better let him put those dirty thoughts out of his head. They are not robbers. He asked the Master for permission to speak. He stood up to tell that the Zhao family, I'm sure he had heard, is a family of rapists and robbers. If they take away a dangerous artifact from such a brat, it would be better for everyone. Master thought, the Zhao family, huh? An excellent opponent. Right now, his body is quite sturdy. In cultivation, he has also reached a certain process. If there are indeed countless artifacts there, his growth won't be long. Jiangquan asked, can he take up the case? The family's artifacts come there in small batches. He knows the time and place. Master replied that that's fine. Let him take care of it for now. Looking at the counter, the guy thought she wasn't bad stuff after all. Walking over, the man asked what the young master was looking for. Xiaochun asked, how much is gold asking for these wristbands? The man replied that they were a bit tattered, so they were only 10 gold pieces. They actually have a connection to the earth, but since they exploded, the price has dropped. The material they are made of is still just as valuable. The guy said fine, he'll take it. He thinks they have third-level earth tech, even tattered ones are worth the money he gave. Thinks they'll be easy to repair. It's the first time he's evaluated a piece of equipment like this. He's sure these cuffs will help him more than once. Suddenly, someone started shouting, "Road, make way! Let him get out of his way or he'll crush him." The guy replied that everywhere he goes, there are idiots everywhere. The man shouted that it was the 5th son of the Zhao family, Zhao Zhe. The guy asked how long he would be standing in his way. Xiaochun replied that they were destined to meet. As soon as his beast began to attack, Black A had only had to look at it, and it immediately became docile. The boy didn't understand what had happened. He started beating the beasts and telling him to get up. But it was all in vain. Until, at some point, he drew his sword and begged his beast with it. Zhao Zhe said he was wrong to make him angry. Xiaochun asked him, did he make him angry, or did he make the guy angry? The people around him realized that something seemed to be coming up. He asked how dare the guy scare him, even if he knew what family he was from? Xiaochun replied that he didn't know who he was before he met him, but he wouldn't be able to get rid of him any time soon. The guys were discussing, isn't this the 5th son of the Zhao family? His cultivation level is quite low, he's just a rich boy. Who's next to him? Another said that no matter what his level is, he is still stronger than Zhao Hu. They kept talking about how if that guy taught him a lesson, it would be better for them. Zhao Zhe is an enlightened Slovak. What about that guy? They don't think he's too far gone in his cultivation either. The guy was yelling at him for nothing. Well, let him show him what he can do, how confident he is. Xiaochun asked the palm of Samsara? Then it looked like he would have to be sent to a new reincarnation. Suddenly, the boy's father appeared, calling him a pathetic brat and punching him in the face. The man said that he only knows how to scare the locals. Let him get the hell out of there and go home. He asked the others to disperse, saying that there was nothing to see. The man apologized to the young man, saying that it was his fault. He had failed to bring up his children properly. Afterwards, the man asked the young man, "Is his name Xiao Chun by any chance?" The guy replied that he sees they have already heard about him. He replied that of course he knew who the guy was. The man said that if he killed his son, he would skin him. Xiao Chun asked, "Is he talking about that guy? That brat deserved a punishment more severe than simple death. His son was very lucky that he came." He told the guy that it was best not to be impertinent. The Zhao family was not an enemy he should mess with. Don't let him think that under the protection of the Jiang family, he can do whatever he wants. Xiao Chun replied to apologize to him, but the guy always does whatever he wants. The man replied that he would see where the guy's insolence would lead him. Hitting the guy, the man said that if he hadn't gotten there in time, the fool would be dead by now. He'd rather get punched in the face by him than be killed by someone else. His father told him that from today he would no longer hang around on the streets. Tomorrow, he and a few of the older ones will go to the North Mountain to meet a shipment of goods. Now let him get the hell out of there. Looking up at the sky, the man thought that if he killed his son, his father's revenge would be terrible. In the meantime, his insolence is forgiven. Xiao Chun asked the old men how they liked this thing. They replied that it was not bad, but the Earth technology wristbands were much more damaged, but it could be solved. Holding them out to Wan Ping, the guy said that this was what he would do. It would be good practice for him. He was studying it after all. The old man replied that it was fine. He asked the gentleman about his training. The boy replied that he should not hurry. The time had not yet come. The old man said that he would restore the cuffs then. Jiang Quan ran to the master with news. It turns out that he found out that the Zhao family is receiving a shipment of goods tomorrow. The receiving place is outside the city, on the North Mountain at lunchtime. He said that this time the artifacts will be very valuable. It was said that there would be a bean seed level heavenly technique. Xiao Chun replied that if it was true that there would be something of the celestial technique level, then they should make their best efforts. He thought that even though this city was small, even in such a small place, artifacts and celestial technique herbs could originate. The Zhao family's possession of such things was not that rare. His current cultivation level would increase a notch higher if he could seize heavenly technique artifacts combined with elixirs. Turning to the gentleman, old man Lao asked if he could keep him company tomorrow. He replied that he could. Jiang Quan also got into the conversation. Master told him that he would stay and do his practicing. He said, "Okay, now everyone can go rest. Let Lao Zhou be ready to go out tomorrow morning." Black thought healing herbs of heaven technique? We need to quietly steal a couple of them and eat them while he can't see. If he got his hands on the celestial technique herbs, it would immediately open a level 2 appeal. Such a generous master would definitely not mind. Xiao Chun realized that the more he looked at him, the more he looked like a human. Zhao Zhi said that he would have to wait for these goods in this heat. Turning to the elders, he thanked them for their hard work. They replied that it was a blessing for them to labor for Zhao's family. The guy said fine. Once they get this shipment into town, they'll all be rewarded for their labors. He'll get his father to give them each a pill. Xiao Chun asked again, this fool? The guy was really amused by this. The 3 enlightened fighters. All entry-level cultivators, he didn't think there would be a problem with them. Turning to old man Lao, the guy asked him not to let his guard down. He asked, "What's wrong?" Pointing at the man, the boy said that he should look at him. The old man replied that he did not see any rudiments of power in him, he was just an ordinary man. Master said that this guy also possesses the ability to hide his identity. He thinks his cultivation level is at least 4th stage. This guy emanates an energy of unwavering steadfastness, and he senses purity and sincerity within him. It's a pity that a guy like this is working for the Zhao family. Looking at the gentleman, the old man asked, "Did he get emotional?" Xiao Chun replied that this guy was a valuable trophy, he would be useful to them. Lao Zhou replied that if he valued him so highly, I'm sure the guy would be proud of it. And here come the packages. The boy said that among the messengers, there were also many strong fighters. Old man Lao replied that there were also 3 enlightened men on the side of the Zhou family. Things are not as simple as they seem. Turning to Chernish, Xiao Chun asked him to take care of a few of them. And Lao Zhou will take their artifacts. He will take on that simple boy. Approaching the young gentleman, the man told him that they had not had any problems on the way there. I'm sure they won't have any problems with them either. The boy replied that it was time to go on. Their father was waiting for them impatiently. Everyone headed for the attack. Blackett took over some of the men. Old Lao immediately ran to get the artifacts. Standing in front of Zhao Zhe, the guy said that here they were meeting again. He started shouting, "How dare Shao Chen steal Zhao family artifacts?" The guy replied that from now on, all the treasures were theirs. Turning to Zhao San, he ordered the guy to kill the bastard. Shao Chen asked the 9-star spiritual blade. He had an idea. The guy shouted for him to accept his death. He replied that he was sure. The guy also possesses a second spiritual skill, so why not use it? Zhao San asked, "How does he know?" The guy replied that even if he used both skills with the sword, there wouldn't even be a scratch on him. Zhao Zhe thought to himself, did this guy really have another spiritual skill? Even he didn't know that, so how did that guy know? He ordered him to use all his strength and kill him. Once he's dead, clean his body from the grass. Shao Chen said that it was not bad this time either. Dual soul blade. After seeing it, they couldn't believe their eyes. They said it was impossible. The guy asked, "What kind of combat equipment is that? Looks like he has to run away from there." Zhao Zhe shouted to him that for stealing the family's artifacts, the guy would crush him. Shao Chen asked if he thought he would be able to escape. He replied that it was his ancestors' secret technique, a magical traveling gate. He will leave it today. The guy shouted a fist from the eternal heavens, a second punch. After which, his ancestor's secret technique was destroyed. The guy asked what happened. The master said that he was bored. It seemed like he should team up with his brother Zhao Hu. Suddenly, the defenders shouted for him to take his hands off the young master, and attacked. Looking at his body, Shao Chen said that he thought he would be harder to deal with, but he is just as weak. He told Chernish that he had enough of playing around, let him finish with them. The guy next to Shao Chen mumbled something. Afterward, he thought that he knew his life was going to end today. Master asked what he was saying. Zhao San asked if he was still alive. The master replied that he had only cleansed his body of the goo poison. The boy asked how he had cleansed him of this nasty stuff. And why did he leave only him alive? Shao Chen answered, because he's different from the others. The guy said they were all Zhao family dogs, so how is he different from the others? Even though the guy worked for this family, he's different from them. Sees that the guy is not a bad person at all. Sees the natural chi in him. What a shame that the goo poison got him involved with them. Zhao San asked immediately, does he want the boy to become his subject? Master said yes, let him serve him. He immediately asked what the boy could give him. Shao Chen replied that a martial Qian. Shao Chen told Blacka that it was time for these. Lao Zhou was probably already waiting for them. The boy still followed after them. The old man handed the boy the ring. Seeing the artifacts, he said, well, just fine. How much they'd gotten out of them. The master told everyone that it was time to go, as he would have to go back. He would need privacy to pray. Then he remembered that he had not yet made a spiritual contract with the boy. Zhao San said that he seemed to be more dangerous to live with than the goo poison. Shao Chen replied not to be afraid, he's not a villain. Soon, they reached home. As soon as the door opened, Jiang Quan immediately appeared and started asking the Lord how everything went. He replied to the boy that the battle was favorable. The apprentice asked if that meant it was to his credit. Asking the lad to approach him, the master said that he was too weak, so he endowed him with a mighty power. Instead of wasting time bailing him out and saving him from death, Jiang Quan began to say that he was not so weak. The master replied that that was it, he would be secluded for prayers and practice, and they would handle the rest. Putting his hand on the guy's shoulder, the old man said that he was indeed very weak. Shao Chen said that the miracle potion was finally ready. Once he drinks this miraculous potion, his ancient body-hardening technique will intensify. But he would have to go through a lot in order to raise a new level. Still, these miraculous ingredients allowed him to master a new ability. Chernish thought, this is power. The energy sphere, although it looks simple, but the energy flow in it is very compressed. Even if he can't understand its properties, the level of this skill is very high. Shao Chen studied the techniques of his ancestors and was able to create this one. There is no name. The power is no more powerful than a fist of the known heavens. Blacka saw it disappear, although he could still sense that hidden energy. That power hadn't disappeared anywhere. He said he could hide this energy sphere and kill someone unnoticed. Even the greatest healer would have a hard time knowing the cause of death. It's the best tool for a surprise attack. Glancing at Blackie, Xiao Chen asked how he felt. Interesting thing? As soon as he tried to bite it, it disappeared. The guy asked he didn't think he could learn this technique, did he? Trying, just as the guy was about to say it wouldn't work, half the sphere disappeared. He couldn't believe it. The wolf thought that even though he couldn't repeat it right away, but give him a couple more days and he would definitely master it. The boy thought that he was strong, he had seen it once, and he was already halfway there. The boy asked he didn't think this technique was so simple, did he? Once he absorbed all these marvelous components, Chernish would immediately understand. It was just tremendous energy. It would take a little more time to fully internalize all the elements. The boy thought he'd finally made it. Chernish wondered, what's 100 energy spheres? After all, one such ball would be enough to kill an enlightened person. The current Xiao Chen would be able to overcome the peak of enlightenment. These energy spheres could last next to his body for months. They'll last until the end of the Imperial tournament. Yesterday, I asked you what it was? Let them say, who dared to steal the Zhao family artifacts? One of the men replied to the host that there were no witnesses, but the man asked what but? He said that the attacker was incredibly strong. There were only a few people in the city, so there was a good chance that it was the Jiang clan. Suddenly, another one suggested what if it was Xiao Chen? The man ordered them to find out, let them find any clues if it was really that guy, have them eliminate him. He said that's probably the end of it. They could go, and have them call Zhou over there. After bowing they left. Upon entering, the boy asked his father if he was looking for him. The man replied that he had. The Imperial tournament would begin soon. He asked how his training was going. What is his cultivation level? The boy told his father not to worry. This Imperial tournament would be for him. Neither those from the Iron Blood sect nor the Jiang clan were his opponents. His father told him to stop being conceited. He asked how he was getting on with his secret technique. The boy replied that he had almost completely mastered it. He said he was fine. It was not in vain that he had taken on the task of training him. In the meantime, let him go back to practice. Once he had mastered this technique, no young warrior would be able to overpower his favorite son. His father told him that his fifth brother was dead. The boy asked who dared to do that. The man told him not to pretend like he didn't know anything. His father can't be fooled. He replied that yes, he had found out about it a long time ago. Nothing to hide from his father. The man asked what he thought about it. The boy replied that, dead and gone, useless trash no longer in his way. My father said that yes, it's not right to cry for the dead. But he must avenge him. As soon as he heard Xiao Chen's name, he immediately said that he was strong, but he was no match for him. The man asked if he had heard of Zhong Tianzun. Zhou replied that he had earned the name of a mysterious warrior in Tanyuan City. No one knows his true strength and cultivation. But there are rumors that his strength was obtained from the netherworld. It is also said that his strongest ability is rebirth. Father added another theory that Xiao Qing is Zhong Tianzong. The boy replied that if that was indeed the case, he should be on his guard. His father said that while there was time, he should continue his preparation for the Imperial tournament. That way he would definitely not lose. He replied that well, he would definitely live up to his father's expectation. Jian Weihan was rejoicing that he had finally reached the highest level of enlightenment for a fighter. Suddenly, the man behind him said he had a report. He revealed that Mr. Y was dead. Xiao Qin easily killed him. He said that it seemed like he would have to tell Master everything. Xiao Qin had grown in strength so quickly that he had surpassed his expectations. Leaving this matter unattended would not name them trouble. Suddenly, his sister showed up. She congratulated the guy on reaching the peak of enlightenment. The girl asked, "What's wrong? Why is he in a bad mood?" Jian Weihan told her it was all about that guy, Xiao Qin. He told her that Mr. Y of the Blade Realm was dead, killed by that guy again. The girl replied that it couldn't be. How did he get so strong? The boy replied that he should report it to the master. They should get rid of this guy as soon as possible. Even if he had to go to the realm of the Lords of the North again. She said that he had already reached the peak of enlightenment. He thinks the pressure of the Northern Lord realm is already on him. He replied that it was true that if the pressure wasn't there, he would have easily killed him, but now even Mr. Y had died at his hands. He fears the same fate awaits him. The sister said that the only thing to hope for was the master. He called the girl after him and said that they should report it to the master together. Jiang Clan's manor. As soon as they arrived, they were immediately greeted. The boy asked where the master was. He was told that he was playing chess with his mentor. As soon as they entered the room, they immediately greeted the master. Jiang Weihan started to say that he had an urgent report. The master asked him to wait, otherwise he would lose this game now. The master told Dao Gu that his skill was getting better day by day. The master lost to the student. He said that's it, he would never play with the guy again. Returning to Jiang Weihan, he told him to speak up. What happened? The guy told him that Mr. Y of the Blade Realm was dead. Master asked if it was the same young Y. Jiang Weihan replied that yes, he died at the hands of Shaoqun. Master asked, is it really the same young guy from the Northern Lord Realm? He remembered, the guy already lost to him when he was just a Shintong. Apparently, he had already become enlightened. The guy told the master that his disciple didn't lose. In the realm of the Lords of the North, the restrictions are too high, he couldn't use his full power. The master said that if he lost, he lost. There was no need to look for excuses. He is from the Jiang family, even if his cultivation is restricted by some rules, he shouldn't have lost to him. With his skills and abilities, even though his strength was limited, it was unacceptable to lose to a Shantong from the lower worlds. It was all because he wasn't serious about practicing and training, no stability. The boy agreed with that. Dao Gu said to his brother, does he think his tyrant spear is weak? Should he practice with it, then he would train him in the spear of worry? Master said that's enough, no need to bully him. This Shaoqun can't be underestimated. Master suggested to do it differently. Let Dao Gu go to the realm of the Northern Lords. The boy asked him? Jiang Weihan said let him go, and have a look. The nature there is beautiful, but let him be careful not to lose his head. The mentor started to say that no, he would not go. The boy asked if he was afraid. He replied that he was right, he was afraid. The Northern Lord Realm has very strong restrictions on his cultivation. And judging from his current ability, if he goes there, he will be severely restrained. How will he be ordered to fight that enlightened one? Jiang Weihan said that their mentor is as good as ever. Still the same shameless trickster. Master ordered the two of them to stop bickering. Dao Gu will still go to the Northern Lord Realm. Let him find out what kind of man that Shaoqun is. Let Jiang Weihan go to the Buddhist monastery. The boy asked what he should ask them. The master said let him ask the monks, could it be that Shaoqun is one of the reincarnations of their people? He thought about it, and realized that only their disciples had such a terrifying speed in raising their cultivation level. The guy replied that he would look into it. Master asked the guy how Jiang Meng was doing? The guy said there's no change yet, she still hasn't awakened. He said that if Shaoqun was one of the Buddhist monks, they could solve the problem with him. If not, he, Dao Gu, would have to fight him with his strength and kill him. The boy told the master he was bound for the realm of the Northern Lords. He replied that he would take his ritual tools with him. With them, his strength would be equal to the peak of cultivation enlightenment. He replied that since that was the case, he was worried about his life for nothing. The master then suggested that they play one more game, and then they would all go about their business. Coming out of his room, the guy saw that everyone was already there. Jiang Quan said that the master had finally come out. Shaoqun asked them what happened. Turning to the gentleman, the guy asked didn't he forget anyone? Fatty Jean, he is there every day crying at the explosion, their ears are about to fall off. The master replied that how could he have forgotten about it? Let him sit for a couple more days. If he can cry, his condition is not terrible. When he is quiet, then he will be dealt with. Jiang Quan told the master that there was another matter by the way. The Zhao family is having a festive banquet to invite all the participants of the imperial tournament. Would master like to go along with them? He said it was a waste of time. The boys started to ask the master about going there. It would be a good time to find out about the participants in the tournament. Maybe even meet some acquaintances. The master said he could see the guy really wanted to go. He said okay, they'll go and see. It's not so bad to spend just one day. Zhao Clan Palace. Looking at the people, the Zhao Jinshu are proud and majestic fighters. Xiao Chen thought finally they had finally made it. Jiang Quan asked what does the gentleman think the man will do when he sees them there? The guy replied that he would probably smile. What else could he do? Looking around, the guy said that it was true that his acquaintances were there. The guys obviously didn't expect to see Xiao Chen there. Ah Hyung asked, and he's there? See, this imperial tournament is going to be interesting. The guy asked Jiang Quan and Shi Mei to go inside. He suggested that the guys talk somewhere else. The guy asked their clan master had already passed his cultivation limit. Suddenly, they abruptly started bowing and thanking him. Xiao Chen said that enough was enough, they didn't have to behave like that. When Qingqing said that their master had overcome the level of enlightenment, he had reached the peak of enlightenment in one go. Their clan would soon soar to the heavens. Looking at the guy, Xiao Chen said that he had risen in cultivation quite well. Ah Hyung replied that it was all thanks to his help. The clan master asked who the hell is that guy? How does he know so much about their clan? Ah Hyung said that he asked him to tell the master to cultivate the body to all. The master immediately froze. He repeated these words endlessly as he suddenly, looking at them, said to the two of them, when they met this man again and gave him this, their clan would remain loyal to him forever. When Qingqing relayed master's words to him, he replied that all right, he seemed to have understood everything. Well, now it was time to go to the halls. Raising his hand, Jiang Quan told the lord that they were there. The guy told the lord that there were so many strong fighters there. A few of his brothers, also warriors from the Zhao clan. Also so many other fighters from all over the country gathered there. In front of him, Xiao Chen saw him, Tai Xian. He thought he saw, this guy has also come. Seeing him, the guy immediately turned his head away. Suddenly, Jiang Quan stood up and asked, Grandpa finally came? The man replied that yes. Is this the young master Xiao Chen? He said it was fine. While there was time, let little Quan learn everything from Xiao Chen. Turning to the boy, he asked if the young man would have time today. The old man would like to talk to him. He replied that of course. When Qingqing asked the guy, does he want to take first place this time? He said not really. The girl asked why. He replied that who would if not him, as suddenly, heard behind him saying that he was a brainless jerk, how dare he talk about first place. There is no decency in the current students. Jiang Quan in short said to the gentleman that this guy is from the province, it is not worth wasting your nerves on such a weakling. The man asked how dare he underestimate him? Let him get up, he will teach him a lesson now. With a single punch from the guy, the man flew several meters away. Xiao Chen thought that this scum didn't know the extent of his arrogance. The man wondered if this little brat couldn't contain himself in his house. Turning to Xiao Chen, he said he was at his house for an important event. He hoped the guy wouldn't make a mess. People began to ask if this was the same Xiao Qing. As they said, he likes to be disorderly. The guy replied that since Zhao Jinshu had asked him, he would show respect and not spoil his events. The guy said Xiao Qing doesn't recognize anyone's authority. But if he crossed the line with Zhao Jinshu, they hoped the old man would finish him off. He replied that it would be ideal if he dealt with his good-for-nothing brother at the same time. Turning to Lao Jiang, the man asked if he had already forgotten how to greet the people he was visiting. The man replied that he did not want to interrupt his demonstration to the youth. Just as suddenly, a question rang out, where are the bastards Jiang Quan and Xiao Chen? The man asked Lao Pan has also come? What is this? Did his grandson really insult the fatty? Laughing, the man replied that it was nothing special, they had just kidnapped his son. The man started shouting for them to release his son now. He started grabbing people and asking which one was Xiao Chen. After grabbing one guy, the man asked if it was him. He pointed his finger in the direction. Turning to Hu Hyung, he told the boy to give him back his son. Standing up from his seat, pointing his finger in the direction, he said that he was the real Xiao Chen. The guy said he thought he only had a problem with his head, but it turned out he had a problem with his eyesight. The man yelled out that he was insulting him? He's gonna teach him a lesson. In one easy movement, Lao Pan was already flying in the opposite direction. The guy said that he certainly couldn't teach him anything. The man said the guy was pretty good. and shouted that whoever killed the bastard would get 1/10 of his treasure. Everyone immediately got up from their seats. Xiao Chen said that everyone sitting there is scum. He doesn't mean to offend anyone, but just to say that low-grade scum like them are no match for him. Everyone immediately started telling him not to underestimate them. One of the men offered him a one-on-one fight, saying that he would wipe the guy into powder. Xiao Chen asked if that was him? Such a weakling, he couldn't stand up to him. Lao Jinshi shouted that's enough. Even though Xiao Chen is behaving inappropriately, the evening is his, and he invited them. So hopefully, the gentleman will moderate their fervor. Turning to the fat man, he said that he should also take it easy for now. If he wanted to take revenge on this guy, he should wait until the Imperial tournament started. He replied that it was fine, but only because the man asked. The guy thought, what's that little brat thinking? Let him wait at his place, he'd deal with him before the tournament even started. Zhao Jinshi asked for silence. He said that he would now announce the rules of the tournament. He hoped they would listen to him carefully. Jian Quan told the gentleman that he was afraid, from now on, the goal of all the participants is to deal with him. When Qingqing told the guy that he should be more careful from now on, the man said that he would announce the rules now. The boy asked why Zhao Jinshi didn't let him participate in the Imperial tournament. People didn't understand who was shouting like that. One of the guys answered that it was Lin Feng, the son-in-law of the Wang clan. He was a gifted kid who had become a first-stage enlightener at such a young age, but unfortunately, the clan had taken his gift away from him. Now, he doesn't have an inability to compete in the tournament. Now, he's just trash. But why would he want to participate in the Imperial tournament now? Xiao Chen thought that this was already more interesting. Not bad, because this guy is strong, his cultivation is very unusual. That unusual spirit inside his body, I'm sure the boy is equal to him in strength. The kingdom of the Lords of the North has so many great warriors. Wang Huang wondered how this scum even dared to come there. How dare he demand to participate in the Imperial tournament? Jian Quan began to tell the gentleman that he was a very talented guy. His name was Lin Feng, but unfortunately, the Wang clan had taken away his strength. Xiao Chen replied that he was still talented and strong, even a guy would envy his strength. The boy wondered if his gift was stronger than the master's. But after all, he is just a scum now. Xiao Chen told him to look, even though he looks earlier. But his gaze is confident and bold, and his body is strong. You can see that he has fully recovered and is even stronger than before. His bandage is imbued with earth technique magic. The spear hidden under the matter is also an earth technique weapon. The matter covering the spear is the strongest artifact he has, also an earth technique. But the most incredible thing inside this guy, he can feel the 7 shintongs fluctuating, mind-boggling. He has never heard of such a thing. Xiao Chen stared intently at the guy. The monkey told the overlord that the guy had revealed them. It seemed like he could see him. The guy asked how so? He thought that only he was able to see him. The guy said yes, he can see him. Lord Shaw said that's right, he said he could really see him. If that guy can see him from such a distance, it means that if he has good allies, the guy will have a really strong opponent on his way to winning the Imperial tournament. The guy replied that a strong opponent would only make him stronger. Xiao Chen thought about that old monkey behind his back being the greatest power he had encountered. It was strange that he had never heard of the Monkey Lord. Turning to Wang Huang, Zhao Jinshi asked that this was their clan's showdown. The guy replied that was correct. It's a clan matter, it's none of his business. Looking towards Lin Feng, the guy said that there was no need to make a mess. He wouldn't get away with today's incident. The guy replied that he had come there to participate in the Imperial tournament. Wang Huang said fine, it seems like he really wants to participate. Well, the guy will give him a chance. If he defeats him in the duel, he can participate. Looking at Mr. Zhao, he asked him to be the judge. The man agreed. Wang Huang called the guy a little brat, saying that today he would finally finish him off. Jian Quan told the gentleman that that guy Wang Huang was not bad either. Xiao Chen replied that unfortunately for him, that guy would wipe him out. He asked, is Lin Feng really that strong? Wang Huang said that the guy can come over, he will let him strike first. Even in this position, he won't be able to overpower him. Lin Feng said that he had already said that the guy was a bloody mouthful. With a single blow, he flew aside a few meters. Today, he's not in danger of dying. But he will tell him something. Things change, even the fact that he once bullied him will come back to him doubly. The boy will remember his every deed and then he won't be able to brag about his name either. Zhao Jin sure couldn't understand how the guy was able to possess such strength so quickly. It was not enough for them to have Shaoqun, but Ling Feng had also mastered a new ability. The guy thought that strength and speed. The Iron Blood sect is no match for Lin Feng. But it's all due to that and the monkey. The boy asked if he had now earned his right to participate in the Imperial tournament. The man replied that of course he had been accepted. The guys greeted each other and exchanged names. Upon descending, Lord Shaw asked the guy where he was from. How could he see him? Shaoqun replied that they don't recall there being a monkey lord in the 9 realms. Among the two of them, the most unusual one there is him, Lord Shou. He replied that he realized who the guy was. He said he was the strongest emperor among the 9 kingdoms, and the guy said he was right. It's him after all. Shaoqun really doesn't know who he is. The guy replied that he thought he wasn't strong enough for him to remember his name. Lord Shaw replied that it sounded rude, but he was absolutely right. When he died, he could only reach the lord level. His spirit remained in the world of lords and emperors. Shaoqun replied like this. He began to say that they were all about him, and the most interesting thing was that he had died too. By whose hand did the greatest and strongest emperor fall? Shaoqun before asking him if he should tell his story. Lord Shou replied that it was also true. Once long ago, he was a young servant of Mo. The guy replied that he remembered him. He remembers Mo very well, a wonderful friend. Didn't think he would meet him there. Lord Shou told me that Mo had died. Li Yunfei killed him. They were mentally connected. If Mo was alive, he would have sensed him immediately. That's why I'm sure he's dead. Suddenly, he asked if the guy was too. Shaoqun replied that it wasn't bad. Lord Shou began to say that they could destroy that killer together. The guy replied that in their current state, he would be reduced to ashes at the mere sight of Li Yunfei. For now, they should not hurry, wait for a while, he would regain his former strength. Jiang Weihan looked around and asked what had happened there. Suddenly he heard the question, why did he do this to his men? He didn't understand. Who dared to carry out this massacre in a Buddhist temple? There are countless lords there. With his level of cultivation, he would be wiped out. He had a bad feeling, so he decided to run away from there as fast as possible. Suddenly, he heard a question behind him about where he was going. Jiang Weihan asked how? A question followed in response. Did they know each other? Bowing, the guy said that he had read about the emperor. The same legendary Li Yunfei. The guy asked, so does he know him? Jiang Weihan said yes. He ordered that he should now tell him why he had come to this temple, but only let him tell the truth, otherwise he knows what will become of him. The boy replied that it was all right, he would tell the truth. He said he came to see if anyone knew Shaoqun from the Buddhist temple. Rumor has it that he was reborn there. Shaoqun is one of the monks from the Northern Lord realm. Very strong, he assumed he came from a Buddhist temple, that's why the guy is here. Looking at the monk, he asked, is it true? He replied that it wasn't. Li Yunfei asked, he is done, heard everything, now let him leave. So he's back. It seems the guy has done quite a bit of damage. This time, he will die a sweet death, old friend Shaoqun. Turning to the master, he asked why would he want to destroy all the people in his temple. That's right, he doesn't want them, the miserable monks, to interfere with his plans. They, the monks of the Buddhist temple, will stop him. Li Yunfei said no, he was only bothered by their compulsive ability to be reborn. He thought, unable to figure out how he could destroy their entire species. The only thing he could think of was to kill them in every manifestation. It was nothing personal, and it was time for him to leave. The master replied that it was good, so the Buddhist temple would be empty for the first time today. He said he would kill him then. The boy replied that no, he must ask him one more thing. If he told the truth, he would leave his spirit in this temple, and after 100 years he could live happily. So, many thousands of years ago, Father Mentor Huiguan traveled alone to the border of the world. Let him tell him what he saw there. Master said no, he couldn't tell him that. Li Yunfei asked, so he means to say that he is willing to sacrifice the 1,000-year history of the Buddhist temple for this? The man replied that no, he couldn't. But he can't leave the secret of them either. The guy asked him to tell him, then the temple will exist for as long as he does. If because of him their whole Buddhist temple disappears forever, what will he say to his great mentor father in Nirvana? He said he needed him to tell him what great master Huiguan had seen. The master replied that he had sworn that only the masters of the Buddhist temple were allowed to know this secret. Li Yunfei told him that times were changing, now let him put it out. The man apologized to the great ancestors, saying that he was forced to tell it today. He will tell him the greatest secret of the Buddhist temple. Running to the master, Jiang Weihan told the master that they were in big trouble. The boy told him that the Buddhist temple had leveled off. The master asked what he was talking about. The boy replied that the Buddhist temple had been destroyed. The man said that there was an emperor-rank warrior in the temple, who could defeat him. The only one who can do it, the guy said it was the same Li Yunfei. The master asked if he was looking for Shaoqun. The guy replied that he was afraid no, he didn't think that Li Yunfei was afraid of this guy. Jiang Weihan started talking about their clan. The master replied that nothing will happen to them. They have great men watching over them. No one would let Li Yunfei do this to them again, but they should still be careful. This guy's been bullying lately, killed the emperor, and Moho, now he's wiped out the entire Buddhist temple. He's afraid there's going to be a great disaster in the 9 kingdoms. Master said that, by the way, his brother is leaving soon. Have him remind him not to kill Shaoqun. There's no way Li Yunfei might have something to do with him. The guy replied that okay, he will tell him. Suddenly the door opened. Master immediately fell to his knees and said that he welcomed the Dark King. He asked, "Is Jiang Meng there?" The master replied to the Dark King that he had sent his eldest apprentice. He was sure he would do well this time. He told the man not to waste his time. Jiang Meng is from the Forbidden Realm, she will be useful to him. The Dark King said he should take this. It was an artifact he brought with him from the beyond, much more powerful than his techniques. The man thanked the Dark King. He also asked how the teleportation space was coming along. The master replied that he had done everything exactly as he had ordered. The 9 realms would soon have this space, and it would be ready for use in a year's time. In a year's time, they, the people of the beyond, would come to this world. By then, everything he wants will be his. The master thanked the Dark King, after which, the Dark King disappeared. The master said it was only 1 year. Neither Li Yunfei nor any other strongest warrior in all the 9 kingdoms would be able to say a word to him. Zhao Clan Assembly Hall. Xiao Jinshi said that today everyone has familiarized themselves with the rules of the Imperial Tournament. He expects everyone at the beginning of the month, in 10 days, for the tournament. Jiang Quan told the gentleman that a group of warriors had already started to gather in small groups. Shaoqun replied that it was very boring, so he decided to leave. When Qingqing and I Hyung offered to escort the gentleman out, he replied that there was no need, they could have some fun and a bite to eat. Looking at Lord Shou, Xiao told him to go outside with that guy. He told Lin Feng to follow Shaoqun. Zhao Jinshi, seeing the two of them walking out, wondered, when did those 2 guys manage to become friends? As soon as they got out, Shaoqun immediately started running somewhere. The guy thought, does he really want to test his speed? Lin Feng said that this is the speed. He asked the Lord if he could see Shaoqun cultivation. Lord Shou replied that he could see, of course, but he wouldn't tell him anything. He just said this guy's a very strong warrior. Let him show him what he can do. That way he can get his support. The boy began to ask why Mr. Shaw had so much respect for him. Why do they need his support? He replied that he just let him believe him. The boy wondered who this Shaoqun really was. Turning around, Shaoqun said that the guy has a good foundation and cultivation level. His speed is high, and his force control is close to perfect. It was safe to say that he was the most outstanding warrior the guy had met, but it has a deadly flaw. Frightened, the guy asked what kind? Approaching him with speed, Shaoqun replied that he had never died yet. He wondered if the guy had lost his temper just from the murderous aura. If he dared to kill him, would he have any chance of survival? Shaoqun, what's fine, he will continue. The boy thanked him for his guidance. Lord Shou told him that this energy was not as little as he thought. He was afraid, among the 9 realms, there was not a single lord equal to him. He replied that he was waiting for her to test the guy. Lin Feng replied that he was willing to use all his power to fight him. Xiaochen said Mo Ho's weapon? It's shabby, but it's still better than the earth technique. If you rebuild it, it will be on par with the heaven technique. Lord Shou asked. Even heavenly technique weapons can't resist him, right? He said yes. Lord Shou said that this is the martial spirit of the Emperor's highest warrior. It's accompanied by his spirit, Mo Yuan. The spirit of the Emperor's highest warrior increases the speed and reaction of his body to the maximum. Mo Yuan, on the other hand, gives him an incredible amount of strength. Xiaochen replied that it was strong. Xiaochen told the guy to attack. Lin Feng shouted to him that he might die. He replied that he could try to break his defense first, then they would see. The master said what a terrible blow. There was only one thing in his mind: this guy managed to injure him. Xiaochen asked, this is Mo Ho's style, right? Why didn't he remember these attacks? Lord Shaw said it was an unfinished technique. He told the guy he was pretty strong. I'm sure he's awakened a third spirit, so let him show him what he can do. Lin Feng replied that he didn't think she was like that, he would only scratch him. The guy said that what the third spirit was capable of, he didn't even know. Xiaochen thought, what a frightening frost. He asked Chernish not to break in. This was not a simple martial spirit. Chernish wondered, that guy had awakened an ice flurry. He'd only seen it in foreigners. The wolf didn't understand how this guy managed it. He felt sorry. If he absorbed that spirit, his cultivation would increase a lot. Lin Feng shouted for him to be careful. In this strike, the guy would put all his strength. After the attack, Xiaochen saw that it was icy. Suddenly, the guy disappeared. He realized that not only the forest, but he himself was starting to be covered in ice. Lin Feng struck from behind. The guy said a terrifyingly destructive force. Xiaochen said he was strong. He was even able to break his ancient defenses. The guy thought, but how? He couldn't even injure him. Lord Shou told him that he was already strong enough. Turning to Xiaochen, he asked, how is he doing? The guy just awakened the three spirits, and is already so dangerous. He replied that it's not bad, the guy is really strong. Even managed to break his ancient defenses. That kind of strength can't be underestimated. Lord Shou said that he couldn't wait for this little guy to awaken the seven spirits, and become as strong as him, maybe even stronger. The boy replied that he was sure this little guy would surpass Mo Ho himself. He replied that if Xiaochen said that, then the boy's confidence in his strength would only increase. He went over to the boy and told him that there was nothing left until the Imperial tournament. Let him prepare and use the remaining time wisely. There are still flaws in his martial technique. When he perfects it, he will be destined for greatness. Lin Feng replied that he would spend every minute wisely. After moving a little farther away, Xiaochen exhaled a sigh of relief. He thought that no one could break his ancient defense now. Apparently, he also needed to continue practicing. When he returned, he saw that everything was in place. The old man came to the master and said that the cuffs had been restored. He said that after recovering, the level of these wristbands is about a 5th level earth technique. His Jiang clan didn't have any such high level artifacts. The level 5 earth technique wristbands would do him quite well in battle. If only he had his set of shining heaven wristbands. He told me that there's not much time left before the Imperial tournament begins. He would take some time off to practice. Looking at the guy, Xiaochen asked how his practice was going by the way. Jiang Quan replied that he would show his best at the tournament. The master asked if that meant he wasn't ready. The guy replied that he had almost mastered that technique, but Xiaochen said that he would go into seclusion to raise his level, and let the boy practice so that he wouldn't get the crap beaten out of him at the Imperial tournament. At the same time, the Zhao clan. Zhao Jinshe asked how he did it. Dao Gu replied, why ask if he knows everything? The boy asked that he could now take part in the Imperial tournament. Zhao Jinshe replied that of course he could. He didn't realize who this person was. The guy was able to withstand every punch he threw. If he took part in the tournament, no one would be able to defeat him. He replied that it was fine, and said that it was impossible for anyone to know his true identity, so let him tell everyone that he was his personal disciple. Dao Gu said that was fine. If he had given permission right away, he wouldn't have had to injure him so badly. Let him recover by the way, he'll stay there for a while, the man doesn't mind, right? He replied that of course not, he could stay as long as he wanted. The guy asked how long he was going to stand there. It's actually time for him to go to bed. Bao Jinshu immediately left. He thought about how the Northern Lord's world was filled with weaklings. It's a good thing the little guy got there first. And from his experience, he knows that it's better to hide his identity for the time being. Otherwise, if Xiaochen finds out who he is, he will lose his head. The guys were discussing the fact that there would be people from different regions at the Imperial tournament. They had heard that fighters from all over China had flocked there. Jiangquan asked Master how he liked his new outfit. The Master replied that it was too bright and said it was time to go. Xiaochen said how much money they spent there. Let him just look at that barrier. He's sure he can withstand the attack of an enlightened supreme level. The boy told the Lord that those elders are fighters of the highest degree. They are all famous and powerful in their respective cities. Although Zhao Jinshu is the organizer, these people will be the judges. Xiao Chen's cultivation rank is very high. The strongest among them is that old man. From the looks of it, he's an enlightened top-level cultivator, but in reality, he had long since passed that limit. The Master asked the guy who the man was. Jiangquan asked if he meant that bald old man. His name is Jin Pe, he is old man Jin's grandfather. The guy said how fortunate it was. Zhao Jinshu asked for silence. He said that he knew everyone there was looking forward to the opening of the Imperial tournament. Therefore, less words, more deeds. This time, 400 fighters are participating in the Imperial tournament. The first stage is a scuffle. He's sure everyone is familiar with the rules by now, so he suggested that we move on to the first stage with a scuffle duration of 1 hour. After that time, anyone still on their feet goes to the group stage. The man said there were no special rules to the scuffle. Potions and weapons, poisons, spirit beasts and puppets. All of these and more are allowed. He said there's only one rule, and that's no killing. If anyone breaks it, they'll lose their permit and be eliminated by the committee. And now, the first phase of the scuffle begins. Turning to Chernish, the boy said he could have some fun tonight too. He thought what a bore. All right. Pretend he's interested. He's afraid he won't even get to bite anyone. Jiangquan Master said to stay behind so that no one would dare to attack him. The boy replied that the Master underestimated him. He was much stronger. The guys decided to join forces and deal with the strong enemies first. Everyone immediately headed towards Xiaochen. The boy said they didn't think they could beat him, did they? One of them replied that when they killed him, they could earn untold riches. They started attacking him. Xiaochen told them that poisons don't work on him. They'd better come up with something more interesting. Jean asked if he was dead. The boy said that death was not for him. Seeing that he had no scratches, the man was surprised. Slamming his fist on the table, the man said how much he pissed him off. The judge sitting next to him said not to be so angry. How could he even think that these scum would kill Xiaochen? The guy said it was his turn. With a single blow, a large number of opponents scattered around. All the guys immediately looked around. Xiaochen sat down on the ground and said that he was still there. If you have anything to say, just let them come over. Looking at him, Jiangquan thought that the Master had lost his mind. One of them asked how dare he underestimate them. Xiaochen said it was Blackie's turn. He didn't want to get up because he was sleepy. Time was almost up. Zhou Jinshu thought that everything was going according to his plan. Looking at Xiaochen, Dao Gu realized that the black pet on his head was very strong. This guy really isn't that simple, he should watch him closely. The man yelled out that time was up. The guys thought finally. Jiangquan told the boss that he would be promoted again. The guy asked, could it be otherwise? Looking around, the guy wondered. This time the other participants were quite strong. It was only strange to him why there were so few of them. When he looked towards Dao Gu, he wondered, because the guy looked like Jiang Wuxian, although it is not surprising that the Jiang family is also involved. He started to panic because he thought he was discovered. Although it's impossible, his strength is well hidden, he can't be exposed. Xiaochen decided to see what the guy would do next. Looking at the other guy, he thought that he didn't pay attention to him at all, probably because his strength is not well developed. Or maybe it was the other way around, he was very strong. Zhou Jinshu said that first of all, He congratulates all those who have successfully passed to the second round, and now will proceed to the draw. In an hour, the first stage of the second round will begin. The man said they could begin. Everyone took turns going to the chest and drawing lots. It was Xiao Chen's turn. Jiang Quan was written on the lot. The guy thought, wow, this doesn't seem like a coincidence. Seeing his name, the guy told the boss that it was not good. Xiao Chun replied that he agreed, it's really not good. The man ordered everyone to approach him. He would sort them into groups. They should already know their next opponent. Zhao Jinshi soon called out the name of the first group. It was Tai Xian and Jiang Zhong. The guy yelled for him to surrender before it was too late. The guy replied to him that stop talking and let him attack. As expected, the guy was defeated. The man said that Zhong is strong, but Xian is stronger. Taijing asked Lao Jiang not to be angry. Unfortunately, his son Tai Xian was a bit cruel in the beginning, but don't let him worry, he is very merciful. Supposedly, this time the dragon and phoenix rank will undoubtedly go to him. A man intervened and said that he thought it would belong to his son. Zhao Jinshi interrupted the argument, and said that it was better to see what would happen next. The next pair is Jiang Yulin versus Wen Qingqing. He said that the genius of the Jiang family was about to show itself. After getting up, the boy said that it was finally his time to play. The girl replied, does the kid really think he's all-powerful? He told her that she would regret it a lot if she always looked down on people. Wen Qingqing asked why he was so old-fashioned. Well, his sister wouldn't be merciful to him. The guy replied that if that's the case, let her stop talking and it's time to start fighting. Jiang Quan told the master that this is his brother, a genius that is born once every 1,000 years. The master asked are they on good terms with him? The guy replied that he wouldn't say so, they never pay attention to him, probably because he's weak. Xiao Chun replied that yes, he was very weak. The guy said that if he knew that his first opponent would be a lord, he wouldn't have participated in this tournament. If you look at the other clans, they are even smarter as they just don't participate in this tournament. The master thought that by the way, that kid still works for him, so he can't participate in this tournament. After Wang Chaosheng sneezed, he thought that it looked like someone remembered him. Looking at the people, he thought that this group was very talented. The guy was doing some truly amazing things. He ordered them to hurry up. When Qingqing told the younger brother that his sister was about to make her move, the guy replied that finally. As suddenly, she began to drift away, she wondered how he was able to push her into the kill zone. He thanked his sister for giving in to him. People didn't understand what happened there. Xiao Qin didn't understand what it was either. Jiang Quan told the boss to let him see how strong his brother was. Xiao Qin replied that he was very strong, even stronger than Tai Xian. The guy thought that this strength came from a reason. It looked like he was learning from true masters. Liu Jiang asked Jin Pa how he felt about his family's talent. Taijing said that he was looking forward to seeing them and their sons, then they would watch it. The man told him not to worry, it would be soon, but for now it was worth watching the next performance. Zhou Jinshi said that the second round is starting. Ah Hyung was the winner. The next round was won by Tai Xian. The next victory was won by Lin Feng. The man said okay, and the last pairing for today is Jiang Quan versus Xiao Qin. The guy asked the boss to be gentle with him. Xiao Qin said that he would now see what he had accomplished. The master replied that he didn't expect the guy to be so weak. The man said she's done fighting today. They can go back to their quarters and rest. Hopefully tomorrow's fights will be just as exciting. Xiao Qin told the guys that he was going to rest. Unfortunately, tomorrow would be another boring day for him. The next day started with the draw. Looking at the draw, the guy thought that's who his opponent would be in the second round. Dao Gu thought that the second round would be him. Zhao Jinshi shouted yes, the second stage will begin. The first group, Xiao Qin against Dao Gu. As he watched, the man thought that he wanted to see what Xiao Qin could do. The guy started to attack. Xiao Qin stopped him and said not so fast. Since he introduced himself under a different name, the guy immediately realized that he didn't seem to be from the Jiang family. Dao Gu replied that he seemed to see right through him. The guy asked why he was there, what was the purpose of coming to the tournament. He said he doesn't have any goals, he just wants to see how strong the guy is. Since he already knows everything, he doesn't need to hide his true strength. The guys noticed that this guy was really different from the others. They didn't understand why there was such a strong warrior in the Zhao family. He told Xiaochen that he would have to work hard. The guy replied that this was getting quite interesting. Dao Gu told Xiaochen to attack. Seeing that the guy was standing still, he decided to attack first. The guy said that was a pretty good move. Xiaochen said that his attack was weak, he didn't even feel anything. The guy replied that it was an attack worthy of him. Zhao Jinshu thought, what's wrong with these two? Their strength is simply enormous. The man wondered, would his son be able to handle them? Xiaochen said that his sword was at least rank 9. The guy replied that he didn't think this information would help him. He said to stop talking, he'd rather let him show what he could do. He replied that he wouldn't keep him waiting, then realized that he had a lightning spear at his disposal. And its power synchronizes with any kind of weapon. Lin Feng asked, does he use magic weapons? The boy would like to meet him. Lord Shou said that his weapon was certainly good, but he could have better ones. Guy said he would definitely make one. The guy said lightning spear, a rank 1 heavenly weapon. Could Xiaochen also show what he can do? The guy said this weapon is worth using all his strength. Zhou Jinshu told his friends to look at what techniques Xiaochen used. He wondered how strong it was. One of them replied that he was afraid. It is a heavenly technique, rank 1, maybe higher. The man said, who knows? Ordinary martial arts or techniques that can instantly improve base and skills either have time limitations or serious side effects. However, this guy, as far as he could remember, this guy's martial technique had no such limitations. Despite this, Xiaochen, the elder, was also hiding some decent talents. When was he able to raise such a strong son? The guy said that the lightning spear binds someone who has great strength. The stronger he is, the stronger the binding power of this spear. He said that Xiao was too careless. He shouted that now, let him die. His spear would not damage the guy's physical body, however, it could destroy his magical powers. The boy said, really? Then he broke the chains on his body. Dao Gu asked how was that possible? Xiaochen replied that his strength was beyond the guy's comprehension. But his lightning spear is really very strong, especially his ability. For enemies of the same level as him, he is invincible. The guy asked, so he wasn't using his full strength, could he even be defeated? Xiaochen replied that it was time to continue. Teixien, watching what was happening, thought, how could these two guys be so strong? It's good that they collided. The elders reflected on the fact that it seems like he really is a Zhongtianzong. Otherwise, he couldn't have such a terrifying level of cultivation. The guy shouted that he would attack Xiaochen with all his strength. He replied that it was as he said. Zhao Jinshu looked at the barrier and said that it seemed like he couldn't take it. The man said, what power? He asked the other elders to help him rebuild the barrier. They immediately rushed to his aid. Xiaochen said that the guy was really strong. He replied that unfortunately, he wasn't like him. Dao Gu lost. He thought that this guy must be an assassin. He could break his plans. People like him should not be underestimated. The guy thought, wondering if he had any other strong techniques in reserve. Looking at the guy, he realized that he didn't. Zhou Jinshu said that Lin Feng versus Wang Huang would fight next in the duel. The guy told Wang Huang that it was time to pay the bill. So, is the kid ready to answer for what he did? He replied that if he could beat him the first time, he could beat him the second time, so let him attack. Wang Huang asked, is this the best the kid can do? Come on, let him show his full strength. A jade qilin appeared in front of the guy's eyes. Master said it was a jade qilin, so that's where the Wang family spent all the money. Lao Jiang said it's comparable to the peak of the divine sphere. To be honest, he doesn't even know if Lin Feng can stop him. The guy asked what kind of wild dog is he, and with this, he wants to defeat him? Was this really all he was capable of? The guy attacked the jade qilin with his spear. At some point, Wang Huang was next to him and shouted at him to die. The guy told Lin Feng that this is a heavy poison created by the Wang family. It would paralyze his limbs and destroy his spiritual energy, and then he wouldn't be able to defeat it. As soon as he turned his back to the guy, Lin Feng asked did he really think that such tricks would be able to help him? After which, the guy pierced him with his spear. The guy asked what was that weak poison? Wang Huang said damn, it looked like he would have to use that ability after all. He asked if Lin Feng was ready to die. The guy replied that he still didn't seem to understand the difference in their strength. Wang Huang said that he now had to answer for everything. It's an 8th grade combat technique, flying needles. The guy said that it seems like Wang Huang did not even think that it could turn against him. At some point, the needles changed direction. The guy started saying it was impossible. How could he subdue his flying needles so easily? He said it's simple, he's actually stronger. In the end, as it turned out, the guy said that he had defeated himself. Wang Huang asked me to bring him the antidote quickly. Wang Xiao asked how could this be? Lin Feng told the girl that he hoped she would get into the next stage since her opponent would be him. Zhou Jinshe said that this Lin Feng had won, but would see what would happen next. After a few more rounds, he said that was it for today. The man said the 3rd round starts tomorrow. There are some changes in the rules for the 3rd round. They will announce them tomorrow, so they can all rest now. The Zhao family's vacation home. Jinpe said that that guy was even stronger than he thought. Taijing replied that Xiaoqin is very strong. Against him, his son has no chance. He is afraid, even if they put all the adepts out, they won't be able to achieve victory. Zhou Jinshe replied that they should not forget the ambitions of the other participants. The man thought that he was actually right. Even the eldest son could not cope with Xiaoqin. He wondered who would be able to defeat him. The man replied that it was not about ambition, but about honesty. Conscience was useless. Xiaoqin might not have shown his full strength today. Even if that was not the case, still how many people could be his equal? The man replied that their sons, and that guy, Lin Feng, is afraid that's it. Jinpe said for sure. The guy won't be able to take first place in the Dragon and Phoenix competition. Zhou Jinshe said that he was 90% sure that Xiaoqin was Zheng Tianzun. The 2 elders replied that they agreed. Taijing said that it's not that scary if Xiaoqin is really Zheng Tianzun, but he is worried that he is the rebirth of a much more powerful force. Jinpe replied that even if he was the reincarnation of a great power, there was some limit to his cultivation level. Would they have to call a master from the mountains? The elder asked if he was talking about the same one. The man replied that he was the only one who could help them. Taijing asked who were they talking about. Zhou Jinshe replied that about the Beast King from the northwest mountain. Even Xiaoqin wouldn't stand up to the Beast King, it could work. The Beast King is quite capable of defeating Zheng Tianzun, but after this incident happens, his spiritual body might be damaged. It is still unclear whether he has become a full inheritor of his powers, but his spiritual energy has definitely become stronger. Now Xiaoqin is very difficult to resist. Jinpe replied that they shouldn't worry, he would take care of everything as he was still friends with the Beast King. But he was very greedy for money and various vile pleasures, so they would have to splurge. Everyone agreed. In Zhou Jinshe's mind, a plan immediately matured. When the Beast King was done with Xiaoqin, he would kill him and then the western mountain from the north would belong to him. Turning to the master, the guy said that it was already tomorrow's 3rd round. Old Man Lao said that the cultivation level of the masters holding the tournament had improved greatly, as per him. Wan Ping said that they were not the threat. Lao Zhao replied that it couldn't be avoided. Jiang Quan asked what were they talking about. Xiaoqin replied that with his intelligence, he wouldn't understand. He stood up and said that he would go to rest, and let them take care of themselves. Dao Gu had told the head that Xiaoqin was too strong. Now that they found out that he was weaker than him in terms of cultivation, the guy was no match for him. The mentor asked how strong was that guy? He replied that he wasn't sure, but he seemed to be able to suppress him using only 60% of his strength. 80% could cripple him. But if he uses 10% more, the guy's not gonna make it. The master asked what would happen if he could use all his powers? The boy answered that he would have destroyed him in the beginning. The elder said that was clear. Let him keep an eye on him until he gets things organized. The boy said all right. The next day, the venue for the tournament. People were discussing that today should be something interesting. Xiaoqin asked what is this? Zhou Jinshe began to say that today was the 3rd round of the tournament, and after discussing with the audience, they had decided to make some changes to the rules of the tournament. Lao Jiang said what kind of amazing news, that old man was not aware of it. Turning to him, the elder told him not to be so petty, this matter had been discussed with him and others. It was too late to change anything now. He said that this time the rules of the stage are not a simple sparring match, but a survival on the allocated piece of land. Soon, they would all get to the northwest mountain, where they would need to spend 3 days. During this time, only 4 people will be left who can successfully pass to the next stage. In other words, as long as they are on the Beast Mountain, then they will be able to fight and kill as much as they want. This time, they would only have 2 choices, life or death. Taixian asked, life or death? He likes it. Jiang Quan asked, the old man thinks this is a plot against the boss? He replied that their intention is obvious. Luan Ping said that the crisis has already arrived. Ji Mei added that these people are disgusting. They think they can get away with anything, so they start playing such dirty games. The elder said that these crystals on the stage will show them the progress of each player, so that any spectator can watch the progression of events. And so, let the fighters begin to take the stage. Shao Chun realized that those 8 people had the same task. It seems like they were just paid to join all their forces against him to kill him. He thought, even if there were 8 of them, what could they do against him? Zhou Jinsher told them to show them all what they could do. The coordinates of the Northwest Beast Mountain had been sent to their tokens. They could set off. Looking at Jiang Quan, the master asked why the fool was standing there with such a gloomy face. Didn't he believe in his boss? Then he told them not to worry and disappeared. After reaching the right place, he thought it seemed the Northwest Mountain was ahead. He also smelled a strong odor of blood. Chernish thought about how powerful the bloody aura was. It looks like there is quite a strong opponent on top of this mountain. Suddenly, a tiger started attacking the guy from behind. After one blow, he flew off to the side. Shaochen said that he was just hungry. The food delivery was on time. He was roasting a tiger on a fire. People were watching. They said they were hungry after watching it. Zhou Jinsher mentally asked, well, how did it turn out? Did they come to an agreement? Jinpe answered him that the Beast King had promised them. Tonight Shaochen would die. The elder replied that it was great. Walking through the forest, the guy said that it would be great if he was destroyed. He wouldn't have to hang around in this place. Suddenly, the king of beasts appeared behind him. Dao Gu thought, is this the supreme deity of this mountain? The Beast King asked if he was able to dodge. The guy called him a scum and said he was disgusted by him. He asked, and what would the guy do to him? Most likely to be his food today. The guy replied, what else? After which they started attacking each other. Lin Feng thought that it looked like there was a worthy opponent out there. He decided to go check it out. Suddenly, Taixian appeared in front of his eyes. He said what good timing, he'd kill him first. The boy asked if he could do it. Taixian replied that he could. Dao Gu didn't understand why he was so calm. Fighting him was even harder than Shaochen. Why are there so many monsters there? The Beast King said he can't even break his defenses. Let him be a good boy and let himself be eaten. The boy asked, does he really think he is invincible? It's an 8th grade secret earth technique. It has a small radius, but it can greatly increase a practitioner's strength. This guy didn't even use this technique against Shaochen. The guy shouted the first style of divine lightning spear. Chains flew towards the Beast King. He asked what the hell? The Beast King started running towards the guy. Dao Gu shouted at him that a brat like him couldn't escape. He replied that even though the guy was very strong, he would still die. Then he shouted the true body of 10,000 beasts. The true body of 10,000 beasts was a secret art that combined the strength of 10,000 beasts into one person. After he started to attack, the guy was able to dodge. Dao Gu succeeded in chaining him up. The king of beasts shouted that he was pissing him off, wanting the guy to finally die. The guy repeated the lightning spear, second style. After which, the spear pierced through the Beast King's body. He asked how the guy managed to hurt him. Dao Gu said that his magic power is SOSO, but it is compensated by brute strength. But even so, he can still rebel against the heavens. The Beast King used the Lion King's fist. The guy thought what a powerful spiritual attack. He asked if the guy felt its power. After that, he was able to attack. Put it in front of the guy he said was stronger. Besides, he's not alone. Dao Gu replied that he was just passing by after all. Is the Beast King really going to fight him to the death? He told Shaochen to stop talking nonsense. He was entrusted with his murder, and he would die today. The guy started saying he was wrong. He wasn't Shaochen. The Beast King replied that his stench of a person from the upper realms he could smell from afar. Let him not dare to deny it. Today he would die. Did the guy ask the Supreme Kingdom? How does he know Shaochen is from there? Please let him stop, the guy has the same goal as him. Dao Gu thought that damn this damn world, if his cultivation hadn't been suppressed, he could have killed this beast with a single blow. The Beast King kept shouting that he would kill Xiaoqin. After another blow, the guy flew several meters into the rock. The Beast King shouted that everyone from the Supreme Realm deserved to die. Dao Gu shouted that he was just a barbarian, let him not be arrogant. The Demon King asked, so what? There, force decides everything. This is the true world of war. This isn't a place where people from the upper kingdoms can mindlessly run around and make themselves lords. This is a place where he is the only ruler. The Beast King once again used the 10,000 Beast Wrath technique. The guy tried to fight back as best he could, but suddenly, an elephant stepped on him. Dao Gu didn't understand why this brainless savage was so strong. He said the guy could use anything but and only one thing, death. Calling the Beast King a barbarian, the guy replied that he was only there for Xiaoqin. It wasn't too late for him to stop. The boys didn't understand what kind of terrifying power. This was the first time they had seen such a thing. Xiaoqin thought, how could this raven be so strong? He said if a guy had an ace up his sleeve, let him use it. Otherwise, he wouldn't need it when he died. The guy kept saying that he was there for Xiaoqin. Let him stop attacking him, he said for the last time. It was not too late for him to just retreat. The guy started to attack, but all to no avail again. He said that it was impossible. How could a Beast King be able to interrupt a divine attack? Even with the God technique, he still couldn't kill him. He asked if it was a divine attack. He said it was very weak. I can't remember how many insolent guys like that guy he's killed. Seeing the guy to the side, Dao Gu shouted that he was the real Xiaoqin. He thought that he didn't want to use that now. The Demon King asked, is that him? He replied that yes, he was the real Xiaoqin. The guy was wondering if the true body of the 10,000 beasts was a type of demon race, or just a type of cultivation. The Beast King asked, is he Zhong Tianzun? Said the guy's not from the High Kingdom, right? He just doesn't have it on him. Xiaoqin asked who he was, said he wasn't from the Supreme Realm, right? The King of the Beasts thought the elder had lied. But he promised him many women. A lot of women, that's why the boy will die. As soon as the Beast King tried to attack the guy, Xiaoqin asked him what it was like to be a beast. He immediately asked how did the guy know. Xiaoqin revealed that the true body of the 10,000 beasts was a beast cultivation method. The more it cultivates, the crazier it becomes. Eventually a person who uses it too often will turn into a beast. The Beast King asked if the guy knew a way to solve this problem. Xiaoqin replied that if he accepted him as his master, the guy would be able to save him. He wondered if he could trust the guy. What if it was all his tricks? The guy replied that he was already having a hard time thinking straight and controlling his animal behavior, right? Xiaoqin said he would pay him in advance. Taking Chernish in his arms, he asked him to wake up, saying it was time to work. Black expelled several beasts from the king's body with his roar. He thought, what kind of beast is this? Was able to suppress his beast completely. Pointing his finger at Dao Gu, Xiaoqin told the Beast King to kill him. He needed proof of his loyalty. The guy thought, damn it, how the hell did he get so much divine power? He was a great emperor, and this yellow-haired youngster offering to be his slave knows no bounds at all. The Beast King said that he would pay him back if he helped him recover. Then he turned around and headed toward the boy. The elder said something was wrong. It looks like they've made a mistake, so what should they do now? He said the only thing left to do was to join forces to kill Xiaoqin. Lin Feng asked the guy if he wanted to fight too. Teixuan replied that he was very lucky today. Then he disappeared. The guy wondered, where did he go? Dao Gu asked the Beast King, is he really going to fight him to the death? The guy thought that if Xiaoqin and this beast united, he might lose. It seems like he'll have to take advantage of this. The monster shouted for him, shut his mouth, and accepted his death. Then he started attacking. The guy responded that he was crazy, completely out of his mind. After a few lost attacks, he still decided to use the item given by his master, allowing him to use the pinnacle of his immortal cultivation. But the guy wondered, what was that black orb? The Beast King asked, what is this guy going to do? This might is like a great emperor who has crossed the third stage of immortal form. Xiaoqin said that it seemed to be a heavenly relic that the Jiang family had decided to go all out for it. Chernish thought it might be something from outside, but it seemed so familiar to him. Dao Gu said that he would pay for his stupidity. The Beast King said he would. Everything has a price, and what is his price? The guy replied that he would send him to hell and then attacked. Xiao Chen thought, wow. He had really become much stronger. Turning to the guy, Dao Gu said that it was his turn. The guy replied that his Jiang family was already so fed up. He used the third form, the God-frightening spear. The guy, on the other hand, used the heaven-devastating fist. The Beast King thought that these two were just demons. Xiao Chen said that the great emperor's strength was comparable to a rank 3 immortal stage. Even the heaven-devastating fist couldn't stop him. It seems he was really very strong. The guy replied that his might couldn't be changed. He couldn't stand against him. He shouted for now that if he can see, he would only become stronger. Dao Gu used the final form, the heaven-shattering fist. Xiao Chen managed to repel the attack. Watching the whole thing, Jiang Quan said that the boss's true strength was terrifying. Jean asked, who the hell is this Zhao clan member? Elder said, what was the point of asking that now? Dao Gu told Xiao Chen that he could see, the guy still had an ace up his sleeve. The guy thought for a moment. Looks like it's time to use the third-grade strike. Unfortunately, with his current abilities, he can barely use 1/10 of a Class 3 punch. Hopefully, his body will hold up. Jumping off the guy's head, Chernish said that this black magic weapon used by this guy is too strong. He will try to find a way to swallow it, otherwise the guy has no chance of winning. Xiao Chen asked how could he say such a thing? After seeing this, the guy realized, these were the 9 mystic lights. He started screaming that he was going to destroy him. Suddenly, Blackie was behind him. Suddenly, it began to absorb all his energy. The boy screamed that it was impossible. Dao Gu realized that his strength was gone. The guy replied that he had not lost his arrogance. Pointing at the dog, he asked what the hell was that. Xiao Chen replied that he was glad because he was curious. But he didn't need such knowledge, and now his song was over. The guy said that now, it was time to finish him off. He realized that, weakened, it felt like he was being devastated. The guy started attacking him. Seeing that he was still alive, Xiao Chen said he was some kind of tough, amazing. The guy told Xiao Chen, advising him to get his powers back or the Jiang family wouldn't leave him alone. He's certainly very strong, but by no means his equal. If the guy hadn't used up his strength to fight before, he would have killed him long ago. Now let him get his strength back immediately so he can survive. Seeing that he had no reaction, he asked like this. Good, he had memorized his choice. Let him know, he'll be back. Xiao Chen realized that he was going to escape. It didn't matter though, they would forget about him, they still had someone to take care of. Looking at Chernish, the guy said okay, can he give him a detailed explanation of what happened? He replied that now was not the time. When he took first place in the Dragon and Phoenix tournament, he would tell him everything. Looking at the Beast King, the boy asked if he was ready to accept him as his master. He said that he had once been a great king. The boy replied that if he was not a king, he would not even let him be his slave. Xiao Chen said that he needed to accept him as his master for 3 years. During that time, he will solve all his problems. And yes, not only would he solve all his problems, but he could even bring him back to his place. The King of Beasts asked if he could look like before. The guy replied that yes, he can restore his original form. He replied that it was very good, and accepted him as his master. He thought about how this guy is too strong. Afraid he can't walk his grounds without claiming him as his master. Xiao Chen asked him to sit down and they would sign a spiritual contract. Zhou Jinshi couldn't believe that they had become allies. He was afraid that now, none of the participants would be able to defeat them. Taijing said that he was afraid even if they were alone, they couldn't be defeated. The third elder agreed with him. Lao Jiang said not bad, no one can defeat Xiao Chen, at this rate he will win the tournament, the elder can't let that happen. Looking at him spitefully, the man thought that he couldn't trust him. Jian Yulin realized that they wanted to mobilize all the forces against Xiao Chen. He thought that it was fine, he didn't care. He would only do as they said. What was the point of worrying about the first place of the Dragon and Phoenix tournament right now? Combining so many chi in one place could be of great benefit to the Jiang family. He was originally going to let Yulin himself deal with Xiao Chen, but now it seems that it's impossible and will still have to join forces. After apologizing to everyone, Zhou Jinshe said that the strength of the participants had exceeded their expectations. The broadcast was no longer working. Unfortunately, they will have to ask them to leave. The king of the beasts felt someone coming. The guy said, "Here they are." Zhou told the guy to surrender, and maybe he would let him live. Turning to his master, the beast king asked for permission to destroy this little thing for him. He thought that now that he knew his master's power, he should show himself better. Xiaochen replied that he was seriously injured, let him rest. Zhou said that in the Dragon and Phoenix tournament, only participants should fight. He asked if the guy was ready. Xiaochen replied that let him not worry, he is always ready. The guy started to attack. Xiaochen said 5th level divine origin, the younger generation can also kick up the heat. Let him not be arrogant. He is far behind the guy. Xiaochen said that his physical strength wasn't that bad, he could even withstand his attack. Zhou began to tell that he was from an ancient royal family, they had the inherited techniques of the great emperors of the past. It took him 10 years to reach it, the secret technique of the heavenly emperor. He uses this technique to avoid staining himself with the blood of his enemies. It will definitely kill him and kill him without a shadow of regret. The guy asked the ancient royal family? That's already interesting. Zhou decided to use another heavenly emperor strike. Xiaochen replied that he couldn't even believe that he had risen to the peak of the human gods. He used the heaven devastating fist. Zhou realized he couldn't dodge. He decided to hold back the data, but he failed. He said it couldn't be. How could his secret technique be more powerful than his? Xiaochen said that he was weak, only able to use any tricks and gimmicks. Let him not blame him for not giving him a chance to win. Smiling, Zhou said that even if he was stronger than him, would the guy be able to defeat the 3 of them? Taixian told the guy that he would die today. Xiaochen said that it seems like he is so stupid that he doesn't realize he is doomed. He said that Xiaochen was talking nonsense, and that today the guy would kill him. He said that if the guy wanted to die so badly, he would fulfill his wish. As soon as Taixian started attacking, the guy immediately struck back, which finished him off. The guys said it was impossible. Jiang Yulin immediately said that he was giving up, the number 1 guy in the Dragon and Phoenix rankings. Zhou was dealt with by Chernish. The guy asked, how could this monster have such a high cultivation level? Jiang Yulin saw how the guy had become the Black Fang's food. Xiaochen replied that he deserved it. Just as suddenly, the guy saw something. This Dragon and Phoenix ranking is practically recognized by the true martial world. The number 1 Dragon and Phoenix ranking can gather all the chi of heaven and earth. Now even the heavens are helping him. Param ordered Chernyshev to guard him. He began to absorb chi energy. Figured that just a little more and he would be able to break through to the 4th phase of primordial body tempering. The heavens were truly on his side. The Beast King congratulated the Master for entering a new phase. He thought that obviously, the Master had just been practicing refinement, but for a split second, he felt the faint presence of the Great Emperor. Xiaochen was only a step away from the 4th phase of primordial body hardening. His body was now as strong as that of an ordinary emperor. Lin Feng asked, did he really become stronger again? It seemed that he was number 1 in the Dragon and Phoenix rankings. Lord Shou told him that if he practiced hard, he would soon be able to catch up with him. The guy told Jiang Yulin that now, it was time to determine the 2nd place in the Dragon and Phoenix rankings. The guy replied that he would let him try. Zhou Jinshe was angry that Xiaochen had killed his son. The elder talked about how he wouldn't just let it go. Lao Jiang replied that he was not involved in their scheme. The elder asked if he really intended to help Xiaochen. He replied that he couldn't say for sure yet. Zhou Jinshe asked him if an old friend had decided to become their enemy. He replied that the man was able to understand this as well. It was better to be his enemy than to go against Xiaochen. Old man Lao said that for such a Zhao family, they might try to harm their master. Jiang Quan replied that he shouldn't worry, his grandfather would be on their side. The old man replied that if that was the case, then it was very good. He said there was a message. It was time to go, they had to go back. The elder asked how they thought they would be able to realize this idea. Jinpu replied that it was not bad, he would even say that it was a flawless plan. Turning to Master Wang and Master Han, Zhou Jinshe said that tonight they would go to Qingjiamen and use thunder power to wipe them out. Tomorrow, not 3 will join forces to fight Xiaochen. As for the others, their task is to take care of those who will try to come to his aid. He was originally going to use the dragon and phoenix competition to seize the heavenly power of the Shenwu kingdom. He didn't think that Xiaochen would get it, and that was why he now had to die. The elder told Xiaochen that he was afraid Zhou Jinshi intended to kill him. The guy asked if there was anything to be afraid of. He replied that the guy can be calm. Their Jiang family will do their best to support him. Duan Shiliang told the elder that they had received a report from their scout. 2 powerful forces had been detected. Under the cover of night, a 10,000-strong army rushed to Qingjiamen. The guy replied what will allow them to get there to eventually completely destroy. Xiaochen said that he would see what Zhou Jinshi would do tomorrow. People read that Xiaochen had been caught cheating during a martial arts competition. Because of this, the Zhou family teamed up with the 10 secrets of the kingdom to punish him. They remembered that the guy seems to be from Qingjiamen. This time the city will be finished for sure. They think they're in a bad way. Old man Lao said that elder had lost his shame. Wan Ping said that's right. But his plan is really very good, to accuse him of fraud and murder. The elder said that Zhou Jinshi had united more than 30 small and large schools under him to kill him. Considering their current strength, he fears they won't be enough. 3 others joined them. The elder said that even if they joined, however, it would be a drop in the ocean. No sooner had the door closed than 2 more people came in. The elder said that he didn't expect that they were Xiaochen's men as well. If the people from Lunmen and Chufeng Tower joined them, it would really increase their chances many times over. Xiaochen said that was not all, he had more in store. Lao Jiang replied that since he had some countermeasures in store, of course he would not go into details. But Zhou Jinshi had published a manifesto discrediting him, so he was afraid he would be there soon. The boy replied that if there was a battle in the city, innocent people might get hurt. He thought the elder would not risk his reputation. He ordered old man Lao to send him a message. In 3 days, on the back slope of Qizhou Mountain, they will fight until one side is destroyed. He said okay, and ordered everyone else to go and bring a tally of his men. Everyone immediately went about their business. Xiaochen said he didn't think they would come so quickly. It was just in time to use this battle to destroy the Shenwu kingdom. Turning to Chernish, the lad said he didn't want to tell him anything. He first pretended to be dead, then looked at his master with puppy eyes. Xiaochen said that if he didn't tell him the truth, he would have dog meat for dinner tonight. Chernish said that actually, he's in a tight spot too. The guy asked who the hell is he? He replied that he couldn't tell yet. Xiaochen wasn't strong enough yet. Knowing too much could be dangerous to his life. When he becomes strong enough, he will tell him then. The guy said that if he didn't want to talk, he wouldn't force him. But if he had his secrets, why shouldn't he have them? Blackus said that was all well and good, but could the owner let him go? Xiaochen asked what stage of perfection he was at now. He asked his true strength. Would Master believe him if he said that even the great Emperor of Sendai was no match for him? The guy replied that he would believe it. Blackus was surprised and asked if he didn't doubt his words at all. Xiaochen replied with a laugh that why should he doubt? He knew very well that he was far from being an ordinary beast. He told Blackus that they were facing the fiercest battle in the history of the Shenwu kingdom. Is he ready for it? He replied that whoever comes is already dead. The boy said well, they'll level the kingdom together. Blackie, why don't you ask him to let him go first? Or put him on his head, he's more comfortable there. Duan Shiliang addressed the Qingjiamen followers. He asked them if they were scared now. They said they were not. The master said they were fine. Today tens of thousands of warriors besieged their city, intent on destroying their teachings, destroying them all. Who? Master Hu Yu asked Elder Taishan, what is the level of their enemy? He replied that there are over 50,000 martial artists in total. Among them, about 40,000 are at the physical stage. In the neighborhood of 100,000 at the spiritual and heavenly stage. And over 10,000 at the advanced spiritual stage. Duan Shilian pondered, over 10,000 warriors at the advanced spiritual stage. If they don't have enough higher-order warriors, how can they defend the city? The elder shouted out what he was ordering, kill everyone and wipe out Qingjiamen. Duan Shiliang ordered the brothers to form a battle formation. The man asked what it was. Duan said that the strength of their large battle order was enough to surround them for a few days. The elder ordered everyone to begin the assault. They must destroy their battle order. He didn't understand how this was possible. Tens of thousands of his warriors couldn't break this battle order? Duan Silian replied that it was simpler than they thought. Shaoqun said that a large battle order could hold a warrior equal in strength to a great emperor for 24 hours. Those weaker than the great emperor, even if they were tens of thousands, would need at least half a month to defeat him. Duan Silian said that while they were trying to break the battle order, he and his disciples would recover their strength. The elder asked them if they had anyone who knew the techniques of battle orders. The man replied that he could break that battle order, but it would take time. He said that elderly is indeed an excellent master of order. How long will he need? The elder said 7 days. They said fine, they just need to give him 7 days. And he would definitely split their battle order. Tei Xian asked, and what should he do now? The man asked the young master to eat. If he doesn't eat, he won't have the strength to carry out his plan. The guy immediately asked who he was. The guy asked how he got there. He said he used a low-level illusion, that's all. It turned out that the attitude towards him was much worse than he thought. Tei Xian replied that he was brave for taking the risk of going all iron blood alone. The guy said that he shouldn't ask about it. He understood Xiao Chen's situation, didn't he? He replied that he didn't know much, only that Zhou Jinshi had united many warriors under his command and started a war against them. Now his life is in danger. Xiao Chun replied that he didn't think so. He had something to counter them. He had asked him for help before, now was the time. The guy asked what? How can he help him? The guy replied that let the leader of the Iron Blood sect join him. The guy asked to join him? Xiao Chun replied that it was right. He said it was impossible. Everyone in the iron-blooded sect listens only to his father. They won't accept him as their leader. The guy said it's not a fact. The Iron Blood sect is cruel to those who have lost their trust. Guesses that a large number of masters already have the thought of leaving the sect in their hearts. If he wants true freedom, he just needs to listen to him. The guy asked what his chances of winning were. He said 10. He then proceeded to tell the plan. Xiao Chen said he had to go, they would see each other tomorrow. The guy didn't understand why he had so much faith in him. Was he always like this? Zhou Jinshi told the boy that today was the day of his death. Jinshi asked if it was possible that this boy was up to something. The elder replied that in the face of absolute power, any scheme is like bullshit. They had united more than 40 sects, with only 100 divine stage masters alone. Even if there are people who decide to help Xiao Chen, their petty efforts are nothing compared to their absolute strength. Looking to the side, he said that the Iron Brothers were also there. They were worried that Xiao Chen hadn't shown up yet. The elder said that he would still come. The elders said they came. But he only brought a few people. They thought there would be more, they didn't expect a small group. Xiao Chen said how many people. Jiang Quan would say too many. He asked the boss, are they sure they can handle it? The guy replied that as many as came, they would finish them off. Zhou Jinshi asked the guy, is this his genius technique? Xiao Chen told him to take his time and let him take a closer look. Sufing Tower appeared in front of them. Sufing Luo bowed and told the master that they were a little late. The tower had gathered dozens of sects to give them support. The elder replied that it was clear why he was acting so fearlessly. Sufing Tower had given him support, but their help was like a drop in the ocean. Nothing more than extra corpses. The guy replied, afraid, that's hardly likely. A crazy disciple appeared in front of the guy. Xiao Chen said not bad, it seems that in the time they hadn't seen him, the guy had done a good job. He replied that yes, after all, his brother had asked him to develop his martial skills, he had memorized his instructions firmly. This time, a total of 1,000 people came with him, all of them first-class masters. There is even a divine realm master among them. Wang Chaoxiang told the master that he was there too. The elder was surprised, so does that mean he managed to subdue the Wang family too? Xiao Chen replied that it was almost. The guy said it's time to unite the kingdom of Shenwu under one leader. Is Zhou Jinshi ready? The elder ordered Xiao Chen to be killed. They all started attacking the guy. He asked the gold seal technician? Looks like rich people have their own quirks. This was a power he liked. Blackhead jumped down and began to absorb all the attacks. He said it was quite tasty. The guy told him good job. The elders asked what kind of vile beast was this. Zhou Jinshi ordered them to detain this beast, and they would deal with Shaoqun in the meantime. Let them be attentive. Chernish repelled all their attacks. They were ordered to keep attacking, let them not hold back all their forces. They decided to kill the guy with one attack. Shaoqun said, wow. They all decided to use level 9 techniques. The guy said Tianhuang's third fist punch. He succeeded in repelling this punch. It was obvious from the elders that they were frightened. After which, the wave reached them as well. Shaoqun said that this third fist reflects the opponent's attack and returns it twice as much. Although his body was still not perfect, but it was enough. All the elders were already sitting on their knees. Zhou Jinshi said that the guy was too strong, they were no match for him. Suggested that the elders do it. Chernish saw that things were bad, his master was in danger. Just as he was about to leave, he was immediately attacked. He couldn't get those men. Shaoqun replied that it was already more interesting. The guy asked, is this the power of an order of 100 people? Indeed, incredibly powerful. The elder told the guy that he was definitely dead now. Even he couldn't handle the ancestor of 100 people. The boy shouted that he was waiting. All the eyes of his buddies were fixed only in his direction. They were all anxiously watching what was happening, followed by a powerful blow, covering himself from the shockwave. The elder was glad that the guy was finally dead. The mad disciple said that the life force had left the body. Looking up into the sky, the elder said that God himself wanted him dead. Chernish ran up to his master. When he touched him, he couldn't feel his life energy. And Zhou Jinshi kept saying that he was finally dead. Zhou Jinshi continued to laugh. Everyone was watching everything that was happening with horror in their eyes. The elder ordered to exterminate everyone so that no one would leave there alive. The guy said, just look at that. His brother has to be saved again after all. Guy's technique 9 turns of the circle of rebirth. He told Shaoqun that the first circle had begun. The mad students started attacking and yelling that it was for their brother. The elder said that guy was only dead because he relied on them, didn't he? Still, he decided to see how this upstart's body was different from theirs. As he got closer to the guy, he sensed something was going on. The elders thought, what the hell? Some kind of very scary sound. The guys asked if it was coming from their boss. Blackie felt some kind of aura. The boys asked what was that terrifying throbbing? The elder shouted that it was bad, that guy wasn't dead. Let everyone finish him off quickly. They suggested that they gather all their strength again and do it again. Shaoqun said that although he had long been planning to use the 9 circles of rebirth to ruin the situation, but he didn't expect that when using this technique, it would be so heavy on his heart. The brother told the kid, that's great. The first turn of the 9 circles of rebirth has been completed. Let him return quickly, he would be waiting for him at the top of the 9 worlds. The guy said that it was time to start the second round of their battle. Zhou Jinshi asked how was this possible? He said that it simply couldn't be. Shaoqun replied that right, let them all try to destroy him together. Using the 9 circles of rebirth allowed him to break through to the 4th stage of the ancient art of quenching from the initial body. Now he was only a step away. They began to join forces to do it again. The guy decided to use Tian's fist. The guys asked where this evil energy came from. Shaoqun replied that they were right, it was indeed an evil energy. The guy uttered for the heavenly calamities to come to him, another fist. Watching the showdown, the mad disciple said that, as expected from the master, he had become many times stronger after being resurrected. Lin Feng said that he had become stronger again. The elder didn't understand how just one person could stand against hundreds of the strongest soldiers of this world. The guy said that Tei Xian's way out now. He began to say that they had committed many wrongs, but today was a great day to atone for their sins and change their sect. Taijing said he was a naughty boy. How much he made him angry. The boy apologized to his father. Tei Xian ordered the fearless warriors to kill Zhou Jinshi's henchmen. All together, destroy them in one fell swoop. Blacka walked up to Shaoqun and said that his strength seemed so familiar to him, and yet a little intimidating at the same time. The guy asked him if his strength was familiar. He said that they would discuss it later. Right now they had to deal with the enemy. Zhou Jinshi said that it was over. Jinpa realized that it was bad, the situation had changed dramatically. Right now, the best strategy is to retreat. It is much more important to preserve life. The man didn't understand how the people of his family could be so useless. Shao Chen asked who was it. Was it really Master Zhao Jinxian? The elder was surprised. Master told him to stand up. The Zhao family can't afford to lose so many people. The elder asked, didn't the master 10 years ago die? He asked. Had Zhou Jinshu ever seen his body? The elder replied that he had not. He said that he was seriously injured 10 years ago, but because of this, he had a great opportunity. He's been hiding in the Zhao family's domain for 10 years, so I know everything he's done. Master said they would talk about all the stupid things he did later. Turning to the guy, he asked, Junior brother will agree to let the Zhao family go? Shao Chen said that he was on the edge of the Lord level. The master replied that was correct, although he had only crossed the 3rd stage of the Sendai realm, but he was considered a full-fledged lord. Shao Chen replied that funny, he wants the guy to let the Zhao family go. But that's impossible. After all, this family will be destroyed today. The king of beasts asked if it was him. Then he decided to kill him and started to attack, but the master managed to strike back. After that, the Beast King was on the ground. He was saved by the master. The master said it wasn't bad, his level of refinement was quite high. But it's a pity, it's not enough to match the power of the Lord. Shao Chen told the Beast Queen that he was only getting in the way. Let him feel the power of the great Lord. Lord Shah said it was dangerous. A lord who had crossed the 3rd step of the light dye sphere. If it were an ordinary person, there was no doubt that he would lose, but Shao Chen, he would definitely be able to handle it. The master said that at the Lord level, when he crosses each Sendai stage, there is a sudden leap of perfection. The power of the blue Sendai he just used is only of the 1st stage. He wants to see if the guy can resist the Sendai's 2nd stage power. Shao Chen realized that the 2nd Sendai's strength was much greater than the 1st. However, the guy said that he knew that he was practicing physical refinement, right? Master asked, so what? He said that the path of physical perfection is the most difficult way to harden the body. But it is also the best, because nothing can surpass the powerful external force that continuously hardens and perfects the body. The master asked, does he want to use his Sendai as a tool to train his body? The boy replied that he did. You could see from his face that he was angry. Zhao Jinxian began to attack. Chernish asked the guy if he needed his help to swallow some of Sendai's power. The guy asked if he could even absorb this power. Shao Chen replied that there was no need. He wants to use all his strength to break through in a flash. The guys wondered, could he really resist Sendai's strength? Master told the guy that he would add some more things. The 9th level technique Heavenly Frost. Then he added the 9th level Black Wind technique. Master was wondering what kind of refinement technique this guy was using. Then he thought that no, you can't be too careless. You have to use all your strength to kill this guy. He told Shao Chen that a lowly advanced divine realm warrior like him should be honored and die at his hands. The master pronounced for spiritual mastery to appear. He began to call out to Sendai. The guys watching this realized that the master was too strong. Duan Shilian asked what was the frightening magic power. He thought about how the elder just had to win. The master told the lad that imminent doom awaited him. Let him receive. The mad disciple pronounced what a terrifying pressure. Lin Feng said that he almost can't move, it is too frightening. Chernish asked if the guy needed his help. He said he didn't. Suddenly, someone said it's not bad. Master said it was Shenwu, right? Turning to him, the man began to say that Zhao Jinxian had reached Lord level, yet he was trying to kill a boy who was at the advanced divine realm? Has he completely lost his shame? The guys couldn't believe that Lord Shenwu himself had appeared. Taijing said that there was no mistaking it, it was really the Lord. Turning to him, the master asked if he wanted to interfere with him. He replied that in the name of Lord Shenwu, he assured him that he would not interfere in their personal quarrels. He was just curious to see what kind of person had driven him to the point of wanting to kill him. Lord Shenwu thought this look, that's right, it's definitely him. Shao Chen realized that he had sensed everything. Master Zhao Jinxian shouted for the guy to turn to ashes. Shao Chen said victory or defeat, it all depends on this technique. Master asked if it was a technique? So that's it, he's planning to swallow spiritual energy so that he can use it himself? Did the guy really decide to draw strength from his Sendai? When he's surrounded by Sendai, he can be compared to true celestials. Now let him die. The master didn't understand how this could happen. Absorbing all the energy inside him, he was covered in glittering gold. Zhao Jinxian said that it couldn't be. Did he really break him? He couldn't feel Sendai's energy in his body. No matter what outstanding abilities that guy had, he must die today. Shaoqing used the Tianwang punch, the third fist. The shockwave threw everyone to the sides. Lord Zhenwu said that this was not a simple technique. The boy shouted another blow. The overlord wondered if this was indeed him. There was only one person in the entire world who could use this technique. He was called a legend for a reason. The Lord told the master that he had put so much effort into reaching that level. But unfortunately he had met someone along the way whom he had failed to deal with. Shaoqing didn't expect that with his current body, it would be so difficult to withstand Sendai's strength. He barely survived this attack, even having to sacrifice. Blackie asked if he was okay. His arm. Before he could say anything, the boy replied that it was just an arm, just a small wound. He didn't think that the guy could actually absorb Sendai's strength. Had his current cultivation already reached Lord level? Shaoqing replied what could be said, almost only a single step away. As soon as the guy shouted the word wind, the overlord's body immediately began to dissipate. Lord Zhenwu said he was still as strong as ever. The guy replied that it had been a long time since he had seen him. He still hadn't made it to Sendai 8. The Lord told the boy they'd see each other again when they were healed. The boy asked what about the Valkyrie pills. He said it's great, he loves these pills, the results don't wait long. The Lord said this Valkyrie pill was the last one he could get his hands on. Something happened that day. Why would the Overlord treat him that way? By the way, how did he learn the art of Buddha reincarnation? Shaoqing said that this technique is not a secret technique in the Buddha temple, so don't really understand what exactly he is interested in. The only thing he can tell him is that their world has millions of secrets, and a great many possibilities. And all of them are inaccessible even to the best of them. You live forever and learn. The Lord replied that let him remember, sooner or later his secret would be revealed. He asked where is the Yunfei now. He answered not to shake his fondle. Right now, he was still trying to break the barrier between the 9 worlds. Even if they found out that he was alive, it was unlikely that they would decide to visit him so soon. But he still hopes that the Lord can keep his secret to the last. Of course, but everything he's achieved so far is only because of him. Lord Zhenwu said he would do his best. He asked then what would be their future plans. Shaoqing replied that it was time to leave this place, the atmosphere here was getting too heavy. He thinks that he can't stop here and plans to travel to other worlds to strengthen his body and get closer to the next spiritual breakthrough. He asked, where does the guy want to go first? Shaoqing replied that unfortunately, the upper 3 realms were not yet open to him, even he was not yet able to overcome the barrier set up there. And even so, there is no better place and no better place to climb to the top. Lord Zhenwu said it was for him, and he hoped it would help him in times of need. The boy replied that he could be sure he would use it. Looking at Chernish, the Lord said that this beast is very strange. He said that a mythical beast of such a market could only be born in the Shenwu realm. This is just amazing. This guy is really incredible. Shaoqing told Lord Zhenwu that there was another person he wanted to introduce to him. Seeing Lord Shou, Lord Zhenwu asked, is he really alive? Lord Shou replied that it was just a coincidence. Zhenwu replied that alas, this world is changing so quickly. Shou's supreme body is destroyed, and shortly thereafter the demon falls as well. And even after that, it turns out that both he and Lord Shou survived. The boy replied that it was all heaven's favor. Chernish said that he never thought that the guy turned out to be the reincarnation of the Almighty. Shaoqing replied that even so, they are still in the same position. And he is no different from him, however. He is still curious about who he really is. The guy said that by the way, what about the 9 worlds after what happened? Lord Zhenwu replied that they would discuss it elsewhere. After their deaths, things have really changed a lot in the 9 worlds. They will reschedule this conversation for another time. Wake up your guys. Shaoqing revealed that Zhao Jinshi is dead and his family has been wiped out. But the other 2 have been tasked with cleaning up the mess. And now he must urgently return to Qingjiamen to help quell the rebellion. The man said it's impossible, too hard. Why can't he do it? They asked if the elder could take a break. He said he couldn't, because he was almost finished. Duan Qiliang thought that he was a bit too loose for someone who was terribly upset. Seeing the man's face, the eldest said that apparently Zhou Jinshe had dealt with him. He looked like a beaten dog. They said that if Duan Qiliang surrendered now, they would part amicably. Master replied that he would see who would set the conditions. The man wondered, they hadn't broken the barrier yet and the Zhao family was already out of the picture? The master asked those clever men if they dared to repeat their threats. They said it was impossible, simply unrealistic. Duan Qiliang said that they had almost succeeded. It's a shame, because he's got it all figured out, his luck's always with him. The man started yelling that they wouldn't be intimidated, they wouldn't stop fighting. Then they started attacking the barrier again. Shao Chen replied that it wasn't bad and said that it wasn't really just a chair, but a real 9th-ranked magic artifact, and that it would make his palace even more luxurious. Lord Jinwu replied that yes, as a great emperor, he thinks he can afford some luxury. He told Shao Chen that after his death, Li Yunfei had killed the demon and the Almighty, and had subverted all 9 worlds. And a couple days ago, Li Yunfei attacked the Buddha Gate again. And it made the people in all 9 worlds very worried. Li Yunfei is so strong that even the 3 elders couldn't stop him. Shao Chen replied that on that day, he had already reached the 8th rank of awakening and thought rebirth to the 9th rank wasn't far off. Lord Jinwu that he really doesn't know what Yunfei plans to do next. Doesn't he fear restrictions from heaven and earth, in whose power to thwart his plans? The boy asked what happened to the Excalibur and the Emperor. The Lord replied that after all that had happened, both the Emperor and the Divine Sword had disappeared somewhere. No one knows where. He asked, is the guy going to go to the Qianlan realm? Shao Chen replied what exactly. He would go to one of the richest lower realms so that he could finish recovering his strength and awakening again sooner. Handing the boy a ring, the Lord asked him to take this with him. The boy said how much there was. There were over 30 magical artifacts of at least rank 9, and 2 heavenly rank artifacts, and he was really rich. The Lord replied that he had been collecting them for many years. Shao Chen answered what was needed and thanked the Lord. He would be leaving for Qianlan in 10 days, so there was still one more request to make. Lord Jinwu replied that it was nothing, but he asked, they must have already met the Jiang family? The boy said yes. He told me that they seem to have changed a bit lately. His friends in the higher world told him that someone very powerful was behind the family. There are rumors that it could be an outside force. But that's just a rumor. Li Yunfei asked if they were ready. The boy and girl replied that they were. He said that was fine, then it was time to start. They wondered if this was the Black Sea. Li Yunfei replied that yes, this is the Black Sea. The only way out to the outside world. Using their power, they opened the gate to the outside world. The guy said that opening the gate to the outside world required 3 masters with the highest level of spiritual aura and an ancient relic of a Buddha, whose power could suppress the righteous anger of the heavens. The boys were happy because they had finally made it. The boy said that the day had come when he would become a god. Li Yunfei asked the guy to go forward. He would soon see everything with his own eyes. The boy immediately headed towards the gate. Suddenly, he rushed back. He started begging the guys for help. Some black monster rushed after him. The girl asked, is this a creature from another world? But how could it be so strong? As suddenly, the monster rushed to her side, but Li Yunfei stopped him. He told the girl that her time to die had not yet come. Looking at the monster, he asked if it was really from another world. If so, then his honor, it was incredibly strong, able to kill it without blinking an eye. The guy thought about the fact that he hadn't really expected the monsters from the other world to be so strong. The girl asked if he had been using them all this time. The guy answered that he had. Li Yunfei asked, does she really think he would kill his brother for power? She wondered what he was going to do next. The guy replied that he was surprised that she really still didn't know what was going on. Maybe sure that in 10 years his name will be all over the world, and then they'll all know. But before that, she'll have to wait a little while to wake up, but she can rejoice, he won't kill her, and her life is in Shao Chen's hands. Duan Qiliang asked, didn't they want to destroy Qingyun Gate? The man ordered them away, their place in custody. The crazy disciple congratulated the master for uniting the martial schools. Jiang Weihan said that he didn't expect that big brother didn't antagonize Shao Chen. Dao Gu replied that that guy was too strong. The elder said that Zhou Jinshe was defeated, Qingyun Gate is intact and the martial schools are united, so fine, now let them get out. He wondered if things would really get better. Suddenly, the Dark King appeared in front of him again. The Dark King immediately slapped him. He apologized to him. The man asked if it was impossible to do even such a small thing without a joint. Would the Jiang family really be that useful? He realized that the Dark King was very angry. The elder asked him to calm down, and said that he would fix everything. Let him give him some more time, he will definitely be able to fix everything. The Dark King replied that, persuaded, he would give him another chance. But let him remember that Jiang Meng is very important to him, let him make sure to bring her back. After he disappeared, the elder exhaled a sigh of relief. The man thought, damn it, what should he do now? If Shaochen was not in the Zhenwu realm right now, he didn't stand much of a chance. Jiang Quan asked the master, does he want to leave the Zhenwu kingdom? Shaochen replied that yes, Qingyun Gate was no longer threatened, it was now stronger than ever, so it was time for him to leave. The mad apprentice asked the master if he could go with him. He replied that it was still too early for them to get involved in such battles, so it was better for him to stay in the realm and practice diligently. They should promise him that they would continue to guard Qingyun Gate from attacks after he left. Shaochen asked Wang Chaoxiang what about his request. The guy replied that they were trying hard, looking for new young talents, they could handle it. He replied that fine, have them send recruits all over Zhenwu to form their own sects in all corners of the kingdom. Master said fine, then he would set off and hope for them. He thought it was time to meet Jiang Meng. The girl asked him if he really had to leave. He replied that he did. Jiang Meng said that then she would wait for him with new strength and a new title. It was time to fly in the sky instead of swimming in shallow water. 10 days later, Qin Yuming families Zhao and Wang Yihan, and the remaining large wealthy families joined together and established a martial arts school. In Qinyun, divine creatures are considered the supreme elders. Qin Yuan thought about the fact that the master had left him there to temper his body and train his spirit, developing his martial skills, promising to work hard to follow him to the next realm as soon as possible. Lord Zhenwu told the guy that he didn't say he wanted to take such a crowd with him. Shaochen replied that he didn't say he would go alone. He replied that it was all the same, there were too many of them. It would cost him dozens of years of perfecting true qi. The guy asked him to hurry up. Old man Lao said that he had never left this world before. Not even interested in other kingdoms, what awaits them there? Luan Ping replied that he had never even dreamed of leaving this realm in his lifetime. It was as if he was in a dream. Lord Zhenwu said that the realm of Qianlan is the next strongest. Although it is not comparable to the top 3 worlds, it is much higher than this world. They will realize it themselves when they get there. Lord Shaw asked the lad what the plans were. Was everything all right? He replied that he was fine. When the Jiang family found out that he had left this world, they would definitely send someone after them. And by then, they'll have time to surprise them. Zhenwu said that this is it, they will get there faster than the lady has a cup of tea. Everyone thanked Emperor Zhenwu, Qianlan Kingdom. He thought to himself, damn Zhenwu, couldn't he have found a better place to land? Blacka thought that even by the aura in the air he could feel the difference between the 2 worlds. He was more comfortable here. Lao Zhou asked if there was a massacre. The master replied that there was indeed a lot of blood. They decided to go and see someone was calling for help. The guy said that they should finish with these cats and go and have some wine. The guys immediately began to say how horrible it was. There were many innocent people killed. Shaochen asked them to restrain their emotions. Such cruelty was the order of the day in Qianlan. The boy asked if it was another group of hunters. He shouted for them to stand still. Were these cats their prey, or did they dare to trespass? Shaochen said that the demon cat race are the most popular slaves in Qianlan. But this kind of rampage is too much even for a gang of hunters. Laughing, the guy replied that they were just a bunch of rookies, but they had already decided to cross the road to them, the professionals. Aren't they afraid of getting their hands dirty? He said that if they didn't leave there now, don't let them blame him for the polite welcome either. The king of beasts asked the master to save those demonic cats. He replied that if he wanted to do so, let him do so. The guy said he's probably holding zeros to see their prey after all? Well, then let them not accuse him of being cruel. Shaochen said that he was leaving it to the Beast King, he replied that, understood. The king of beasts started to deal with them. The guy shouted that he was too cruel. He said that it was impossible, they were all at a high level of vitiation, how could this happen? The guy asked him not to kill him, saying that he was from Tianyuchimu's family. If he dared to touch him, his family wouldn't leave it like that. The Beast King told them that it was fine, they could return home. The demonic cats bowed to him. Xiaoqun said that it looked like they wanted to follow him. It would be okay if he took them. Qimei asked the master if they understood human language. He said that demonic felines were most often used as personal slaves. Males are used for defense and fighting, while females are used for personal service to their master and assistants. If a specimen dies, their meat can be called a delicacy, but hunting gangs most often catch them alive. As far as language comprehension goes, their QR is no different from humans, so they are quite capable of speaking human language. They are fully socialized and understand everything. Except for certain settlements living in remote locations. The girl said that the realm of Qianlan was really terrible. Xiaoqun replied that a person's wealth is his own ruin caused by the greed of others. The master told the king of beasts that those kittens he saved would follow him, so let him take good care of them. Old man Lao said that they had just arrived in the Qianlan kingdom and had already run into trouble. Apparently, there's a lot of trouble ahead of them. Laughing, the guy replied that is, he doesn't look for trouble, they find it on their own. Xiaoqun suggested taking a short break before continuing on their way. The guy said, wow, caught that many demonic felines by himself? Where's their crew? He said okay, he got it, stop scaring him. Hunting parties are only allowed into the city for a fee. Xiaoqun heard that Mr. Mu had returned from hunting demonic cats. What a catch. Let them just look at it. Well worthy of the title of the best hunting party in the city. The guy asked them if they were new, they should give way to the gentleman, otherwise they'd be out of luck. The guy came up to them and said, wow, they caught a lot, he's buying them all. Xiaoqun continued walking as he shouted to him to wait. The guy asked something else? The guy said he wanted to buy all the cats. Throwing the ring, he said that it would pay off this bunch of cats quite well. Stepping on the ring, Xiaoqun said to keep walking. The guy shouted back, and then they were stopped. He said if he's so cocky he's new, right? Insulting him and his family is like insulting the whole city. Xiaoqun told the guys what they see. He told them, trouble finds him on its own. Qimei said how arrogant they were. Horrible. Mr. Mu said he'll say it again, so listen carefully. He wants to buy those cats. Xiaoqun asked what if he didn't give them back? The guy replied that then his bloody intestines would spread all over the city. All Xiaoqun did was just put his hand on the guy's shoulder. After that, he ended up on his knees. He said that his answer remained the same. Let him not make the guy repeat it to him again. After which, Xiaoqun kicked him. Mr. Mu's guards wanted to intervene, but he told them to stay back. The guy was careless, he didn't expect him to be so strong. Such a worthy opponent definitely deserved to die by his hand. The guy swung the sword, but suddenly, he saw that the sword had disappeared from his hand. Xiaoqun said that it looked good and gave it to Qimei. Afterwards, he thanked the guy for the knife. The Beast King told the master that he was still just as perfect. Xiaoqun replied that of course, he wasn't the only one attracting stares. Didn't he notice that as soon as they entered the city, the great emperor immediately started following them? He said that the great emperor's breath is similar to Mu Qing's aura, afraid that it is the head of the Mu family. Even though he's not too strong, he's still the emperor. But they have just arrived, so they won't get into battles right away. The guys went up to the boss. He said he was giving it to them. He said he'd give it to them and not let them get away with it. He thought, well, he lost this time and gave him his sword, but next time he won't get away with it. Let him remember, the boy will destroy him and his gang. Old man Lao told the master that he needed to put those monster cats somewhere. The guy replied that yes, he would leave it to him. Let them go to the city market and buy all the materials they need. Qimei can go for a walk or have some fun somewhere for now too, and he still has some things to do. Blackie, asked the boy where they're going now. He said he wanted to show him somewhere interesting. Approaching the guy, Xiaoqun replied that he wanted to participate in the next battle. The guy replied that he could participate after registering and paying the tax. Blackie asked about the Colosseum. Xiaoqun said that in this world colosseums were a common hobby, They could be found in every corner of the mainland, and the rewards for winning battles were very generous, and there might even be some artifacts that could be used to upgrade one's skills. Not taking part would be a waste. Shaochen said that he would like to keep this three-eyed wolf cub as collateral. Suddenly, the gates of the Colosseum opened and a girl came out. It was Bai Feng, the commander of the Colosseum guards, the main one there. After bowing, the girl said that she was happy to meet him. She said that to tame such a powerful high-ranked beast worthy of respect, he was an amazing man. The girl said he had come just in time. In an hour a new tournament would begin in the Colosseum. It originally started out with the guards of the Colosseum fighting the best masters from the most famous families. But she had just learned that this time their main opponent came to the tournament with a beast from the fastest ice wolf family. And this hunter himself is many times more powerful than any magical beast. Therefore, she asks him to lend them his wolf cubs so that they can finally win the tournament. No matter how strong his ice wolf is, it is definitely no match for the three-eyed divine wolf. That the Move family has long considered themselves superior to everyone else. Bai Feng told the guy that if he lent them his wolf, the Bai family would be forever grateful for his help. The guy realized that this girl was pretty straightforward. Shaochen replied that it was a deal, he would lend them Chernish. The girl thanked him and said that he had helped them out a lot. If they won the tournament, he could take all the winnings and the Bai family would be indebted to him. On top of that, she would personally pay him another 500 demon cats. What did he think? The guy replied that he shouldn't, he didn't need slaves. But let her do something for him instead, he needs information. He wants to know about all the spirit stone deposits around Yuchen on a certain day. The girl replied that that was it, so it was a done deal. The guy told Blackie to go to work. He should be thankful he's not in a circus. And half of the spirit stones are for him too. The girl said that with the three-eyed wolf they would win for sure. Move Feng told the ice wolf that they would see each other soon. He asked the guy, "Where are the guards of the Colosseum? Why aren't they there yet?" The girl shouted that they were there. The guy asked who was with her. Was it the three-eyed wolf? Kicking his wolf with his foot, the boy asked if he was scared. He didn't realize what was going on. Didn't the Colosseum say they'd put their orangutan in the fight? Why is there a three-eyed wolf? The guy said, well, even if it is three-eyed, it's certainly no match for his ice wolf. Move Feng shouted that no matter what they had in store, three-eyed wolves or whatever, the Move family had always been and would remain the winner. The girl replied that they would see it now. The ice wolf immediately began to attack. Black bit into a large chunk of ice in just a second. As soon as the ice wolf bit him, it immediately broke all of its teeth. People started to say that the three-eyed wolf is so terrifying. The Move family will definitely lose this time. The guy shouted to his wolf to fight. Black thought he had had enough of this. He approached the ice wolf from behind and ate it. Bai Feng asked, well, how did he like the battle? She thinks there is no need for them to appear in the Colosseum anymore, otherwise she will ask for it again. Turning to Shaochen, the girl said that this was his reward for winning the tournament. After opening the box, he took out a plant and told Black to catch it. The boy asked so where could he get information about the stones. The girl said, well, here's all the information they know about all the spirit stone deposits around Yuqing. He replied that it was quite obvious that the large birthplaces were already protected. Only small deposits remained. She replied that yes, but even in small birthplaces one can find stones of very high quality. If one wants to dig up treasure, she advises going to the vein in the south. Just last month they were fixing one of the walls, went there for materials and dug up a purple spirit stone. The guy replied that it was very rare for small mineral veins. The girl said that yes, and there was a similar situation last year. A repairman dug up a 9th-ranked Kayan stone in one of those small veins. The stone was given to a monk and he was able to turn it into a rank 9 weapon. The guy thought it was amazing. This realm really deserved to be called the best of the lower realms. Bai Feng said that she had to warn him about one more thing. It was better to stay away from the nucleation site belonging to the Mu family. This family has a certain power there and in the area, they are very powerful. The lands in their domain are guarded by the strongest masters, who will kill anyone who comes near them in a heartbeat. The boy replied that it was very interesting. She said that Shaochen was wrong. The guy replied that let him understand, he had already made the first step, there was no point in retreating. The boy asked why the brother was so angry. What could have happened that was so terrible? Did something happen in the arena? He replied that they lost. Mu Feng replied that they had lost. Brother asked how was that possible? How could his ice wolf lose? The boy said that the opponent was a three-eyed wolf. He asked since when did the Bai family have such a ferocious beast? The boy said he didn't know, but that they had caught them off guard. He asked, by the way, is brother not back yet? Mu Feng replied that he should have been here by now. For some reason, he has a feeling that something is wrong, so he should go and find out what's wrong. Chernish told the master that there was a strong aura in the air in that realm, and he thought they might be able to find something really valuable there. The boy replied that yes, they could definitely use some celestial ore. He wondered if it was in the Mu family's veins, outside Tanyu City. Man Feng began to shout who dared to kill his brother? Suddenly, one of the guys said maybe this. He began to tell that when they returned from hunting, the Lord had a small conflict with a man in the city. They were walking with a group of demon cats. The guy replied that if it was really him, he'd kill him with his own hands. Chernish asked the guy when they were leaving. Xiaochun replied to me in a hurry. He needs to plan everything in detail first. Looking to the side, he saw something that seemed very strange to him. The guys were discussing that the Xianyuan family had started practicing their craft again. He wondered Mrs. Xiaochun said that her forging technique was very familiar to him. Chernish asked if this was not the method of the previous great Emperor Xian, was it? Pushing the young men around, the boy walked a little closer. He watched her every move. Xiaochun said that her technique was not perfect. Her punching power was less than her predecessor, but she had a certain talent. Looking at him, the girl wondered, does this guy really doubt her? A few strokes later, a sword appeared on her desk. Lightning bolts appeared in the sky and swiftly flew towards that ball. It began to float in the air, and then it shone. Xiaochun said it's a shame, it was such a good stone and ended up in the trash. It's painful to even look at. How can you even take up tools with such skills? The girl yelled at him to get out of there. How much more can he take? The guys started talking about how mean you have to be to try to get a girl's attention like that. She asked why he was talking to her like that. The guy said he just misspoke. The guy said that he had just misspent the energy in the stone when it was forged, so he blurted it out. She asked him to be clearer or she would work her technique on him. He started saying that she was a young girl. Why talk so rudely and threaten her? If she wants to learn something, just let her ask and he will help her. People started asking him if he even knew who he was. How dare he talk to Madame Xianyuan like that? Madame's family is the best in the business for the past 1,000 years. Xianyuan asked if he meant to say that he had a better mastery of stone processing than she did. The guy replied that he was not bad with tools, but his knowledge was enough to point out a couple of mistakes to her. She said okay, then let her find out what the problem is with her technique. She said it was impossible to control the ball with one hand. Xiaochun said he would crush anyone in his path. She wondered if he was really threatening her with her own sword. He replied that her knowledge of recycling materials was commendable, but she had made 7 unforgivable mistakes in the forging process. Originally, this sword could have been a minimum rank 9 weapon, but now rank 9 was its limit. First, the main problem was that she was transferring too little aura into the hammer, causing the material to begin to conflict with the tools, eventually causing the hardness of the sword blade to drop greatly. Secondly, he said that her hammer was not suitable for forging such weapons. The angle of inclination and the force of impact with it did not allow to make the blade sharp enough. People began to say that he seemed to know what he was talking about. Madame Xianyuan tensed up. But behaving like this to attract Madame's attention is still not nice. Xiaochun said the final reason is her heart. Her heart is filled with insecurity. Her soul is in a state of misunderstanding, and everything is too confusing and chaotic for her, so she can't create really good things. The guy asked if there was anything he could do to help her. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by someone. The guy asked if she was there again. Grabbing her hand, he told her to go home. The girl told Xianyuan that she wasn't going anywhere with him. The boy told her to stop being stubborn. He was responsible for her. He asked if she realized what day it was. A messenger from the higher realm has been waiting for her for an hour. Not thinking about her family and her duties, standing here, not disgracing her family name. The girl shouted that if it was so important to them, then let them marry themselves to their adored by family. After she said those words, the guy took a swing. Shao Chen stopped his hand and said let him speak to him if he had something to say. The guy asked who he was anyway? And let him stay out of family matters. Shao Chen replied that family matters are not handled that way. He told the girl that they are going back right now. She knows the character of the Bai family very well. If the Xianyuan family will be in trouble, thinks she is worthy of bearing this surname? Shao Chen wondered, is the Bai family the most famous in this kingdom? It turns out to be interesting how things are shaping up. The girl replied that she would return home. The guy asked her if she really wanted to sacrifice herself to her family, or if she wanted to live for herself. The girl answered that of course she wanted to live for herself. He said okay, then he would go with her. Xianyuan asked what is he talking about. Grabbing him by the throat, Shao Chen said that he could kill him with one left if he wanted to. He didn't realize who this person was. The guy was incredibly strong. The guy said he advises against helping strangers. Does he even know what he's up against? Shao Chen replied that you can do without the nonsense. It's time to go already. The guy wondered who he was. Okay, if he wants to die, let him do what he wants. Master Bai asked. Xianyuan Yuda decided to play with him? The man asked him to wait a little longer. The guy replied that he would wait another half an hour. If Xianyuan Heiji did not show up there, they could not worry about their family's future, for they would not have one. Seeing them, the man was glad they were back. He told the master that everything was in place. Master Bai replied that they were not lying. This beautiful young lady was indeed worthy of his status. Approaching Xianyuan Heiji, Master Bai asked does she know how long he had been waiting for her? Watching all of this, Shao Chen wondered how fast things were spiraling. The guy told Xianyuan Yuda that he was taking his daughter. The man replied that fine, of course. As soon as he pulled his hand towards the girl, Shao Chen slapped his hand. He said that Xianyuan Huiji would not go anywhere with him. Pointing his finger at the guy, he asked Xianyuan Yuda who it was. Xianyuan Yu answered for his father. The guy said that he met this man by chance. He is very strong, but the guy had already told him that his younger sister would marry him. However, despite this, he continued to insist on his own and wished to meet him in person. Xianyuan Yu said that insolence will not add strength, so they can deal with him how he is doing. Shao Chen replied that the little guy didn't bother, he didn't need an introduction. Master Bai asked if he liked that woman too. The boy answered what exactly. He said it was expected, women like this aren't born every century. Of course he wasn't the only one attracted to her. But she would be his alone. He would kill anyone who got in his way. The guy started to attack. Shao Chen asked, is that it? That would be funny if the most famous family in blacksmithing had such a worthless heir. The guy asked, yes, how dare he laugh? Shao Chen said that of course, and he could be understood, wanting to cultivate as soon as possible, no matter how. The guy began to attack with a killing craft. With just a heavenly shout, Shao Chen knocked him off his feet, then called him a lowlife. Mu Feng said that he was a show-off and would definitely regret it. The guy yelled that he had pissed him off. Everyone was surprised, for it was Sendai's power. He said that as soon as he stepped into the lower realm, he never imagined that he would be able to show his true power. But thanks to his excellent combat skills, he had thought in advance about possible problems that would have to be solved by brute force rather than diplomacy. So he carried a restraining seal with him. The fifth technique of blacksmithing. Shao Chen replied that even though he had Sendai's strength, he was still too naive. Looking at him, the guy asked why. Was he also from the realm of the great emperor? All the guy did was point his fist in the direction of his seal. It shattered into several pieces, and the guy fell to his knees. Walking up to him, Shao Chen said that since he was also from the Bai family, should know that guy who recently went to the Shenwu realm. Is he right? The boy asked the sixth brother. Was he really the one who killed his sixth brother? Shao Chen replied that it was. Mu Feng began to say he killed his sixth brother. If he kills him too, he will be sorry. The Bai family will not forgive him so easily. He cannot. Looking at Xianyuan Heiji, he asked if she wanted to go with him. The girl replied that of course she did. Turning to Mr. Xianyuan Yuda, Shao Chen said that he was taking the girl with him. Handing him the scroll, I told him to think of it as compensation. As soon as they left, The man fell to his knees. Taking the scroll in his hands, he said that it was a sacred heavenly scripture on first-rank martial skills. The man shouted that he was lucky. What a great opportunity. Xianyuan Heiji said thank you to him. From now on, she would do her best to please him. The guy replied that she actually has an innate talent for purifying metal. He doesn't need her gratitude, just let her be a good student. The girl said that he helped her, but he doesn't like her? Xiaochun replied that of course not. The man asked, is the 17th brother dead too? The boy shouted, who killed his 17th brother? He told Giant Pain to order someone to go down and check what happened there. The man needs to find out everything in detail. 2 people in the Bai family have already died. He vowed not to take revenge, but he wants to know the truth. Leaving the room, the guy started to rejoice. He said how lucky, they are both dead. 17 was one of his father's favorite sons. Now that he's dead, he has only one rival Lao Legio left. As long as things are going so well, he, by Giant Pain, will be the best of the family. Suddenly, the guy told the young master that he had news. He said that the intelligence team had discovered that the killer of the 17th master was Xiaochun, who had also killed the 6th master a few days ago. The boy asked who else knew about it besides him. Bowing, he said that the master was the first person he told about it. Giant Pain said that it was very good. Grabbing the guy by the throat, he said that meant he was now the only one who knew about it. After which he strangled him. Master kept repeating Xiao Chen's name. He said that if he could kill the 17th guy, he could kill the old 9. Xianyuan Heiji only had a lot of questions. The guy asked and where only she got them from. The girl replied that all she had done since childhood was to study instruments, their features, and various martial arts around the clock. She hadn't even been to many major areas of this realm. The girl said it was a black caravan. Xiao Chen asked what it was. She said that it was the largest ceremonial caravan of the Qianlan kingdom. They hold a vast amount of incredible treasures and secrets of various techniques. She never thought that someday they would visit her town as well. The last time she had been there, though, seemed to be about a year ago. Xianyuan Heiji said it was a 3-tiered caravan. The black caravan is divided into 4 tiers. The highest is a 4-tiered caravan. The higher the tier, the better goods they bring. A level 3 caravan can definitely buy high-quality DGS spiritual stones, martial arts scrolls, and other artifacts from a level 3 caravan. In addition, all caravan leaders of the 3rd level and above caravan have incredible strength comparable to the Emperor's own abilities. Xiao Chun was surprised. Looking at the leader of the caravan in question, the guy said it looked like he was dying. The man came over and asked the boy if he thought it was inappropriate to gossip about someone behind his back. Xiao Chun replied that he was dying, so why worry about that? The rest of the guys stood up for the leaders. People couldn't understand who it was. Who in their right mind would provoke a caravan? When they saw a girl beside him, they asked if it was a young lady from the Xianyuan family. The leader asked the guy to the black caravan's response, surely he wants to die. Then he attacked, but the guy didn't even move. The man said that he didn't expect that the guy was also a high-level master. Xiao Chun replied that if he wanted to try to at least scratch him, let him use Sendai's strength. The leader replied, what insolence! Does he think he is worthy to fall from Sendai's power? Let him have it. After which something strange began to happen. Xianyuan Heiji struck the dome with her hammer. People immediately began to scatter in different directions. She realized that the dome was too strong. The girl said she couldn't break it. She has no idea what happened to Xiao Qin inside that energy field. Boy, they wouldn't dare use Sendai's power. They all started to attack him together. Guy said that indomitable determination, then broke off their attack. Xiao Qin asked, have you tried all your tricks? The leader moved as close to him as possible. The guy had told him that he would die once his Sendai was broken. If he wanted to live a little longer, it was worth using a secret technique to temporarily restore Sendai's strength. He said he had 3 months to live. Let him memorize the guy's words. The leader asked who he was. The guy replied that it didn't matter who he was. If the man didn't find a way to restore Sendai, his name would never be of any use to him. Xiao Qin said that he knew how to help him. The leader asked, is he telling the truth? The guy replied that it was true, he could restore Sendai to his body. But everything has its price. If one wants to get something, one has to pay. The man replied that if he is not lying, let him ask for whatever he wants, he will give whatever he asks for, let him just help him. Shao Chun said that then, he wants his soul. The leader marveled, his soul? Let him not dream. The guy said that his journey as a martial artist had just begun, it was a pity to end it now. Let him give him his soul and he would save his body. You could tell from the man's expression that he wasn't going to do that. Shao Chun replied that in that case, he would give him some time to think. If he wanted to keep himself alive, let him find him during the day. Touching the man, he did something to him, after which the man glared. The leader didn't realize what kind of man he was. What had he done to him? The boys approached the man and said that if the man could really help, they were ready to join him. He said it doesn't matter anymore. His sendai is indeed damaged. If he doesn't go to the higher realm, it can't be repaired. But you can't put your own interests above the black caravan. Old man Lao asked his host if he liked the town. The guy replied that yes, it was not bad. Let them get to know each other. This is Xianyuan Heiji, a rare genius in material processing. Thinks they'll have fun socializing. Wan Ping asked the recycling genius. The old man said that she is simply beautiful. Shao Chun replied that he thought they would become friends, advising them to concentrate on learning the ways of tools now. The guy said it was time to go home, he'd been on business all day, so he wouldn't bother them, it was time for a good rest. 3 days later, in the backyard. Looking at the weapon, the girl said the quality was superb. The old man said it was made of amethyst mica mixed with a gram-like extract. Chernish said it wasn't bad, they worked well together. He asked the guy, when would they get to the most delicious part? Shao Chun asked, robbing? Is that what he thinks of him? The boy replied that he should wait, as soon as possible. At that moment, the old man Lao came to the gentleman and told him that the Mu family was inviting him to visit. The boy asked, is it really so soon? Mu Feng greeted the guy. Shao Chun replied that he was glad to meet him. The guy said that he had heard that his younger brother had a conflict with the third son of the Mu family the other day. Therefore, he would like to invite him to go with him to the Mu family's house. He said that he would like to personally resolve the conflict and apologize on behalf of his family. The boy replied that he was leaving then. Mu Feng thanked him for agreeing. Once inside, the guy realized that they were all quite strong. 2 of them seemed to be as strong as the emperor himself. Shao Chun asked why couldn't he just forget about that conflict. Why are all those people there? The guy asked, does he even know what happened? He said he didn't, but should he? Mu Qing shouted that he killed Mu's brother from the Bai family. Shao Chun asked who Mu Bai was. The guy yelled for him to stop pretending. The clan of cat demons they had freed was the prey of brother Mu Bai. He said it was pretty clear the guy was targeting his family. What more proof does he need? Shao Chun asked, and what does he want from him? Mu Qing replied that he originally wanted revenge, but thought he was quite talented. If he signs the soul contract and becomes loyal to his family, he will let him go. Okay. Shao Chun asked the guy, is stupidity a family thing? The guy said he killed his brother. He said his brother was the one who got in trouble. Mu Feng shouted to the guy that he had killed his 2 brothers, and today, the guy would pay with his life. Attacking the guy, he shouted a rank 9 martial arts skill, Dragon Fury. Shao Chun said that it was too boring. Seeing that his brother was in danger, Mu Qing also decided to use his strength. But the guy successfully dealt with both of them. The guy said that he recognized his strength. Shao Chun was really good in battle, but now he would learn what the heir's strength meant. After that, he called the elders. Shao Chun asked the emperor who had passed Sendai? Is that his legacy? He replied that no, there was someone else. After which, 7 more elders joined him. Mu Qing said that if he is so confident after killing his family members, he is capable of killing the emperor himself. But now he will face the power of 9 emperors. The guy is stumped. Shao Chun asked did he really think the guy went there alone? He said let him ask. The guy came to Tianyu without any relatives, but took some hats from the dumpster with him? Does he think the Bai family will come to help him? If he thinks that because of the 3-eyed wolf the guy lent them at the tournament, they'll come running to him on their hind legs, he's sorely mistaken. He said why? The guy said because he's not worth it. Shao Chun replied that he understands, but it's not that simple, nothing is absolute. The guy shouted that he was the one who didn't understand, and that he would die today. Suddenly, he saw that they had really come. Bai Feng said that the guy was a respected friend of her family. Anyone who dares to harm him will have to deal with her. Mu Qing said that no matter who comes to his rescue, he is still not a survivor. Xianyuan Yuda said, "What an arrogant tone." The man asked, "Is he not late?" He wondered what was going on. Why did even this man decide to go to bat for him? The guy asked Xianyuan Yuda, "Don't interfere. Shao Chen had killed his brothers and he would pay for it." The man replied that this guy is a close friend of Xianyuan Yuda's family, so let him apologize, but he can't keep him. Suddenly, a great elder appeared. He told Xianyuan Yuda that this guy had killed a disciple from the Mu family, and should be punished. Why is he interfering in this? The elder said that he had recently made his 5th breakthrough. The man thought that unexpectedly, considering his strength, the Xianyuan family was definitely not his opponent. He said that they were well aware that neither the Bai family nor the Xianyuan family would defeat him, so they would stay out of the way despite their buddy relationship. Mu Qing said that the guy was definitely not a fool to pull this off in just a couple of days, but he didn't take into account the true strength of his opponent. Even if they teamed up, what could they do to the greatest elder who had broken through to the 5th level? The leader asked what would change if they joined too. The Grand Elder thought, Black Caravan? What the hell are they doing there? They didn't understand where this guy came from, why even a 3rd level Black Caravan was on his side. The man said that the former leader of the 3rd level Black Caravan, Su Tianlai, greeted his master. All the other guys also greeted the master. Xianyuan Yuda thought that this guy was able to make even the Black Caravan come to recognize him as their master. Indeed, he is simply marvelous. Shao Chen told Mrs. Bai that he would explain everything later. They needed to solve their problem first. The guy asked them, "Are they going to have fun?" The Grand Elder told Su Tianlai that he knew the rules of the Black Caravan well. Anyone who betrayed his laws would end badly. The man replied that it shouldn't bother him. Black thought about it. The Black Caravan has a rule of total submission, but this guy is untruthfully determined and willing to follow Shao Chen. The Grand Elder said that he had reached the same level of awakening. If they started fighting, it wouldn't be like playing in a sandbox, and they were in his house now. Su Tianlai replied that unlike him, he was not afraid of battle. The elder thought that he was strong enough to fight the Black Caravan leader, but besides him, the Bai and Xianyuan families are also there. Even though his family is strong enough, they're no match for them with this group, so we'll have to wait. Without thinking, the elder wished them good luck on their journey. The boys began to resent him, but he told them to give it up. Shao Chen sat down on the chair and said that you only want to ask him one question: who does he think he is? The elder replied to him, "Quit these games. This is not the right time to fight, but that doesn't mean he is afraid of him. If he wants to fight, he can, he won't back down, even though most of his family will die or be badly wounded, but he won't let any of them get out of there alive." Shao Chen made the great elder see something in his eyes. The guy told Blacka that instead of encouraging him to steal, maybe it would be better to help him. The wolf asked what did he mean. Was it to destroy the Mu family's insolent men? The guy said that the Mu family no longer needed to exist on this earth. Bai Feng asked the guy not to make impulsive decisions. After all, killing the whole family was wrong. Not to mention that they didn't have many allies. Even if the Black Caravan captain and the head of the Xianyuan family team up, it wasn't certain that they would be able to handle it. The guy asked to leave it to him, and let them control the situation themselves. Shao Chen ordered Su Tianlai to proceed. The elder said okay, they had asked for it. The guy had driven himself into a dead end. Bai Feng told the boys to attack if they had the strength. They started attacking one by one. Each one had a different opponent. Shao Chen said he would start with the 2 of them. The boy asked, "Who will help them?" Suddenly, a man appeared in front of him. The Grand Elder said he had finally arrived. The man apologized for showing up so late. He didn't really want to get involved in the battle between the families. Xianyuan Yuda asked Mu Hong didn't he fight to the death with his own father? The man replied that it was a lie. He only wished to hide for a while, and went to meditate. The man thought about the fact that the Mu family had spread out like ants all over the world. He was sure that all 3 top masters had died in the war 9 years ago, but Mu Hong was alive and standing right in front of him. What to do? Shao Chen said to look, the Buddha himself in the flesh. He had been silently watching him since the guy entered this city. And now he is finally ready to appear in front of him? The man replied that if he hadn't come, his younger brother would have dealt with them without regret. Shaochun replied that he misunderstood. Even if he is already there, the Mu family still can't escape the sad end. Mu Hong told the guy that he had too much arrogance, and that he would be in trouble. He took the skulls off his neck and threw them at the guy, causing him to fly a few meters away. He said that Buddhist Lao Na's clear-cut Buddhist never fails. Let him thank his long nose for that. Shaochun managed to repel his strike once again. The man thought what a strong secret technique. The guy said it was the first time he had seen such an evil monk. It's been a while since he remembered the secret art of body-hardening taiku. Lucky him, today would be the perfect opportunity to break through to the next level. Mu Hong tells the guy that he has a proposition for him. He and the guy will fight one-on-one, and if he loses the battle, the Mu family is at his disposal. If the guy loses, his life will be at his disposal and no innocent people will be killed today. Shaochun replied that the old donkey had an interesting position. You can try it. He ordered everyone to move away from each other. It was forbidden to continue fighting. They would now have a fair one-on-one fight. It's only necessary to change the position. Muhun said this place would be perfect. The guy said he's so cautious about trying that he's really starting to believe him. This whole circus is for the sake of his student Mu, is he right? The man asked what he was talking about. Shaochun asked, bringing him there because that's where he can fully utilize his Buddha body technique, right? He's not evil, he's even starting to like it. The man asked, does he see it? The guy is also a little sympathetic to Lao Na. Shaochun said, a sharp tongue and extreme caution in everything, he is really very good. But he lacks the most important thing, insight. Mu Qing replied that he was only a human, but dared to talk to him like that. Is it because of his three-eyed wolf? The guy said he's fighting against him now. What does that have to do with Blacke? Shaochun asked if that old bald donkey was ready. He replied that Lao Na was already shaking with anticipation. After which, they began to attack. The man shouted that the crisp Lao Na was not as simple as he thought. The guy replied that it was quite interesting. Shaochun said that technique, but suddenly, Blacke asked him if he needed his help. The guy replied that it looked like he would have to resort to the most primitive means. With a twist of his foot, he kicked him in the head with all his might. Then he said that this was not the end, and the blows came one after another. The guy gathered all his strength together, he began to strike one after another on the man's body. Mu Qing couldn't even attack back. Shaochun shouted a third strike. Prepare to attack, but all his strength started to go to the guy. He didn't realize what was going on. The guy said he was very good. First person to ever get 3 strikes in a row against him. The first person he's ever met in this town. Mu Qing replied that it was not for nothing that he paid so much attention to his physical training. His strikes were intimidatingly powerful. It was a pity that he would never achieve divine leniency in the end. He asked if it was time for the old man to show what he could do. Mu Qing shouted 9 times, boundless obedience to the Buddha. Shaochun asked, and that's it? He thinks that this is what boundless obedience is. Suddenly, these stones started attacking the guy. The man said he would pay his debt to Buddha. The man said hopefully, the guy would forgive him for one more trick. The first heavenly stage, the 10 evil Tathagatas. After another attack, he asked the guy wasn't dead yet? Did he really have such a strong body? How much cultivation had he done? He said nothing, his Buddha is full of compassion. There is an interesting practice called lotus that can subdue the body of the dying. Thinks his body is worthy of experiencing this practice. Mu Qing saw that he had failed. The guy asked, how did he feel about his attempts to subdue his body? The man replied that his body, how could it be? He shouted that it was impossible. How could his soul be so strong? Why couldn't even Lianhua Lao Na suppress his will? The guy replied that nothing was impossible. The interior was chained together. Suddenly it was able to break free. The man yelled for the guy to stop it. Mu Qing shouted the 3rd heavenly stage reincarnation of Buddha into a demon. Making an attack, the man shouted for him to die. Just as suddenly, everything disappeared. Shaochun said thank you to the old man. Thanks to him, he was able to break through. The guy used Taiko's body tempering technique. comparable to the basics of emperor cultivation. Well, in that case, it was time to test Tin Huang's fourth strike fist. But the man was clearly not going to give up. He said that Lao Na recognized that it was not easy for him as a physical practitioner to achieve such strength, but let him not forget who he was dealing with. Even if he's incredibly strong, he's nothing in front of the Sendai 5-footer, like a begging ant. Now he would see the true power of Lao Na. Shaochen replied that he knew that every cautious person like him must have many methods in reserve. Not a single blow touched the guy. The man asked how could this be? Shaochen replied that reaching unity with the sky and mastering the Sendai technique was indeed commendable, but even he wouldn't help him now. The man asked where this power came from? The guy replied that that's how you use Sendai. He yelled that he didn't believe it. Mu Qing didn't understand what was going on. He shouted that no, the guys wouldn't succeed. Lao Na's fifth step had absorbed the 8 great puppets of the emperor and sent them to the very depths of hell. There was no way he could defeat him. And finally, the guy beat him. He said the fourth punch was really good. Chernish was surprised that he was able to break through. Had everyone before this old man turned out to be so powerful? It felt like he hadn't just gotten stronger. It was more like an ascension now. Just like he said, the Mu family doesn't deserve to exist. The Grand Elder said that they couldn't lose everything overnight. Turning to Su Tianlai, the guy said that he thought they could handle the rest on their own. Turning around, he left. The man said it was a fair victory. Bai Feng said it was as if a heavenly lord had come down to them. Blackett told the guy that he was so strong. Grabbing him, Shaochen replied that he had, saying that he would reveal all the cards when the guy reached the realm of the great emperor. Well, now was the time. He replied that okay, he would tell him his secret. The boy asked what kind of place was it. Chernish answered that he was born and grew up there. The memories of this place have been hidden in the depths of his memory for a long time. All creatures, the fiercest beasts born there, are comparable in power to the higher powers. Let him look there, that's his pack, and his mother. Now, let him look at the white dragon that ruthlessly destroyed his mother and their entire clan completely. As for him, he himself had no memories of it. In the last moments of his life, his mother gave them to him so that he would not forget who he was and where he came from. Chernish told him that he hoped the mystery of his origins would not affect their relationship in any way. He exists apart from his pack, and is exactly what he has always seen in him, his loyal companion. Li Yunfei didn't understand how he even got there. Given his current level of cultivation, he would die if he continued like this. Looking over the top, the guy thought he was too strong. This is unbelievable. One more carelessness or stupid mistake would cost him his life. He decided it was time to leave, he'd be back there later. Chernish thought about the fact that Shaochen now knew his secret, and he hoped that the information about the cruelty he had endured would not change anything. Although such a story would make anyone shiver, he replied that it was great. The guy had long ago decided that his next breakthrough was not the limit of his dreams. If he wanted to reach the peak of cultivation, he needed to go to meet more serious challenges. And his world was the most suitable place for that. After returning to the higher realm, he wants to go to the extraterritorial world and experience how powerful the white dragon is, killing great clans for fun. Blacker thought something. He had a bad feeling. Shaochen said that he had kept it from him until now, but since Chernish shared his secret, he doesn't want to stay in debt. The guy said that he is now living his second life. He thought, well, then it's no wonder why the guy easily passes all the tests that fate presents him, getting stronger day by day. Shaochen's story: he was the strongest physical cultivator, but tragically died due to the betrayal of his best friend. Fortunately, the gods gave him a second chance and he was reborn. Chernish thought, a guy who survived a betrayal from a loved one rekindles a friendship and trusts her wholeheartedly. Guy said that the dragon, having ruthlessly massacred his clan, would meet an equally brutal death. Su Tianlai knocked on the door. Bowing, the man said that he welcomed the master. The boy asked if he was done. He replied that the Mu family no longer exists. Mu Qing and Mu Feng are in custody and Mu Hong has been killed, so all the resources of the Mu family are transferred to the master. Shaochen touched him and said that it wasn't bad, he would restore his Sendai to its original form. The man replied that he relied completely on the master and his abilities. From now on, His life was in his hands. Boy, does he have something else to say to him? Su Tianlai told the master that he had to attach Heishan. Perhaps they would cause him problems in the future. He replied that they would deal with problems as they came. The man told his master that he shouldn't underestimate the strength of the Heishan faction, although he had a 5th level Sendai. But he was only a 3rd level commander there. The 4th level Heishan leader now has a Sendai of at least the 6th step. The 4th level leader has 3 black guards under his command. They are incredibly strong. It is said that they are all at least at the 7th stage of Sendai's development. In addition, the strength of Heishan's ruler, He Luan, should not be forgotten. It is said that he had almost reached the supreme level of perfection. The guy asked He Luan again. In his mind, he immediately recalled the memories of this guy saying that he would definitely surpass him, and the guy told him that if he wanted to overtake him, he would have to train hard. If he cultivated well and reached the level of a supreme, he would fight him. Su Tianlai said Heishan has a very strict discipline. Any traitor will be put to death. He is afraid that soon the 4th level commanders will come there for his life. Shao Chun replied so he wouldn't panic. The guy had just recovered his Sendai. Now he just needed to consolidate his progress. Handing him a scroll, he said that he should take this technique and practice it well. Looking at the scroll, he asked a heaven-ranked technician. Heishan had only demanded from him. He couldn't remember getting anything in return, and here it was so simple. Outside of Tianyu City, the guy asked, "What the hell is this?" Shao Chun will pay for daring to kill the Bai family's men, the treasure of the Mu family. Chernish told the guy that this spirit stone would be enough for him to break through. The guy replied to him to eat, "Have a good appetite." Shao Chun said that after being reborn, his improvement is pretty damn slow. Even if he ate all those pills, his strength would only increase by 10% at most. Su Tianlai thought that the master was so strange, his body would surely be able to withstand absorbing all these pills. The guy asked if these were really Hanyuan pills. Where did the Mu family get such valuable items? Chernish asked the guy what it was. He said that this thing is called the Heavenly Hanyuan pill. With it, a martial artist at the peak of the spiritual stage could instantly break through to the peak of the divine stage. They had consumed everything they could. Chernish asked the guy how much longer they would be in the Sanglan realm. He replied that as soon as he broke through to the 5th stage of the secret art of body-hardening Taigu, they would go to the higher realm. Taigu's level 5 strength was comparable to Sendai's level 8, so this level of cultivation would be enough in the higher realm. The Mu family's treasures were not enough, so he would probably have to go to Qianyuan City. The master said there's still some left. Su Tianlai could take it and divide it amongst everyone. He replied that he would. Chernish told the guy that he could smell someone from the Bai family. Shao Chun replied that his canine sense was really good. The guest came just in time. Hopefully he brought a lot of useful things with him. Shao Chun asked if he was bored drinking alone. Bai Wui replied that what he didn't expect was that the guy would find him. The guy asked why not. He replied that Shao Chun killed the Bai family's men, so he came to take his life. Count them drinking this wine in honor of his wake. The guy replied that he should drink more, or he might not get this opportunity again. The men said that the 3 of them had come there to solve 3 problems. First, Su Tianlai betrayed Heishan, so he must die. Secondly, Shao Chun forcibly seized Heishan's property, so he should also die. Thirdly, Bai Wui killed the 4th level head of the Heishan faction. For this crime he also deserves to die. Chernish asked the guy, is he sure he can pull those 4? Shao Chun replied that he didn't think so. However, although he wouldn't be able to win, he wouldn't lose. The boys shouted for those pathetic people to get out of there. One of them replied that as soon as the 2 of them were dead, they would leave immediately. The man asked, and isn't it lonely for the 5 of them to drink? Should they accept him into their company? Bai Wei asked, who are they all? He asked, why is the brother so young and so angry? His name is Dao Gui. He heard that the guy is very strong, so he wants to fight him. Bai Wui shouted for the lowly brat to get out of there, and began to attack. Grabbing it, the man said that if it twitched, he would finish it off. The guy asked what he did to him. Why couldn't he feel his spiritual energy? Dao Gui replied that it was nothing special, he had just suppressed his power a little. Looking at the 3 men, he asked if they were going to bother him too. After tying the guy up, he threw him to the 3 men. Said it was their problem, so let them deal with him. He's only interested in the guy. Dao Gui said to the guy they left, can they start now? Shao Chen asked did he just use the heaven-level mystic law technique? The man said it was nothing. He's just taking care of unnecessary garbage, but there's something bigger in store for him. Blackie said the man was really strong. Shao Chen replied that yes, although he was only at the level of the first Sendai, but in fact he was almost as strong as the guy. The wolf replied that he didn't know if he was praising him or himself, after which he drew his sword. The guy said he could attack. And so was furious. Blackie said to the guy, don't you think it's time to use some armor? Otherwise, after every battle, his clothes are just in shreds. Shao Chun replied that it seems like he really needs armor. Dao Gui said the guy is really strong. But let him be careful, he's going to pull the blade out of the sheath. Shao Chun replied that it was fine. The name of this blade is Dragon Roar, a 4th-level heavenly item. Not counting ordinary martial artists, more than 10 great emperors have been killed with this blade. Shao Chun said that it was his fist, it was of peak supreme level. With it, the guy had killed more than 10 supreme. Calling him an asshole, the man said he was interesting, let him attack. The beast quickly rushed towards the guy. Shao Chun decided to use Tianhuang's fist. The guy's attack was completely ruined. He said it wasn't bad, and again. The man shouted out what technique, what cultivation level. Dao Gui, after the failed attack, decided to use a 4th-level heavenly item, the paired dragons. But that didn't help him at all. 2 powerful arms surrounded him from both sides. They slowly moved closer to him until they closed around him. The storm clouds have cleared. The man said that the guy was really strong. Shao Chen asked him who he was. He replied that his name was Dao Gui. The guy said he would ask again, who is the man really like? Chernish said Shao Chen is so caught up in his neck that the man just physically can't speak. He asked to be let go, said he just wanted to fight the guy, that's all. The guy said let him talk if he didn't want to die. Dao Gui replied that so let's say he'll kill him because he really doesn't know what the guy wants to hear. Chernish told the guy that he didn't recall having such drastic mood swings. What happened to him? Shao Chen told him that he saw Li Yunfei's shadow on the man. Since the man refused to talk, the guy decided to check it out himself. But he couldn't believe his eyes. He said it couldn't be. He has no memories of Li Yunfei outside the city. Bai Wei asked don't they know who he is? A fellow swordsman from the Bai family. The man replied that anyone who dares to kill Heishan people deserves to die. That's where the people he killed are buried, so that's where he will die. The guy started screaming that they couldn't do that to him. His Bai family is one of the strongest in the Blade world. After that, he didn't say another word. Blade world, Bai family, secret room. Bai Giant Pain shouted that, dead, he was finally dead. He decided he needed to celebrate. Shao Chen residence. Opening his eyes, the man thought thank God he didn't die. Suddenly the guy asked, awake? Shao Chen told him that there was a small misunderstanding recently, so don't let him take it personally. As an apology, he invites him to dinner. The man asked if he was sick. The guy replied that no objection was accepted, waiting for him outside. Dao Gui thought that if he had been a little longer, he would have died for sure. But now he seems to be safe. He asked for permission to introduce himself. His name is Dao Gui, he is a traveling warrior. The guys didn't say a word, they were busy eating. Shao Chen told him to eat, or there would be nothing to eat. The man asked if they had come from a hungry land. Shao Chen replied that you can't do great things on an empty stomach. Dao Gui interrogated the great deeds. The guy replied that he would find out when the time came. After a moment, he said it was time to go. Move family mine. Bai Feng at her brother's video said that she was glad he had come. Shao Chen apologized for making him wait for a long time. The girl replied that let him stop, it wasn't that long. She said that it was the Mu family's largest spiritual stone mine. The man thought that means they came there for the spirit stones. Shao Chen ordered everyone to get ready, they are starting. Let him remember, they are only interested in high-level spirit stones. Chernish felt a first-class heavenly spirit stone deep in the mine. The boy laughed and thought to himself, where is he, rushing off to? Their kind are not going to be robbed by anyone. Going inside, Shao Chen asked, did this mine still have a magic field? The guy told the guys that they all act on their own. Dao Gui will go along with him. Chernish thought he had found it. Xiao Chen said that it was a rank 1 jade that doesn't burn or sink, and is incredibly strong. It's a great material for making protective armor. Seeing black, it tensed up, and the guy said he was all his. Xiao Chen would later choose a better armor material. Stroking it, the guy said its fur was much stronger than this jade. Let him absorb it quickly, and when he's done, he'll look for more interesting things. Looking at Dao Gui, the guy said that he looked so calm, as if he wasn't surprised at all. The man replied that he was a wandering warrior, so it was hard to surprise him. After Black absorbed his jade, he felt something strange. Suddenly, a passage opened up in front of them. As they walked a little further, a whole town opened up in front of them. The guy said that it looked like there was still a magical barrier. Suddenly, a voice said that the chosen one, he had been waiting for him for a very long time. But first, he must see if he is worthy of his inheritance. After checking on Chernish and Dao Gui, he said he was next. After reaching the guy, he just fell silent. Xiao Chen asked if it was worthy of their inheritance. The voice replied that it would do. He said there's a remnant of the soul of the great emperor of the 5-tiered pagoda. What's that outfit he's wearing? A little let him open the palace, and let them see what good things are there. The door opened and they decided to go in and take a look. In front of them was a table with 3 boxes. The boys approached them. Upon opening the first box, Xiao Chen said garbage. Opening the second box, they said there was a lot of trash. Opening the third box, the guy said there's some good in it after all. There's some good stuff in there. Ice feather silk. Blackie asked Xiao Chen what it was. The guy said that it was ice feather silk, a kind of silk made from the feathers of birds and animals called ice feathers. As a wizard's abilities increase, so does her power level and defenses. It can become an addition to his armor. Xiao Chen shouted for the rest of the soul to come out now. The guys heard a voice that he was there. Turning around, they saw an old man. He didn't understand what was wrong with these 3, one stronger than the other. The black dog's physical strength is stronger than his in the past. The guy who looks like a fool is actually talented. Looking at Xiao Chen said that he couldn't see anything at all from this guy. Could it be that his martial arts had developed to such an extent? The guy said he was sorry he took his stuff. Let him say what he wants. He'll do whatever he can for him. Xiao Chen said that no one would leave a chance without any reason, so let him speak soon, otherwise he would regret it. The old man replied that okay, he had one request. He told me he had a nemesis he hoped the guy would help him kill. All the guy asked was time, place, and who. The old man replied that he had waited so many years. How could he name the time, the place, and who? Turning around, the boys said they were leaving. The old man asked them to wait. He had another option. He transmitted the chi energy of the nemesis to Xiao Chen. If he met someone with that energy, let him help him kill that person. The guy replied that it sounded ominous. He seemed to be a bad guy. The old man said that the man had been his disciple, but unfortunately he had betrayed the path of evil. The boy replied that he understood. Watching them leave, the old man thought that he was too old. The world now belonged to the younger generation. As he walked out, the guy asked everyone how they were doing. The guys replied that there was a very big harvest. He said that was great, then it was time to go home. Looking at himself, it was obvious from the black-robed man that he was furious. Xiao Chen asked him not to be angry, and told him that he would grow back. The guy told Xian Yuan and Wan Ping what was needed now. They replied that it was fine, after which they attacked at the same time. A hazmat suit appeared before his eyes. The boy shouted that this was it different. Suddenly, lightning flashed in the sky. The boy asked, is it really God's punishment again? Relying on the vastness of the heavenly realm, why can't she leave him? It was hard to believe, but she retreated once again. The old man told him it wasn't the first time, he'd get used to it in time. The suit came closer and closer to him. After that, the boy decided to try it out. Xiao Chen said that if we were to talk about level, it was at least rank 2. With the development of his cultivation, this armor should reach the 9th heavenly level, and in a short period of time. Chernish told the guy he owed him his fur. The guy replied that it was only a couple of hairs, so he shouldn't be so greedy. Turning to Chernish, the boy suggested he go try out the armor. A little indignant, he jumped on his head anyway. Xiao Chen shouted for him to attack. Chernish made a pretty good attack, but the suit was as good as new. The boy offered now to try out the hardness of this armor. Black bit his arm. Shao Chun replied that the physical defense was flawless. He told Black that it was time to leave for the city of Qianyuan. They left, some unusual bug landed and began to explode into the ground. Bai Feng told the guy that she was confident they were destined to meet again. Xianyuan Yuda told Shao Chun that he hoped to meet, if it was destined to happen, and let his daughter listen to him well. Shao Chun asked the Beast King of the Cat Demon clan, did they organize everything? He replied that yes, he had found an unpopulated place for them as their home. The guy said he hoped they would find their happiness. The boys didn't know what to do. One of them replied that they were not afraid of the enemy. He offered to take them out of there, and then decide what to do. As soon as they started walking, the same beetle came out of the ground and sat on the man's leg. 10 days later, Qianyuan. Shao Chun said that the city is still thriving. Chi Mei added that it's so lively. Old man Lao said that on the way there, they traveled through cities and rivers and visited many places and saw many big cities. But compared to this city, they were really much worse. Shao Chun asked what had happened there. People talked about how they were hungry. Stopping one of the passers-by, the guy asked why there were so many fugitives in Qianyuan. The man asked he was a foreigner, right? He told the guy that it's been turbulent there lately. All these refugees had come to seek shelter in nearby towns. The man heard that a pack of very strong beasts appeared nearby and many cities were destroyed by them. As the main city, they are ready to go on a killing spree and have been recruiting many troops lately. Shao Chun replied that was it. The man said that it was said to be a pack of ferocious beasts coming from Tianyu, and added that it was simply terrifying. Xianyuan Heiji thought that she had a very bad feeling. Seeing the girl's condition, he said that it was fine, we should go. In fact, there was no one left alive in the city anymore, not even her family. Looking at the guards in scarlet armor, the guy said that they were all cultivating on human and divine energy. Could this be the new generation of guards? They stopped, whereupon one of the men put up an announcement. People began to ask what it was. Shao Chun offered to come over to see it too. The boy asked if the case was so serious that such violent measures were required. He had said that volunteers were needed. People began to respond and say that they were willing to do their part. The man thanked them on behalf of all the guards in scarlet armor. Looking at the master, old man Lao asked whether to be involved. Shao Chun replied that they should go back first. On the way, they were met by men and asked they were also a team of hunters, right? So why don't they participate with them too? But they kept walking on. The man yelled that he was the guy asking for the guy. Everyone immediately turned their attention to them. He went on to say that they were trembling in fear for their own skin. People like them are not worthy of entering their Qianyuan city at all. Shao Chun replied that everywhere you go, there is trouble everywhere. The guard in scarlet armor told Lao Hu that everyone has his own aspirations, let him leave. The man replied that it was true, not all wars care about peace. A man began shouting that the whole town was on the alert. A large number of ferocious beasts have been discovered more than 100 miles south of the city, and the whole town is on the alert. Lao Hu said okay, good job. Time for everyone to go with him outside the city to kill them. The guard in scarlet armor shouted that he was asking all the righteous people to unite with them to discuss countermeasures. Shao Chun said, does she really want to ask why they are not participating? He replied that a person's courage is meaningless. Let them remember that at any moment, the first thing to keep is calm. He suggested that they calm down first, and then they would make plans. When they sat down at the table, they asked the man to bring some tasty food. He replied that it was fine, let them wait a little longer. Lao Gui said that incidentally, he had been in the Qianyuan world for so long, and had never heard of such a large-scale animal period. Chernish told Shao Chun what he felt. This matter is extraordinary. He vaguely feels that there is something unusual 100 miles to the south. The boy asked if it could be an invasion of extraterritorial creatures. Chernish replied that it was possible, but the extraterritorial aura is very weak, and it shouldn't be a pack of such creatures. More likely something is happening among the creatures. If he swallowed these extraterritorial creatures, his cultivation could be improved at a rapid pace. Chernish asked what the next step should be. Shao Chun said that after all, this is an extraterritorial being. He and the guy, the sword ghost and the beast lord will go, and the others will stay in the city. Xiao Chen told everyone to finish eating quickly. After eating, Lao Zhou will find a place to put everyone. The Sword Ghost, the Beast Lord, the two of them will leave the city together. Chernish told the boy that he could feel the aura of the extraterritorial creatures getting stronger and stronger, and it seemed to be increasing at an alarming rate. The guy replied that he really didn't know what the hell it was. The man said that it seems to be a beast, let everyone be careful. Lao Hu shouted that let him watch as he was about to destroy them. He said it wasn't that scary. Suddenly, the man yelled for everyone to defend themselves. He didn't understand why there were so many of them. The man said there are at least 1 million of them. Let them get ready to fight. Xiao Chen said that was a lot. This level of cultivation was nothing short of the pinnacle of harmony. But with such a terrifying number, even a great emperor would have to expend a lot of effort. Blackie replied that it's much bigger. From behind, this grouping of bugs was also disintegrating. The man shouted to the army in scarlet armor to destroy them. Lao Hu shouted to everyone to be careful, these things are very painful to bite. Let them use the most powerful strikes to destroy them in one blow, otherwise they will multiply endlessly. Everyone could barely stand on their feet. The boys could hardly breathe. The man asked if everyone had been wiped out in time. Xiao Chen said to get ready to fight, the biggest one would attack now. Everyone immediately stood in a pile. The monsters immediately began to attack. They were very big. Not everyone survived. Lao Hu began to fight back with his sword. The guys were told to all stick together. That way, it would be much easier to attack them. The man saw the guy and asked if it was him. Xiao Chen replied for them to leave, let them leave this matter to them. He asked if they were crazy. There are only 4 of them, how are they going to stop a whole pack of beasts? The guy replied that it didn't matter. Just let them leave it to them and go back to town. The men immediately headed towards the city. Xiao Chen shouted to all his guys to destroy them. The guys proceeded with the order. The guy started pounding his feet on the ground and yelling for him to come out. Just then, a huge monster appeared in front of him. Xiao Chen asked Blackie, is this the same creature? He replied that no, although it had an extraterritorial aura, it wasn't enough. It's very likely that he's just a clone of an extraterritorial animal. The guy told them to deal with the smaller ones and he would take care of the bigger ones. Xiao Chen started attacking them again and again. He thought how hard they were to deal with. These extraterritorial creatures are quite interesting. The boys were stranded as there were already monsters around them. After the guy's next attack, the monster pierced him with something. Xiao Chen asked if it was poison. After which, the strength of his attack increased. Thanks to a powerful punch, the guy still managed to deal with him. But another one had already appeared in its path. Xiao Chen shouted that he wanted to see how long the monster could still hold on. Xiao Chen asked if this beast was changing its cover again. The guy saw that it rapidly began to approach him. He decided to use Tianhuang's fist, the 4th strike, and it was only because of that blow that he was able to deal with the monster. The boy thought about how hard it had been to sweat. Suddenly, a small bug caught his eye. When he picked it up, he realized it was an extraterritorial black worm. He told me that this thing has no combat power, but it can continuously reproduce and clone itself. It can control other creatures and make them mutate. It can also control biological processes in the body. The guy asked Chernish if he could feel where the guy's body was. The wolf replied that the body was too far away. He couldn't feel it. Xiao Chen replied that it was a pity, then it was time to go back. The guy asked the clone if he was dead. He said okay, dead and gone. It's so beautiful there, decided never to go back to that dark place outside the grounds. The man shouted to everyone to hurry up, if they fell behind, they wouldn't be able to catch up later. Suddenly, the guys appeared before their eyes. The man realized that they did come back safe and sound, these people are so powerful. Lao Hu said he was glad they were whole, but he was worried about them. Xiao Chen replied that of course, he is so kind after all. The man said that it was natural. He didn't know him well before, so he was a little rude to him. Hopefully, the guy is not offended. He said that now that they're back, they should regain their strength first. And they would continue to kill those creatures. The boy asked who to kill? He's done with them all, let them go back. Is that them guys? Isn't there any left? Xiao Chen said there wasn't one. He told everyone they could go. One of the lads asked if he could return with him to the guard camp in scarlet armor. The lad said okay, and ordered the boys to go home first. Dao Gui asked he is really a human tool, thrown away as soon as used. The Animal King replied that yes, of course. Suddenly, Lao Hu suggested going out for a drink. The guys replied that it's fine, only he's buying. The guy said that they were in place. It was the camp of their guards in scarlet armor. Xiaochen thought that yes, it was actually guarded by the great emperor. Den Ran asked not back? How is the fight going? The guy replied that thanks to him, and his team of hunters, all the bugs in the south had been wiped out. The man couldn't believe what he heard. He said that very well, the boy is indeed a young hero. Let him pass. The guy started to tell that their scarlet armor guards are the biggest force in the city of Zhengzhou. The ringlets are their regular scarlet armor guards, the white armor medical guards, and the black armor elite scarlet guards. Pointing at the man, the guy said that he was Den Ran, the captain of the 3rd Scarlet Armor Squad. He completely forgot to introduce himself. His name was Den Hui, the vice captain of the 3rd Scarlet Armor Squad. The guy replied that it was nice to meet you. Chernish told the guy that there are many strong men in this guard in red armor, and they have more than enough strength to handle a group of bugs, but they will still have to mobilize the warriors of the whole city to leave. Most of them are cunning. The boy answered him that this is what he doesn't know. Although the guards in scarlet armor are strong, they can't send an army at will. There are many ways to do it. He will tell him in detail later. Den Hui asked the guy if he would like to add someone to his scarlet armor guard. Den Ran told the guy that his hunting skills were very strong. If he could add to their army. The man is ready to convince the commander to give him a brigade to lead. Chernish told him that the brigade sounded awesome. Didn't he think so? The guy replied that he wouldn't stay there for long, so he couldn't join them. The man asked how about staying in their barracks tonight? The boy replied that he was afraid he couldn't, for trouble was coming to them. Dan Ran asked what he was talking about. The guy said you could feel it right away. They didn't understand what the guy meant. Chernish told Xiaochen that how a large number of powerful forces were entering the city of Sanglan from all directions. The guy replied that he would like to tell them more about it later, but this group of people really know how to pick their time. Xiaochen said that the Qianlan realm could be called the most chaotic place in the lower realm. Countless murders, hunts, and kidnappings. He doesn't think that the hunting team belongs to the city, right? Black asked what he meant by that. The guy explained that yes, most hunter-kill teams were looters and bandits. This group of hunting teams roamed around different cities burning, looting, and grabbing resources. Therefore, even if there was a large-scale invasion of ferocious beasts, the guards in scarlet armor wouldn't dare to come out with the entire army, otherwise. Chernish said that there would be a real mess. Den Ran slammed his fist on the table and said, "What the hell, they're coming again." The boy asked the commander what's wrong. He replied that the team of soul hunters was there again. Deng Hui asked another one is coming? If this group of beasts, they could still be handled, but right now, a large number of ferocious orcs were invading. He didn't expect that they would want to make a big grab. The man said he was afraid they would have to postpone drinking for next time. Right now they had to deal with the enemy. Xiaochen replied that as it happened, he was free now, so he could help them. He said no, you shouldn't. This team of lonely soul hunters is very strong. Since he won't stay there for long, he'd better not participate. The guy replied that it was fine. Dan Ran thanked him. Lao Hu yelled what the hell again. Dao Gui said they are so annoying. The man asked how about going with him to kill a few. Everyone was already at the ready. Su Tianlai went out to the guys and asked Old Man Lao if he could feel it. The old man replied that this Canlan kingdom is in a terrible mess. Xianyuan Heiji said that those guys only know how to burn, kill and plunder, they are only harmful. Su Tianlai said that it was about time to move his bones. Xianyuan Heiji shouted that let this dog thief look at her hammer. A lonely soul shouted, "Where's that dog Den Run?" The man shouted that he'd stopped giving him a hard time. The lonely soul asked if he had been able to collect them. Den Ran replied that he always does things his way, but now he doesn't see what's at stake. There are ferocious beasts everywhere, and they are still plundering the people. The lonely soul replied that it was not his concern. There are so many ferocious beasts there that they destroyed the city. He spared him the trouble. Xiao Chun realized that in his body was someone who wanted to kill. Den Ran ordered the red guards to kill them. Those two began to run to attack. The lone soul told the man that they could start as well. The man asked what? Had he broken them with one blow? Did he break through? The lonely soul replied that it wasn't bad. They had been fighting him for years. Did he really think his cultivation base would stay in the same state? Besides, has he seen these knives? The man prepared them especially for him. Laoji's knives are specifically aimed at him. Deng Ran turned to Xiao Chun and said that this lone soul had broken through. Their cultivation base used to be the same, but now he couldn't be his equal opponent. The guy should go first. Xiao Chun replied that there was no way he would leave. He began to approach the lonely soul. The man asked who the hell was he? Touching the sword, in one easy movement the guy broke it and said that he was someone that a lonely soul couldn't reach. The man started shouting that they had invited a master, so they were retreating. Xiao Chun asked him not to run away, let him stay here. A lonely soul asked to stay there? Unless only in his dreams. Calling him an idiot, the guy quickly grabbed him. Xiao Chun said let him see, didn't he stay behind? The man asked does he really want to interfere in the affairs of the lone soul hunter team? Let him say, there are more than 100,000 people in his team of hunters. If he let him go, the man will leave the guy alone. The guy replied that don't worry, he wouldn't kill him. The lonely soul asked him to let him go, and his team of hunters would be in his debt. Den Ran said he was afraid, there's no way to let that man go. The war in the city, it will last for sure forever. The guy replied that he said he wouldn't kill him, but he didn't say he'd let him go, right? The man asked what he was talking about. If he let him go, he would be grateful to him. Deng Ran said that if Xiao Chun killed the lonely soul, he, the red guard, would be grateful to him. Xiao Chun asked how the lonely soul would thank him. The man replied that he would make any terms he wanted. Chernish said that his way to improve his base is to go and grab everything in sight. The guy replied, how can a physical workout be called looting? Xiao Chun said that he wanted him and his entire team of soul hunters to give him all the spirit stones, spirit herbs, and rank weapons. The lonely soul asked what he said. The guy replied that he believed the man heard clearly. Dan Ran said that was right. If he were in the man's shoes, he would have agreed to give up all the loot he had looted over the years to keep his life. The man thought that a lonely soul who had lost all his resources wouldn't bother him anymore. He'll find a chance in the future and finish him off. It turns out it's true that Brother Xiao Chun is a ruthless man. The guy said that it seemed that all the members of his team were not interested in the man surviving. The lonely soul started telling him to be human and leave them something to live on in the future. Without letting him finish, the guy replied that he was afraid he had no future. Squeezing the man's throat even harder, the man shouted out what he promised. Xiao Chun let him go. The man thought, who the hell is this guy? But Lao Ji has a backup plan. The guy said let him start giving everything he had. Lao Ji ordered everyone to give everything they had. Holding out the rings to him, Xiao Chun replied that he was sure he still had supplies or something. Have him take him there. The man said yes, of course. But he thought about the fact that when the guy got to the territory, no matter how strong he was, the guy would die. Deng Ran asked Xiao Cheng's brother not to go with him. He's a crook. The guy told him it was fine. The rest of the people bothering him are waiting in the city. Let him catch as many as he can, only find a ring to keep. The man replied that all right, but let the boy be careful. The man said that the lonely soul is defeated. All the members of the hunting team immediately surrendered on the spot, waiting for the red hunters. Dao Gui wondered if this was the end. Old man Lao said that it looked like the master would have another fight. The lonely soul said that the place where he kept his treasure was in the mountains over 300 miles away. The guy told him to cut the crap and go. A few hours later, leading the guy, the man said right there. Xiao Chun replied that everything was well prepared, let him lead the way. The girl said that she had asked her older brother to take them with her. The man replied that she was not stupid. The older brother had just sent him a message. He had already set foot at the foot of the mountain, so they would be there soon. The older brother told him that that guy had no less than a level 5 Sendai cultivation base. They couldn't be careless. The girl replied that wasn't the case. Their group had never killed even a person with a 5th level Sendai. He said that even if he was level 6, the guy would fall if they attacked him all at once. Everyone was already in their seats. Chernish told the guy that he feels a very strong tension, he should be careful. He is afraid that the power of this crowd will make even a level 6 Sendai man dead. The guy replied that right, he might not be able to defeat them, even though he is full of fighting power. He is afraid that he won't be able to break through their tight formation. Chernish asked why he was so fearless then. The guy asked, doesn't he have it? Another work day for the little dog. The lonely soul said they had come. His brothers and sisters saw that they were here. He said they came, the reward is right here. Shao Chen asked if he could help him with that. Wouldn't he want to let him in first? He replied that he knew that the guy saw right through him, and he also knew that he was too arrogant. Even if he had figured out his plan, he would still go because of his arrogance. Lonely Soul ordered everyone to spread out. He said he couldn't help but think about it. The scope of his formation could be expanded at his will. With his large aura, even if he has the strength of a level 6 Sendai, it's a dead end for him. He will pay for his arrogance. Shao Chen replied that arrogance is destined to fail. But he is definitely not someone who is arrogant, it is a certainty. Lonely Soul replied that he would see what the guy had to say when he showed up. Pharmacia could combine the power of the three of them into one, and the power would increase several times over. With the blessing of this formation, all three of them, brothers and sister, had obtained a cultivation base of 5 times Sendai. The combination of these 3 Sendai is comparable in strength to a 6th level Sendai. The man said, come on, let him show him what he can do. Shao Chen replied that he didn't want to. Black jumped off the guy's head. The lonely soul asked if he really wanted the 3-eyed wolf to fight the 3 of them. Sitting down on the ground, the boy answered yes. He replied that very well, then let the boy watch him skin him. All 3 of them began to attack Black at once. The 3-eyed wolf dealt with all the attacks pretty quickly. He said that the 3-eyed wolf seemed to be his trump card, but he underestimated them too much. They reunited their hands together. Watching this, Chernish told the boy that their trick was a little scary. Shao Chen replied, so let him stop them, or can't he? Chernish said let the guy call him to show him his last awakened ability. The guy watched and thought, of course, this is the power of the 5-element universe. Chernish was already at the ready. From his force, those 3 landed on the ground. The girl asked her brother, where did he provoke such an enemy? He replied that the 3-eyed wolf is strong, but in the great aura, their power is limitless. He is indeed strong, but it is a pity to die at his hands. Chernish told the guy that the cultivation base of these 3 wasn't very strong, but this aura was really causing trouble. If it continues like this, sooner or later they will lose all their strength. Shao Chen told the 3-eyed wolf to leave it to him. Black asked if he had a plan. The guy replied that he had it under control. The guy shouted, did they say the power of their aura was limitless? The lonely soul replied that yes, it is. As soon as Shao Chen started to approach, the man shouted that it was a futile attempt, and they all started to attack together. After getting hit, the guy changed into his costume. The guy started yelling for them to try again. The girl told her brother that the guy was pretty sneaky. He replied that they couldn't afford to be too careful now, so let them keep going. Shao Chen used her defense once again. The lonely soul asked again. The girl replied that yes. The guy withstood this attack as well. He again asked them not to stop, let them continue. Crying, the girl told her brother that this guy was obviously a demon. The man said they have a lot of energy, but that guy's defenses seem impenetrable. If they keep this up, they'll run out of energy, and they'll all die of exhaustion. The lonely soul suggested that they use a forbidden technique. He told the guy that he was unexpectedly strong, but now he was definitely finished. Told him that the next trick was a forbidden technique that the 3 of them had studied for decades. The technique could be called reversing the yin and yang of the 3 heavenly orders. He told Shao Chen that this reverse technique could turn all the energy of the heavens and earth into a soul that had obtained the power of death. If it touched him, his body would crumble into rubble. After the guy listened to everything the lonely soul said, he started laughing. The man asked what he was laughing at. Shao Chen replied that he's laughing at nothing. He's just having a little fun. It's hard for him to stop laughing. The lonely soul shouted that he was going to have a good laugh. Now let him go to hell. The attack flew towards the guy. He just raised his arm up and absorbed it completely. They once again tried to gather all their strength and attack the guy, but it was all in vain. Their attack didn't even stop him. Xiaochen said that he had slightly improved his cultivation level. The guy asked, so is that all he has? Come on, doesn't he have infinite energy? His brother and sister suggested he do it. They didn't believe he could absorb all their energy. The lonely soul, under the pressure of his brother and sister, agreed to do it. Attacking the guy at full strength, Xiaochen once again absorbed his energies. The lonely soul asked what kind of evil power was this. The man said that he won. They surrendered. Xiaochen told them to give up all their belongings. He said that suddenly they had a lot of treasures. Blacke, could the things they have help him break through again? The boy replied that he was afraid they wouldn't be enough. It would take too much energy to break through the 5th level of Taika's secret art of body hardening. The lonely soul asked the guy what about his men. Xiaochen replied that let them take care of themselves. Dan Ran said that the guy is really awesome. Dan Mu admires him. The lonely soul has lost all the build-up over the years and won't be able to cause much trouble anymore. They, the Red Guard, also have the energy to clear the neighborhood of beasts. Turning to Brother Xiao, the man said that the Red Guard guards had gathered something. Everything is there. He also had some information that might be useful to the boy. Den Ren asked the guy if he knew about the Palace of Great Power. It is said that there is a Palace of Great Power hidden in the unknown mountains outside the city, but no one has ever found it in the past few hundred years. But his grandfather once said that the Great Palace does exist. 100 years ago, a palace of great power was occasionally shown on the tip of an iceberg. His grandfather was one of those who saw it with his own eyes. This palace seems to have a pagoda that can change the passage of time. Xiaochen asked, can it change the speed of time flow? The man replied that yes, only by possessing great abilities and great luck, one can get the right to enter the palace of a great power. If he was not busy in the future, he could go give it a try. Xiaochen replied that okay, he would take it into consideration. Then, the guy leaves first. The man said goodbye to him. Back at his mansion, Old Man Lao asked, did the master really come? The boy asked, is he alone? Where are the others? The old man replied that they all went to eat and drink. Xiaochen asked, so why didn't he go with them? Lao Zhou replied that he was old enough, he didn't like the noisy company. Turning to Old Man Lao, the guy said that for some time he would devote himself to seclusion. It might take a few months. The old man asked, for so long? The boy replied that after all, there was too much to take in this time. Chernish tended to swallow all the stones. At some point, they could no longer fit inside him. At some point, Xiaochen woke up. Chernish asked if he had finished his purification. The guy replied that it took a little longer than he expected. His inner space was astonishing. The guy said that if he were to face those lonely souls now, he would be able to completely destroy their aura with a single blow. Old Man Lao was glad that the master had finally come out. Xiaochen asked what was wrong. Why are they all so serious? Turning to the master, the old man said that during the 3 months of his seclusion a great deal had happened. The Beast King and Dao Gui were sitting under the dome. Opposite them was a huge pile of slaughtered people. Some strange guy was sitting next to them. Heading towards that beast, the guy yelled that he was going to kill it. In one hand motion, he made the guy end up on the pile. The boy asked if he was the one who was too strong. Or was the other one too weak? He complained that he was very bored. He shouted to the martial arts masters of Qingyun City to listen. If no one else challenged him, he would kill 1,000 people a day until someone strong could entertain him. Or else, he would wipe this town off the face of the earth. The boys continued to watch him from the sidelines. Sensing this, he ordered them to hurry up with their training. He waited for them to break through. Xiaochen slapped his hand on the table and asked what was this nonsense. He asked the old man why he didn't go into the secret room and tell him what was going on. Lao Zhou immediately fell to his knees and began to tell the master that it was his fault. He should punish him, just let him punish him. Taking his hand, the boy wanted to help him up, but he felt something strange. When he opened his robe, he saw that his hand was petrified. Xiaochen asked what was wrong with his arm. Old Man Lao said that just that man was too strong and outrageous. In one move, he defeated all of them. Even the Beast King and the Sword Demon could barely last him for 2 rounds. At some point, a guy shouted out, what kind of heavy breathing? The Beast King and the Sword Demon immediately realized who he was talking about. They said that the guy would be finished soon. Chernish told the guy that this person was very strong. Moreover, the extraterritorial chi in his body was so strong that it caused even him to feel a little dizzy. The guy replied that he would break him with a single blow. He kept saying that Xiao Chun was very strong. The guy in turn replied that he was disgusting. Are these territorial creatures all like him? He replied that no, he was not like them. Said he doesn't want to go back there anymore, he just wants to be here. Kill all the masters and enjoy a comfortable and harmonious life. Xiao Chun asked if he had a name. He replied that he didn't. Can he give him a name? The guy said that for someone who is about to die, a name doesn't matter. He said that if that was the case, then it was time to start. Only Xiao Chun was about to launch an attack when he didn't notice that the guy was already striking. He stabbed him in the back. Xiao thought, what a terrible guy. His physical strength is much more than a guy. He thought it was a tough job. Very good, just in time to test his new power. The guys attacked at the same time. After another attack, Xiao Chun still surpassed him. He asked, can they continue? The guy didn't understand. How could he be stronger than him? Xiao Chun replied that it was because his heart was stronger than the guy's. He started to say that martial arts are strong, he wants to try it too. Xiao Chun asked how he was able to use his Tianhuang fist. The guy said that he could learn any martial arts skill with just one look at him. Looking at Blackett, the guy asked him if he was a bit intimidating, or? The three-eyed wolf replied that he couldn't defeat him. Xiao Chun could only rely on himself. He said that extraterritorial creatures are terrible. The guy asked if he had any other skills. After another attack, Xiao Chun realized that it was all in vain, he was still alive. The guy replied that it was a strong move, then so was he. After that, the same attack was made on Xiao. He said it didn't make any sense, and the guy today stopped saying he was so strong. Then he asked what else he could do. Xiao Chun replied that he didn't want the guy to steal the skill from him again. When he got as close to him as possible, he grabbed his hands and twisted them. With one blow, he knocked him to the ground. The guy recited the 9-ranked conclusion of the God of Heavenly Order. Suddenly, a memory appeared in front of his eyes. Xiao Chun said that even in his past life, he had a hard time with that crazy woman. He asked the guy, did you understand this trick? He kept hitting that guy over and over again, but he wasn't succeeding. Xiao thought that it was very difficult. The guy was just immortal. Chernish asked the guy if he could try it. He immediately asked him a counter question. Why didn't he get involved before? But now he came. The three-eyed wolf tried to bite his head off, but he failed. Black wondered if this guy had evolved. Xiao Chun said what kind of monsters these demons are. Since he can't destroy his physical body, the guy can only destroy his soul. The guy said that the 5th punch of Tianhuang's fist, possessing soul-crushing power. But his current ability wasn't enough to maintain the ability. He asked Blackett to lend him his power. The guy threw a 5th fist punch. He still managed to destroy his soul. Blackie immediately asked if the boy was all right. Xiao Chun realized that even with Blackett's strength, the 5th strike had severely depleted him. He needed to renew his strength as soon as possible. Suddenly, he thought that it was impossible. The guy stood up and asked, did Xiao Chun really destroy his soul? But why is he still alive? He kept saying it was completely impossible. The guy kept saying that without a soul he's still alive, which is weird. How could he still be alive without a soul? He got up and headed off in a direction, higher realm, Li Yunfei's mansion. Watching what was going on, the guy was wondering what kind of monster they had gotten. They should kill it. Suddenly someone knocked on the door. The girl said that he killed Xiao Chun, but she hadn't calculated with him yet. Today he decided to call her. What did he want to say? He said he called the Snow Maiden today to tell her the truth. The girl questioned the truth? Opening the portal, he replied that if she wanted to know, just the way to follow him. He walked forward, the girl followed him. It was the lower world. The same guy kept saying why didn't he die? The sword demon replied that he would die now. With one swipe of the ball, he decapitated him. Old man Lao said that it was unexpected that someone whose soul had been destroyed was able to survive. He added that there are so many beings in this world who are separated from the universe. Lao Zhou asked the teacher, what's next? What are they going to do? Xiao Chun replied that the top priority for them was to quickly improve their cultivation. Next, they must go somewhere. Black has said he had found it. The guy asked where? He said there was a faint fluctuation of energy more than 300 miles north. If he's not mistaken, this is it. The guy said it had to be here. Blackie shouted that it was over there. As soon as the palace appeared in front of their eyes, the guy told everyone to go ahead. Dao Gui said that he would do it. After trying several times, the guy replied that he couldn't even move. He was embarrassed. Xianyuan Heiji said that she would do it. With one hand, the girl ripped the door completely and threw it aside. Old man Lao said, "It seems to be a spatial artifact?" Xiao Chun replied that yes, it is still a heaven-ranked magic weapon. The guy took it in his hands. He said that Tianqun Tower had 7 floors. The first floor has half the speed of time, which is great. With a snap of their fingers, they found themselves inside the tower. Xiao Chun said that during the next period, everyone would focus on cultivating there. The time flow rate of each floor of the tower is excellent, but the body requirements are also different. If they don't have powers, don't let them go to a higher level. He said that when everyone broke through, they would go to the higher realm. The guy suggested that Chernish go up to the 7th floor and look at something good. The three-eyed wolf agreed. When they went up there, they saw animals closed in cages. They were obviously unusual animals. In one of the cages they met a three-eyed wolf. Xiao Chun said let Blacka look, he looked a lot like him. They began to growl at each other. Blacka immediately showed his superiority. The guy said that the 7 ferocious beasts there are all smaller, and 7 times stronger. He said that's very good, even great. Xiao Chun just picked up and opened all the cages. The guy asked Chernish to stay out of the way for now, he would play with them for a while. After getting ready, the guy yelled that they could come up. After a while, he said he was done. They were too weak for him. He said that the speed of time there is about 700 times slower than in the outside world. It's time to train harder. 3 months later. Xiao Chun abruptly opened his eyes. All eyes were fixed on him alone. He said that the 5th stage of origin body tempering had broken through. The 5th level of the primordial body hardening art was comparable to the cultivation base of an emperor who had passed the 9-fold immortal platform. Even while in the lower worlds, he would be able to protect himself. Xiao Chun asked all of them had advanced to the 9th level of human god? Turning to Chernish, the guy asked how much his cultivation had improved. The three-eyed wolf offered to fight, then he would understand everything at once. The boy agreed. They started running towards each other. The first to finally break through was the sword demon. Looking around, he thought that everyone was still working hard. He shouldn't be lagging behind either. Su Tianlai said well, finally a breakthrough. After him, everyone else woke up as well. Dao Gui said that it seemed like everyone had gotten a little stronger. Suddenly, Blacka and Xiao Chun appeared in front of their eyes. Seeing their condition, the guys asked what happened. The guy replied that it was fine, just a little training, that the 3 of them could go up to the 7th floor and continue training. During this period, they should concentrate on their cultivation. When everyone breaks through to the 9th level of human and god, they will go to the higher realm. When he left, he said that he would take Blacka with him for a walk. Going downstairs, the wolf asked the boy where they were going next. Xiao Chun told before going to the other upper realm, there is still a good place there, they should go for a walk. Blacka asked the good place? Guy replied that yes, great emperor of Kanglan Kingdom, it was time to meet her. After all, without her, there would be a lot of problems in the upper realm. He said that in short, they go there looking for riches and adventure. Just a guy hoping she's forgotten his casual promise to her. Kanglan Mountains. Looking at the waterfall, the guy said that it was here. Suddenly, a voice rang out, who dared to invade her mansion? Empress Rance appeared in front of him. She said that she dared to ask why he had entered her mansion. All they began to do was to immediately attack. She asked who he was and then attacked immediately. The girl asked how could this be? She wondered how he knew Tianwang boxing? The guy asked in response, she didn't even recognize him? He said what he thought, a slap on the butt is a small price to pay. The girl said what does that mean? He's Xiao Chun. The guy asked who else? She jumped on the guy and started yelling that she knew he wasn't dead. He replied that of course he wasn't dead, but could she let him go first? Chernish said that he believes Xiao Chun has an old girlfriend. The guy asked what he was talking about, he raised this girl. Emperor Kanglin's boudoir. Shao Chen asked her if she had had enough. The girl said no. He said that if she liked sitting in his arms so much, let her sit in his arms. Rance asked the boy when he learned the technique of reincarnation at the Buddha temple. He said that rebirth in the Buddha temple was practiced by nature, but he had never learned it. All he can say is that he shouldn't have died. She replied that clearly, the girl wasn't the first to find out. So that guy, why did he find out before her? Shao Chen replied that her focus is on the wrong side of the story. She began to tell Shao Chen that he couldn't return to the higher realm yet. If Li Yunfei found out, he would order the heavenly emperors to hunt him down. The guy replied that of course he knows. He said that only a group of top emperors in the upper realm were a threat to him right now. As for the rest, it was not a problem. Rance asked why didn't he just focus on cultivating with her, waiting for him to return to the highest. The guy added Kanglin. Shao Chen replied that she knew, but if she wanted to return to a higher form, it was impossible in the lower realm. Only by going to the higher realm can one regain one's form. He asked her not to worry too much. The guy came to see her today because he wanted to say something. She asked, and what? The guy replied that he wanted to borrow her broken pearl. The girl replied that whatever is hers is his, and vice versa. She handed him the pearl. Rance replied that he didn't have to thank him, since they were family. Chernish reminded the boy of what he said about raising her. But he thinks she is more like a wife than a child. The boy replied that the reason for this he would tell him in detail in the future. In short, it's very complicated. Shao Chen promised her to come after he took revenge and made the first move. As soon as he wanted to run away, the girl grabbed him by the collar and said don't let him worry, they would get married first. He thought it was over. She still remembered Hongmeng's space. Li Yunfei said that now she knows why he is doing this. The girl replied that she couldn't believe a word he said. He said she might not believe him. The guy said absolutely everything, except everything she just seen couldn't be fake, right? Li Yunfei asked if he was so incomprehensible. The girl replied that she still couldn't fully trust him. Being misunderstood is really painful. But wouldn't it be even more painful to be betrayed by her most loyal brother? She replied that she would let him tell her later with his actions. The guy asked if this was a game to her? If he had the opportunity, he would naturally do so. Black couldn't stop laughing. He told the guy that no, his stomach hurt. Shao Chen asked what he was laughing at. Better let him find a way to help him loosen the ropes. The three-eyed wolf asked how he could get involved in their love affairs. Besides, there's nothing he can do about it. She's strong enough to take him to the ground in one move. How can he fight her? He said that women are really intimidating. Shao Chen called him a ruthless coward. The girl told him that, having waited for this for so many days, she had waited for this for so long. The guy replied that at this point, he hadn't gotten his revenge yet. Why don't they talk about it later? Rance asked if he was in a hurry. Chernish told the guy what he thought. He should just do what she says. Because he can't beat her, he won't be able to escape. Shao Chen shouted, so what? If he wants something, then let her tell him. The guy asked why not let her go first? He started saying that marriage is important, you can't rush into it. The guy thought he'd had enough, and at some point he saw that she seemed angry. That's not good. Rance asked, he's really that bad, isn't he? He lied to her, and he doesn't like her at all. The guy replied that it was because he hadn't gotten his revenge yet. Suddenly, something started happening. Blackie thought, what the hell is this? Ruining a chance to see a show. The girl shouted that it was him again. The guy thought he didn't know what kind of wonderful man had saved him at a critical moment. A male voice shouted that he was here again. This time he wouldn't lose to her, this time he would make her his wife. The guy asked when she had time to fall in love with such a sissy. The guy said it was useless, as usual. The girl asked if he was looking for death. He replied that the Rances were finally ready to see him. Shao Chen at this time. The guy suggested that Chernish go and watch. The girl asked the sissy, why does he always end up like that? She had already said that she couldn't marry him. The guy replied that last time she said that if he could beat her, she would agree to his request. The girl replied that she had never said anything like that. Nezhenka replied that she was a great empress. How could she deny her words? The girl began to shout that he was so annoying, Very annoying indeed. The guy was insanely calm. He said he had already figured out her methods. Tender said a second-order martial art of a bunch of colors to kill. Going outside, Xiaochen said that this sissy had some skills. Black asked if they should go and help her. The guy replied that don't let him worry, if he helps, she will remember him again. Chernish advised the guy not to provoke this woman. Xiaochen said that her cultivation level had already reached that level. Rance told the non-flower that if he didn't touch her anymore, she would let him live. He told the girl that it looked like she should marry him first. The girl realized that it was a spirit from the sword world. She was careless because she didn't know that it had the power of the sword world. He kept saying that he really liked the girl and wanted her to be his wife. For her sake, he promised to surrender to the white family of the Supreme Kingdom in exchange for that heavenly long sword. The guy asked, does pride matter if he's doing it for the one he loves? Leaning over to the girl, he offered her his help to stand up. Xiaochen got closer and closer to them. Chernish said that this guy looked too smarmy. The guy told him not to dare touch her. Gentile asked, so she doesn't want to accept him because she already has someone? He yelled that he would kill him. Rance told the guy to be careful. That mannered scoundrel like her is also an emperor who stepped over the nine-tiered Sendai. With one hand movement, the guy was already attacked. Xiaochen said that he was starting to get sick of that guy, even considering that he used a Tianhuang fist, but that thunder palm of the 6th heavenly rank was very painful. The guy started yelling that this little bastard really pissed him off. Without thinking long, Xiaochen asked Blackhead to go play with him a little first. Jumping down to the ground, the three-eyed wolf quickly transformed. The guy obviously didn't expect to see such a thing. The three-eyed wolf quickly reincarnated. The boy started yelling for Blackhead to stay away from him. The three-eyed wolf said he would teach him to be a real man. He didn't understand how a mere three-eyed wolf could dare to do such a thing to him. The guy shouted a heavenly order of the second-ranked martial arts, 100 colors of death. Opening his maw, Chernish swallowed them, then said that it was definitely good now. The boy shouted that it was simply impossible. Xiaochen said that she still hasn't changed, let her take this medicinal pill, and quickly eat it. Rance said that she wanted the guy to feed her. All Xiaochen had to do was to put a pill in her mouth. He said that her cultivation base was much stronger than that sissy. If she wasn't careless, the sword aura wouldn't have harmed her. She seemed to have forgotten everything he had taught her before. The girl asked, when all this was over, would he still continue to teach her? He replied that he would let her rest there while he went to deal with that mannerly fool. Xiaochen told Blackhead to go take a break and he would get to know him. The three-eyed wolf replied that it was fine, especially since he had already played enough. The guy started yelling how dare he seduce him, Rance? And he attacked him when he wasn't ready. He talked about wanting to kill him. Xiaochen decided to use Tianhuang's fist once again. The guy responded with a sky-splitting sword, after which Xiaochen's attack was destroyed. Quite interesting. He decided to use a second strike. The guy didn't realize what it was. A large number of fists flew towards him. The tendril shouted the highest third heavenly ranked chrysanthemum blossom. Having dealt with this attack as well, he asked the guy, is this really all he has? Why did his Rance like him so much then? Xiaochen replied not to think about it. After which, he decided to use the 9th rank god's conclusion. The guy didn't understand how it came to be that it was actually a rank 9 martial art. After the tying up, the fist punches to the face started coming. Afterwards, the guy asked, is that all he knows how to do? Calling the guy a brat, he shouted that he was going to fix his face. Xiaochen replied that the sissy was really interesting. The guy did not stop saying that he was so annoying to him, completely turned into a splinter and destroyed the past, present and future with his presence. After which, the unified god of swords shouted. Xiaochen said that sword and magic power are one. A unique thing in their world. The guy said that the old man of the sword world really appreciated him a bit. The guy replied that he would take his life, after which he stood up to attack. Xiaochen realized that the swords were certainly breaking along with the body. The guy was able to fend off all of his sword strikes until, at one point, he got as close to him as possible and struck hard. The guy said that Xiaochen was too open, there was clearly something wrong with him. He shouted a rank 4 heavenly order, a frozen 100 miles away. As soon as the guy started to approach, he immediately squinted his eyes. after which, Xiaochun once again slapped him in the face with his hand. He beat him without using any techniques. Nezhenka fell to the ground and started screaming that it was the guy who made him do it. Suddenly, he remembered the pill. Xiaochun saw that this was the 4th heavenly rank, the Bi-Family Sword Realm Heavenly Ascension Pill. Tianzun Dan, Ascension to Heaven, is an extremely strong pill. Although it can greatly improve a person's strength, speed and other abilities, the negative effects are also extremely strong. Ascension to Heaven, and those who accept it will either die immediately or be seriously injured and then die anyway. He shouted to the guy that this pill was enough for him to cross the 9th Sendai. His tally ended at the 13th level. The girl said 13 layers of Sendai? He pondered, in the Great Emperor realm, after crossing the 9-fold immortal form, if they wanted to ascend to the higher realm, they must cross the 9-fold immortal form again and reach the 99-fold realm. Xiaochun realized that this guy had actually crossed the 13th Sendai. The guy shouted that he could now try the ultimate power, this magic ball possession. Looking at him, everyone realized that he had become at least 10 times stronger. The guy shouted that this sword would definitely kill him now. Xiaochun shouted a Tianhuang fist, the first strike. The guy said that with this sword, he could kill even immortals. He uttered a second punch with his Tianhuang fist. All the dreams that were rushing towards the guy were shattered. The guy said that his sword could destroy both God and Buddha. While Xiaochun was already using the 3rd strike of the Tianhuang fist, Nezhenka said that the 3rd sword could destroy all creatures. The guy used the Tianhuang fist, the 4th strike. Xiaochun put on a protective suit. The guy replied that this was his last sword, so they would find out if he could handle it. This sword can cut through the turbulent flow of time and space. It can cut through the river of eternity. We'll see what he does next. The guy realized that he could only use Tianhuang's 5th strike against such a thing. Thanks to this strike, the last sword was shattered into small shards. The guy asked, and this is the Emperor of the 13th layer of Sendai? Is that all he can do? Guy was thrown aside. Xiaochun walked up to him. The guy questioned why him? Without answering anything, he simply walked over and picked up his sword. He asked that the boy said the ball skills were taught to him by the Bai family? Tenderfoot pointedly turned away. Xiaochun asked why he was so stubborn. Stepping on him a second time, he broke 2 of his ribs. After which, the guy started to tell that ever since he surrendered to the Bai family, he naturally signed a martial arts contract. If he told he would die, if he didn't, he would die too. So he decided not to say anything. He asked for the guy to just kill him. Xiaochun replied that just dying was easy, but he wouldn't let him do it so easily. He knows a couple tens of thousands of unbearable kinds of torture. There are so many ways that he thinks the guy will tell sooner or later. After hearing everything Xiaochun told, the guy shouted that he is a terrible devil. He's really terribly evil, and he's also the only one who does what he says. Xiaochun told him that he had one last chance. If he doesn't affect him, the guy will let him try them out one by one. Hopefully, he would last a long time. He did reveal that his sword was gifted by the Bai family, by Wuxing, and the martial arts contract was also signed with him. The boy thought, Bai Wuxing, that name was a bit familiar to him. He asked him, didn't this old man die a long time ago? Yejing realized that he really knew him. What kind of person Xiaochun is and what kind of background he has, only Bai Wuxing knows. The guy realized that the old man was pretending to be dead. He seemed to have some kind of plan. Looking at the guy, he said he wouldn't kill him, even help him heal. But he said that there was one simple condition: he had to obey him and sign a martial arts contract. The guy said he had already signed a contract with Bai Wuxing. Xiaochun asked, well, what's the big deal? He just asked him if the guy was willing to obey him. He realized that the guy didn't seem to be lying. Could he really break the contract with Bai Wuxing? What's he hiding behind his horrible personality? He said he's willing. Only if the contract is cancelled will Bai Wuxing find out about it. Xiaochun asked, and what is he afraid of? The guy replied that he was about to die. At the same time he could continue to live, naturally, there was nothing to fear there. Xiaochun replied that if he was afraid of him, the guy would not let him give up. He said he'd give him 3 seconds. Starting the countdown, the guy immediately shouted that he was willing to surrender, he would be loyal to him. Xiaochun replied that fine, let him lie down, he would break his shower contact right away. The guy said well, the soul sharks had been completely destroyed. He was surprised because Xiao Chun had actually done it. The man realized that the soul shackles on Chrysanthemum's body had been broken. Was he really dead? Or had it betrayed him? The Sky Breaker, Li Yunfei, Snow Maiden. He didn't realize who was strong enough to break the soul contract? Xiao Chun said that although they couldn't heal him immediately, but could protect him from death and would stabilize his condition. The guy asked if everything was alright. Then we can begin. As soon as Xiao Chun touched the guy thought what a terrible imprint of a martial soul. Xiao Chun said that like the Sendai Emperor, he must have a lot of everything. He needs speed and strength. Can he be stingy? The boy asked the teacher how dare he? He promised to take them to his mansion. Xiao Chun called Black and Rance over. He told the guys that they would also go with them. The girl replied that she didn't want to go. Could we go without her? When he saw the look in the guy's eyes, he slapped him and said he wouldn't look at her like that. Xiao Chun replied that then let her stay there. He would bring her something tasty. Thinking that he didn't have enough, he decided to add more. He asked what the guy was doing. Let him show the way. The guy called him a cursed dog. He wants to fight him for another 100 rounds. Xiao Chun was already at his limit, so he told the guy to hurry up and show the way. The man ordered to send an elder to the Kanglan kingdom to check if the chrysanthemum was still alive. If it is alive, have them remove it and check the people behind it. He replied to the ancestor that of course he would send someone to the kingdom at once. The ancestor replied that he would wait for news and disappeared. The man immediately called Jiao over to his place. The girl asked the teacher what she could do for him. He replied that he wanted to send her to Kanglan kingdom. The girl asked what happened. He told her that in the kingdom of Kanglan, there is a 9-level Emperor Sendai. The man wants her to go and see if he's still alive. If he's still alive, she'll kill him. Jiao told the teacher not to worry, she would definitely complete the task. The master asked the girl to stay a moment longer. He told her that Giant Pain had also recently traveled to Kanglan. If he saw him, he should bring him back. She walked and thought, the 9-level Great Emperor of Sendai and the mysterious people who might be above the 9-level Great Emperor. She was curious about this. The Chrysanthemum Mountains, as the name suggests, is planted with chrysanthemums everywhere. Thanks to special remedies used by the Emperor, the chrysanthemums there bloom all year round. When some of them wither, some of them bloom, and so in a circle they are reborn. They entered the treasure room. Looking around, the guy thought so many things and they are good enough for improvement. Xiao Chun said a decent collection for a 9-layer emperor, very rich. The guy replied that his family had been collecting all of these for thousands of years. The guy told him not to worry, he'd do him another favor. Now let him protect them. He replied to the teacher that he would listen. Various parts and treasures of heaven, matter and earth soared, and were directly absorbed by Xiao Chun and Blackie. In a short moment, all the treasures of heaven, matter and earth turned into flying ashes, all the parts shattered. That energy was quickly absorbed by his innate supernatural abilities. But it took a few more hours to put it all together. The guy couldn't imagine such a huge amount of energy, but it only strengthened his original tempering ability. It seemed to him that it would be quite difficult to break through to the 6th level. Jiao asked the guy to tell her where the Chrysanthemum Mansion was. He replied that he really didn't know. Maybe she's asking about the Great Chrysanthemum Emperor? It's just that he doesn't know where his mansion is. She pronounced the lord of a worthy city, the 6th-level Emperor of Sendai, doesn't even know such trivialities. With one move of her hand, she killed a level 6 Sendai Emperor. Everyone realized that this woman was very dangerous. The guys immediately fell to their knees and began to say that they would like to find the whereabouts of this person for her, but please let her not kill them. Jiao replied that they have 3 days, and if they don't find him in 3 days, everyone will die. This is her unique ghost curse. After 3 days, if there is no news she wants, then they will die in the purgatory of more and suffering. Xiao Chun said that everything was done, so he could go home. Turning to the master, the guy asked what he wanted to bring for Rance. The boy realized that he had almost forgotten about it. He asked the guy if he had anything good for Rance. Chernish replied that he sure didn't have any good ideas. The guy said okay, he always wanted to give it to her, but he never got the chance. Seeing that he was stalling, the guy shouted that he should give her something quicker. While he was thinking, Chernish was already heading in his direction. After just one movement of the three-eyed wolf, The guy left his body imprint in the wall. He handed the ring to the master and said that he had prepared it especially for Rance. Xiaoqin took it in his hands and thought, the crystal jade made of phoenix dragon blood was unexpectedly so large. The crystal jade from the blood of the phoenix dragon, not to mention that it can be used to make equipment, just by wearing it, it can greatly increase the wearer's strength in various aspects, which is extremely rare. Xiaoqin said that he didn't expect the guy to give it to the girl. Xiaoqin said that he would definitely give this to the girl for him. He hoped that the guy would learn the 4 heavenly rank techniques well. He couldn't believe himself, 4 celestial rank techniques and a 7th level celestial rank technique. Master suggested going back to Rance's place. He returned to the girl's possession. Holding out a ring to her, he said it was for her. The girl replicated the crystal jade from the blood of the phoenix dragon. She would like the guy to put it on her. The guy thought a woman is a woman, so it started all over again. The girl asked him if he didn't want to. He lied to her all this time, since he doesn't even want to put the ring on her. Xiaoqin asked how could this be? Of course he will put the ring on her finger. The girl asked why doesn't he stay with her today and go out tomorrow? She wanted the guy to try how she cooks. He thought it was impossible, and told her no. His partner's waiting, he has to go. Next time he comes back, he'll try her food. Xiaoqin said he would return the pearls to her when he was done with them. They would see each other very soon. The girl replied that it was fine then. They both ran away from there as fast as they could. Kneeling down, the man told his mistress that he had news of that man. As soon as he told her everything, she killed him. He thought so quickly returned, the Bai family is worthy of the upper realm. When he opened the door, he saw Giant Pain standing in front of him. The guy said that he didn't think he would come so soon. Giant Pain asked if he really knew the guy was coming. Since he already knew, then, let him give him the crystal jade made from the blood of the phoenix dragon. He didn't understand how this guy knew about the ring. However, he didn't seem to know about him and the Bai family. He asked what kind of crystal jade from the blood of the phoenix dragon he didn't have. The guy said if he didn't want it the hard way, he'd take it the hard way. Then he'd kill him and take it himself. Only him, a person whose cultivation had been suppressed by the Kanglan realm, and whose cultivation only matched the 7th level of a great emperor. After Giant Pain easily dealt with the guy's attack, he saw his family's sword in his hands. He said that he took the Bai family's sword, nevertheless released against him. Now he would definitely die. Watching his attack, the guy thought for a moment. An innate ball body, no wonder he was so confident. Giant Pain hoped that he could freeze him with this, as he suddenly realized that he couldn't break this ice at all. The guy said heaven rank 4th grade. Using the sword fire, all the ice melted away. The guy said okay, basically what was expected from an innate ball body. Giant Pain said that everything is confused in one sword, it is the sword of all things. He realized that this guy wasn't easy at all. If the guy wasn't so badly injured, he wouldn't be so pitiful. He kept saying that the only sword of all things, one sword to crush all things. His body hasn't recovered yet, but he can't help but fight. After all, what kind of power does a 7th level celestial ranked martial art have? They both attacked with the most powerful force. Giant Pain said that he didn't expect this guy to have such a twisted 7th level martial art. The guy asked if he wanted to kill him first, then he would send him on a date with Yan Wang. Suddenly, he felt he couldn't move at all. The guy didn't realize who it was. Jiao said it was good that she arrived on time, otherwise she wouldn't have been able to explain it all to the head. Looking at the girl, Giant Pain asked what was she doing there? After curing Giant Pain, she replied that they would talk about it later. Grabbing the guy by the throat, she asked, is he the Chrysanthemum Emperor? Pretty good. Who would have thought that he would dare to betray an ancestor of the Bai family? The boy wondered, so this man had betrayed the Bai family, and Jiao had come to kill him. He was already scared that his case had been solved. She said that 10,000 deaths wouldn't be enough for someone who betrayed the Bai family. However, the girl won't let him die right away. Chernish asked the guy, what's wrong? Xiaoqin told him that the chrysanthemum was dying. They need to go back to the chrysanthemum mountain. He thought very well. Bai Jiao had entered a state of human fixation, waiting for the person behind the effeminate man to appear. He thought he had finally succeeded. As I expected from the crystal jade from the blood of the phoenix dragon, instantly raised his spirit and strength. Biting the guy's hand, the chrysanthemum told him to give him back his ring. Punching him in the face, Giant Pain asked how could he be so arrogant even on the brink of death? If he wasn't useful, the guy would have killed him long ago. Suddenly, lightning bolts appeared in the sky. They all rushed towards Giant Pain. The guy saw the jaws rapidly flying towards him. Using any techniques was useless as it absorbed everything. The guy decided to use a rank 3 heavenly sword barrier. He couldn't believe his eyes, this power was stronger than even the fire of his sword. When Jiao saw something happening, she rushed towards them as quickly as possible. She was speeding toward Blackie. The three-eyed wolf flew a few meters away from her. Heading in her direction, he heard Xiaochen say that the guy would take care of her himself. He was frustrated because he was on target. Jiao said he's finally there. The guy asked if it was the Bai family. He said she heard his servant too. As she watched him quickly heading in her direction, she said that he was going to die. Then she realized she had to act. The guy wondered, did Xiaochen really take the chrysanthemum as a servant? At this moment, Chernish was already approaching him. Giant Pain shouted the bloody beast. He immediately began to use his innate sword. That huge sword was already flying towards Blackie. All it did was merely open its mouth. The guy thought it was impossible. Later he realized that the blood of the crystal phoenix was in his hands. It was time to leave, so he yelled that he'd kill the damn beast next time. Blackie saw what he was doing and started to disappear, but not in time. Xiaochen thought about the fact that this woman, a deeply suppressed Kanglan stage, is still at the same level of development, and her physical body was almost comparable to his. He thought that it was quite interesting. She realized that Bai Giant Pain was out of breath, so she immediately thought that it was about the Blackie. Screaming cursed beast, she headed in its direction. Standing in her way, Xiaochen asked where she was going. The girl asked if he was looking for death. Seeing his defense, she shouted that it was useless. Jiao shouted the 6th rank of the heavenly order, heaven and earth. Xiaochen thought that he would now imprison her. The guy shouted 9th rank, imprisonment of the gods. She couldn't believe that it was a rank 9 combat skill. He still managed to deal with her. The girl was tied up. Walking up to Blackie, the guy said that they weren't far from Kanglan Mansion. Have him take the chrysanthemum there, and don't let him die. Suddenly, he saw that she was able to break free. The girl said that he was really strong, but her family's methods were far from what he had imagined. The guy uttered a fighting spirit to Taiko. They started attacking each other again. Guy asked, how did she do it? The desert is far away from the chrysanthemum mountain. Giant Pain said that unexpectedly, met Xiaochen and barely left. It seems that he was right in his judgment. He is by no means an ordinary person. Giant Pain said he hoped Xiaochen would kill Jiao Bai. Then Bai Ziji will be completely furious. He will definitely send his elite, and the guy will take over as the patriarch of the Bai family. Their battle was still going on. Xiaochen decided to use the war without. The girl clearly didn't expect this. The guy shouted a 6th rank heavenly thunder palm. From the powerful impact, the girl flew back towards the mountains. Rising up, she said the 7th heavenly rank. Xianluo Shengtai's shooting star. Xiaochen replied wondering. The guy realized it was coercive force. He decided to use the 2nd punch of Tianhuang's fist. Said 7th heavenly rank, but nothing more. He thought that even if the cultivation base is suppressed by the Kanglan stage, there are still 14 Sendai. It seems like this woman's true stage at least has 20 Sendai. Jiao asked, and how would the boy handle it? Xiaochen replied that he would smash them with his fist. The girl shouted that he chose to do it himself. He decided to use the 3rd strike of Tianhuang's fist. After quickly dealing with that attack, he thought he was done. Suddenly, the girl shouted forward. 2 monsters ran towards the guy. He decided it was time to use the 4th Tanhuan strike. Xiaochen asked, is that all, or is there more? The girl said that this was her maximum attack. The guy realized that she was borrowing from the Kanglan Heavenly Dao stage. He shouted that the Heavens Pass stage Kanglan was not worth his attention. It was just trash. After that, a powerful discharge rushed straight towards him. The guy shouted the 5th strike of the Tianhuan's fist. The fist rushed towards her attack. The girl was stunned. Xiaochen told the girl that the Bai family would miss her. She replied that if it wasn't for the suppression of the Kanglan stage, he wouldn't have affected anything. The girl yelled that she was from the Bai family, he wouldn't dare. The guy replied that her family is just a lowlife. Soon he will destroy the entire Bai family, and make them disappear from the world completely. She tried to escape, but failed. A powerful fist of the guy hit her with all his might, and the girl died as a result. The patriarch of the Bai family Ziji. A man shouted who dared to kill Jiao. Entering, Giant Pain said he knew who. The guy asked if he knew Shaoqing. The patriarch said he did. He said it was that guy, and not only the girl died at his hands, but several others. They must take revenge. The man shouted that whoever dared to oppose his Bai family should die. The boy thought very well, that's all. The giant Jioshan asked if he could avenge Jiao. The man thought that the giant's cultivation base was a bit stronger than here Jiao, so there shouldn't be any problems. The guy thought that very well. If Bai Jioshan went, Bai Ziji's combat power would be greatly reduced. The man told the patriarch that he and the girl had a very good friendship. Let him send him away. He should behead the one who did it, avenge her, and promote the power of the Bai family. Bai Ziji replied that fine, let him do it. To do so, he would temporarily lend him a lightsaber. The giant replied so that the patriarch wouldn't worry, he would cut off that man's head and bring him back. Opening his eyes, the first person Chrysanthemum saw was Rance. He thought that this was the girl who had saved him. Suddenly, Shaoqin walked through the door. Just as he wanted to say something to the master, he held out his hand. The boy immediately started saying that he didn't deserve it and cried. Rance thought about how this guy has annoyed her for so long, but this is the first time she's seen him cry. Chrysanthemum said that his jade ring made of phoenix dragon blood had disappeared. Chernish asked if this guy's head had been damaged. Rance asked, doesn't she have the ring? The guy replied that he had another one. In fact, he had 2 crystal jades made from the blood of the phoenix dragon, and he made rings out of them. One for her, one for himself. Then he said he ended up having the ring taken from him. Realized it was the damn chrysanthemum that kept it all a secret. Shaoqin wondered, the phoenix dragon blood jade is extremely rare. How could there be 2 of them in this realm? He decided to ask the guy where did he get 2 jades from. Chrysanthemum said that from a mysterious mine in the valley of Kanglin Mountain. The girl wondered, is there really a mysterious mine in this mountain valley? She said bullshit. The girl had been there many times, but she had never seen the mysterious mine. The guy started telling me that he found it by accident, and then he went in there. It was scary inside. With his strength at the time, he almost died in there. Finding and carrying away 2 phoenix dragon blood jade ores was indeed a great success in his life. Shaoqin thought that if he could find this mine and absorb all the crystals in it, upgrading to the 6th level body tempering might not be an impossible task. He asked Rance to take care of the chrysanthemum, as he wanted to see the mine with Blackie. The girl suggested that Shaoqin go with him, and that Blackie stay and take care of the chrysanthemum. She tried to persuade the 3-eyed wolf to stay there, saying she would give him the valuable item as a reward. Shaoqin let S reply that they will be back soon. She will stay with chrysanthemum for a while. Besides, he had recovered a bit, so he didn't need any special treatment. After turning around, they left. Chrysanthemum said that finally he and she could be alone in her house. When a man and a woman are alone, they can. He didn't even have time to agree before the girl immediately drew her sword. Rance replied that if he dared to speak disrespectfully to her, she would kill him with one blow. The guy replied that he knew she wouldn't do that since he had Xiao Chen's contract. He's his most loyal servant now, and if she kills him, she'll piss the guy off. And he knows for a fact that the girl wouldn't want him to hate her. Chrysanthemum said that he knew the girl wouldn't kill him. Rance replied that he was so annoying, she was going crazy. Suddenly, she had a brilliant idea. The girl thought that she could secretly follow Shaoqin. The boy wondered if the secret mine that Chrysanthemum said was there. Jumping off the boy, Chernish said that there seemed to be something in the distance. Shaoqin wondered if it was the power of the void. He wondered. The guy said that it was a very steep cliff and suggested that Chernish go down and have a look. There was some sort of crystal hovering in the air in front of them. Chernish asked if it was some kind of spell. The guy answered that yes, it can create a mysterious space that connects to the outside world. Usually it is used by the Supreme to hide or recover after a battle. He's sure that the space inside must be huge. That means there's a lot of treasure in it too, right? It must be what Chrysanthemum called a mysterious mine. If his hunch is correct, this crystal amulet needs artificial feeding, and once the energy matures and condenses, the door to its space will open. The boy suggested that Chernish open that door together. After energizing the crystal amulet, a door opened in front of them and they entered it. Chernish said that so much spiritual power, it was very pleasant. The boy replied that the aura there was denser and purer, compared to the 3 higher worlds. Lightning flashed in the sky. Chernish said he could handle it, so don't let the kid worry. He was able to absorb it. Shaochen said that it was so powerful that the Emperor Stage Wars would be instantly annihilated if hit by this power. Looking ahead, the boy said truly an energy-rich pool. Blackie immediately jumped into the water. A large number of balls immediately headed in his direction. His defense worked perfectly. Shaochen opened some kind of portal. The guy said that it looked like the chrysanthemum had done it for them. They dived to the depths. A large number of crystals appeared before their eyes. The guy said that this vein was comparable to the richest mineral deposits in the 3 higher worlds. It turned out to be a high-quality lightning crystal. Looking to the side, the guy shouted for the old boy to come out. Blackie immediately got on his master's defense. The old man told the young man that he advised them to get out of there immediately, but if they really wanted to die, let them not blame him. Blackie immediately headed in his direction. He started to attack the old man, but he managed to dodge. He said that such a strong attack could be matched by such a wolf, I wonder. The man shouted, Lightning Sanxian. Shaochen said that of course, it's the Supreme. The old man replied that now that they knew his identity, why don't they leave as soon as possible? The boy replied that he had once been a Supreme, but was now nothing more than a decrepit, frail wandering spirit. The old man asked how dare he say such a thing? He would surely die today. Shaochen asked, does someone like him dare to threaten him? He is just a remnant spirit without a physical body. Is the old man sure he can kill them? He shouted that even without a physical body, he was still not their equal. Shaochen moved as close as possible to attack him. They got out of the water to the outside, and so they continued on both sides. The guy asked how he was doing. The old man yelled at him to go to hell. The guy shouted a second Tianhuang punch. The old man said that this guy, he didn't know he was so strong, even stronger than him when he was alive. The old man told the young man that he had forced him. After which, he shouted Tianjin armor. He told that his armor was unmatched in defense, and all his attacks would be useless. Shaochen shouted that enough was enough, no matter how strong his armor was, it wouldn't be able to stop his strike. The old man replied that the young man was clearly a master of bragging. The guy shouted a third punch with his Tianhuang fist. The old man responded with a great heavenly split. Still his fist got the old man. Not waiting too long, the guy started to attack again. The old man used a level 6 heavenly technique, the Thunder Palm. He didn't succeed here either. Shaochen asked, is that all he can do? The old man replied that he kept humiliating him. Did he think he would tolerate it? A girl appeared before his eyes. Looking at her, he thought she was quite strong. He thought he had seen her somewhere before. Calling him an ignorant boy, the old man said let him show the incomparable power of the Almighty. He shouted the forbidden spirit of the abyss. The girl started to approach him. Shaochen asked, the charm? Does he, an old man, have a talent in charm magic? Placing her hands on his chest, the girl started to do something. Shaochen asked, did he really think the guy would fall in love with an old man like him? The guy said let her go to hell. Grabbing her neck, the guy shouted the 5th Tianhuang strike. There was no trace of her left. He said that the last generation of higher-ups had become a pathetic puppet. The old man asked what he meant by that. The guy yelled for him to die. Shaochen got the old man's armor. Blackie came just in time. He asked if he could eat it. The boy said no. The girl felt that the old man's aura had disappeared. She immediately wondered, was he really dead? What about her mind? Looking at the crystals, the guy told Blackie that he could start. The guy thought so much energy. This mine is huge, and if he absorbed all the minerals there, his original body hardening art would rise to the 6th level. The guy said his aunt had been in seclusion for years. Why was she suddenly so angry? They ran up to her chambers. He asked his aunt what was wrong. She shouted that Supreme Mu Xie was dead. They wondered, he was so strong before, but now his death was known. The aunt shouted for Zhou Chang to come in. He thought it was strange, not only had his aunt not aged over the years, but she had become even more beautiful and charming. She said she wanted the guy to send someone to kill the criminal. He didn't realize who was the man who dared to anger his great-aunt. The boy asked where he was and who he was. He could see that he was afraid of his aunt. She asked him to come closer to her. The girl couldn't find Xiaoqun. Suddenly, she saw a man. His aura is so strong, it is the aura of the sword world, and she is sure that that man did not come with good intentions. Looking at her, the man thought that he didn't know he would meet a level 9 emperor there. I guess I'll have to kill her, Rance asked the man from the sword world. He said that was correct. And asked a counter-question, she's the Empress of Kanglan, isn't she? The girl replied that it was true and asked what of it. He shouted that since he had met her there, he would kill her and take power over this kingdom of Kanglan. They began to attack each other. Seeing a huge sword above her head, the girl shouted a third-level heavenly technique, void fragmentation. Thanks to her defense, she was able to suppress that sword. 3 dragons flew towards him. The man said it was nothing. He just grabbed them with his bare hands and crushed them. Then he said fire. It's no use to him. A huge palm on 2 words right above the girl. All she had time to scream was Kanglin's shield. It was the only thing that kept her alive. Jioshan said that a great empress who was just lucky, that's all. He began to head towards the girl. She uttered a rank 4 heavenly ice spear. The spears were pointed straight at the man. In just a couple of blows, there was no trace of them. Rance realized that he was very strong. She tried to dodge his blows as best she could, but she couldn't. The blow was so strong that the girl began to fall down the mountain. As she flew, she still tried to fend off his blow. Suddenly, she saw the entrance to that very closed cave. The girl managed to run in, but he saw her. Jioshan shouted that she couldn't escape him. Xiaoqun realized that someone else had entered. In front of him was Rance. She was happy that they were really there. The boy saw a man come in after the girl and said it was the Bai family again. He said that the love who dares to run away from the fight with him will die a horrible death. Xiaoqun said okay, let him calm down. He just got here, and he's already grumbling. The girl had time to warn the guy to be careful because the man was very strong. The guy replied not to worry, it's just a puppy. Jioshan heard the guy's name and asked, so is it Xiaoqun? He shouted that he would kill him. Turning to Blacka, the boy asked him to play with him for a bit. The 3-eyed wolf replied that familiar words. The next suggestion would be for Rance to let him take care of her earlier. That's exactly what happened. Leaning towards the boy, the man shouted at him to die. Seeing that Blackie had reincarnated, the man asked the tiny monster if he wanted to fight him. He put up a barrier with his hand, but the 3-eyed wolf was quick to deal with it. Blacka thought, that's it? Jioshan asked how dare the beast underestimate him? He shouted a 5th rank heavenly technique, sword Saishan. Pointing his sword at Blacka, the man shouted for him to die. All he repeated was a celestial absorption. As soon as the sword came near him, it immediately engulfed him. He didn't realize what kind of monster it was. The man thought maybe Jiao had also been devoured by this beast. He shouted a divine technique, rank 8. Looking at what was happening, and at his technique, Chernish thought, and that's it? Let him at least give him some more to eat. None of his attacks went to waste. Chernish absorbed everything. He wondered if they'd keep going, if they'd just use everything he had. Xiaoqun told Blacka that he would take care of him. Looking at this man, the 3-eyed wolf thought that he was definitely dead now. The man started saying that the guy provoked the Bai family and killed their patriarch's children. He'll turn the guy into dust. Xiaoqun replied that he had killed people from the Bai family because they were all lowlifes. Looking at the guy, the man thought what kind of strength he had. He said that good skills. No wonder Jiao with her suppressed Kanglan stage cultivation base was able to lose to him. Xiaoqun started to attack. The man asked, punching with his fist? He also decided to display his fist, but as it turned out in vain, all the bones were covered in cracks. Jioshan thought, how was this possible? He did this to his arm with just one punch? The guy asked him not to move. After which, he struck his face with his fist. Xiaoqun said a Tianhuan fist, the first strike. After such a powerful attack, the man was left without a few teeth. His size increased several times. The giant Jioshan shouted at the boy to go to hell. Shao Chun replied that he would take him there first. The guy used divine rebirth. Tianhuang's fist, third strike. Thanks to one blow, the man was not only unable to stay on his feet, he was also without an arm. Shao Chun told the lowlife to get up faster. The man shouted he was pissing him off. May the guy be cursed, Churnish thought, is that a lightsaber? After all, it is the most delicious part of this encounter. Shao Chun said to let Firefly try it. Churnish and Rance also joined the guy's attack. Shao Chun shouted a fist Tianhuang's second strike. He said that it was getting more and more interesting. The man didn't understand what the hell was going on. A lot of fists were hitting him on all parts of his body. These punches made him fall aside. The guy said that the Bai family from the Sword World was such a waste of time. Jioshan said that humiliating the Bai family is an unforgivable sin. Let him show his strongest technique, he asked. Does even the Kanglan realm forbid him from using this technique? He shouted, come on. Shao Chun thought that this man with this sword could use the lightning tribulation of the Kanglan realm. 22 Sendai. The lightning bolt of grief that should have hurt him, on the contrary, increased his strength. Rance hadn't expected the bald giant from the Bai family to be so strong. Shao Chun said that it was all nonsense. The man shouted that the guy was really reckless. Just let them see him showing off. Jioshan shouted for the guy to die. All the blows the man threw were dodged. Shao Chun said that this sword in his hand was really a bit troublesome. The guy shouted a rank 9 heavenly technique, a swordsman's secret. In an instant the sword from the man's hand went into Shao Chun's hand. He thought that fortunately, after absorbing so many high-quality crystals, his strength had increased significantly. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to use this trick successfully. The man was furious. 24 Sendai appeared in front of the guy's eyes. Jioshan shouted that let the guy try this. With a few moves of the ball, there was no trace of them left. The guy replied that he was done with them. The man said that it was just a warm-up. After a few attacks, the guy asked, is this the strength of the Bai family? Jioshan didn't understand how this guy could be so strong. He once again shouted at the guy to die. The guys ran and said what a powerful force, space is falling apart. They need to protect the crystal vein. Shao Chun shouted for him, going to hell, Tianhuang fist, fourth strike. His palms were already ready to strike. Leaning towards the guy he shouted that it was his sacred technique. It took away a lot of spiritual power. He was gonna kill him with that sword. Shao Chun used the Tianhuang fist, the fifth strike. The guy said he would do it again. The Bai family of the Sword World is nothing. After which, he killed Jioshan. Bai Ziji shouted what the hell. Not only did he kill Jioshan, he completely severed his connection with the lightsaber. The guy thought great job, the giant is dead too, let him keep it up. Giant Pain said that unexpectedly, even Senior Jioshan was defeated at the hands of Shao Chun, and the lightsaber was lost. A man shouted that this damn Shao Chun must die. Looking at the men, he asked which elder was willing to go and kill him this time. They thought Shao and Jioshan couldn't handle it, what to say about them. The guy said that he knew who was capable of killing Shao Chun. The man asked who? Giant Pain replied that the second uncle would definitely be up to the task. One of the men said that right, the elder is also one of the experienced martial artists of the Bai family. He would definitely be able to kill that Shao Chun. The man replied that he too agreed. Elder Zixin's strength had been one of the highest in the Bai family for many years. He had studied kendo in seclusion for many years and must have gotten even stronger. Bai Ziji said that Zixin's strength is undeniable, but the problem is that he is guarding the formation in the north. Giant Pain started shouting that Shao Chun had already killed the Bai family members. If they didn't immediately ask someone to kill him, what would happen to their family's reputation as one of the strongest families in the 3 higher worlds? If it goes on like this, instead of just becoming a laughing stock for other families. Moreover, other families have been waiting for their family to be humiliated for a long time. The man ordered Giant Pain to quickly tell his second uncle to come over there. Leaving the room, the boy said to himself that Bai Ziji was good. Kanglan Kingdom, star-destroyed mountains. Opening her eyes, the girl saw a bat in front of her. She asked what was the aura. Blackie said it was a bat from purgatory. As soon as Shao Chun wanted to grab it, it started to fly away. The guy still managed to grab her. After looking at her, he said it was really her. Rance asked, "What is this purgatory?" Xiaochen told the girl that this hidden place and its crystal veins belonged to purgatory. They must kill this bat. She was sent to spy on them. As soon as the guy squeezed it in his hands, a voice immediately asked, "How dare he? How dare he take his spirit crystals? He wouldn't let him live and make him suffer." Kanglan Mountain, Xiaochen said to free himself. He looked at Rance indignantly. The guy asked how could the darling do that to him. The girl replied that she was warning him, if he ever called her like that again, she would kill him. Looking at them, Xiaochen said that the chrysanthemum was a bit annoying. The boy replied to the master that he wouldn't do that again. They must have been tired after the journey. He said he would go, he would not disturb them to rest. The master told him to wait it out for him. It was the same phoenix dragon blood jade. The guy said that it was much bigger than the previous one. Xiaochen said that because he told him, serving him was worth it. Kanglan Kingdom, Silver Jade City. The man asked what he wanted. The guy replied that he just wanted them all to die. The man shouted that it was disgusting and began to attack. His attack didn't work, and then he was hit hard. When he approached him, the boy said that he should go. He was waiting for the depths of purgatory, where the Supreme Being would give him eternal life, by family residence. The man said he asked Zixing to come today because he wanted him to kill someone. The man replied that he had heard that a man named Xiaochen had killed many members of his family. Killing him alone would not be enough to restore the pride of his Bai family as well. But lately relations between their tribes have gotten rather strained. The northern formation still needs someone to guard them. Bai Ziji asked if he had a worthy candidate. The man replied that he thought Bai Li could handle it. He replied that okay, then let him take his place for a while. He thought that he couldn't be assigned to guard the northern formation. It's Bai Li, anything can happen. Unknown mountains. They are the number of high-quality spiritual crystals. Old man Lao asked he robbed someone. Robbed? Wan Ping said that with so many spiritual power crystals, the power he dreamed of would come true. The guy said that these crystals would be able to help them cultivate faster, so, let them divide them equally. Xiaochen went to the 7th floor. The guy tried it there for 3 days. Opening his eyes, Chernish looked at him and said what a nightmarish strength. The guy said a little more, and his body hardening might increase. It seems that once he reached cultivation level 6, the divine power would completely fuse with his physical body. Right now, his physical strength was 10 times greater than before. If he met someone from the Bai family as strong as Jiushan, one punch would be enough. After going down to the 6th floor, the guy saw that the guys were still cultivating. Xianyuan Heiji walked up to him. The guy asked what was wrong. The girl told him that someone wanted to kill him. He laughed and said that there were many people who wanted to kill him, but only a few were capable of it. Xiaochen asked her to elaborate. Her brother sent her a message that a powerful black-clothed swordsman was looking for him. The great emperor stage warriors from Silver Jade City and several nearby cities were killed by him. The guy asked the swordsman, "Is he from the Bai family or from Purgatory?" Xiaochen replied that let her cultivate there, and he and Blacka would completely deal with it. Except it looked like the wolf didn't seem to agree with that. Silver Jade City. The guy asked, is it still impossible for anyone to tell where that person is? Well, then they would just die. Pointing his finger at the man, the guy said that it was his turn. Xianyuan Yuta replied that he was treating them like meat on a cutting board. Isn't he at all afraid that someone would treat him the same way? The guy immediately attacked the man. The guy said that the lowlife was just talking nonsense. Xianyuan Yuta shouted that then let him try this. He dealt with the old man's attack very quickly, just stopped it with his hand. Then he said what he said, the man was nothing. When he came as close as possible to the man, he struck him. As a result of the blow, the man flew aside and fell to his knees. It didn't end there. The guy walked up to Xianyuan Yuta, grabbed him by the hair and threw him aside once more. Stepping on him, he asked, is this really it? Feeling some power, he asked another lowlife. Turning around, he saw a huge one that was approaching him as fast as possible. The guy asked, is it really him? Xiaochen replied that yes, it's really him. He replied that now hell awaits him, today he will die. Xiaochen asked, wanting to kill him? Would he be able to do it alone? The swordsman replied that in this lower realm, they, the members of Purgatory, were no match for him. The guy shouted a level 3 heavenly technique, Purgatory Strike. The attack hadn't even started before the hand had already struck the guy. Someone said his name. Looking to the side, the guy thought again, the Bai family? They came just in time to clean up the mess. The guy said that the Bai family is already like a pesky fly. One person is replaced by another. But they are all useless and deserve to die. The man asked, seeking death? Then let him look at the sword. With just one attack, the sword shattered into small shards. Zixin thought about the fact that this guy is really strong. No wonder he was able to kill many people in his family. The man shouted a sword wanting to kill. Xiaochen managed to get rid of them as well. He shouted to the guy that he was indeed strong, but the man was fundamentally different from the other members of the Bai family. He has already surpassed the 70th level of Sendai. Although his cultivation has been suppressed by the Kanglin realm, his strength is still at the 30th level of Sendai. Not even Bai Jioshan could compare to him. The guy thought that since he had absorbed all those heavenly treasures and many spirit crystals, he still hadn't tested the limits of his abilities. Just happened to be a lab rat. Xiaochen shouted out the first punch. Looking up, the man was surprised. The pressure of his energy alone rendered the man unable to move. He asked how was this possible. Zixin, because impossible. He shouldn't he have been so strong. The man asked what his cultivation base was. The guy replied that in any case, as long as his opponent was below the highest level, he was invincible. He said that the guy couldn't be invincible. Xiaochen replied that if he took his time, he would be happy to play with him again. Glaring at both of them, he said that he would send them to hell, then shouted a third Tianhuang fist strike. After the attack, there was no trace of them left. Xianyuanyu tried to bring his father to his senses. Xiaochen held out a pill to him, telling him to take it. It would help stabilize his condition. As soon as the man swallowed it, he felt much better. As soon as Xiaochen entered the tower, Xianyuan Heiji immediately asked about the black-clothed man. Xiaochen replied that the matter was done. The black-clothed man added that it was very easy. The guy said that when everyone was done cultivating, let him tell them that they were going to a higher realm. He also added that many people from Silver Jade City would be coming in droves tomorrow to deliver the goods, so have them wait in the vicinity of the mountain. She replied that it was fine. Old man Lao said that he never thought he would be able to enter not only the Kanglin kingdom, but also the higher realm. As soon as the door opened, the guy said it was time to go. Chrysanthemum told the master that you will wait for his call. Rance asked him not to forget about their promise she would wait for him. He replied that yes, don't let him worry. The guy immediately rushed through the passage. Old Lao thought that the master was not very friendly with women. The others followed after him. Looking up, they asked if this was the highest realm. Dao Gui replied that no, it was only the first gate of the 99 heavenly passages. Xiaochen revealed that for centuries, all beings from the lower realm wishing to enter the higher realm had to pass through the heavenly gate to get approval. They must pass through the 99 heavenly passages before they can enter the higher realm. Only then will they be considered worthy to enter the higher realm. It was for this reason that he told them to first raise their cultivation base to level 9. They said that sounded interesting. The guy replied that then, start climbing up. As they made their way to the first level, swords headed towards the guys. The master dealt with them rather quickly, and they followed on. Everyone asked if this was the end. Dao Gui said he thought so. Xianyuan Heiji said that the passage is closed. It seems like today is not a good day. Xiaochen said that it would be easy for him. The guy thought about the fact that on this path, for every additional person, the difficulty of the sky passages would be doubled. Hopefully the last level wouldn't make him waste much energy. They passed the first 4 levels quite quickly. Old man Lao asked, is this really the 5th level? Chimei said that the first few levels they tested right away, but there was no movement there. Xiaochen wondered to himself, should the ordeal take place, or was he remembering something wrong? Suddenly, they saw a tree ahead of them, and beside it was a balloon containing a little girl. Xianyuan Heiji immediately rushed to the rescue. With her hammer, she smashed the very ball. Taking the girl in her arms, she asked if she was all right. The girl started asking why she was there. What was that place? Chimei immediately asked how she got there. The girl began to tell that first she was near her home, but then she met a beautiful lady. And then, she doesn't remember. Xianyuan Heiji asked the master if they should take her with them. Help her find her family. Suddenly, they heard a voice, who dare touch her food will know death. The roots of the tree began to rise up from the ground. Turning to Chernish, the boy said he could begin. Lighting the tree, he asked if his fire was so good. Xiaochen wondered if it was a big willow tree. Why did it appear on the heavenly path? The guy made a hole in it. He asked everyone to move aside. Using a Tianhuang fist, the guy ripped out the tree along with the root. The girl immediately felt sick. Xianyuan Heiji asked her what was wrong. Xiaochen replied that her body was completely destroyed, and naturally, she received a serious backlash. As soon as the girl heard this, immediately tossed her aside. The girl immediately asked if he had seen this before. Xiaochen replied that this little trick, even a fool would be able to figure it out. The girls looked at each other, and wondered if they were worse than fools. The girl immediately had a sword in her hands. As soon as she started to attack the guy, he immediately threw her aside. Xiaochen asked, "Is that all?" The girl replied that he was too arrogant. Only the guys wanted to get into their showdown. The teacher said he wanted to play with her himself. The girl started saying that if it weren't for his disgusting attitude, she would want him to stay there with her forever. But now she could only let him die. Xiaochen replied that so mediocre, she still wants him to stay with her. Who betrayed her so much confidence? The girl started screaming for him to go to hell and then started attacking again. The boy immediately destroyed everything and then killed the girl. Xiaochen told them that the heavenly path was full of difficulties, and a little carelessness could cost them their lives. He suggested that they go to the next level already. From there, they went through all the difficulties up to level 10 without any problems. Xianyuan Heiji said that it was gloomy, and she felt a little strange. Just as suddenly, something grabbed her leg. Xiaochen said that it was a little strange, but everyone should be careful. Xiaochen realized that he was starting from the 5th level, each level different from what he remembered. Suddenly, skeletal arms began to appear from the ground. Old man Lao asked, "What is this?" The guy thought that it was quite interesting since it was a white bone knight. In his past life, he had fought shoulder to shoulder with Li Yunfei. Together, they had killed tens of thousands of white bone knights. The guy immediately thought, "What kind of bad memory is this?" Suddenly, that knight started to attack. Xiaochen stopped him. Grabbing his weapon and saying the word "rip," there was no trace left of the spear. It shattered into small shards. White bone knights began to appear from everywhere. The boys realized that the battle wasn't over yet. Xiaochen said that in that case, let them have a good fight with them and test their strength. He also told them to stay close to him. If there was any danger, he would be able to help them in time. Everyone replied that they understood and immediately rushed into battle. They dealt with everyone pretty quickly and then followed to the next level. In the next level, the king of the white bone had to be destroyed. Level 32 Ball Formation, Level 88 Ancient Ferocious Beast, and now, they have finally reached the last level of the Heavenly Passages. Sword World by Family. The elder said that not only is Chrysanthemum not dead, but the person behind him is still alive. What does he do? Not only were several masters from his family killed one after another at the hands of that brat, how did he become the patriarch of the family? No matter what, that brat has to be killed. Otherwise, he doesn't think he needs to continue to be the head of the family. After which, the elder disappeared. Bai Jianping told his father that the guy had already headed towards the heavenly passages. Perhaps this Xiaochen is there for the sake of his Bai family. Siji said he went to look for him, but the guy in turn went to the passageways. The son asked his father what they should do about it. The man inquired, what did he think? The guy replied that even his second uncle was defeated in the hands of that Xiaochen. Although there are many strong people in his Bai family, but in the end, they are suppressed by the Kanglan kingdom. At this point, he fears, is the father the only one who can do this, or can the third uncle be released? The man asked, how dare he say that? Does he even realize how serious this is? Let him go, and leave him alone. The deepest place of Bai prison. Bowing to the third master, the guy said that he had come there to rescue him and let him out of there. The man asked if he was serious? The guy replied that yes, it was true. Old man Lao asked, this formation leads to the higher realm? The guy replied that these three great formations lead to the sword realm, the Xian realm, and the Zhou Tian realm. The Beast King asked, "Is this the last level and that's it?" The guy replied that naturally, no, each of those great formations has a guardian spirit. Only by defeating him would they be able to pass on. Xiaochen thought that this last level was exactly as he remembered it. Next, by choosing one of the great formations, the spirit guardian would appear by himself. He thought about the sword world being too dangerous. The Xian realm wasn't that bad, but unfortunately, there was a strange taboo in that world. Not all wars will be able to enter the supreme realm. It seemed that only the Zhou Tian realm was left. Just as suddenly, the guy shouted for everyone to be careful. After they managed to take cover under the dome, there was a massive explosion. Everyone except Xiaoqin and Chernish were lying on the ground. The guy realized that it was a supreme body cultivator. Suddenly, behind his back, someone said that he hadn't seen a supreme body cultivator in a long time. Did he forget the difference in power between a great emperor and a supreme emperor? It means there's no point in improving your body. After the powerful punch, Xiaoqin thought that he was really strong. After which he said it was a pity that the guy could never set foot there again. Let him go to hell. He used the palm of the earth and body. Black immediately tried to protect his master, but Xiaoqin was already unconscious. The three-eyed wolf increased in size. It tried to attack, but the guy said too confidently it was a worthless attempt. With one attack, he even took down Chernish. No matter how strong his body's cultivation was in his previous life, at this moment, his cultivation base was only limited to the great emperor. Suddenly, the boy felt something. He wondered why this energy was so familiar to him. Looking at what was going on around him, the guy said he knew it wasn't going to be that easy. Seeing the three-eyed wolf, he didn't know what was going on. Could this be the awakening of the bloodline? Walking over to his master, Black asked if he was alright. Xiaoqin replied that he was. The guy said it was interesting. However, even if he mastered the 9 reincarnations of life and death, and his dog awakened his bloodline, they were still no match for him. Xiaoqin decided to use the Tianhuan fist, the third strike. The guy realized that he was much stronger. After which, he decided to use his palm in the shape of a Buddha's heart. He attacked him again and again. The guy didn't understand what was happening. The longer he fights, the stronger he gets. At some point, the guy decided to use the Heaven and Earth Destroyer's attack. Xiaoqin realized that he had to endure it. This power could help him level up the secret art of body hardening. The guy shouted that until he touched the higher realm, the difference in their strength was still like heaven and earth. He was sure he would definitely die this time. Xiaoqin thought that it was still not enough. Chernish's awakening of the bloodline hadn't fully occurred, and still felt some pressure. He shouted out that if that's all the guy had, don't let him hope to kill them. The guy replied that it couldn't be. How are they still alive? He said that the supreme body cultivator was still just as good. Xiaoqin replied to, stop talking nonsense, it's time to get down to business. The guy offered to see how long he could last. He once again used the heaven and earth art, Buddha heart, death fusion. Thanks to the strong shockwave, the guy realized that he had broken through, tempering Tycho's body. By combining his supernatural strength with his innate strength, he gained unlimited power. Chernish realized that the bloodline he had awakened had finally fully stabilized. He said that it was a secret summoning technique that could only be used by someone with a soul connection, and his body had to have boundless power. He and Xiaoqin are perfect partners. The three-eyed wolf told him that he had awakened a very powerful secret technique. Let that guy try their power. Xiaoqin said that he only needed 3 seconds to master such a secret technique. The guy answered them that it was useless anyway. Xiaoqin shouted to the Supreme that now, he wouldn't be able to kill them. He realized that not only was he not dead, but he had also become stronger. As expected of a supreme body cultivator, he continues to get stronger. In that case, he is forced to use his strongest technique. Thought that enough fooling around, he must end this immediately. Xiaoqin asked the strongest technique? It was better to let him test their strongest attack first. After which, the guy was gone. He realized that Chernish's secret technique is truly terrible. It drains all his strength, he doesn't think he should use it often. It's finally over. Everyone slowly began to come to their senses. Xiaoqin told them that the teleportation system had been destroyed. At this moment, except for him and Chernish, no one could forcibly enter the higher realm. The boys immediately understood everything. They said that when they had strength, it would not be too late to enter the higher realm. Old Man Lao asked the master for permission to see him enter the higher realm. Looking at everything that was happening, they thought that as expected from the master, the void hole had opened again. The Beast King said that it was monstrous. He was afraid that if he went in with his strength, he would turn into ashes in an instant. Shao Qin shouted to the guys that he would be waiting for them upstairs. Chernish said that the power of the turbulent currents at this time was so great. The previous 3 teleportation systems had heavenly Dao authorization, so it would be very easy to get to the higher realm through them. Shao Qin replied that by forcibly opening the channel, it could be said that they were now going against the heavens. Originally, with the teleportation system, one could surely go to the higher realm. But now, they couldn't control the direction. They went through the passageway. Chernish asked the guy where they were. Shao Qin replied that obviously it was most likely the Sword World. Blackie interrogated the Sword World, isn't that good? The boy replied that it was both good and not so good. The three-eyed wolf said that from the way he was talking, it sounded like the Sword World was pretty dangerous. Shao Qin revealed that in the Sword World there was a person who had obtained a power capable of killing a body cultivator. This meant that while he was there, the guy should act calculatingly. Chernish asked, does that mean he can't do whatever he wants? After a moment's thought, the boy replied that it could happen too. Sword World by family? The man asked, could Bai Ziji have thought that he would ever release him? He seemed to be really confused. The guy told the third master that he needed to go through the lobby with him. He replied that it was fine, especially since he wanted to meet the patriarch as soon as possible. He seemed to have reached a dead end. Bai Ziji told the elder that, freed him today in hopes that he could fulfill one request for him. If he could solve this problem, he would be truly free. The third master asked what made him release. The man said that someone had killed many martial artists of the Bai family, even the second brother had died at the hands of that person. He wants the man to get rid of him. The man asked, wondering if the second brother was dead? Let it go to his head though. It was a good thing he was dead too. Otherwise, how would he have even been able to take his place as the current patriarch? How could he sit in such a dark place for so many years? Bai Ziji told the elder that he didn't have time to discuss such nonsense. This was about the safety of their family. Did he agree or not? The third master replied that he was crazy. Wants a man to do something for this family after all that has happened? Bai Ziji replied that indeed, let him out, but let him not think that he would refuse to finish him off. He replied that he doubted a man could do it. Bai Jianpain said he thought so too. The guy just killed his father. The third master said that his time was up and it was time for him to retire. Then he struck the patriarch with his own strength. The barracks of the Bai family troops. The boys noticed that the profound sword had flown up. It was in the hands of the third master, after which the man stabbed the patriarch with it. Bai Ziji thought if he had his sword. Damn that Shao Qin. Bai Jianpain shouted to the man that he was going to die today. The man replied that the ancient ancestor is still there. Does he know what the consequences will be? The guy replied that before he dies, let him tell him one thing. Does he know why they dared to do it? Because the ancestor himself approved of it. He had long been dissatisfied with his work. A man can't lead the Bai family to glory. All he's doing is dragging it down. The ancestor has long hinted at replacing the family patriarch. Jianpain shouted that the Bai family now belonged to him. The man was killed after all. All the disciples shouted their greetings to the patriarch. Turning to the third uncle, the guy said that the one named Shao Qin, he was asking him for a favor. The man replied not to worry about it. Jianming Mountain. The third master asked, what the hell is this? Why is the frustration channel not opening? Suddenly he felt a body cultivator. The man thought that it might be the same Shao Qin. The boy thought again, the man from the Bai family. Then it was time to clean up the mess again. Blackie asked why that man was so slow. The boy thought, really. Blackie asked the guy how strong is the Bai family in this sword world? He replied that the sword world was divided into 3 parts. The upper mysterious realm, the middle mysterious realm, and the lower mysterious realm. They were currently in the lower region. If he wasn't mistaken, there were 3 sects, 2 factions, and 8 great families. The 2 factions held the dominant power and were the strongest in the lower realms, and among the 8 previous families, the Bai family ranked 7th. Blackie replied that they were weaklings. The guy said that although the Bai family ranked 7th, they also had an ancestor who was a supreme, but most of them were nobodies. Chernish wondered, compared to the clone of the supreme they had met before, how strong was this supreme from the Bai family? Shao Chun replied that it couldn't be compared, they were only facing a clone of a supreme. From the real supreme, Wu Xian had such a powerful cultivation base. How could he even be compared to the scum from the Bai family? The three-eyed wolf started to say that these sword world wars have a special ability to kill body cultivators like the guy. Didn't that mean that he would be able to face a large group of supreme ones? Besides, Supreme Wu Xian already knew him before, didn't he? The guy replied that most of the higher-ups just cultivate in seclusion, and it wasn't easy to force them out of there. So as long as they were good at hiding their identities, there would be no problem. As for Wu Xian, it was indeed a problem, but it could be put aside for now. The third master asked if he was that Shao Chun. The guy replied that yes, he is. The man shouted, "What then? Let him die." He immediately began to attack, but the guy quickly dealt with his attack. The man pondered, this cultivator's body was much stronger than he had expected. No wonder he was able to kill so many people of the Bai family. The third master shouted that he recognized that the guy was strong, but today would show him the difference in strength between them. Grabbing his arm, the guy replied that he was bored. The man started shouting, how could this be possible? Shao Chun asked if no one could hit him too. He motioned for the man to try again. The third master called out the profound sword. Shao Chun replied that the sword is good, but the one who uses it is nothing. The man started to attack with his sword. But with a single movement of his hand, the guy made his attack interrupted. Suddenly, Shao Chun noticed that he had just run away. The guy asked, "Where is this coward?" "Be that as it may, don't let him think that he can run away from him." The third master thought about the guy's terrible physical stamina. It was good that he had managed to escape. Suddenly, Shao Chun appeared in front of him. The guy asked, did the old man really think he would run away? Shao Chun attacked him. He said that killing a swordsman with a sword was truly ironic. Shao Chun said that it was a good sword, but it was useless to him, and threw it away. Blackie grabbed it in time and swallowed it. The guy suggested that the three-eyed wolf should first go to the Bai family's northern fortress. He needed something there. The northern fortress of the Bai family. Looking at the fortress, the guy said that it was time for them to collapse. As soon as the guy tried to destroy the fortress, they realized that there was a protective barrier that suppressed the power of the supreme cultivator. Shao Chun said that although the Bai family is insignificant, but this defense structure is really interesting. People started shouting that the guy was already there. One of the guys asked them not to panic. There's a protective barrier, the guy can't do anything. Asked Shao Chun really dared to come there? Was he really looking for death? Suddenly, they saw a sword of light in the guy's hand. The guy shouted that he was giving them 3 seconds to surrender. Laughing, the guy replied that he was so cocky. This barrier was created by the Bai family's supreme ancestor. Not even a supreme could pass through it. He doesn't stand a chance. Shao Chun replied to him that then, let him just observe. The guy replied that it looks like he is really looking for death. Let the guys launch an attack. Chernish said it was indeed a power equal to the higher realm. A few swings of his sword and the barrier was gone. The boy wondered if he too was a supreme? Impossible. How could he become a supreme at such a young age? Shao Chun said that time is up. Since they are unwilling to surrender, then they will die. Using Tianwang's fist, there was no trace of the northern fortress left. The guy said, how could it be possible? How could he do that? After killing him, they moved on. Blackie asked what it was. The boy replied that it's the Sword World Stone. This Sword World Stone was born from heaven and earth and contains traces of a supreme power. There are 13 shards in the entire Sword World, and they belong to 3 sects, 2 factions, and 8 major families. The greatest effect of the Sword World Stone is that it can continuously seal the laws of heaven and earth invisibly. Moreover, this power can benefit those who are bound by blood ties. Chernish replied that he understood. But if this Sword World Stone is really so powerful, why didn't the 3 sects take it away from other factions or great families? Shao Chun replied that it's not that simple. In fact, they are involved in a very complicated conflict. They are holding back passions and resentments against each other in search of the safest position. Chernish said that it turns out humans are complicated creatures. The boy replied that the stone of the sword world was already in hand. Now it was time to deal with the Bai family. The elder realized that the sword world stone had disappeared. He wondered what kind of person Xiao Chen really was. Wu Xian told the man that it had been a long time. His cultivation had increased again. Bai Wuxing replied that compared to the Supreme, his improvement was just a drop in the ocean. It shouldn't be exaggerated. Supreme said that he had something to tell the man. Xiao Chen was an outstanding body cultivation master. The Supreme Body Cultivation Master was still alive, and this Xiao Chen possessed his soul. Bai Wuxing fell to his knees and began to say that it was all over. His family was finished. Wu Xian shouted for this coward to get up. Currently, the guy only has the soul of a Supreme Body Cultivator, but his cultivation base is still lower than him. What is he afraid of? Although a Supreme Body Cultivator was invincible, but at this moment, he had not yet recovered to a supreme cultivation base. He had come there to tell him how to conduct himself with Xiao Chen. Bai Wuxing must kill him with a single blow. The man replied that he wasn't sure. Wu Xian said that it was a 9th level celestial sword. He only needed to use this sword to kill him in one strike. Bai Wuxing realized that it was an unusual sword. The guy asked if he was still afraid. The man replied that the celestial sword was a level 9 sword. If he still couldn't kill Xiao Chen with this sword, then it was completely useless. Let the Supreme not worry, he will definitely kill that guy. Mysterious space. Li Yunfei asked the task he had given him, was it done? The guy replied that it was done. He replied that very well, now he has one more thing to do. Li Yunfei wants the guy to secretly protect Xiao Chen, let him not let anything happen to him until he fully recovers his strength. Li Yunfei said okay. He would remove the soul traces in martial arts after he completed this task. The guy replied that it was fine. After which, he disappeared. Bai Jianping realized that even the third uncle had also been killed. The guy wondered, who the hell was that Xiao Chen? Bai Wuxing told Jianping that they had clearly underestimated Xiao Chen. It looks like they provoked someone they shouldn't have bothered. He's afraid the Bai family is finished. The guy replied that from the way the ancestors spoke, even though he was a supreme, he still couldn't handle him? The man asked if the guy knew about the Supreme Body Cultivator. The guy started saying that the Supreme Master of Physical Cultivation, the strongest cultivator of the heavens and all worlds, he was on par with Supreme Master Yunfei. But what did this have to do with Xiao Chen? The guy asked, could it be that Xiao Chen was the disciple of that Supreme Body Cultivator? The ancestor replied that no, Xiao Chen was the reincarnation of a Supreme Body Cultivator. He realized that it meant that Xiao Chen was a Supreme Body Cultivator. Falling to the ground, the guy started to say that it was over. The ancestor had told the guy that right now, all he had to do was fight him as hard as he could. To hope that his current cultivation base was still not that high. Turning to the ancestor, the boy asked if he could not contact his higher friends and join forces to straighten him out. Bai Wuxing replied to the guy that it wouldn't help either. The people who were once his brothers won't side with him now. He is even afraid that they will stab him in the back. Suddenly, the ancestor noticed that the boy had wet his pants. He told him to take the main disciples of the Bai family and get out of there. If he kills Xiao Chen, everything will be fine. And if not, the man hopes that one day the guy can restore his Bai family. After that, the ancestor disappeared. Bai Jianping thought about the fact that he was finally the head of the family. Why did he have to face things like this? Why did something like this happen to him? Xiao Chen pronounced Bai Wuxing. The man replied to the Supreme Body Cultivator that it had been a long time since their last meeting. The boy asked if he already knew everything. Did the superior tell him? The ancestor told him that his Bai family begged him for mercy. If he let his family go, the man would repay his kindness. Xiao Chen shouted that his answer was no. He didn't believe a single word he said. Bai Wuxing replied that he expected this, so they can only solve the problem by fighting. Xiao Chen asked Blackett to step aside. Bai Wuxing thought about the fact that he had to kill the guy with just one blow. The ancestor used a wushu sword, a killing technique. Xiao Chen replied that it was a pretty good technique and attacked back. Blackett thought such a strong killing aura, so horrible, he wouldn't piss him off. Predoc thought that, as expected of a level 9 heavenly sword. Bai Wuxian turned to the Supreme Body Cultivator and said that based on his attack, he realized that the guy wouldn't be able to kill him today. His strength is not yet enough to destroy the Wushu sword. Until it is destroyed, the man will not die. Therefore, let him go to hell. He thought about the fact that the title of Supreme Body Cultivator really wasn't a figment of imagination. This kind of physical strength was truly terrifying. But Shaochen can't destroy the Wushu sword, he still has a chance to kill him. It seems the ancestor can only use this method. Observe everything going on. Black shouted how strong it was. Let Shaochen be careful. The man shouted that this was his strongest attack. Bai Wuxian said that this technique would age him by a decade. By defeating the guy, he would live as a true supreme for the rest of his days. Just as suddenly, the ancestor saw that the body cultivator was still alive. The guy asked did he really think that he wouldn't be able to destroy his Wushu sword as well? Shaochen decided to use the Tianhuang fist, the sixth strike. Meanwhile, the ancestor used the heavenly technique. He asked isn't the guy afraid of the power of the heavens? The boy replied that he wasn't afraid of anything. The ancestor kept yelling that he couldn't break his Wushu sword. Suddenly, he noticed that the sword was cracking. Shaochen realized that his fighting style was getting out of control. The ancestor was happy that the guy still couldn't break his sword. He thought that of course, with his current cultivation base, the guy can't destroy a Wushu sword. Looks like they'll have to use that trick. Shaochen attacked, and with a single hand movement, the Wushu sword was destroyed. The ancestor realized that obviously, compared to him, he was still just a pawn. The boy shouted for the supreme of the sword world to wait for him. He would crush his bones with his own hands. Blackie asked the guy what happened. He replied that he didn't know yet either, but Bai Wuxian was dead. This supreme soul is proof of that. Seeing Blackie looking at it, the boy replied that he couldn't give the soul to him. He would rather take the shards of the Wushu sword. Bai Jianpain said that he would remember the Supreme Body Cultivator for this revenge. Suddenly, the guy realized that time and space had stopped. He didn't understand what was wrong, since he was the only one who could move. Suddenly, someone appeared in front of him. The boy asked the older man what he could do for him. The man replied that his name was Kai Wan, and he had come from outside this world. He is there to find him. There is one thing he needs to do. The boy replied to the older man that he was listening to him. After which the patriarch disappeared. Shaochen said that this was it. Of course, all the good things were taken away. Only a pile of trash was left. There were no high-level stones, no spiritual heavenly stones, not even heavenly weapons left. Chernish asked the guy if he thought they should take over the Bai family and develop their own power there. Shaochen replied that the news of the Bai family's collapse would soon spread, and after that, other families would invade there. Wouldn't they be targeted if they stayed there? The three-eyed wolf asked what would they do next. The guy replied that of course, they would focus on cultivation. 9 high mountains, Gobi Desert. I see these 3 places are rare and suitable for cultivation. Let him choose one of them. Sword World was among the top 3 worlds, and its territory was unimaginably vast. It was true that the mysterious realm alone was several times the size of the entire Kanglin realm. In any case, they should be on guard. Blackie replied that he was right. Eastern border of the Sword World. Blackie told the guy that he was dying from the heat. Have they come yet? Shaochen replied that they would be here soon. More than 1,000 miles ahead is the Sunset Tribe. Chernish saw that there was someone ahead and asked if they were already there. The guy didn't understand how they had met the tribe of Titans. It looked like they were in trouble. He said that's strange, there shouldn't be a Titan's residence there. The Sunset Tribe is also still far away from there. What is it? Blackie asked what kind of Titans? Why shouldn't they bother them? Shaochen said that the Titans were a unique race, with only women among its members. They were born with divine power, so they didn't need to bother with cultivation. As long as they grow, their cultivation base could naturally grow to a level equivalent to the Great Emperor stage. Moreover, among them, some possessed greater innate strength than others. They even had the ability to directly kill a high-level Great Emperor or even a Supreme Emperor. Titans also have a secret technique. Every time a Titan dies, his power is inherited by another Titan. Blackie asked what the power of this race of Titans is then. The guy said that their clan numbered only a few hundred people. Their life expectancy was extremely long, but their birth rate was extremely low. The gestation period lasted at least 100 years, so their strength was not at all what he imagined. The three-eyed wolf replied that he understood. But he saw that the Titans had captured a lot of people. Do they have bad relations with them? The boy answered that he was wrong. They are not hostile to humans at all, they love them. As he said, the Titan race only had females, so whenever they went hunting, they would kidnap male cultivators to continue their offspring. But although the Titans have beautiful faces, they have very strong physiques. Consequently, the people they catch will be severely tortured for a very long time. Blackie replied that it was horrible. The guy said that the worst part was not that, but their leader. Let him forget it for now, he would tell about it later, and now it was time to change places. Suddenly, a girl appeared behind them. The guys realized that they're screwed. The girl said she finally caught the right male. Now her sister will be able to mate and breed. Shao Qin didn't understand when the Titans had such a young supreme. Chernish asked the guy, what should they do? He replied that they should look around first. The guy greeted them and said that his name was Han Xian. He was the young master of the Han family. Shao Qin thought, Han family? He is only about 20 years old, but he has already reached the peak of the emperor stage. He is probably the chief disciple of the family, one of the 8 major families. Han Xian said that he had really had bad luck lately. He wanted to go to the Sunset tribe to visit his old friend, but those barbarians caught him halfway there. But at least it was good that he was still alive and unharmed. The guy asked why he was there. Was he also going to the Sunset tribe? Shao Qin replied that he was. The girl told them that the Sunset tribe had been destroyed by their Titans. Now there was only the Titans tribe. Han Xian asked, did they destroy the Sunset tribe? The girl said that this tribe had killed their tribe members. They deserved to be destroyed. But don't let her worry. After they continued their lineage, they would let them go. Tribe of Titans. Chernish told the guy that he had a question. Shao Qin replied that he really wanted to ask why these people didn't escape. Even if their cultivation level is low, there is always a chance to escape, right? Didn't he notice that since they were put in that cage, there wasn't a single bit of power left in their bodies? The Titan clan has a secret technique called the Titan altar. This altar can block the aura of heaven and earth and the entire sword world. Therefore, even after reaching the heaven stage, if he is within sight of the altar of Titans, there will be no use of this power. Checking something, the guy said, well, she's not here. Blackie asked, who isn't here? Shao Qin replied that there was no one. After stopping the carriage, the girl told Shao Qin to get off. Pulling him by the arm, she said it was time to go. The boy asked where to? The girl replied that just to let him know, her older sister is the most beautiful woman in the Titan tribe. She told her older sister that she had found a good man for her. The girl replied that she was bothering her. Turning to Shao Qin, she said okay, then he will stay there with her big sister. The girl will call him when the time comes. Suddenly, the girl told him to come over and show his face. When she looked at him, she said he was a very handsome man. Shao Qin replied that it was a pity, she didn't have long to live, she couldn't have offspring after all. The girl said it was like that. Looking at her, he immediately said she was poisoned. The girl asked him if he knew what kind of poison was in her body. Shao Qin replied that he was not the king of medicine, so he could not understand what kind of ecotoxic substances were in her body. Without thinking long, the girl told him to go and take a shower and change his clothes. Even though her condition couldn't be changed, her sister was doing her best to help her. She mustn't let her down. The guy started to reply that although he is not a medicine king, but he knows a powerful medicine king. If he takes action, he can definitely cure her. The girl asked, is this true? Shao Qin said that that guy just has a strange temperament. It's not easy to get him to move. If she could meet the requirements, perhaps he would agree. The girl replied that it was no problem. He said that there were only 3 things that could make this person come down from the mountain where he lived. First, they could give him a level 9 Hong Yuan Qiao heavenly item. The girl asked, what's the second thing? He replied that secondly, let them find him an apprentice who could inherit his things. She said that his demands were rather strange. Shao Qin said that the qualifications of the disciple he was willing to accept must be very high. He must possess at least 3 magical abilities and be born with innate fire power. So this requirement is 100 times more difficult than the first one. The girl asked, what about the third requirement? He told her that third, let him practice quietly there, wait until he is strong enough, and then let him directly force him to heal her. Smiling, she replied that the guy knew how to make a girl laugh. Xiaochen said that he wasn't joking at all. Let him practice in the cultivation room, and when he improved his cultivation level, he would definitely bring that old man to her. At some point, something went wrong. Throwing them outside, the girl replied that she didn't like people who wanted a lot. The main cultivation room of the main titans was not a place where he could just walk in. While walking down the street, someone grabbed the guy's arm. Han Xian asked the guy to calm down, it was him after all. Xiaochen asked what was the matter. The guy said to come to his room at midnight tonight to discuss something important. His room is in the third stone house on the north side. Then he left quickly. The girl asked if her sister didn't like him. Xiaochen replied that she did. Taking his hand, she said he could go with her then. When he saw the portrait on the wall, he wondered if it was Wu Ling. His mind immediately flashed back to the memories of the girl who had chased him halfway across the sword world just because she wanted him to marry her. The girl said that she was the strongest and youngest supreme in their clan of titans. Unfortunately, in order to find a way to save her sister, she had to leave for a long time. The boy thought that was very good news. Pointing to the bed, she said he would sleep there tonight, and she still had work to do. From tomorrow he would start working too. Then the girl left. Xiaochen said that of course, even his secret body tempering technique under the influence of the Titan clan, he couldn't concentrate even a speck of energy. But since it happened, he should be careful. He must find a way to get into the main cultivation room of the Titan clan. Chernish asked the guy what the main room of the Titan clan looked like. The guy said that it was the place where he used to meditate and cultivate his body-hardening technique. It is a mysterious place that was born at the same time as a Titan. Every newborn Titan must enter the room during the full moon to gain the power of the Titans. Once this power is infused into the body, the Titan will instantly become hundreds or even thousands of times stronger. The power of the Titans is extremely great, except for the Titans themselves. No one seems to be able to resist this power. Chernish asked, what if he could get into the main room? The guy replied of course, his body hardening technique would improve greatly and his cultivation would also increase. After that, even if he had to deal with a mid-level supreme, he would still have the strength to fight back. That person called Han Xian asked the guy to meet him tonight. He's sure it's also related to that room. We'll see what his plan is. Xiaochen walked into that very room. Looking at him, the guy hesitated. He knew it was him. Said his name was Liang Wadao. He was from the Endless Sword sect, after which the guy introduced a few more. Soon, he asked, what faction was he from? Xiaochen replied that he was just a free cultivator. He saw that the second and third faction were both there. Liang Wadao replied that everyone in the cultivation world was their brother, no matter what faction or sect they belonged to. He started to say that he had gathered them together tonight because there was an important thing they needed to discuss together. The guy started to say that they have been planning this for months. 3 months ago he successfully infiltrated this Titan tribe. They also already know the key to the main Titan room. Xiaochen realized that of course, this was a meeting for the sake of the Titan's main room. The guy told the guys that he didn't need to explain how important the mission to infiltrate the Titan core room was, right? He had gathered everyone today to capture the Titan core room. One of the guys said that their power was suppressed by the Titan altar. He can't use his cultivation, let alone when he was suddenly interrupted. Liang Wen now said what's more, the Titan tribe has terrible power, and the Titan core has immeasurable power. This mission is suicidal, isn't it? He kept talking so that no one would worry. As long as they followed the instructions, then they would be able to help them successfully capture the Titan core. After completing the mission, they could all join the Endless Sword sect or the Qingming sect. Xiaochen said that the Sunset tribe was destroyed. This must be part of their plan? The guy replied that he was really smart. Yes, it's all their plan with brother. They Sunset tribe to weaken the power of the Titan tribe by forcing the Titan tribe to leave to hunt males for mating. At the same time, they used the 7 steps of soul chasing to leave Wu Hua's combat effectiveness. This forced Wu Ling to search for a way to save his sister. This way, no one in the Titan tribe would be able to threaten their plans. Shao Chun told the guys that it was a great plan. The guy thought that this person had figured out his plan with Brother Lu at a glance. Such a genius is extremely rare. Is he really just a free cultivator? The guy told the guys to get serious, so he needs them to sign a soul contract. To make sure none of them betray. As he said, this is a serious matter, they have to sign this contract. Shao Chun saw that this guy could still use his abilities. It looked like he had an artifact that could resist the Altar of Titans. Everyone started signing the contract immediately. It was the guy's turn. When he saw his signature, he said it was a very good name. Liao Muadao told Shao that after everything was done, he would go to the Endless Sword sect. He would guarantee his safety from now on. The guy thought that if this mission goes well, he too wanted to go all Hu Infinity Sword. After all, there is one thing he left there. The guy ordered everyone to please listen carefully, whereupon he began to tell the guys what their plan would be.